Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 2099 to Chapter 2151. To be honest, Zhao Hai was a little disappointed. The battle on the stage was already the last match of this competition. There were two people on the stage. One side was from Shangyuan sect, and the other side was from sword-worshipping sect. In the end, these two big sects had the last laugh and competed for the first place of the dust-separating realm. Although the people on the stage were fighting very well, Zhao Hai was a little disappointed. He wasn't disappointed with the moves they used, but with the degree of their cultivation. Both of them used swords, and the level of their swordsmanship was also very high. However, their swordsmanship was too poor. In Zhao Hai's view, their swordsmanship had only reached the realm of Deshang, not even the realm of perfection. It was far from the spiritual world. Zhao Hai casually glanced and could see a few flaws in the opponent's moves. This really made his interest greatly reduced. The two people on the stage were fighting very enthusiastically, but Zhao Hai shook his head with a wry smile. He found that the cultivators in the spiritual world had made a mistake, and that was, they were too focused on spiritual qi cultivators and didn't pay attention to the practice of moves. In Zhao Hai's view, spiritual qi cultivators were like a person practicing strength. You can increase your strength through various exercises. Spiritual qi was like a person's strength, but strength didn't represent attack power. If you let a weightlifter fight with a lightweight boxer, the weightlifter would definitely lose in the end. Even if he was stronger than the opponent, he couldn't deal with the opponent. Spiritual qi belonged to strength, and moves were skills that turned strength into attack power. Now, many cultivators in the spiritual world were like Hercules who had strength but couldn't use all of it. Disappointment. Zhao Hai felt disappointed now. Soon, the battle between the two people on the stage ended. The person from sword-worshipping sect was better and won this dust-separating realm competition. The Tyrant's Saber School's results were not bad. Two cultivators had entered the top 30 of the dust-separating stage grand competition. This kind of result was definitely good for the Tyrant's Saber School. After the end of the competition, it was time to give out the prizes. However, this prize was just symbolic. There was nothing good about it. Of course, it was just for show. Everyone who got first place would get another reward from the sect when they returned. That was the real deal. After Zhao Hai hastily participated in the award ceremony, he returned to the Tyrant's Blade School's Immortal Cave. At this moment, the Immortal Cave was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. Everyone's face was full of smiles because this time's competition was the best result that the Tyrant's Blade School had ever achieved. In the past, the Tyrant's Blade School had never achieved such a good result. And this time, the number one contributor to this good result was Zhao Hai. The Tyrant's Blade School didn't know how long it had been since they got first place in the competition. Whether it was during the doppelganger stage or the dust-separating realm, they had never achieved first place. However, the Immortal Cave wasn't their sect. Therefore, everyone was only lively for a while before they calmed down. Subsequently, Elder Yu decided to bring everyone back to the sect the next day. Of course, this time, they didn't have to split up. Li Fei's body had recovered. There weren't even any wounds left. Naturally, he could move around with everyone without any problems. After these few days of interaction, all the cultivators who came to participate in the competition knew one thing. That was the position that Zhao Hai had in the hearts of those doppelganger stage cultivators. If they didn't realize it when they first arrived at Zhao Hai's place, they would have completely realized it now. Zhao Hai's position in the hearts of those doppelganger stage cultivators had reached a very high level. All the doppelganger stage cultivators who came to participate in the competition were following Zhao Hai's lead. This made Yu Feng and the other elders very surprised. One must know that the cultivators who came to participate in the competition weren't weak. They could be said to be the elites of the sect. As long as these people developed well in the future, their positions in the sect wouldn't be low. And these people's strength and talent were certain. At least half of them would become elders in the sect in the future. And after becoming elders, they would represent a force in the sect. And now, Zhao Hai had actually become their leader. In other words, if this situation continued, then Zhao Hai's position in the sect wouldn't be low. Of course, the prerequisite was that Zhao Hai's strength had to reach a certain level. However, no one in the Tyrant's Blade sect was worried about Zhao Hai's development. Not only did he have an extremely high talent and the best teacher, but he was also a rich man. If such a person didn't develop well, then it would be strange. In other words, Zhao Hai already had his own team. Although many of the Tyrant's Blade sect's cultivators hadn't thought of this point, Yu Feng had already seen through it. To be honest, Yu Feng was very surprised. He didn't know if Zhao Hai did this intentionally or unintentionally. If it was intentional, then Zhao Hai was too terrifying. If it was unintentional, then it was still considered good. After resting in the cave for a day, Yu Feng brought Zhao Hai and the others back to the sect. This time, he took the teleportation array and directly returned to the sect from the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the teleportation square of the Tyrant's Blade sect. There were a lot of cultivators in the square who were preparing to welcome them. Moreover, there were also a few influential elders. The Yinyang elders were also in the crowd. However, they were standing on the periphery of the crowd, looking somewhat lonely. This wasn't only because they were low-key and didn't want to come in contact with others. The most important thing was that other people didn't want to come in contact with them, fearing that they would be affected by their killing intent. Although Zhao Hai understood the actions of these cultivators, his expression still wasn't good. For the sake of the Tyrant's Blade sect, the Yinyang elders risked their lives to fight against the other sections. In the end, they were filled with killing intent and couldn't even recruit any disciples. Although the Yinyang elders obtained status in the Tyrant's Blade sect, they also became the target of the other cultivators' fear. This was too unfair for them. Zhao Hai nodded to everyone. Then he walked towards the Yinyang elders and gave them a big bow. "Greetings, Master. This disciple didn't disappoint you." Elder Yin looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "Good, very good. You did well this time." Naturally, I'm not talking about the competition. It's normal for you to win. What I'm talking about is the fact that you safely brought the cloning stage kid to Yangding Mountain. You did well in this matter. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I didn't disappoint the two masters. Master, after this disciple returns, I'll prepare to go into seclusion and attack the soul fusion stage." Elder Yin naturally knew what Zhao Hai meant. Although the Yinyang elders didn't know that Zhao Hai had so many clones, they knew that Zhao Hai had at least 2 clones. So when they heard Zhao Hai, Elder Yang couldn't help but ask, "Are you ready?" There was a reason why the Yinyang elders were so serious. In the entire true spiritual domain, no one had more than 1 clone, not even 2. However, Zhao Hai had at least 2 clones. This was something that had never happened before. Therefore, the 2 elders were very worried. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I'm ready." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Yinyang elders couldn't help but nod. They knew Zhao Hai's character very well. Zhao Hai was the kind of person who wouldn't speak carelessly. If he said that he was ready, then he was ready. At this time, Yu Feng also came over. This time, Zhao Hai was the biggest contributor. Yu Feng's impression of Zhao Hai was very good. Naturally, Yu Feng's attitude towards the Yinyang elders was also very good. Although the Yinyang elders were his juniors, he didn't dare to neglect them. Firstly, it was because of the strength of the Yinyang elders. Secondly, it was because of the Yinyang elders' contributions to the Tyrant's Blade School. After the 2 sides exchanged greetings, Yu Feng smiled and said to the Yinyang elders, "Yinyang, you 2 have cultivated a good disciple for the school." The Yinyang elders smiled faintly. Then Elder Yang said, "Many thanks for senior brother Yu's praise. As for the reward, little Hai won't be participating. He's preparing to go into seclusion. We'll be returning first." Upon hearing the Yinyang elders, Yu Feng couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "What happened to little Hai? Is he injured?" Yinyang elder smiled and said, "No, he's just about to break through to the combined soul stage. Senior brother, you don't need to worry about him." Yu Feng relaxed and said, "Alright, the reward will be sent to you on Yu Peak." Elder Yang smiled and said, "Alright, then we'll be returning first." The reason why the Yinyang elders said this was because they knew that Zhao Hai didn't like this kind of occasion. Therefore, they came forward to block this matter. The 3 of them used the transmission formation to return to Yuan Yu Peak. After entering the living room and sitting down, Meg and the others immediately served them tea. Although they had a lot of things to say to Zhao Hai, they also knew that Zhao Hai had something to say. Because of this, they didn't say anything to Zhao Hai. They just served tea to Zhao Hai and the others before withdrawing. The Yin-Yang elders also knew that Zhao Hai had something to say to Laura and the others. Because of this, they didn't say anything to Zhao Hai. They just asked Zhao Hai about what happened along the way. Actually, the Yin-Yang elders already knew what happened to Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai had already told Yufeng about it. And because of the matter regarding the ghost cultivators, Yufeng also reported this matter to the sect. Naturally, the Yin-Yang elders also knew about it. However, the two were still worried, so they asked Zhao Hai to tell them about it. Zhao Hai told the two about what happened along the way. After listening, the two nodded and said, "You did well. But you need to be careful when you go out later. Now, you have another enemy, the Divine Machine sect. The Divine Machine sect definitely doesn't only have Divine Machine puppets. They also have a lot of traps. You need to be careful." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This time, I got a few divine armaments. We can study them and then distribute them to the outer court disciples. This way, they will have the strength to protect themselves." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This time, I got a few divine armaments." The Yin-Yang elders smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that easy. The Divine Machine sect's process of making Divine Machine puppets is strictly confidential, especially the core formations of the Divine Machine puppets. Without those formations, the Divine Machine puppets are useless. As for what those formations are, nobody knows. It's not that nobody has researched them. After so many years, there have been a lot of Divine Machine puppets that were leaked to the outside world. However, nobody has ever succeeded. Moreover, Divine Machine puppets have the ability to self-destruct. Once they touch the core formations of the Divine Machine puppets, they would immediately explode. Zhao Hai knew about this matter. He had already decomposed the Divine Armament puppet and obtained a lot of formations from it. Moreover, he had already added these formations to the Space's gun. With the new gunpowder and new formations, the Space's gun was now much more powerful than the Divine Armament puppet of the Divine Armament sect. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to tell this matter to the Yin-Yang elders. He can't be too omnipotent. Otherwise, not only would he fail to gain the favor of the Yin-Yang elders, he would also be reprimanded by them. This was because the two elders were people who wholeheartedly wanted to cultivate. They didn't want Zhao Hai to waste too much energy on these matters. Therefore, Zhao Hai could only nod and said, "Yes, Master. I understand." The Yin and Yang elders nodded. Then Elder Yang said, "Little Hai, your talent is very good. Although you're also very talented in other aspects, it's still better for you to spend more time on cultivation. Compared to other aspects, cultivation is the right way to go." Elder Yang nodded and said, "Don't worry." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Master. I understand." The Yin-Yang elders nodded. Then Elder Yin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, cultivate well and reach the joining soul stage as soon as possible. I want to see what kind of strength you'll have once you reach the joining soul stage. The sect has already researched the cloning technique that you took out. Moreover, there are already elders who are practicing it. Although you can create an avatar, you still haven't turned it into an avatar. However, this is already a good start. If this matter is successful, then your contribution to the sect would be too great." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is nothing. This is what I should do." Elder Yin waved his hand and said, "The sect will definitely not mistreat anyone who contributes to the sect. You can rest assured that you will be rewarded." "Right, I heard that you used a potion to detoxify Li Fei's corpse poison. Can you give the potion's formula to the sect?" "Rest assured, with us two old men here, the sect won't mistreat you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is nothing. Giving the formula to the sect isn't a big deal. However, when I concocted the potion, I used a special type of water. At that time, I didn't have a lot of it. This water is called the 100 Poisons Sacred Water. This water isn't poisonous if you drink it normally, but if you use it to concoct a potion, then as long as you add any herbs, this water will become poisonous. This is because the water originally contains 100 kinds of poisons. However, these 100 kinds of poisons have reached a balance, so it won't be poisonous if you drink it. Once you add herbs, then the balance will be broken and it will become the most poisonous poison in the world. I spent a lot of effort to concoct this potion to detoxify corpses. It's also because of this water that the potion I concocted can detoxify the corpse poison concocted by the ghost cultivators. You should know that the corpse poison concocted by the ghost cultivators isn't limited to corpse poison, there are also other poisons. My potion was concocted with the 100 poisons sacred water, it can detoxify those poisons. If you use ordinary water, then I'm afraid it won't be able to achieve the same effect. It's impossible to detoxify corpses. Eldarine listened quietly. When Zhao Hai finished, he said, "Is there no other way? Can't we concoct the 100 poisons sacred water ourselves?" Zhao shook his head. "I haven't tried it yet, but I think that since the 100 poisons sacred water can detoxify the corpse poison, then other potions might also be able to detoxify the corpse poison." This time, I collected some samples of the corpse poison from Li Fei's body. With these samples, we can use some sophisticated machines to observe the corpse poison. Maybe we can make a medicine that can detoxify the corpse poison. But I don't have the time to do that. I can give the corpse poison and the machines to the sect, but I won't be participating in this. Zhao shook his head and said. Eldarine smiled and nodded, "That's good. Then let's do that." They also didn't want Zhao Hai to participate in this matter. If he did, then it would take up too much of Zhao Hai's time. This would be detrimental to Zhao Hai's cultivation. Actually, Zhao Hai's 100 poisons sacred water was just an excuse. He didn't have any 100 poisons sacred water. What he used was just ordinary spatial water. However, the water inside the space wasn't ordinary. The spatial water was even more useful than the 100 poisons sacred water. Therefore, what he said wasn't excessive. As for the formula to cure corpse poison, Zhao Hai really did have it. Even if he didn't have it, he could just use the processing machine to make one. Any poison wouldn't be able to hide from the processing machine. However, Zhao Hai still wanted the Tyrant's Blade School to develop their own formula. This would be very beneficial to the Tyrant's Blade School. It would be much better than directly providing the Tyrant's Blade School with potions. After the three talked for a while, the Yingyang elders stood up and left. Laura and the others went to the living room. Laura looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "Brother Hai, you've changed a lot. In the cultivation realm, you used the space to help the Black Tiger gang. But in the Tyrant's Blade School, you seem to want the Tyrant's Blade School to rely on themselves. Is this okay?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine, you can rest assured. A person's creativity is infinite. I don't want the Tyrant's Blade School to lose their creativity because of me. That wouldn't be a good thing for the Tyrant's Blade School. Alright, let's not talk about this. Tomorrow, you can give the formula and the machine to Master and the others. After 2 days, I'll be preparing to break through to the Combined Soul stage. As long as I enter the Combined Soul stage, I'll be able to protect myself." Zhao Hai wasn't speaking nonsense. Once he enters the Combined Soul stage, it would be equivalent to having 1,000 of him cultivating together. This would be very beneficial to him. At that time, his strength wouldn't be any weaker than a teleportation expert. And with his special physique, he might even be able to fight a Vajra realm cultivator. Naturally, this was only Zhao Hai's conjecture. He didn't know about the real situation. After all, he only fought Lu Xing, who was a teleportation expert. At that time, Lu Xing had just entered the teleportation realm, so his strength couldn't be compared to a teleportation realm cultivator. Laura and the others nodded, then Laura said, "The spiritual qi in the true spirit realm is very rich. It's very beneficial for our cultivation." Julie was about to make a breakthrough in the past few days. "Brother Hai, although the spiritual qi in this space is very rich, our cultivation speed here isn't as fast as in the true spirit realm. What do you think is going on?" Zhao Hai gently knit his brows and said, "There's such a thing? How come I didn't know about it?" Kair opened her mouth and said, "We thought of a possibility, but we don't know if it's right or not. We think that since we've been inside the space for too long, we've developed a resistance to the spiritual qi. That's why this happened." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Let's study it carefully." The space is our foundation, we can't afford to have any problems. Kai and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, during the great competition, did you record the moves of the other sects? If you can remember it, you can immediately study it and see if you can steal their martial skills. If you can, then it will be very beneficial to us. Laura smiled and said, Brother Hai, you can rest assured. We're already doing this. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Laura and the others and said, I'll leave this matter to Kai. You can also do other things. Laura, have you ever thought about doing business in the true spirit realm? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others' eyes couldn't help but light up. To be honest, compared to boring data analysis, Laura and the others preferred to do business in the market. For them, Zhao Hai's proposal was very attractive. After thinking about it, Laura shook her head and said, we can't do it right now. We don't have the strength to protect ourselves right now. Opening a shop wouldn't be any better. I don't want to rely on the strength of a sect. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't try to persuade them. At this time, Meg had already prepared a meal. The group happily ate their meal. Then Zhao Hai looked at Chiu Tai's progress. To be honest, Chiu Tai was a genius in body cultivation. His strength was already very good. His blade technique was also very good. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with him. The next day, Zhao Hai gave the formula for the corpse poison's antidote to the Yinyang elders. He also gave them some machines that were related to biology. These machines were completely useless in the true spirit realm. Naturally, these machines were very useful in concocting potions. Zhao Hai gave these machines to the sect. As for how to use the machines, he left it to Laura and the others. Laura and the others also taught the alchemists how to use the machines. These machines had unimaginable benefits for the tyrannical blade sex pill development. In the future, the tyrannical blade sex pill development would reach the forefront of the true spirit realm. At this time, Zhao Hai was already preparing to go into seclusion. Now that the cultivation of his clones had reached the same level as his main body, what he needed to do was to absorb them back into his main body. Fortunately, the true spirit realm had a method to absorb clones back into the main body. Otherwise, Zhao Hai would be in a lot of trouble. However, before going into seclusion, Zhao Hai still needed to make some preparations. He also had the universal scanner analyze the method to see if there was anything wrong with it. He wanted to see if he could absorb 1,000 clones back into his main body. After making these preparations, Zhao Hai invited Lin Ling, Xiang Ying, Saber Rat, Li Fei, and the others to Yuanyu Mountain. After drinking with them, Zhao Hai told them about his seclusion. When they heard that Zhao Hai was going to enter seclusion to break through to the combined soul stage, Lin Ling and the others were very happy. This meant that Zhao Hai's strength had increased. As friends of Zhao Hai, it was natural for them to be happy. After sending off Lin Ling and the others, Zhao Hai didn't have anything else to do. Just as he was about to enter seclusion, the tyrannical blade sex reward arrived. This time, the tyrannical blade sex reward for Zhao Hai was very simple. There was only one condition: Zhao Hai would receive the same treatment as a core disciple. When Zhao Hai's strength was enough, he wouldn't need to go through the assessment and could directly become a core disciple. Zhao Hai was sitting on the 100 spirits tree inside the space. In the air, there were a lot of people who looked exactly like Zhao Hai. These people were also sitting there with their eyes closed. It seems like there was an invisible string between them and Zhao Hai. They kept a certain distance from Zhao Hai, but they didn't fly too far away. Zhao Hai kept thinking about the method of combining the avatar and the main body. It seemed like it wasn't difficult. Zhao Hai only needed to take back the strand of soul force that he released. However, things weren't that simple. If Zhao Hai used his own method to take back the strand of soul force, then the strand of soul force would lose its autonomy and become a part of Zhao Hai's soul force. It wouldn't be able to help Zhao Hai command the avatar like the avatar did. According to the method of the true spiritual realm, Zhao Hai would take back the strand of soul force into his main soul. Although the strand of soul force would be combined with the main soul, it still had a certain degree of autonomy. Just like a computer, Zhao Hai's main soul would be the main software used in the computer, and the strand of soul force would become the software installed in the computer. Although the software was also in the computer, its use was different. It couldn't replace the main software, and without a computer, it wouldn't be able to install these things. However, this was the most difficult part. This was because Zhao Hai had too many avatars. If he used this method, then it would be equivalent to installing thousands of software in the computer. There would only be one result: the computer's system would directly collapse. Zhao Hai was also afraid that taking back his avatars into his main soul would affect him. What he needed to do now was to adapt bit by bit and slowly absorb the souls of the avatars into his main soul without affecting him. This way, his computer wouldn't collapse, and it would have many uses. After carefully analyzing every word and sentence of the technique, Zhao Hai finally began to use the soul fusion technique. Along with his thoughts, the avatar that was very close to Zhao Hai was like a pushpin that was absorbed by a magnet. It dissolved into Zhao Hai's body. Then it disappeared. Zhao Hai's face didn't have any expression, but he was currently very nervous. This was because he was trying his best to keep the strand of soul force that he absorbed independent. To be honest, this wasn't easy. That strand of soul force originally belonged to him. Moreover, Zhao Hai's main soul force was very strong. That strand of soul force was fine outside, but once it entered Zhao Hai's main soul, it would quickly be assimilated by Zhao Hai's main soul and become a part of his main soul. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to control his own soul force so that it wouldn't assimilate with the other soul force. He needed to make sure that the strand of soul force remained independent. Zhao felt that it was much more difficult to extract soul force. It was like cutting off your finger. It was easy to cut it off, but it was very difficult to reattach it. What was even more difficult was that the finger had its own thoughts, which made it even more difficult to reattach. After an unknown amount of time, the strand of soul force finally stabilized and merged with Zhao Hai's soul. However, it still maintained its independence. Zhao Hai felt relieved. However, there was another problem. At this time, Zhao Hai felt that there were two souls in his head. Although there was no conflict between the two souls, this feeling made Zhao Hai very uncomfortable. Zhao Hai had to sit there and slowly adjust the two souls. Slowly, he made the two souls differentiate between the primary and the secondary. Slowly, he made the two souls get along with each other just like before. When Zhao Hai opened his eyes again, his eyes were clear again. They were even clearer than before. This was because his soul force was much stronger than before. Moreover, after repeated training, his soul force had become more refined. Zhao Hai discovered that soul force could also be trained. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he looked at the clones that were still floating in the air. His eyes flashed with pride. He had never been this confident before. He believed that he could receive all 1,000 clones into his body. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with pride. He had never been this confident before. He believed that he could absorb all 1,000 clones into his body. After the first experiment, Zhao Hai's second experiment was much more accurate. He once again absorbed an avatar into his body, and then combined the soul force with his main soul. This time, Zhao Hai used a lot less time than the first time. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. One by one, the clones returned to Zhao Hai's main body. Zhao Hai constantly adjusted his soul force, tempering his soul force. However, when Zhao Hai absorbed 100 clones, he had no choice but to stop. It wasn't that there was a problem with his soul. At this time, Zhao Hai had completely adjusted his soul. The problem this time was his body. Zhao Hai's body was very strong. Naturally, there wouldn't be any problems. However, the problem this time was that his body wasn't able to adapt. The sudden influx of 100 times more soul force made Zhao Hai feel like a balloon. His body was about to explode from the sudden increase in spiritual qi. Zhao Hai was very clear that his body was special. If it was someone else, they would have already exploded from the spiritual qi. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to adapt his body to the spiritual qi. He didn't dare to absorb any more spiritual qi. If he did, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. When Zhao Hai finally adjusted the spiritual qi in his body, he let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the timer beside him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be startled. It took him a year to completely digest the 100 clones and the spiritual qi. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems like having too many clones wasn't a good thing. He was afraid that it would take him a few years to reach the fusion soul stage. After thinking about how he hadn't seen Laura and the others for a year, Zhao Hai immediately had Kai take them to the space. Before long, Kai and the others returned to the space. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. You've worked hard. How is the situation outside? Laura smiled and said, it's very good. Little Tai's cultivation has been very good. He's already at the late nascent realm. His progress is very fast. Zhao Hai nodded and said, what about Master? Are they doing well? Kai smiled and said, they're doing very well. But I can see that they're worried about you. I didn't expect you to be in seclusion for a year. Brother Hai, have you reached the fusion soul stage yet? Kai looked at the clones that were still floating in the air and asked. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I've only reached 10% of the fusion soul stage. I just managed to fuse my 100 clones with my main body. I didn't expect this process to be so difficult. I'm afraid that it would take a few years before I can fully fuse my clones with my main body. Right, when you go out, tell Master that I'm fine and that I'll be able to come out in a few years. Tell them that they don't need to worry. Laura and the others nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the women and when he saw Julie, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, Julie, you've reached the cloning stage? Indeed, Zhao Hai discovered that Julie had reached the cloning stage. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Julie was the first among the women to reach the cloning stage. Julie smiled and said, right, I've reached the cloning stage. Moreover, I already have a clone. Then Julie's hand moved as a clone that looked exactly like her appeared beside her. Zhao Hai looked at Julie's clone and smiled, what about you? Are you going to make a few more clones and then fuse your soul? Julie smiled and said, in any case, I don't have anything to do. I'll just spend some time on cultivation. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's also good. I can also share some of my experiences with you. Fusing souls isn't an easy thing to do. Laura and the others accompanied Zhao Hai inside the space for some time. They told Zhao Hai about what happened in the outside world this year. Generally speaking, nothing happened in the true spirit realm. Zhao Hai also paid attention to the ghost cultivators. Moreover, their activities had decreased. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. After resting for a few days, Zhao Hai began his second round of cultivation. This time, his cultivation speed was a lot faster compared to the last time. Moreover, Zhao Hai also began to multitask. When the clones were fused with his main body, he began to adjust his soul while also adjusting his spiritual chi. This made his cultivation speed a lot faster. Moreover, this way, Zhao Hai didn't need to stop when he reached 100 clones to adjust his spiritual chi. His efficiency was a lot faster than before. When Zhao Hai fused his 500th clone with his main body, it only took him a year. Zhao Hai calculated that with his current speed, he would be able to leave seclusion in less than a year. Zhao Hai called Laura and the others to the space and asked them about what happened outside. This time, something really did happen outside. This matter was related to the Tyrant Blade sect, but it wasn't very big. The Butterfly sect discovered a ghost cultivator. This ghost cultivator was actually an inner disciple of the Butterfly sect. Zhao Hai didn't expect this ghost cultivator to be an inner disciple of the sect. The reason why the Butterfly sect suspected that there were ghost cultivators in their sect was because the flying dagger that Hu Jilong shot at Li Fei during the previous major competition had corpse poison on it. Furthermore, the corpse poison was not inflicted by Hu Jilong, which aroused the suspicion of the Tyrant Blade School. Then, the Tyrant Blade School secretly communicated with the Butterfly sect about this matter. The Butterfly sect then began a secret internal investigation. It took them 2 years to finally discover the ghost cultivators hidden in their sect. The Butterfly sect's discovery immediately caused an uproar in the true spirit realm. All the great sects immediately began an internal investigation. They didn't want ghost cultivators to infiltrate their ranks. Needless to say, this investigation did find some problems. The great sects found some ghost cultivators hidden within their ranks. However, these ghost cultivators were very fierce. After being discovered, they immediately committed suicide. As a result, although the great sects found some spies, they didn't get any valuable information. The Tyrant Blade sect also began an internal investigation. To be honest, the internal investigation of the Tyrant Blade sect started earlier than the Butterfly sect. However, the Tyrant Blade sect did it secretly, so no one knew about it. When the other sects began their internal investigation, the Tyrant Blade sect's internal investigation was already completed. A total of 5 ghost cultivators were found in the Tyrant Blade sect. One of them was even an elder of the Tyrant Blade sect. Although he wasn't an elder with real power, this was still scary enough. However, the 5 ghost cultivators from the Tyrant's Blade School weren't as lucky as the ghost cultivators from the other sections. They didn't know that the Tyrant's Blade School had already begun an internal investigation. Since they didn't know that they had been discovered, the Tyrant's Blade School used some means to directly control the 5 of them. They didn't even have the chance to commit suicide. The reason for this was strongly requested by the Xianxia elders. The Tyrant Blade sect didn't even torture or interrogate them because the people of the Tyrant Blade sect had been waiting. They were waiting for Xianxia to come out. As long as Xianxia came out, the 5 ghost cultivators wouldn't be able to keep quiet even if they didn't want to. Xianxia didn't say anything about the reaction of the major sects on the continent. After the appearance of the ghost cultivators last time, the major sects on the continent should have already had some reaction. However, in the end, the major sects on the continent didn't have a big reaction to the appearance of the ghost cultivators because it had been peaceful for too long. Although they investigated for a while, they didn't find anything in the end, so they stopped investigating. It was a typical case of loud thunder but little rain. Now that the major sects had reacted, Xianxia felt that it was a little too late. Xianxia knew that the ghost cultivators had already gathered all the information they needed and were preparing to make a move. However, Xianxia also believed that the ghost cultivators wouldn't make a move at this time. Now that the major sects on the continent were investigating the ghost cultivators, it was the time when the major sects were most vigilant. If they made a move at this time, it would undoubtedly be the same as asking for trouble. Therefore, the ghost cultivators wouldn't make a move at this time. Besides the matter of the ghost cultivators, nothing else happened in the continent. On the other hand, the Tyrant's Blade School had some small problems. The disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School who went out for training were ambushed by the Divine Mysteries sect several times. Some of the disciples were even killed. This caused the Tyrant's Blade School to be very dissatisfied. The Tyrant's Blade School and the Divine Mysteries sect had several small conflicts, but because of the origin returning sect, the conflicts weren't very big. However, in this conflict, the Tyrant's Blade School still had some advantages while the Divine Mysteries sect suffered some losses. After Laura and the others left, Xianxia continued to practice his soul-merging technique. At this time, he felt a sense of urgency. Xianxia knew that the ghost cultivators weren't easy to deal with. The major sects on the continent had cleaned up the people that the ghost cultivators had planted in the major sects over the years. The ghost cultivators would certainly retaliate. When the time comes, the next war between the cultivators and the ghost cultivators would begin. Xianxia needed to have the strength to protect himself before the next war. Xianxia has been in seclusion for 3 years now. This matter caused a sensation in the Tyrant's Blade School as well as in the True Spirit realm. Xianxia was no longer a nobody in the True Spirit realm. In the last great competition, he took first place among the cloning experts. It can be said that he was the strongest cloning expert in the True Spirit realm. When he returned to the Tyrant's Blade School, he immediately went into seclusion in order to break through to the combined soul stage. This was something that the other sects were aware of. In the eyes of the other sects, Xianxia should be able to come out of seclusion in less than a month. This was because they weren't blind, they could see that Xianxia was very strong. However, Xianxia's seclusion lasted for 3 years. This was out of everyone's expectations. Even the Xianxia elders didn't expect this. One must know that almost all of the people in the same batch as Xianxia had reached the combined soul stage. Even Li Fei and the others managed to break through to the combined soul stage after a few months. Only Xianxia remained in seclusion for 3 years. This made everyone in the True Spirit realm surprised. Everyone was very anxious. They didn't know what happened to Xianxia. Did something happen while he was in seclusion? Only Laura and the others weren't worried. They were busy comforting the others. Looking at Laura and the others, the people from the Tyrant's Blade School felt relieved. Li Fei had just returned from a mission. Just as he returned to his cave residence, his servant immediately came over and bowed to Li Fei. "Sir, there's a letter for you." Li Fei nodded and received a jade sword message. This jade sword message was similar to the jade sword message in the cultivation realm. However, it could record the words and images of the owner into the jade sword message. As long as the recipient's spiritual energy entered the jade sword message, they would be able to see it. Li Fei took the jade sword message and used his spiritual force to scan it. He discovered that it was sent to him by Laura. Laura smiled at Li Fei and said, "Hello, senior brother Li Fei. I am Zhao Hai's wife, Laura. Zhao Hai will be coming out of seclusion on the 8th of July. If you have time, you can come and get together with him." Li Fei stared, then he calculated the date and immediately went out. Today was the 8th of July. If he didn't go now, then it would be too late. There were also a lot of people who received jade swords like Li Fei. Lin Ling, Xianxia, Blade Rat, and the others also received a jade sword message. Those who participated in the competition with Zhao Hai also received a jade sword message. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to have a good gathering with everyone. This idea was Zhao Hai's. Now that Zhao Hai had merged all of his clones with his main body, his strength was much stronger than before. With 1,000 clones fused with his main body, it wasn't as simple as 1 multiplied by 1,000. There were many other effects. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that he could now fly. In other words, although Zhao Hai was still at the fusion soul stage, he actually had the strength of a teleportation expert. This was absolutely unexpected. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to tell others about this. He would still act like a fusion soul stage cultivator. Naturally, he would be the strongest fusion soul stage cultivator. When Li Fei arrived at Yuanyu Peak, there were already a lot of people there. Everyone was waiting for Zhao Hai to come out. Laura invited them to the dining room and prepared some tea and snacks so that they could chat while waiting. This way, they wouldn't be too bored. It wasn't until noon that Zhao Hai came in from outside. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Lin Ling and the others immediately stood up. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and smiled, "I'm sorry everyone, I'm late. I just came out of seclusion and reported to Master." Lin Ling looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Good, very good. You finally came out of seclusion. I say, kid, everything you do is different from others. Even your seclusion is different from others. This is the first time I've seen someone go into seclusion to break through to the combining soul stage for 3 years. Kid, I really don't know what to say about you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've made senior brother Lin worry. I didn't think that it would take this long. Hee, no matter what, I've finally come out of seclusion. It's been several years since I last saw you, so I invited you all over. Let's have some fun." While speaking, Zhao Hai also greeted the others. After he sat down, Laura and the others immediately took away the tea and snacks and served them food and wine. Everyone began to eat and drink while Zhao Hai toasted from time to time. The atmosphere was very lively. Since Zhao Hai invited so many people, it was impossible for the news to not spread. Before Zhao Hai had a drink with Lin Ling and the others, the news of him coming out of seclusion had already spread. The people of the Tyrant's Blade sect knew about it in the shortest time possible. Then the news spread through various channels throughout the True Spirit realm. To be honest, there were a lot of people in the True Spirit realm who were paying attention to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was the champion of the cloning competition. Moreover, he ascended from the lower realms. He also had 2 ferocious masters and was a person who killed people like flies. It was impossible not to pay attention to such a person. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it. After drinking with Lin Ling and the others, Zhao Hai returned to his peaceful life. On the second day after Zhao Hai came out of seclusion, he went to see Qiu Tai's progress. Qiu Tai was now at the peak of the nascent realm. He could attack the phase condensation realm at any time. His progress was very fast. Seeing Qiu Tai practicing his blade technique in front of him, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but be very happy. Qiu Tai's blade technique wasn't a high-level one, it was just a low-level one. However, Qiu Tai was very serious in his practice. At this point, he had already reached the point of perfection. He was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. This made Zhao Hai very happy. Cultivators in the cultivation realm didn't pay much attention to their techniques. However, Zhao Hai was the opposite. Zhao Hai was very concerned about his techniques. Although Qiu Tai would be walking the path of a body cultivator in the future, body cultivators didn't only focus on the body. Body cultivators just paid more attention to the body's cultivation. Qiu Tai received his blade and stood in front of Zhao Hai. He was now a teenager. Looking at him, Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Good, little Tai. Good move, good cultivation method. The most important thing is the foundation. Don't underestimate basic cultivation methods. All advanced cultivation methods are developed from the foundation of basic cultivation methods. And these basic cultivation methods have been tempered for many years in the true spirit realm, yet they still haven't been eliminated. This shows that they aren't ordinary. You did very well, very well. You did very well." When Qiu Tai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be excited as he said, "Really, young master? I will definitely work harder and not embarrass you, young master." Zhao Hai laughed, then he patted Qiu Tai's shoulder and said, "All right, but you still need to pay attention to your rest. Go and have a good rest." Qiu Tai nodded before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai returned to his room where Laura and the others were waiting for him. After he sat down, he looked at Laura and said, "Laura, have there been any movements from the ghost cultivators recently?" Laura shook her head and said, "No, there's no movement at all. The ghost cultivators seem to have suddenly stopped. This is strange. When the Great Sex investigated, they found a lot of ghost cultivators. Normally, ghost cultivators would have some movements, but they didn't respond at all. This isn't the style of ghost cultivators." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Yes." Zhao Hai replied, "They wouldn't make a move at this time. The ghost cultivators have gone through many battles with the Great Sex, so they have learned to endure. If they make a move at this time, then the hatred of the Great Sex towards the ghost cultivators would be aroused. When the time comes, the ghost cultivators wouldn't be able to get away with it." Laura nodded and said, "It seems like the ghost cultivators aren't ready yet. If they were, they would have already launched their attack. But looking at their current state, I'm afraid that they're almost done with their preparations. Even before the Great Sex started their self-inspection, their activities have already decreased. This shows that they've already collected almost everything they need. Although they're almost done with their preparations, they're still not fully prepared. As long as they're ready, they would immediately launch their attack." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I heard that the Great Sex have caught a few of them. They're waiting for me to come out of seclusion and interrogate them. Now that I'm out, I think it wouldn't take long for the Great Sex to send someone to interrogate them. I hope that I'll be able to get some useful information from their mouths." Laura shook her head and said, "I don't think so. Those spies have been sent to the sect a long time ago. Moreover, in order to prevent those spies from being discovered, besides having them hide poison in their mouths and bodies, they would also use other means. For example, it's impossible for those spies to know everything." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Right now, we can only take one step at a time. The Great Sex of the true spiritual realm have been dealing with the ghost cultivators for a long time. I don't believe that they have no way of dealing with them. I believe that although the Great Sex are silent right now, I'm afraid that they've already started their preparations. Those Great Sex aren't fools. Otherwise, they wouldn't have existed until now." Laura nodded, then she said, "Brother Hai, what about us? Do we also need to make some preparations? You must know that you've offended the ghost cultivators. If they retaliate, I'm afraid that they wouldn't let you off." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Our preparations are useless. If the Tyrant's Blade sect and the Great Sex of the true spiritual realm can't stop the ghost cultivators, then it's impossible for us to do so. Even if we take out all of the space's resources, we still wouldn't be able to compare to the Great Sex of the true spiritual realm. If the ghost cultivators can really sweep through the true spiritual realm, then our struggles would be useless." Laura and the others agreed with Zhao Hai's words. In the face of the big picture, a little bit of resistance was simply useless. If the Great Sex of the true spiritual realm can block the ghost cultivators, then they would naturally be safe. If they can't, then it would be impossible for them to pose any threat to the ghost cultivators. The Yinyang elders followed Zhao Hai to a cave mansion. there were two cultivators standing in front of the door. These two cultivators were unexpectedly transcending realm experts. The two stood there expressionlessly. When they saw the three approaching, the two cultivators looked at them and said, "Password." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Password." Elder Yin said, "Yin Yang command, reply." The cultivator said, "Tyrannical saber." "Elders, this way please." The Yin Yang elders nodded and walked inside. After entering the immortal cave, Zhao Hai was surprised. Upon entering the immortal cave, there was a long passage. It looked a bit gloomy. On both sides of the passage, there was a cultivator every 2 meters. These cultivators were all transcending realm cultivators. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Elder Yang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This is the Tyrant's Blade Sect's dungeon. In the past, there were some important prisoners here. Some of these prisoners were enemies of the Tyrant's Blade Sect, some of them were demonic cultivators who had committed evil deeds for many years. Any one of them was an illustrious figure in the true spirit realm. However, we don't know how many of them are still alive. This time, I brought you here to see the ghost cultivators that we captured." Elder Yang nodded and said, Elder Yin said, "Since the day this dungeon was built, it hasn't been broken through. It's very sturdy. Also, did you hear our password? If you want to enter the dungeon, you have to be a rank 5 elder or above. Furthermore, every elder has their own unique password. Even if others know our password, they won't be able to enter this place." Zhao Hai nodded. It seems like the defense of this dungeon was very strict. He calculated that there were already dozens of transcending realm cultivators in the area. Moreover, there were also some people who were hiding their auras. These people's strength was even more terrifying. Most importantly, the people who entered this cave were all 5th rank elders of the Tyrannical Saber School and above. One must know that the elders of the Tyrannical Saber School were also divided into 9 ranks. 9th rank was the highest while 1st rank was the lowest. 1st rank elders only had the title of elder, they didn't care about anything. 5th rank elders were elders of the important departments of the Tyrannical Saber School. As for 9th rank elders, they were generally great elders of the school. Currently, the Yin Yang elders were 7th rank elders of the Tyrannical Saber School. The Yin Yang elders told Zhao Hai about some taboos when entering the dungeon. While they were talking, they turned a corner. As soon as they turned the corner, Zhao Hai stared blankly. In front of him was a huge cave. The entire cave was as big as a dozen football fields. There were some formations engraved on the ground. Some cultivators were practicing martial arts while some braziers were placed around the cave. The people who were practicing martial arts were all at the teleportation realm. There were about 100 of them. Just these people alone were enough to give people a headache. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that there were countless formations in the cave. Even if the Yin Yang elders wanted to attack this cave, they would still be defeated here. When the teleportation realm cultivators saw someone come in, they immediately stopped. When they saw the Yin Yang elders, their faces immediately showed an understanding expression. Then they saluted the Yin Yang elders and said, "We have seen the 2 elders." The Yin Yang elder waved his hand and said, "Let's go." "Where's that old man? Is he hiding to drink again?" The cultivators looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Then one of the cultivators said to the Yin Yang elders, "Elder Lao is resting in the secret room. 2 elders, please." The Yin Yang elder nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "All right, let's go." Then the 2 led Zhao Hai inside. Meanwhile, the gazes of the teleportation realm cultivators were focused on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also felt the gazes of these people. However, he didn't care. He just smiled as he followed behind the 2 elders. When the teleportation realm cultivators saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they couldn't help but secretly nod. Not to mention Zhao Hai's strength, just his state of mind was enough to make him an expert. Before long, the 3 arrived in front of a small cave. The Yin Yang elder wasn't polite and directly entered the cave. While walking, he loudly said, "Lao Zi, you drunkard. Why didn't you greet us when we arrived?" A somewhat lazy voice was heard, "Why did you 2 old men come so late? That disciple of yours who didn't come out of seclusion has finally come out." What surprised Zhao Hai was that this voice belonged to a woman. A woman guarding a prison. Zhao Hai also entered the cave. Upon entering the cave, Zhao Hai stared. This was because he smelled the fragrance of wine, a very mellow wine aroma. Before long, a mountain appeared in front of Zhao Hai. This was a very large cave. The area of the cave was probably more than 1,000 square meters. The most praiseworthy thing about this cave was that there were many shelves in the cave. And on these shelves, there were wine bottles and wine jars. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately focused his attention on the person sitting in the middle of the cave. It was a woman, a very beautiful woman. Her long hair hung down to her waist. Her eyes were like waves and were slightly blurred. It was as if she was slightly drunk. She was dressed in a red robe and was sitting on a snow-white beast skin. Her face was flushed red, and her skin was as smooth as cream. Her facial features were exquisite to the extreme. On her left was an embroidered dun. She was gently leaning on the embroidered dun. In her right hand was a jade cup filled with dark red wine. There was a small table in front of her. On the small table, there were 2 plates of fresh fruits and a jade bottle. Zhao Hai could even see that under the red robe, a jade-like foot was sticking out. Beautiful. It was a kind of beauty that could captivate one's soul. It was a kind of beauty that could make a person stop breathing. However, Zhao Hai's heart was as hard as stone. And with his love for Laura and the others, Zhao Hai was only stunned for a moment before his eyes returned to normal. Zhao Hai's performance didn't escape the eyes of the other 3. When the Yin-Yang elders saw Zhao Hai's reaction, they couldn't help but smile. As for the red-robed woman, when she saw Zhao Hai's reaction, she couldn't help but stare. Then a playful smile appeared on her face. Elder Yin laughed and said, "I must say, Laozi, you seem to be quite carefree these days." "Zhao Hai, greet Elder Lao." Zhao Hai complied, then he stepped forward and bowed to Elder Lao. Zhao Hai has seen Elder Lao. Elder Lao waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Yin Yang, you too have received a good disciple. Why do you want to talk about those fellows?" Elder Yin nodded and said, "Because Zhao Hai didn't come out of seclusion, we didn't mention those fellows. But now, we need to get information about the ghost cultivators from their mouths." Elder Lao nodded, then he clapped his hands twice. Immediately, a teleportation realm cultivator entered the cave. The cultivator didn't dare look at Elder Lao, he just bowed and said, "Elder, what are your orders?" Elder Lao said, "Go, and bring those ghost cultivators over." The cultivator immediately complied, then he turned around and left. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Bring them over? Could it be that those cultivators were beaten to the point where they couldn't move? Before long, the cultivators carried 5 people into Elder Lao's cave. The people being carried were wearing the clothes of the Tyrant's Blade sect. Their complexions were very ruddy, they didn't look like they were beaten up at all. Instead, they looked like they were drunk. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the Yin-Yang elders with a puzzled expression. Elder Yin looked at the faces of the 5 people and said, "Old man, your 1,000-year intoxication is really formidable. You've been drunk for several years and they still haven't woken up. Amazing." Elder Lao smiled and said, "It wasn't easy to concoct this 1,000-year intoxication. If the sect didn't want them to live, then I wouldn't be willing to take it out." Elder Yin smiled and said, "Of course, your 1,000-year intoxication is famous in the true spirit realm. But this time, if it weren't for your 1,000-year intoxication, then it wouldn't have been easy for these fellows to stay here. Zhao Hai, I'll leave it to you. Don't dirty this place." Zhao Hai understood what Elder Yin meant, so he immediately nodded. Then he waved his hand and the 5 people on the ground disappeared. Then they reappeared in front of Zhao Hai and the others. However, each of them had a clear expression on their faces. If it weren't for the lack of vitality in their bodies, then nobody would think that they were undead. Zhao Hai looked at the 5 undead, then he turned to Elder Yin and said, "Master, it's done." Elder Yin looked at Zhao Hai with approval. Then he turned to the teleportation realm cultivators and said, "You can leave." The teleportation realm cultivators nodded before they turned around and left. After the group left, Elder Yin looked at the 5 undead and said, "Tell me, are you ghost cultivators?" At this time, they weren't completely sure if these people were ghost cultivators or not. However, the true spirit realm's attitude towards ghost cultivators was to not let them off. Therefore, even if these people weren't ghost cultivators, the Yin-Yang elders wouldn't have any psychological burden. Zhao Hai also didn't have any. Just as Elder Yin's voice fell, the 5 undead simultaneously replied, "Yes, we are ghost cultivators." Elder Yin nodded with satisfaction, then he said, "Do you know how many ghost cultivators there are in the Tyrant's Blade School? How did you infiltrate the Tyrant's Blade School?" The elder among the 5 ghost cultivators said in a deep voice, "Elder, as far as I know, there are a total of 12 ghost cultivators in the Tyrant's Blade School. We are all from ghost cultivator clans and were selected by our clans when we were young. We were sent to the Tyrant's Blade School when we weren't cultivating. This way, no one would suspect our identities. 4 of them are my subordinates, and there are 7 more. I can immediately give you a list of names." Elder Yin stared blankly, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, are you sure these guys are undead? Can undead answer questions like this?" "Master, don't worry, they are indeed undead. But my undead are different from other undead. They are very smart, and can communicate and think like humans. But they will completely obey my orders." Zhao smiled. Then he said, "Master, don't worry. They are indeed undead. But my undead are different." The Yin-Yang elders led Zhao Hai out of the dungeon. Their faces were filled with shock. They weren't scared by the ghost cultivators, they were very clear about their methods. What really shocked them were Zhao Hai's undead. If the undead didn't exude death qi, didn't have a heartbeat, and didn't breathe, then the Yin-Yang elders wouldn't have thought that they were undead. This was because these things were too smart. Even some cultivators might not be as smart as these undead. Not only did these undead retain their consciousness, they also retained their abilities, including their ability to think. This was very frightening. After the 2 arrived outside the dungeon, they turned to Zhao Hai and said, "All right, Zhao Hai, you go back first. We'll send the list to the sect." Zhao Hai nodded, then his body flashed with white light as he disappeared from the dungeon. At this point, the Yin-Yang elders had obtained the testimony of the 5 ghost cultivators. Not only did they have their own testimonies, they also had the information that they could provide. Therefore, the list of ghost cultivators was very useful to the Tyrant's Blade sect. However, what the 2 were thinking about right now wasn't the confession. Elder Yin turned to Elder Yang and smiled bitterly, "That kid Zhao Hai really gave us a pleasant surprise. Old Yang, have you heard of a sect that can refine undead to this degree?" Elder Yin looked at Elder Yang and smiled bitterly, "That kid Zhao Hai really gave us a pleasant surprise. Including ghost cultivators, evil cultivators, and devil path sects?" Elder Yang shook his head, then he smiled bitterly and said, I've never heard of them. We've been to a lot of places in the true spiritual realm. Whether it's ghost cultivators, devil cultivators, or evil cultivators, we've fought with them all. We've also fought with all kinds of refined corpses, battle corpses, and ghosts. However, this is the first time I've encountered an undead like Zhao Hai. Right, I forgot to ask, do you think that Zhao Hai's undead can still cultivate? When I look at them, why do I feel that they can continue to cultivate? Elder Yin shook his head and said, "I don't know. Let's go back and ask Little Hai. This kid, hee. Let's go." Then a white light flashed from their bodies and they disappeared. After Zhao Hai returned to Yuan Yu Peak, he immediately called for Laura and the others. After Laura and the others sat down in the living room, Zhao Hai said, "I've figured it out. From what they know, there are still 7 ghost cultivators in the Tyrant's Blade sect. They've already provided a list of names. I think Master will make his move soon." Laura nodded and said, "What's next?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "They don't know about the ghost cultivators' operations, but the most recent order they received from the ghost cultivators was to lie low and wait for an opportunity. The previous mission they received was to understand the defense system of the Tyrant's Blade School's main hall, as well as the composition and defense of all the members of the Tyrant's Blade School." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura couldn't help but stare. Then her complexion changed as she said, "Could it be that those ghost cultivators want to simultaneously attack the Tyrant's Blade School's main hall and its branches? That was impossible, right? How could the ghost cultivators have that kind of strength? Did they say where those ghostly cultivators are and how strong they are now?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "They did, but the place they mentioned was very famous." This was because Master clearly remembered that the place they mentioned was just a small town. Moreover, a few years ago, there was an attack by demonic beasts. Everyone in the town was killed, not a single person was left alive. As for the strength of the ghost cultivators, they didn't know about it. They had joined the Tyrant's Blade School when they were young, so they knew nothing about the situation of the ghost cultivators. Speaking up to here, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Moreover, as you said before, they only contacted each other through a single line. There were only 12 people on this line, but the people who contacted them weren't from the Tyrant's Blade School. As for who they were, they didn't know. They just used a transmission formation to contact the other party. Laura knit her brows and said, "Good method." Even if the Tyrant's Blade School wanted to investigate, they wouldn't be able to. Fierce. It seems like this line can only provide so many clues. Right, did they say how much they divulged about the situation of the Tyrant's Blade School? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "They divulged a lot. Don't forget, there's a rank 3 elder among them. Although he doesn't have much authority, he still knows a few things about the Tyrant's Blade School. Besides the Tyrant's Blade School's defensive formation, they also know about the school's main defenses." Laura's complexion couldn't help but change as she said, "Like this, the Tyrant's Blade School is now in a passive position. Since the other party knows everything about the Tyrant's Blade School, this wouldn't be good." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "The most troublesome part is yet to come. Do you know what position the Ghost Cultivator Elder has in the Tyrant's Blade School? He manages the affairs of the inner court disciples. In other words, he knows how many inner court disciples the Tyrant's Blade School has." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although the peak strength of the sect was still the elders and the core disciples were promoted from true disciples while the true disciples were promoted from inner disciples. Zhao Hai was in charge of managing the affairs of the inner disciples, so he had a clear idea of how many inner disciples the Tyrant's Blade School had. He could also check the records of the sect and calculate how many true disciples and core disciples there were. Because of this, the strength of the Tyrant's Blade School was almost completely understood. The core fighting strength of a sect was of course the true disciples, core disciples, and elders. However, the inner sect disciples were also a force that couldn't be underestimated. Even if he didn't tell the ghost cultivators about the number of true disciples and core disciples, and even if he was wrong about the number of true disciples and core disciples, just telling the ghost cultivators about the number of true disciples and core disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School was a huge blow to the ghost cultivators. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Now we'll have to see how the sect reacts. If the sect's reaction is too intense, then I'm afraid that the other sects would suppress us before the ghost cultivators could even attack us." Sigh, this is really troublesome. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what are you going to do?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then said, "I'm going to go to the place that they mentioned before and see if there are any clues left there. Although it's deserted, it's still a place where the ghost cultivators stayed. If there are any clues there, then we might be able to find the ghost cultivators' lair." Laura thought for a moment and then nodded, "That's good, we'll go there and see." "How long will you be gone this time?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's not me, it's us. I'm going to bring you along, even little Tai. In any case, Master is here, so there's no need to worry. What do you think?" When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their eyes lit up as they said, "Good, that's great. We've been wanting to go out and play with you for a long time. Now we have the opportunity. Moreover, Laura, it's impossible for you to not fight. There are void-piercing experts in the true spirit realm. If one day we encounter a void-piercing expert and you can't enter the space ahead of time, then you need to have a certain amount of fighting strength in order to ensure your safety. This can also be considered as a trial for you. In addition, little Tai has been cultivating for a long time. Although he has fought with beasts before, his combat experience is still too little. He is about to break through to the doubting phase stage, so he can't have no experience in fighting. Therefore, we need to bring him along." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Little Tai has been cultivating for a long time. Although he has fought with beasts before, his combat experience is still too little. He is about to break through to the doubting phase stage, so he can't have no experience in fighting. Therefore, we need to bring him along. Laura thought for a moment, then she nodded and said, that's good. Although little Tai is still young, he's very steady. It's also time for him to gain some combat experience. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, the chaos is coming. We need to seize every moment to improve our strength. Only then will we be able to survive the coming chaos. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Laura nodded. At this time, Zhao Hai's expression changed as he said, Master is back. Let's go and discuss with him. Then Zhao Hai stood up and walked outside. The Yinyang elders had indeed returned. Moreover, they were preparing to head towards Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai come out to greet them, Elderine immediately nodded and said, let's go, we'll talk inside. Zhao Hai nodded and then led the two to the living room. After sitting down, Meg served them tea. After the two sat down and drank the tea, Elderine said, we've just given our testimony to the sect master. The sect master will be making secret adjustments in the near future. If we adjust too quickly, not only would we alarm the ghost cultivators, the other sects would also be wary of us. That wouldn't be good for us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, we've just analyzed the situation. It's not too late to make adjustments, so we can't be too hasty. Otherwise, the great sects might think that we're going to make a move, which would be even more disadvantageous for us. Right, Master, I have another request. I want to take Laura and the others to the place that was abandoned by the ghost cultivators and see if we can find any clues. When Elderine heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned his head to Elder Yang. Elder Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly, then he said, we've already discussed this matter. You're now a fusion soul stage cultivator, so you need to go out and train. It just so happens that the sect wants you to go to the abandoned town to see if you can find any clues. Because of this, we decided to send you out. But do you really want to take Laura and the others with you? Zhao nodded and said, Laura and the others have been practicing well recently, but they don't have much experience in fighting. I want to take them out for a trial. Also, little Tai should go with us. This time, we're going to the town to take a look, but at the same time, we need to give them a good trial. Elderine nodded and said, all right, you should let them go out to train. If they just cultivate at home, they won't be able to become experts. Although you're still a fusion soul stage cultivator, your strength should be at the peak of the fusion soul stage. Although your strength isn't very strong, you still have a lot of means. You shouldn't have any problem staying alive. The sect won't send people to follow you. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, there's no need to send people to follow me. I can do it myself, Master can rest assured. Elderine nodded and said, right, little Hai, I have something to ask you. You need to answer me honestly. Can your undead cultivate on their own? Zhao Hai stared for a moment, he didn't think that Elderine would ask this question. He nodded and said, yes, Master. Those undead can cultivate on their own. Moreover, after I become a soul union cultivator, those undead can still retain the strength they had when they were alive. When the Yinyang elders heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. One must know that the 5 ghost cultivators that Zhao Hai killed just now had a high status in the Tyrant's Blade sect. Especially the ghost cultivator elder, he was a teleportation realm cultivator. In other words, Zhao Hai had a teleportation realm cultivator as his henchman. Naturally, this ability wasn't as simple as just being used to save one's life. If this ability was used well, it wouldn't only benefit Zhao Hai, it would benefit the entire Tyrant's Blade sect. Just think about it, the Tyrant's Blade sect would suddenly have a large number of powerful undead. This would be a huge shock to the enemy. It could even change the outcome of a battle. The two remained silent for a long time. They were shocked by Zhao Hai's mysterious abilities. However, it was clear that Zhao Hai wasn't going to let them off. Zhao Hai flipped his hand and a jade slip appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai handed the jade slip to Elderine and said, Master, during these 3 years of seclusion, there was a period of time where I felt uneasy and impatient. I wasn't able to continue cultivating, so I studied the Divine Machine sect's Divine Machine Puppet. Master, this is the refining method of the Divine Machine Puppet, including the core arrays. Moreover, I've added several arrays to the Divine Machine Puppet. This way, the divine machine puppet will be even more powerful than the divine machine sect's divine machine puppet. Eldarine received the jade slip from Zhao Hai in a daze. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Zhao Hai, did you make this yourself? Is it really a divine machine puppet?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, master can rest assured. I've already successfully replicated a divine machine puppet. Its effect is even better than the original divine machine puppet. I believe that with this thing, the sect's strength will increase once again." Eldarine looked at Zhao Hai and asked in confusion, "How did you know about the refining method of the divine machine puppet? Isn't that something that the divine machine sect has been keeping a secret? The sect spent countless manpower and resources to replicate a divine machine puppet. How did you do it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Master, I'm actually a divergent ability user. My strongest divergent ability is decomposing and synthesizing. However, my current level is too low, so I can't decompose things that are too advanced. However, I can decompose things like the divine machine puppet." This was the first time that Zhao Hai told the Yin-Yang elders about this ability. The Yin-Yang elders also didn't notice Zhao Hai's ability before. In fact, the people of the true spirit realm generally looked down on the cultivators of the lower realms. Of course, this was with the exception of those who ascended to the true spirit realm. This was because those who ascended to the true spirit realm were geniuses among geniuses. What they looked down on were the cultivation methods of the cultivation realm. In their view, the cultivation methods of the cultivation realm were very poor. They couldn't even compare to the most common methods of the true spirit realm. Because of this, the Yin-Yang elders didn't know what Zhao Hai's ability was. They also didn't ask about it in detail. So when they heard Zhao Hai talk about Zhao Hai's ability, the two elders couldn't help but stare. The two looked at Zhao Hai for a while before they reacted. The Yin-Yang elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Decomposition and synthesis? What kind of ability is that?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is a very special meaning. I can decompose pills and artifacts into their most primitive materials. I can even know the refining method and the formation used. Synthesis can be regarded as a special refining method. For example, I can prepare some herbs and then directly synthesize them into pills. It's much simpler than refining." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "But I can also use this technique to break down pills and refine them." When the Yin-Yang elders heard Zhao Hai, their eyes couldn't help but shine. They knew what kind of changes Zhao Hai's ability could bring to Zongrang. In the true spirit realm, the competition between the great sects was much more brutal than the cultivation realm. The artifacts and pills used by the great sects were unique to them. Their formulas were also strictly confidential. The great sects were very enthusiastic about stealing the formulas of other sections. If they can crack the artifacts of other sects, then they can think of a way to deal with the great sects. This way, the great sects would be able to take advantage of the situation. Because of this, when Zhao Hai said that he had this ability, the Yin-Yang elders were very surprised. Once Zhao Hai had this ability, then the abilities of the other sects wouldn't be a secret to Zhao Hai. Elder Yin's expression became solemn as he said, "Zhao Hai, do you really have this ability?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I do. But the things I can decompose are very few. Moreover, they aren't very high-level items." Elder Yang said in a deep voice, "No matter what, this ability is very important to our Tyrant's Blade School. No wonder your refining technique is so powerful, it's because of this ability." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes. But this time, the things I can do are a lot weaker. Therefore, I didn't show it before." Eldarine nodded and said, "Postpone your trip for a few days. Come with me to the sect's warehouse and see if there's anything you can decompose." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's not a problem. But the things I can decompose are very low-level items. They're about the same level as the divine armament puppet." Strictly speaking, the divine armament puppet wasn't a very high-level artifact. This kind of thing was very lethal to some low-level cultivators. But for high-level cultivators, it wasn't very useful. As long as one's strength reached the transcending dust realm, the divine armament puppet would be useless to them. But even so, the divine armament puppet was still an extraordinary artifact. At the very least, it could pose a threat to most low-level cultivators. In fact, Zhao Hai could decompose higher-level artifacts. However, Zhao Hai didn't do so. He had already exposed a lot of things, so he couldn't expose them all at once. Elder nodded and said, "Let's go." "We'll go now." Then the Yinyang elders immediately stood up and pulled Zhao Hai outside. The three quickly arrived at the Chopping Heaven Hall and directly looked for the sect master. The sect master attached great importance to this matter. This matter was related to the entire Tyrant's Saber sect. The sect master personally led Zhao Hai to an armory in the back. The armory was filled with artifacts. However, these artifacts had one thing in common. They weren't artifacts of the Tyrant's Saber sect. They were artifacts of other sections. Zhao Hai saw a lot of divine armament puppets here, as well as artifacts like butterfly knives. The sect master turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you can use these artifacts as you wish. Decompose as much as you can. It doesn't matter if they break." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the arsenal. There were at least several thousand artifacts inside. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, sect master. Give me a few days and I'll be done." Zhao Hai nodded. The sect master nodded and said, "All right, I'll have the people in the armory withdraw. Now, this place belongs to you." Then the sect master waved his hand and led the Yin-Yang elders out of the armory. Then he closed the armory and had people stand guard outside. He didn't want anyone to disturb Zhao Hai. The sect master and the Yin-Yang elders returned to the Chopping Heaven Hall. Upon entering the hall, the sect master sighed and said, "If Little Hai wasn't a genius, then I would have made him improve his abilities as soon as possible. What a pity." An elder looked at the sect master and said, "What's there to pity? You should be happy that a genius like Little Hai appeared in the sect." The sect master didn't mind, he just chuckled and said, "Good, for the sect to have such a genius, it's really good. This time, Lin Ling has done a great service, bringing Little Hai into the sect. Good, this is a very good thing." The sect master didn't mind. Elder Yang said, "After some time, Little Hai will go out for a trial. He wants to go to the stronghold that was abandoned by the ghost cultivators and see if he can find any clues. This trial is very important for Little Hai." The sect master nodded and said, "It's also very dangerous. Little Hai has a lot of enemies, and none of them are weak. The most important thing is that Cui Wuxin hasn't been caught yet. Cui Wuxin is famous for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. The last time he dealt with Little Hai, he suffered a loss. That guy definitely won't let Little Hai go. Although Cui Wuxin hasn't reached the teleportation realm, the ghost cultivators have a lot of means. We still need to remind Little Hai to be careful." Elderine nodded and said, "We've already thought of a way. That is to equip Little Hai's wives and Chiu Tai with saber tokens. Old Yang and I have sealed each token with our own saber chi in case of an emergency." The sect master nodded and said, "This method is good. However, we still need to give Little Hai a GPS device so that he can carry it with him. This way, if something happens, we can rush there in the shortest time to provide support." Elderine nodded. He can see that the sect master valued Zhao Hai more than a core disciple. However, this was normal in Elder Yin's opinion. If a sect had a disciple like Zhao Hai, then they would also attach great importance to him. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. He was currently inside the armory, decomposing the artifacts. In fact, it wasn't difficult for him to decompose the artifacts. He just needed to throw them into the processing machine and decompose them. After breaking it down, Zhao Hai would record the refining process and the formations used in it in a jade slip. Each artifact would have its own jade slip. In the process of decomposing the artifacts, Zhao Hai also obtained a lot of benefits. Not to mention other things, just the formations inside the artifacts gave him a lot of benefits. Although he obtained a lot of formations before, those formations were just ordinary formations. They weren't even the core formations of the Tyrant's Saber Gate. But now that he was decomposing the artifacts, he obtained formations that were unique to other sects. These formations were generally kept secret by the sects. It can be said that these formations were very important to Zhao Hai. Each sect's formations were perfectly integrated with the artifacts used by the sect. It can be said that these formations had some similarities with the sect's martial arts. Because of this, the sects attached great importance to these artifacts. Now that Zhao Hai obtained these formations, they would be of great help to him. As the artifacts were decomposed one by one, Zhao Hai obtained more formations. However, Zhao Hai didn't decompose these formations into materials and placed them inside the armory. After he decomposed the artifacts, he would synthesize them back to their original form. He didn't want people to know that he had this ability. He believed that the Yin-Yang elders would do the same. Zhao Hai's guess wasn't wrong. Now, in the entire Tyrant's Saber Gate, besides Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others, only the Yin-Yang elders and the sect master knew about this. Nobody else knew about this. The sect didn't want to tell anyone about this, it would become the Tyrant's Saber Gate's top secret. Time passed day by day. Zhao Hai stayed inside the armory for half a month. In fact, he had already finished decomposing the artifacts. However, he didn't come out of the armory. He didn't want to come out too early, otherwise his strength would be exposed. After half a month, Zhao Hai came out of the armory. When he came out of the armory, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because there were 2 teleportation realm cultivators standing outside the armory. Moreover, there was also an elder personally guarding the place. When the elder saw Zhao Hai come out, he immediately greeted him and said, "Little Zhao Hai, you came out? The sect master wants you to come out and see him immediately." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed the elder towards the heaven chopping hall. On the other hand, the 2 teleportation realm cultivators looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Before, they were temporarily transferred to the armory to guard the entrance. They thought that there were some secrets inside the armory. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would come out from inside. This made the 2 surprised. They didn't understand why a fusion soul expert would come to the armory. Moreover, he even asked 2 teleportation realm cultivators to guard the door. Zhao Hai followed the elder to the heaven chopping hall. The sect master had already received the news, so he directly let Zhao Hai enter the hall. On the other hand, the elder didn't. This made the elder somewhat puzzled. Zhao Hai entered the hall, then he bowed to the sect master and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the sect master. I didn't disappoint you, the mission has been completed." The sect master looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So fast? Good, good, I'll immediately have people move the materials from the armory." Zhao Hai quickly replying to the sect master, "There's no need to move them. There aren't any materials in the armory. After I decompose the artifacts, I'll synthesize them back to their original state. There won't be any flaws." The sect master stared, then his eyes lit up as he said, "Good, that's even better. Do you know how to refine those weapons?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I know everything." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a spatial bag and handed it over to the sect master. "Sect master, this is the refining method and the formations used to make these artifacts." Zhao Hai nodded. The sect master opened the spatial bag and used his spiritual force to explore it. He found that there were a lot of jade slips inside. Counting them carefully, he estimated that there were more than 1,000 of them. The sect master casually took out a jade slip and saw that the jade slip had the words, 8 chopping saber, all materials, Burma iron, fierce sun steel, bronze powder. Not only did the jade slip record the materials, formations, and refining methods of the artifacts, it was also very detailed. It also clearly recorded when and how to use fire. It was definitely a good thing. The sect master nodded with satisfaction, then he received the jade slip and carefully put the spatial bag away. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I heard that you're going out for a trial?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes. When I interrogated those ghost cultivators, I learned that they came from a very remote town under our tyrant's blade school. Later on, I heard that the town was attacked by a beast sect and everyone died. I think that the town was a stronghold of the ghost cultivators, but it might have been abandoned. I want to go there and see if they left any clues behind." The sect master nodded and said, "It's good to go and have a look, but you have to be careful. You have a lot of enemies now, and that Cui Wuxin hasn't been found yet. He may come to deal with you. You used to go to the trial alone, but now you're taking your wife and the others with you, so you're in even greater danger. You have to be more careful, and ask for help from the sect when necessary. It's not a shameful thing. Also, this trial is different from the last one. Last time you went out, you couldn't reveal your identity as a member of the Tyrant's Blade School to others, but this time you can reveal it. You couldn't contact the branches last time, but you can still do so this time, understand? Do you understand? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, I understand. Rest assured, Sect Master. I don't want to die right now. The Sect Master chuckled, then he waved his hand and said, go. If you don't go back, the Yinyang brothers will come and ask me for you. Zhao Hai nodded, then he bowed to the Sect Master before turning around and leaving. The Sect Master looked at Zhao Hai's back, then he couldn't help but sigh and said, the Yinyang brothers took advantage of you. If I found out, I would have already accepted you as my disciple. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't know about the Sect Master's size. As soon as he came out of the Chopping Heaven Hall, he immediately used the transmission formation and returned to Yuanyu Peak. The Yinyang elders were already waiting for him there. When Zhao Hai saw the Yinyang elders, he couldn't help but be surprised. He immediately bowed and said, Master, how did you know that I came out? The Yinyang elder smiled and said, I told the people in the Chopping Heaven Hall that as long as they saw you, they would immediately inform us. Therefore, I received the news as soon as you arrived. Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed the two elders into the living room. After sitting down, Eldarine looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, how is the situation? Have you dealt with it? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I've already dealt with it. I gave the jade slip to the Sect Master. Eldarine said, it's good that you've dealt with it. Rest at home for a few days before going out to train. Here, this is for you. Keep it with you at all times. Zhao Hai took the thing and looked at it. It was a round, jade-like thing. Zhao Hai looked at Eldarine, puzzled. Eldarine replied, this is a protective jade pendant that only core disciples have. Not only can it release a protective shield to protect you, it can also transmit your location to the sect. Then the sect can send people to support you. This is a life-saving item, you must take it with you. Eldarine nodded, alright, I'll give it to you. Zhao Hai nodded, then he received the jade pendant. Elder Yang opened his mouth and said, we've already given Laura, the others, and little Tai each a saber token. Both of our saber chis are sealed inside. Remember it well, how you use it is up to you. Zhao Hai nodded, then the Yinyang elders stood up and turned around to leave. After they left, Laura and the others came out. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, when do we leave? Zhao Hai smiled and said, we'll leave tomorrow. This time, we'll take a carriage. Laura and the others cheered and immediately went to pack their things. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others bid farewell to the Yinyang elders and went down Yuanyu Peak. When they arrived at the foot of Yuanyu Peak, Zhao Hai waved his hand and released a carriage. When the carriage came out, Qiu Tai, who was beside Zhao Hai, couldn't help but stare. This was because the carriage was too big. The carriage was about 10 meters long, 5 meters high, and 4 meters wide. It had 10 wheels in total. There was a seat for the driver at the front of the carriage, a door at the back of the carriage, and a small platform at the back of the carriage. There was also a platform at the top of the carriage. The carriage was covered with a faint bronze light. On both sides of the carriage, there were 8 windows. These windows were divided into 2 layers. One could see at a glance that the carriage also had 2 layers. Qiu Tai had never seen such a big carriage before. It was too heavy and wasn't flexible enough. Wasn't it too inconvenient? Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said to Qiu Tai, Little Tai, let's go. Qiu Tai nodded and then followed Zhao Hai to the carriage. When he arrived at the carriage, Qiu Tai couldn't help but stare. This was because he was very familiar with the layout of the carriage. The layout of the carriage was very similar to Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai looked at the carriage and nodded with satisfaction. He didn't want to be sneaky in this trial. He wanted to be open and aboveboard. Although this carriage was better than the small Hell King's ship, it was still a bit conspicuous. This was enough for him. Zhao Hai looked at the carriage and nodded in satisfaction. Although there were some large artifacts in the true spirit realm, there weren't a lot of them. They didn't rely on large artifacts to fight. Large artifacts were mainly used to show off one's identity. Zhao's carriage was actually a modified version of the 8 Cyan Jade Chariot. It was actually a magic artifact, but in order to not let people think that it was a magic artifact, Zhao released 2 undead and 8 magic horses. The 2 undead were the drivers, while the 8 magic horses were used to pull the carriage. Although the carriage didn't need to be pulled, in order to not let people think that it was a magic artifact, he still needed to use them to support the carriage. After the 2 undead hitched the carriage, they drove it away. At the same time, Laura and the others arranged things inside the carriage. The first floor of the carriage had a living room, a kitchen, and a room for Chiu Tai. The second floor was for Zhao Hai and the others. There was also a platform on the roof where one could practice martial arts. The carriage had a very good shock-absorbing effect. Sitting inside the carriage was like sitting in one's own room. Zhao Hai sat in the living room while Chiu Tai stood beside him. While Laura and the others were tidying up the room, the carriage was already on its way. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were still outside the Tyrant's Blade Sect's Great Hall. From time to time, they would encounter some cultivators. When these cultivators saw Zhao Hai's carriage, they would stop and look. This was because the carriage was very big. These cultivators wanted to know who this carriage belonged to. Along the way, the speed of the carriage wasn't very fast. They didn't stop at noon and just ate inside the carriage. Inside the carriage, there were a lot of things to eat. Meg's lunch wasn't any different from what she had at home. After traveling until dark, they stopped at a small town. When Zhao Hai's carriage entered the town, the people inside immediately went into an uproar. This was the first time they saw such a magnificent carriage. This small town also had a branch of the Tyrant's Blade sect. Zhao Hai's carriage directly arrived in front of the branch. After the carriage stopped, Zhao Hai got off and walked towards the 2 cultivators from the Tyrant's Blade sect. These 2 cultivators were at the clone stage. At this time, they were looking at Zhao Hai with a surprised expression. Zhao Hai arrived in front of the 2, then he smiled faintly and said, "This one is Zhao Hai. I'm here to visit you." When the disciple heard Zhao Hai's name, he immediately stared. Then he was pleasantly surprised as he said, "So it's senior brother Zhao Hai. It's our honor to have senior brother here." "Senior brother, please." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'll have to ask 2 junior brothers to help me pass the message. I have a family in the carriage. Can I ask junior brother to arrange a place for me to stay?" The cultivator quickly replied, "Senior brother is too polite. My name is Han Chong. Senior brother can just call me Xiao Chong. I'll immediately arrange a place for senior brother." After he said that, Han Chong had the person next to him pass the message. Then he personally went to arrange a place for Zhao Hai. As for Zhao Hai's carriage, Han Chong also found a place to park it. Laura and the others followed Zhao Hai out of the carriage. Then they followed Zhao Hai to the Tyrant's Blade Sect's branch. Although this was a small town, the Tyrant's Blade Sect's branch wasn't small at all. Han Chong arranged a courtyard for Zhao Hai and the others. Just as the arrangements were made, several cultivators came over. The one leading them was a middle-aged man who looked to be around 50 years old. This middle-aged man wore a very gorgeous warrior suit. He had a tall stature and walked like a tiger. What caught Zhao Hai's attention was his strength. This person's strength was at least in the teleportation realm. He could be considered an expert, so he should be the hall master of this branch. Zhao Hai quickly stepped forward and gave a salute. "Zhao Hai has seen the elder." The hall masters of the Tyrant's Blade sect were all elders. Moreover, they were 6th rank elders. Although they were 1 rank lower than the Yin Yang elders, they still held a lot of authority. The hall master laughed and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Are you Zhao Hai? I've heard of your name before. How are the Yin Yang elders?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "All right, the 2 teachers are doing well. Thank you for your concern, elder." The hall master smiled and said, "You don't need to be so polite. I know what you've done for the sect. You've done very well. Now that you've settled down, I've already prepared a banquet for you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Thank you, elder." The hall master waved his hand and then introduced the others to Zhao Hai. The people behind the elder were also disciples of the branch. In the evening, Zhao Hai went to participate in the banquet. Laura and the others didn't, so naturally, they had their meals delivered to them. They ate inside the courtyard. While eating, Zhao Hai talked to the elder and found out that the elder was very familiar with the Yin Yang elders. In the past, the Yinyang elders had saved Zhao Hai's life. Therefore, the elder was very respectful towards the Yinyang elders. Naturally, the elder was also very close to Zhao Hai. After resting in the branch for the night, Zhao Hai left early the next morning. He came out for a trial, and his destination wasn't here. Naturally, he wouldn't stay here for long. Unknowingly, 5 days passed by. During these 5 days, Zhao Hai's group didn't move very fast, but it wasn't slow either. This was because their carriage was special. Compared to other carriages, their speed was much faster. Along the way, Zhao Hai stopped at several small cities and paid a visit to the local Tyrants' Blade Sect branch. Zhao Hai was now quite famous in the Tyrants' Blade Sect. When he was in the clone stage, he was able to take first place in the cloning stage competition. This brought a lot of glory to the Tyrants' Blade Sect. Because of this, the people of the branch were very polite to him. On this day, Zhao Hai's group left a small city called Departing Light and continued to move forward. Zhao Hai's carriage was still the focus of the road. All the passers-by, whether they were cultivators or merchants, couldn't help but look at their carriage. Of course, no one dared to have any ideas about the carriage. Although Zhao Hai's carriage didn't have the Tyrant's Blade Sect symbol, when people saw the carriage, they knew that the identity of the person inside wasn't ordinary. Naturally, they didn't dare to have any ideas about the carriage. At this time, the road they were taking was getting more and more remote. There was no other way. The ghost stronghold that Zhao Hai wanted to go to was located in a very remote place. To be honest, if it weren't for the news that the place was attacked by demonic beasts and that everyone was killed, the Yinyang elders wouldn't have remembered the place. In the past, this matter caused quite a stir in the Tyrant's Blade Sect. Later on, the Tyrant's Blade Sect sent cultivators to clean up the demonic beasts around the town. But in the end, the town was abandoned. At noon today, Zhao Hai's group passed by a small village. They didn't stop at the village and directly went through it. As they were walking forward, the undead driving the carriage suddenly noticed a person lying on the road ahead. The undead immediately stopped the carriage and said, "Young master, we found a person lying on the road ahead." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's see what's going on." The undead nodded, then he jumped off the carriage and walked towards the person. When he arrived in front of the person, the undead discovered that the person was a cultivator. The cultivator was wearing a warrior's uniform and was holding a sword in his hand. However, the sword looked very ordinary. It seems like he was a rogue cultivator. However, he seemed to be injured. The wound on his left shoulder was very deep. Moreover, it wasn't treated. At this time, blood was still flowing out. The cultivator's face was pale as he lay there. When the undead saw this, he immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, it seems like a rogue cultivator." He lost too much blood and fainted. Zhao Hai frowned, then he waved his hand and threw a small jade bottle to the undead and said, "Wake him up. Ask him who he is and how he got injured." The undead received the bottle and nodded. Just as he was about to go and save the cultivator, the sound of horses' hooves could be heard in front of him. The sound of the horses' hooves was very urgent. Before long, the horses arrived in front of Zhao Hai's group. At this time, Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others came out of the carriage and stood beside it. They looked at the cultivator lying on the ground. When they heard the sound of the horses' hooves, the group looked up. There was also a group of cultivators, about 20 of them. They were all wearing black clothes and were carrying swords. At first glance, one could see that they were cultivators. However, they weren't from the Tyrant's Blade Sect. The undead didn't care about these people. Just as he opened the bottle and was about to pour the potion into the cultivator's mouth, he suddenly heard a shout, "Stop!" Zhao Hai frowned. This was because this voice came from one of the knights. At this time, the knight stopped not far away from Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai carefully looked at these people. The leader of the group was very tall. He was wearing a black warrior's uniform. He had a big beard, red hair, and 2 shining eyes. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that this person was actually a transcending realm cultivator. The people behind him were all at the fusion soul stage and clone stage. There were almost no newcomers. When Zhao Hai saw this, his brows wrinkled even more. He didn't know where these people came from. With this kind of strength, Zhao Hai was afraid that they weren't simple cultivators. It might be possible that they were from a certain clan. Zhao Hai waved his hand. The undead that was saving the cultivator stopped and respectfully walked behind Zhao Hai. Then he looked at these people. The knights didn't dismount from their horses. They just looked at Zhao Hai's carriage in surprise. Then their eyes turned to Zhao Hai and Laura, who were beside Zhao Hai. To be honest, Laura and the others were very beautiful. No matter where they went, they would attract people's attention. When these people saw Laura and the others, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Zhao Hai looked at these people and said, "Who are you? Do we know him?" After he said that, Zhao Hai pointed at the person lying on the ground. The knight on the horse snorted and said, "Of course we know him. He's the one that our Ouyang family was chasing. This person stole our Ouyang family's things. I asked Mr. to not intervene." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "I'm just passing by. I don't want to intervene in your matters. Everyone, please do as you please." Seeing Zhao Hai being so tactful, the cultivator nodded with satisfaction. Then he waved his hand. The cultivator next to him immediately jumped down from his horse and walked towards the person lying on the ground. He kicked the person over and then searched the person's chest. Then his expression changed. He turned to the red-haired cultivator and said, "Captain, the thing is gone." When the red-haired cultivator heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Who is Mr.? Did you take the thing on his body?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he knit his brows and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand. I don't even know what he has, how could I take his things?" The red-haired cultivator coldly snorted and said, "We've been chasing him all this time. He didn't even have time to heal his wounds, so it's impossible for him to move his things. Before we arrived, only you had contact with him. If Mr. didn't take it, then who did? If Mr. took it, then it's best to hand it over. Things that don't belong to you, you shouldn't touch them." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he said, "I really don't know what you're talking about. I also don't know what he has on him." The red-haired cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It seems like Mr. doesn't want to cooperate. Our Ouyang clan is a subordinate of the Tyrant's Blade sect. Offending our Ouyang clan is the same as offending the Tyrant's Blade sect. Mr. should think twice before acting." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "Tyrant's Blade sect? I'm also from the Tyrant's Blade sect. I really didn't see the thing you're talking about." When the red-haired cultivator heard Zhao Hai say that he was from the Tyrant's Blade sect, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he acted as if he didn't care and said, "Since Mr. is from the Tyrant's Blade sect, then it's easier to deal with him. Since Mr. said that he didn't have it, then we won't pursue the matter. We'll be taking our leave." Zhao Hai looked at the red-haired cultivator. Although the red-haired cultivator called him Mr., he didn't show any respect. This was outside of Zhao Hai's expectations. The red-haired cultivator was only a subordinate of the Tyrant's Blade sect. It was strange that he didn't show any respect to a true member of the Tyrant's Blade sect. Suddenly, Zhao Hai thought of something. He looked at the red-haired cultivator and said, "Since you said that you're from the Tyrant's Blade sect, then there should be someone from your clan who cultivates in the Tyrant's Blade sect. May I ask who cultivates in the Tyrant's Blade sect? Can you tell me? I want to see if I know who they are." When the red-haired cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Mr. should know that our clan's patriarch is an elder of the Tyrant's Blade sect. His surname is Ouyang and his given name is Gang. Ouyang Gang." Upon hearing this name, Zhao Hai's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. This was because he had heard this name before. It wasn't from other people, but from an undead. And the undead that told him this name was one of the ghost cultivators that were secretly captured by the Tyrant's Blade sect. These ghost cultivators had been in the Tyrant's Blade school all these years. Other than collecting information, they had also been buying people from the Tyrant's Blade school. Of course, because they had to do it secretly, their results were not obvious. However, their biggest gain over these years was buying over an elder from the Tyrant's Blade school. This elder was Ouyang Gang. This Ouyang Gang was a 4th-rank elder of the Tyrant's Blade sect. However, his authority wasn't small. This was because he was the elder in charge of the sect's food. When the Yin Yang elders heard this name, they were startled. One must know that Ouyang Gang's position was very important. If Ouyang Gang suddenly betrayed the Tyrant's Blade sect during a war with other sects, then the Tyrant's Blade sect would be finished. Because of this, the Yin Yang elders immediately informed the sect master of this news. The sect master immediately dispatched people to secretly capture Ouyang Gang. However, this matter was carried out in a very secretive manner. Outsiders simply did not know about it. The Tyrant's Blade School only announced that Ouyang Gang had gone into seclusion to cultivate. Because this matter hadn't spread, the Tyrant's Blade sect didn't make a move against the Ouyang clan. Moreover, the Ouyang clan elder had already been killed. According to his confession, some of his clan members had already become ghost cultivators. However, in order to not alarm the ghost cultivators, the Tyrant's Blade sect decided not to make a move against the Ouyang clan for the time being. At the same time, they also began to think of ways to deal with the Ouyang clan. Because of this matter, Zhao Hai asked which clan they were from. When he found out that they were from the Ouyang clan, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but turn. However, he still maintained his composure and said, "So it's Elder Ouyang's family. I've offended you before, please forgive me." When the red-haired cultivator heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but become even more arrogant. He coldly said, "Well, sir, we have to return home to report." "Right, sir, let me remind you that thieves often appear in the vicinity. I can see that sir's strength isn't very strong, so please be careful." The red-haired cultivator's expression became even more arrogant. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. The red-haired cultivator laughed as he turned around and walked away. Zhao Hai looked at the red-haired cultivator's appearance and couldn't help but sneer, really arrogant. "Humph, he really thinks he's a big shot." Laura said, "Brother Hai, what do you think they're looking for?" "From what I can see, it seems like that thing is very important to them." Listening to his words, "I'm afraid they'll come looking for trouble with us." Zhao Hai replied, "Certainly. It seems like we need to be more careful." Ouyang clan, humph. If we weren't afraid of being discovered by the ghost cultivators, we would have already exterminated you. But this is also good, I'll deal with you first. After he said that, Zhao Hai turned around and boarded the carriage. The carriage then began to move forward. As time passed, the sky slowly darkened. Zhao Hai and the others didn't find a place to rest, but with the carriage, they didn't need a place to rest. When the sky darkened, the carriage stopped outside a forest on the side of the road. After the two undead stopped the carriage, they got down and cleaned up the outside of the carriage. Zhao Hai took out 2 tables from the space and placed them outside. Meg was busy cooking inside the carriage. The dinner was very sumptuous. After eating, Zhao Hai and the others sat outside and drank some tea before returning to the carriage. As soon as they returned to the carriage, Zhao Hai immediately said in a low voice, "We are being watched. The other party is a ghost cultivator, and I feel that the person who is watching us is somewhat familiar. It might be Cui Wuxin." Laura stared, "Cui Wuxin? Why was he here? Could it be because of the Ouyang family? Had Cui Wuxin been hiding in the Ouyang family all this time? Is that why the sect couldn't find him?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's very possible. The Ouyang family has completely turned to the ghost cultivators. Cui Wuxin's position in the ghost cultivators' camp isn't low. Hiding in the Ouyang family is very safe. Even if the Tyrant's Blade sect were to investigate, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to the Ouyang family." Laura nodded and said, "Then what do we do next?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The thing that the Ouyang family lost must be very important to their family. But they don't dare to kill me in the open, so they asked Cui Wuxin to deal with me. If something really happens to me, they can push the blame to the ghost cultivators and say that it has nothing to do with the Ouyang family." Hee. I think the Ouyang family must be planning this, but unfortunately, I'm afraid that their plan won't work. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "But I'm afraid that their plan won't work." Lizzie turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, what do we do now?" Zhao Hai replied, "We don't need to do anything. We'll just wait here for my old friend. I think it won't take long for him to arrive. This place isn't the main road, almost nobody would come here. If the Ouyang family cooperates, then even if we overturn the sky, nobody would know." Jiao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Laura and the others nodded. Jiao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others, then he looked at Chiu Tai and said, Cui Wuxin's attack is more like a cultivator's. He's good at using artifacts, so he would certainly use them to attack us. If he releases ghosts, then we can use them to test ourselves. You can use this opportunity to see how to deal with the ghost cultivators. Chiu Tai was somewhat nervous. He was still a child, and this was his first time encountering such a situation. Naturally, he was very nervous. However, there was also a trace of excitement in his nervousness. It was a kind of thirst for battle. Jiao Hai looked at Chiu Tai and smiled faintly. Chiu Tai's performance made him very satisfied. This was because Chiu Tai was nervous and excited, but he wasn't afraid at all. Mentality was very important for a cultivator. When facing an enemy, you shouldn't be afraid. When you start to be afraid, then failure would follow. For a cultivator, failure often meant that they would lose their life. This was Chiu Tai's first official battle, but he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he was somewhat excited. This was very good, it meant that Chiu Tai's mentality was very good. A cultivator with a good mentality would be able to display 100% of their strength in battle. They might even be able to perform beyond their limits. Such a cultivator's future achievements wouldn't be too low, even if their talent wasn't very good. The group sat in the living room and chatted while waiting for Cui Wuxin's arrival. Jiao Hai also felt that the gloomy aura was getting closer and closer. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiao Hai felt the gloomy aura getting heavier. Jiao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, he's here. Laura, get ready. Laura and the others nodded. Just as Jiao Hai's voice fell, a sinister laughter was heard, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to meet an old friend here. Jiao Hai, come out and face your death. Jiao Hai slowly stood up and led Laura and the others outside. This time, contrary to Jiao Hai's expectations, Cui Wuxin didn't hide. Instead, he stood in the woods and looked at Jiao Hai. Jiao Hai also saw Cui Wuxin's appearance. To be honest, Cui Wuxin's appearance was very good. He was wearing a black scholar's robe. He had thick black hair and a pale complexion. However, he looked very handsome, he looked like a weak scholar. However, his eyes ruined his appearance. To be honest, his eyes weren't bad, but his eyes made people feel uncomfortable. When you look at his eyes, you would think of an animal, a viper. Cui Wuxin's eyes made people think of a viper. They were gloomy, cruel, cold-blooded, and had a trace of madness. He stood there like an evil spirit in the night. Jiao Hai looked at Cui Wuxin and said, Cui Wuxin, I didn't expect your life to be so good. You actually managed to survive until now. Good, very good. I didn't look for you, but you actually delivered yourself to me. This saved me a lot of trouble. Cui Wuxin looked at Jiao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, Jiao Hai, you know, I actually like you a lot. You're crazy and cute. You think you can do it? You think you're qualified to take revenge on me? Ha ha ha, you really don't know life from death. Jiao Hai looked at Cui Wuxin and said, you're the one who doesn't know life from death. You're currently in the Tyrant's Blade Sect's territory. You actually dared to chase me there. I think you're the one who doesn't know life from death. Cui Wuxin sneered and said, so what if I'm in the Tyrant's Blade Sect's territory? Do you think that I wouldn't dare to touch you in the Tyrant's Blade Sect's territory? Jiao Hai, you're too naive. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's useless to say that. Come, let's fight. Cui Wuxin looked at Laura and the others and said, are they your wives? Jiao Hai, I didn't expect you to be so good at taking wives. I'm really reluctant to kill them. How about this, I'll kill you today and refine you into my ghost slave. As for your wives? I won't be polite, I'll make them my furnaces. Jiao Hai sneered and said, Cui Wuxin, you're really daydreaming. You think you can kill me? Alright, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Let's do it. Then Jiao Hai took out his long blade. Laura and the others also took out their weapons. Cui Wuxin sneered, then he waved his hand as a black ghost banner appeared in his hand. Then Cui Wuxin shook the banner and shouted, 10,000 ghosts devour the soul, ha. Along with his voice, ghostly cries could be heard from the ghost tent. Then black ghosts appeared around Cui Wuxin. These ghosts had the appearance of ghost soldiers. They didn't have a lower body, only their upper body was covered in armor. They howled as they surrounded Cui Wuxin. Then Cui Wuxin waved the ghost banner in his hand. The ghosts immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai didn't move. Laura and the others gave a shout as they went forward. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was still standing there, staring at Cui Wuxin. At this time, Laura and the others were already fighting against the evil ghosts. These evil ghosts weren't very strong, at most, they were at the cloning stage. But because of their numbers, Laura and the others were able to block them. Cui Wuxin wasn't surprised that the evil ghosts were stopped. He waved his hand and took out another item. It was a bell, a hand-cranked bell. The bell was engraved with a ghost face. The bell wasn't big, it was only a bit bigger than a fist. However, it looked very refined. Cui Wuxin looked at Zhao Hai and sneered. Then he gently shook the bell. Along with the movement of his hand, a sharp ringing sound was heard from the small bell. This bell didn't have the usual crisp feeling of a bell. Instead, it had a sharp, ear-piercing sound. This sound was similar to the screams of ghosts. It was very captivating. Soul-hooking devil bell. Zhao Hai knew that Cui Wuxin would use it, but he didn't think that he would use it this early. However, Zhao Hai didn't move. He wanted to see how Laura and the others would deal with this soul-hooking devil bell. One must know that this soul-hooking devil bell was a very special artifact. In other places, one wouldn't necessarily encounter it. This would be a good opportunity to train Laura and the others. This was the first time that Laura and the others encountered this kind of situation. Laura and the others were fine, although they didn't have much experience in fighting, they did participate in various kinds of battles in the past. They immediately used their spiritual force to guard their minds while at the same time counterattacking the ghosts. On the other hand, Chiu Tai couldn't do the same. After all, he was only 10 years old. Moreover, he had never encountered such a situation before, so he didn't know how to deal with it. His mind was controlled by the soul-hooking devil bell as he stood there blankly. When Zhao Hai saw Chiu Tai's situation, he immediately shouted, "Little Tai, calm your mind." When Chiu Tai heard Zhao Hai's voice, he woke up from his stupor. He immediately began to fight back. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he felt ashamed and angry. Chiu Tai also used his spiritual force to resist the soul-hooking devil bell's ringing. At the same time, he brandished his blade and joined the battle. But if the soul-hooking devil bell could be dealt with so easily, then it wouldn't be worthy of being called Cui Wuxin's famous artifact. Cui Wuxin used all of his strength to control the soul-hooking devil bell. The more Laura and the others were affected, the slower their movements became. At this time, Zhao Hai made his move. He took out a drum and threw it in front of the two undead. The two undead immediately started to beat the drum. The huge sound of the drum made the pressure on Laura and the others lighten. Cui Wuxin also thought that Zhao Hai would make this move. He waved his hand as a skull staff appeared in his hand. Then he waved the staff as skulls appeared around him. These skulls were covered in blue flames as they rushed towards Zhao Hai. Then Cui Wuxin inserted the staff into the ground. Then he took out a cloak and draped it over his body. Just as the cloak was draped over his body, Cui Wuxin suddenly disappeared. Zhao Hai, who had been paying attention to Cui Wuxin, immediately noticed this situation. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then his face changed, and he couldn't care less. He moved forward and waved the long saber in his hand. Saber chi came out of his hand and chopped the baleful ghosts and skeletons. Zhao Hai's blade chi was very overbearing. When the ghosts and skeletons were hit by the blade chi, they all screamed and disappeared. At the same time, Zhao Hai's blade chi spread out to protect Laura and Chiu Tai. Laura and the others didn't see Cui Wuxin turn invisible. After being protected by Zhao Hai, they let out a long breath. Then they looked around and discovered that the skeletons were still surrounding them. The soul-hooking bell was still moving, but Cui Wuxin had disappeared. Laura and the others looked at each other in confusion. Then they looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Brother Hai, where's Cui Wuxin?" Zhao Hai waved his saber and said, "He's invisible. Laura, lead them to the carriage. Leave the outside to me." Laura immediately complied and led Lizzie and the others to the carriage. Only Zhao Hai and the two undead were left outside. Zhao Hai was currently using the space to lock onto Cui Wuxin's position. The ringing of the bell didn't affect him at all. The baleful ghosts and skeletons also didn't affect him. When Zhao Hai used his blade qi, he immediately protected himself. At the same time, his movement technique was also very good in group battles. The strength of the baleful ghosts and skeletons weren't very strong. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of them at all. Before long, Zhao Hai noticed Cui Wuxin. Cui Wuxin was slowly sneaking towards the carriage. It seems like he wanted to attack Laura and the others in order to disturb Zhao Hai's mind. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but chuckle. At the same time, he pretended that he didn't see Cui Wuxin as he continued to entangle with the baleful ghosts and skeletons. Just as Cui Wuxin approached the carriage, a shield suddenly rose from the carriage and bounced Cui Wuxin away. Cui Wuxin was caught off guard and his figure was exposed. Zhao Hai was already prepared for this. He immediately raised his killing blade and used it to encircle Cui Wuxin. When Cui Wuxin discovered that he was discovered by Zhao Hai, he immediately waved his hand as a whip appeared in his hand. Then he lashed out at Zhao Hai. While the whip was being waved, ghostly cries could be heard from time to time. The attack was very strange. Zhao Hai discovered that Cui Wuxin's whip technique wasn't weak. At the very least, it was stronger than most of the cultivators in the true spirit realm. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Cui Wuxin continued to wave his whip as he laughed at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you didn't think that I wouldn't be able to resist without my artifact. You're wrong. Do you know why I haven't entered the teleportation realm after so many years? It's not because I haven't recovered from my injuries, but because I've been practicing my whip technique." Lin Yang and Feng Xiefeng, these two idiots. Although they have entered the teleportation realm, their martial skills aren't very good. So what if they've entered the teleportation realm? When I enter the teleportation realm, I'll be stronger than them. Zhao Hai looked at Cui Wuxin's appearance and snorted coldly. His saber danced even faster. At the same time, his saber technique was fully displayed. Cui Wuxin's whip was suppressed in a flash. Cui Wuxin was shocked by this discovery. He screamed, "This is impossible. You are just a cultivator at the joining soul stage. How can you suppress me? This is impossible. This is impossible." Zhao Hai snorted and said, "Nothing is impossible. Cui Wuxin, today is the day you die. Not only you, but I also want to eradicate the Ouyang clan." As soon as Zhao Hai said this, Cui Wuxin couldn't help but be shocked. His relationship with the Ouyang clan had always been a secret, the biggest secret. He didn't expect that someone would discover it. Now that it was exposed by Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be shocked. It wasn't so easy for them to pull Ouyang Gang into the ranks of ghost cultivators. Although Ouyang Gang's strength was good, with his talent, it was impossible for him to go any further in his life. He would be a Vajra realm cultivator for the rest of his life. What was the biggest attraction for a cultivator? It wasn't monstrous power or endless money. Those things weren't very attractive to cultivators. What was really attractive to cultivators was the opportunity to go further. Ouyang Gang had been trapped in the Vajra realm for countless years. He couldn't see any hope of breaking through. But at this time, ghost cultivators gave him hope. Using the method of ghost cultivators, Ouyang Gang might go further and become a spirit condensation realm cultivator, or even a void-piercing realm cultivator. It was for this reason that Ouyang Gang agreed to become a member of ghost cultivators. Ouyang Gang was also one of the few powerful figures that ghost cultivators had roped in for so many years. Therefore, ghost cultivators attached great importance to Ouyang Gang. Their cooperation with Ouyang Gang was still a secret. In order not to let people doubt Ouyang Gang, they even deliberately let the people of the Ouyang clan kill a few ghost cultivators and then go to the Tyrant's Blade School to claim the credit. In this way, no one would suspect that Ouyang Gang was cooperating with the Tyrant's Blade School. Now, Zhao Hai actually revealed this secret. How could Cui Wuxin not be surprised? Cui Wuxin was distracted. Zhao Hai took the opportunity to attack. He broke Cui Wuxin's defense with a few consecutive strikes and chopped Cui Wuxin's shoulder. Cui Wuxin let out a muffled snort, then he focused his mind to deal with Zhao Hai's attack. However, it was already impossible for him to block Zhao Hai's attack. This was because Zhao Hai wasn't going to let him off, he kept attacking Cui Wuxin. Zhao Hai continued to attack with his saber. When the saber landed on Cui Wuxin's chest, Cui Wuxin no longer had the strength to swing his whip. His myriad ghost banner, skull staff, and soul-hooking bell also stopped. Zhao Hai withdrew his saber and coldly looked at Cui Wuxin. Cui Wuxin was lying on the ground. His mouth was foaming with blood. His eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, don't be happy. The others will avenge me. Just you wait." Zhao Hai looked at Cui Wuxin and sneered, "Come on. There will be a battle between us and the ghost cultivators sooner or later. I'll be waiting for you." Cui Wuxin fiercely looked at Zhao Hai. Finally, he let out a breath and stopped breathing. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a black gas wrapped around Cui Wuxin. But to Zhao Hai's surprise, Cui Wuxin didn't immediately turn into an undead. His body was still a corpse, lying there motionless. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly discovered that the myriad ghost banner, soul-hooking bell, and skull staff had disappeared. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately understood what was going on. He couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "You want to use your soul force to escape? You're too naive." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a small bell appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai struck the bell and a melodious sound was heard. Then Zhao Hai heard a sharp ghost cry. Before long, a faint, smoke-like figure appeared in front of Zhao Hai. This figure was Cui Wuxin. Cui Wuxin looked at Zhao Hai in horror and screamed, "This is impossible. Why do you have this kind of soul-hooking artifact? Only us ghost cultivators can make this kind of artifact. How can you have it?" Zhao Hai looked at Cui Wuxin's appearance and sneered, "You don't know? I used to be a dark mage, and dark mages deal with undead and ghosts. How can I not have this kind of artifact? Ha ha ha." Cui Wuxin stared at Zhao Hai. He couldn't wait to bite Zhao Hai. Unfortunately, he only had a trace of his soul force left. Moreover, he hadn't turned into a ghost yet. It was impossible for him to pose any threat to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Cui Wuxin's appearance and sneered, "You used this method to escape in the past, right? Unfortunately, you can't run away today." Then Zhao Hai made a hand seal and said, "Yin and Yang rotation, soul return, Qi." Along with the sound of Zhao Hai's hand, Cui Wuxin felt a huge suction coming from his body. Then he was sucked into Zhao Hai's body. Then a black gas wrapped around him. When Cui Wuxin woke up, all of his resentment towards Zhao Hai had disappeared. This was because he had turned into an undead that was obedient to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the undead that Cui Wuxin had turned into and couldn't help but smile. Then he sent Cui Wuxin to the space and had the machine decompose Cui Wuxin's staff. Then he sent Cui Wuxin to the hell space to cultivate. He believed that it wouldn't take long for Cui Wuxin to make a breakthrough. "Master, the Ouyang family colluded with Cui Wuxin to deal with me. But now that Cui Wuxin has been captured, I'll use the transmission formation to send Cui Wuxin's confession back. As for how to deal with the Ouyang family, I'll need Master's instructions." Zhao Hai looked at the Yin Yang elders on the communicator. Zhao Hai told the Yin Yang elders about his fight with Cui Wuxin. At the same time, he also told them about the Ouyang family's situation. He wanted to see what the Yin Yang elders wanted him to say. When the Yin Yang elders heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then the Yin elder immediately said, "First, send Cui Wuxin's confession back." "The Ouyang family? You can deal with them, but don't use your identity. You need to use your identity as a ghost cultivator." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Master." Then Zhao Hai turned off the communicator and took out a small transmission formation. He placed a jade slip inside the formation and sent it back to the Tyrant's Blade School. Laura and the others were also listening to the conversation. Now that they heard the Yin elder, their faces couldn't help but show a hint of happiness. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what should we do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's take a rest first. Tomorrow, we'll deal with the Ouyang family. I'll have Cui Wuxin make a move." I want to see how the Ouyang family would react when Cui Wuxin attacks them. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they chuckled. Regarding this situation, they didn't know how many times they had done it before. Naturally, they didn't have any reaction, they thought that it was normal. Zhao Hai looked at Qiu Tai and said, "Little Tai, how's your harvest today?" When Qiu Tai heard Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but turn red as he said, "I'm sorry, young master. He didn't do well. He couldn't help you and even asked you to take care of me." Zhao Di waved his hand and said, "No, you're already doing very well. Really, very well. To be able to perform like this in your first battle is already very good. After all, this is your first time experiencing a battle like this. You're still lacking in experience. You'll be fine after a few more battles." Qiu Tai replied, "Yes, young master, I understand." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, go and rest. If you really can't sleep, think about today's battle. Go." Qiu Tai nodded and returned to his room. In fact, his room in the carriage wasn't very big. There was only a bed and nothing else. But to have such a room in the carriage was already very good. Zhao Hai led Laura and the others to the second floor of the carriage to rest. As for the two undead, Zhao Hai had already returned them to the space. Only the magic horses were left outside, leisurely nibbling on the grass. After a night of silence, the next morning, after eating breakfast, Zhao Hai and the others continued their journey. The huge carriage continued to move forward. Not long after they left, Zhao Hai felt that his carriage was being stared at. The people who stared at his carriage weren't ghost cultivators, but they were very hostile towards him. Zhao Hai didn't need to look to know that it was the Ouyang clan's people who came to check the situation. The Ouyang clan must have known about Cui Wuxin's attack yesterday. Now that they saw that Cui Wuxin was gone and his carriage was still moving forward, they wanted to check the situation. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. The Ouyang clan would know about this matter sooner or later. Zhao Hai was even sure that when he fought with Cui Wuxin last night, both sides of the road were sealed by the Ouyang clan. Because of this, the Ouyang clan would immediately know about it. Zhao Hai didn't stop, nor did he chase away the Ouyang clan's people. He just kept moving forward without stopping. At noon, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at a small town. The town wasn't very big, it only had one main street. Zhao Hai had his carriage stop in front of a small shop in the town. Then he led Laura and the others down from the carriage. The people inside the shop stared blankly at Zhao Hai's carriage. This was the first time they saw such a magnificent carriage. It was also the first time they saw such a beautiful woman. But when they saw Zhao Hai's appearance, the people inside the town knew that they couldn't afford to offend him. Because of this, they immediately bowed their heads and ate. Some of the more timid ones even directly paid the bill and left. When Zhao Hai and the others got down from the carriage, the shop owner immediately greeted them. The shop owner was a 40-year-old fat man. He wore silk clothes and looked very funny. The fat man walked towards Zhao Hai and bowed. Looking at his ball-like body, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. The fat man bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "This one has seen Mr. Does Mr. want to eat in the shop? There is still space in the private room upstairs. Being able to receive Mr. is this one's good fortune." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, lead the way." The fat man immediately complied. Then he led Zhao Hai inside the shop like a fat mouse. The two undead stayed outside to look after the carriage. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others were led by the shop owner to the second floor of the shop. There were 5 separate rooms on the second floor. Under the guidance of the shop owner, Zhao Hai and the others entered a room with golden characters and sat down. The room wasn't very big, only less than 20 square meters. The decorations inside could only be regarded as ordinary. The only good thing about the room was that it was facing the street. Inside the room, one could see the street outside. Of course, the street view wasn't very good. There was a large table in the room, enough to seat more than 10 people. Zhao Hai and the others sat down. After sitting down, Zhao Hai turned to the fat boss and said, "Bring 12 dishes. Pick your signature dishes and serve them." The fat boss immediately complied, then turned around and walked downstairs. After the fat boss left, Laura looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "Brother Hai, why did you suddenly come here to eat? Is there anything good to eat here? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I don't want to eat here, I want to wait for someone here. I think it wouldn't take long before the Ouyang clan's people come here. We're still alive while Cui Wuxin is missing. If Cui Wuxin really had an accident, then the Ouyang clan would certainly face the retaliation of the ghost cultivators. They don't want that, so they can only follow us. They want to know if Cui Wuxin is alive or dead. Laura and the others nodded. Then they began to look at the street. It seems like the people on the street had become the Ouyang clan's people. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and couldn't help but smile. Before long, the fat boss directed several people to bring dishes to the room. Although it was a small place, the dishes were still good and the taste was good. While they were eating, the sound of horse hooves was suddenly heard from outside. Zhao Hai looked towards the source of the sound and saw more than 10 people rushing towards them. These people wore black warrior clothes and had swords on their backs. Among these people, Zhao Hai also saw a few people from the Ouyang clan that he saw yesterday. However, the red-haired leader was nowhere to be seen, he didn't know where he went. When these people entered the town, they quickly arrived at the small shop where Zhao Hai and the others were eating. They stopped their horses and jumped down before they were welcomed by the fat boss. Then Zhao Hai heard the sound of footsteps. Then the door of the private room next to them opened as the people walked in. After entering the room, one of the people said, Go, bring good wine and good food. The fat boss was also a slippery person. He knew that these people weren't good people, so he didn't dare to say anything. He immediately complied and turned around to leave. Before long, the sound of cups being toasted could be heard from the room next to Zhao Hai's. Laura and the others turned their heads to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he raised his glass and said, Let's eat. After we finish eating, we'll head out. Laura and the others nodded and continued to eat. It was as if the people next door were just ordinary people. After eating, Zhao Hai and the others sat inside the shop and drank 2 mouthfuls of tea before they got up and left. Just as they left the shop, the people from the Ouyang clan also came out. They didn't seem to recognize Zhao Hai as they rode their horses and left the town. Zhao Hai looked at the people from the Ouyang clan and smiled faintly. He knew that the Ouyang clan couldn't remain calm anymore. They were just showing off their strength, so he believed that these people would be waiting for them outside. Zhao Hai and the others got on their carriage as it slowly left the town. Not long after they left the town, the carriage stopped. This was because the road ahead was blocked by the group of cultivators. Just as the carriage stopped, more cultivators appeared behind them. The one leading them was the red-haired cultivator. Zhao Hai opened the door and walked out of the carriage. He stood at the small platform at the back of the carriage and looked at the red-haired cultivator. With a calm expression, he said, So it's you. Why are you blocking my way? The red-haired cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, Less nonsense. Let me ask you, where is Cui Wuxin right now? Zhao Hai looked at the red-haired cultivator and sneered, So you really colluded with ghost cultivators. Ouyang clan, you're finished. Since you dared to collude with ghost cultivators, the sect wouldn't let you off. The red-haired cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, As long as we kill you, nobody would know. As long as you die, we'll say that you colluded with ghost cultivators to harm our Ouyang clan. When the time comes, do you think the Tyrant's Blade sect would believe a nobody like you or an elder? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Do you really think that I'm an ordinary disciple? You didn't even ask for my name? Ha ha ha, the Ouyang clan is really arrogant. When the red-haired cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, Who are you? Even if you're a core disciple, I'm afraid you don't have as much authority as the Patriarch. In the end, the Tyrant's Blade sect will believe the Patriarch, not you. Zhao Hai laughed. Arrogant and ignorant things. You think you're qualified to talk to me like that? Don't say that Ouyang really colluded with the ghost cultivators. Even if he didn't collude with the ghost cultivators, with his power, he can't control me. When the red-haired cultivator heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but show a trace of fear. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, Who are you? Zhao Hai looked at the red-haired cultivator and sneered, Listen carefully. I'm Zhao Hai, an inner disciple of the Tyrant's Blade School. When the red-haired cultivator heard Zhao Hai's name, he was stunned. Then his expression changed drastically. He was a captain with some authority in the Ouyang clan, so he naturally knew what kind of status Zhao Hai had. Zhao Hai's status in the Tyrant's Blade School was definitely not low, even higher than Ouyang Gang's. This was because Zhao Hai was the direct disciple of the Yinyang elders. Moreover, he won the first place in the Avatar stage for the Tyrant's Blade School in the True Spirit Great competition. How could such a person collude with ghost cultivators? Moreover, it was said that since Zhao Hai's debut until now, many ghost cultivators had died in his hands. How could such a person collude with ghost cultivators? What made the red-haired cultivator even more afraid was that Cui Wuxin said that he had fought with Zhao Hai before. In the end, he couldn't win against Zhao Hai. The ghost cultivators who came out with Cui Wuxin were poisoned by Zhao Hai's poisonous insects and died. It can be said that Cui Wuxin suffered a great loss against Zhao Hai. At that time, Zhao Hai was still in the Avatar stage. When Zhao Hai was in the Avatar stage, he caused the red-haired cultivator to suffer a great loss. Now that he was a soul-combining stage cultivator, Cui Wuxin might not be able to win against him this time. Maybe he had already died in Zhao Hai's hands. Thinking of this, the red-haired cultivator's face couldn't help but become more frightened. He had seen the power of ghost cultivators. If ghost cultivators knew that Cui Wuxin was killed by Zhao Hai because of them, then their Ouyang clan would really be finished. Finally, the fear of ghost cultivators overcame their fear of Zhao Hai. The red-haired cultivator's eyes narrowed and he said, "I don't care who you are. Since you know the secret of the Ouyang clan, you will die. At worst, we will say that you were killed by ghost cultivators. Brothers, let's attack. We must not let him escape." After saying that, the red-haired cultivator flew down from his horse. At the same time, he took out the iron mace on his back and smashed it towards Zhao Hai. The other cultivators also took out their weapons and rushed towards Zhao Hai's group. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. Then he moved his hand and took out his long saber as he went to meet Cui Wuxin. Laura and the others also took out their weapons and fought with the other cultivators. For a while, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Zhao Hai was able to block more than a dozen cultivators, including the red-haired cultivator. The red-haired cultivator was a transcending realm cultivator while Zhao Hai was a soul-combining realm cultivator. The red-haired cultivator thought that he could deal with Zhao Hai easily. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai didn't care at all. Moreover, Zhao Hai's spiritual qi was much more profound than what the red-haired cultivator expected. The red-haired cultivator was suppressed by Zhao Hai. This made the red-haired cultivator roar again and again. However, he couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. At this time, screams could be heard from time to time. The red-haired cultivator took a peek and saw that each scream was accompanied by the death of one of his companions. At this time, 3 or 4 people had already died. This made the red-haired cultivator panic. After fighting for more than an hour, the cultivators that Zhao Hai blocked, except for the red-haired cultivator, were all cut down by Zhao Hai. The cultivators who fought against Laura and the others weren't doing well either. Even the cultivator who fought against Chiu Tai was injured by Chiu Tai. On the other hand, he wasn't able to injure Chiu Tai at all. When Chiu Tai first fought against these cultivators, he was somewhat nervous. But later on, he calmed down. He cultivated a body-tempering cultivation method, so his strength was great. Additionally, his saber techniques were much more exquisite than these cultivators. Because of this, although his opponent was a clone stage cultivator, he still couldn't deal with him. The more Chiu Tai fought, the more confident he became. On the other hand, his opponent was getting more and more surprised. This person didn't expect that a teenager would be this strong. Before long, Zhao Hai finished off the red-haired cultivator and turned him into an undead. Then he turned his head to Laura and the others. He didn't help them, this was a rare opportunity, so he decided to let Laura and the others play by themselves. On the other hand, the cultivators who were fighting against Laura and the others were very nervous. They saw how Zhao Hai cut down their opponents like vegetables and melons. Even the strongest among them, the red-haired cultivator, was cut down by Zhao Hai. Such strength wasn't something that they could provoke. This made them even more afraid. With only 60% of their strength left, Laura and the others were able to fight with ease. Before long, Laura and the others dealt with their opponents. At this time, the only one left fighting was Chiu Tai. Chiu Tai seemed to have entered a state where he didn't pay attention to the outside world. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to defeat the opponent in front of him. His opponent had 4 saber wounds on his body. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile. Chiu Tai's performance was getting better and better. In about 20 moves, he would be able to deal with his opponent. Zhao Hai didn't help him. He wanted Chiu Tai to see blood. As a cultivator, sooner or later, he would need to see blood. Zhao Hai wanted to use this opportunity to make Chiu Tai see blood. Sure enough, in less than 20 moves, Chiu Tai's saber cut through his opponent's neck. After killing his opponent, Chiu Tai couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he ran to the side and vomited. After a while, he calmed down, but he was still gasping for breath. Zhao Hai went to Chiu Tai's side and whispered, "Little Tai, they are all bad people. If they die, then they die. Killing a bad person is equivalent to saving a lot of good people. Don't think too much about it." When Chiu Tai heard Zhao Hai, his expression changed. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, if I kill a bad person, then it means that I have saved a lot of good people, right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Correct. If you kill a bad person, then it means that you have saved a lot of good people. You are a hero, just like the 2 teachers." Chiu Tai nodded. The panic that appeared in his eyes when he killed someone for the first time had already disappeared. Zhao Hai received the corpse of the Ouyang clan's cultivator into the space. Then he got on the carriage and continued to move forward. At night, Zhao Hai and the others stopped in a small town. In a good inn, they booked a small courtyard. After entering the small courtyard, Zhao Hai released Cui Wuxin. He looked at Cui Wuxin and said, "From now on, you have to deal with the Ouyang clan. No matter who they are, don't let them go." Cui Wuxin nodded. Then his figure moved and disappeared from the small courtyard. Zhao Hai looked at Cui Wuxin's departing figure and smiled. He really wanted to know what kind of expression the Ouyang clan would have when they see Cui Wuxin coming to deal with them. He believed that it would be very interesting. The small town that Zhao Hai and the others were in was quite far from the Ouyang clan. The Ouyang clan lived in the northwest of the small town. It was about 1,000 li away from a mountain called Jade Attraction Peak. The entire mountain belonged to the Ouyang clan. Because Ouyang Gang was an elder of the Tyrant's Blade sect, nobody said anything about his family occupying Jade Attraction Peak. After all, this was the territory of the Tyrant's Blade sect, and the mountain itself was the property of the sect. There was nothing special about it, so Ouyang Gang didn't mind. Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to go to Jade Attraction Peak himself. There was no need for that. He had Cui Wuxin go. Cui Wuxin had been living in the Ouyang clan for some time, so he was very familiar with the situation there. Therefore, it was best for him to do this. After an uneventful night, early the next morning, Zhao Hai and the others set off from the small town and headed towards their destination. While they were moving forward, a row of barricades suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai's carriage. These barricades seemed to be nailed from a large tree, looking very rough. They were placed horizontally on the road, blocking the way. As soon as Zhao Hai heard the undead, he curiously went to the carriage and looked at the front. At this time, Zhao Hai felt a gust of wind attack his neck. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He immediately melted the skin on his neck. Then he felt a sharp pain on his neck before he fell to the ground. Even with his crystallized skin, he still felt pain. One could see how powerful the attack was. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Zhao Hai laid on the carriage and didn't get up. He knew that he was attacked by a long-range artifact. This kind of artifact wasn't something that an ordinary person could use. The person who dealt with him must have an extraordinary background. In other words, the barricades were set up by the other party to lure him out and kill him in one fell swoop. At this time, Zhao Hai wanted to know who the person who attacked him was. Was it someone from the Hegemon Sword sect? Was it someone from the Imperial Beast sect? Was it someone from the Divine Machine sect? Or was it a ghost cultivator? It was possible that all of these groups were capable of using such powerful long-range weapons. Laura and the others also felt the movement inside the carriage. However, they didn't go to check on Zhao Hai's situation. They believed that Zhao Hai would be fine, so there was no need for them to check on him. Instead, they went to the window and looked outside. Only one person ran upstairs, it was Qiu Tai. Although Qiu Tai was very confident in Zhao Hai, he was still worried about Zhao Hai's situation. He immediately ran upstairs, but Julie pulled Qiu Tai back and said, "Stay here. If you go out, you might get attacked. Don't worry about Brother Hai, he's fine." Qiu Tai looked at Laura and the others with a puzzled expression. He saw that Laura and the others were calm, they didn't seem worried at all. This made him feel relieved. However, he wasn't completely relieved. He immediately asked, "Is the young master really all right? Why did I feel that the young master fell down?" Laura smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about that." Just as she said that, a sound was suddenly heard from the glass. Laura and the others turned their heads and saw an iron arrow hit the glass. The arrow's body was still trembling, but there wasn't any damage on the glass. The iron arrow was only stopped for a short time because it was shot with great force. When Laura and the others saw this, they couldn't help but be startled. One must know that the carriage was protected by a protective shield. The shield's defensive strength was quite good, it could at least block an all-out attack from a fusion soul expert. However, the iron arrow was actually able to pierce through the shield. Even when it was nailed to the glass, it still had a lot of strength. This made them surprised. As for the iron arrow not being able to pierce through the glass, this was very normal. The glass of the carriage wasn't ordinary glass. Strictly speaking, the glass of the carriage wasn't made of glass at all, it was made of a kind of crystal. This kind of crystal was very hard. Naturally, the iron arrow wouldn't be able to pierce through it. The person who attacked them didn't expect his arrow to be blocked by the carriage. He couldn't help but stare. Then he slowly walked out from the roadside. This person wore a black robe. In his hand was a large bow. This person was very ordinary. If he was placed in a crowd, you wouldn't be able to notice him at all. On the contrary, the large bow in his hand was very eye-catching. It was a very large bow that was 1.5 meters long. It was completely black, but it had a metallic luster to it. It was very eye-catching. The person coldly looked at Zhao Hai's carriage and said, "Come out, I'll spare your life." Just as his voice fell, a voice was heard, "You might spare us, but we don't want to spare you." After that, a figure slowly stood up, holding an arrow in his hand. It was Zhao, who had fallen to the ground after being shot by the arrow. When the bow-wielding cultivator saw Zhao Hai stand up, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Then he said in surprise, "You didn't die? How is this possible? You won't be able to dodge my fatal arrow." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Obviously, I didn't die. Your arrow might be useful against others, but it's useless against me. If I'm not wrong, you should be a divergent ability user, right? You're a metal divergent ability user? Moreover, you can completely hide your murderous aura. Even those who are targeted by your aura won't be able to discover you. Amazing. If someone like you is used for assassination, no one will be able to guard against you." The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted. "You are very smart, but in the end, you will still die in my hands." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and smiled faintly. "I heard that the Divine Machine sect has a very formidable assassin. Nobody has seen his face, but a lot of cultivators have died in his hands. I heard that nobody could escape from his arrows. Because of this, people gave him a nickname, the Shadow Killer. I wonder if Your Excellency is him?" That person looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "You've already guessed it. Why are you still asking? Do you think you can escape? You have seen my face. Everyone who has seen my face must die." Zhao Hai smiled. "That's not necessarily true. Why can't I see that I'm a dying man? No need to talk nonsense, let's do it." The person raised the bow in his hand and said, "You're right. I'm a divergent ability user. This bow in my hand is specially made. It used 81 kinds of materials and took a year to complete. Apart from people with divergent abilities, no one can catch it. Even a teleportation realm cultivator wouldn't be able to catch it. You should be happy to die under such a bow." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Oh, is that so? That's not bad. I just happen to be lacking a bow, so I'll use this. After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out his long saber. At the same time, the person raised his big bow. Nobody knows when an iron arrow was knocked on the bow. The arrow shot towards Zhao Hai like a meteor, heading straight for Zhao Hai's face. Zhao Hai fiercely waved his saber. With a clang, the arrow was knocked away by Zhao Hai. When the person saw Zhao Hai knock away his arrow, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he moved his hands and shot arrows towards Zhao Hai. The speed of these arrows was faster than the previous one, just like meteors chasing after the moon. Zhao also noticed the uniqueness of this person's archery. There was nothing special about this person's archery except for the fact that it was fast. Each arrow was faster than the previous one, and each arrow was faster than the previous one. He was using the fast technique to the extreme. Zhao Hai shouted as 8 doors suddenly appeared around his body. Each door had a huge lock on it. The 8 doors rotated around Zhao Hai. Dang 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 dang, the arrows shot by the man were all blocked by the 8 doors. The archer stopped moving his bow and stared blankly at the 8 gates. He didn't think that his archery skills would be useless against Zhao. Zhao was actually able to block his arrow with just a blade technique. But at the same time, he felt that his defeat was not unjust. He didn't think that Zhao's blade technique had reached the highest level. His arrow was blocked by such a blade technique, so his defeat was not unjust. At this time, Zhao Hai also stopped. He looked at the person and said, "Your archery skills are good. You used the word fast to the limit. This is very good. I admire you. However, you still lost today." The person looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Correct, I lost. Once an assassin loses, only one fate awaits him, death." After he said that, the person didn't wait for Zhao Hai to respond. He turned his hand and took out a dagger. Then without hesitation, he plunged the dagger into his own neck. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and muttered, "What an unyielding fellow. But this is also good. It saves me a lot of trouble. But this is also good. Later on, I'll have an assassin under my command." To be honest, Zhao Hai had a lot of assassins under his command. All of them were undead. However, the strength of these undead wasn't very high. In the true spiritual realm, they weren't very useful. Because of this cultivator that suddenly appeared could be used by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the cultivator into the space, turning him into an undead. At the same time, he had the processing machine decompose the cultivator's bow. Some of the materials used in the bow were materials that the space didn't use. Fortunately, the materials used in the bow were metals. With this, Zhao Hai's space had more than 20 types of metals. The 2 undead moved the barricade on the road away. Then the carriage continued to move forward. At this time, Zhao Hai returned to the living room. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, is that guy really the Divine Machine Sect's Shadow Lifestealer?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, that guy is the Divine Machine Sect's Shadow Lifestealer. He's a very famous assassin of the Divine Machine Sect. I heard that several teleportation realm cultivators have died under his arrows. Moreover, he's already at the transcending realm and is about to reach the teleportation realm." Laura frowned slightly and said, "It seems like the Divine Mysteries Sect is already thinking of ways to deal with you. The more people you kill, the deeper the enmity. The Divine Mysteries Sect will send even more experts to deal with you. It seems like we'll have a lot of troubles this time." Laura nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, we'll have a lot of troubles this time. Alright, I want to see what the Divine Machine Sect can do to me." The carriage continued to move forward. Along the way, they didn't encounter any attacks. When the sky turned dark, Zhao Hai and the others stayed in the wilderness for the night. After dinner, Cui Wuxin returned and entered the carriage to see Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw Cui Wuxin, he wasn't surprised. This was because he was the one who called Cui Wuxin back. He looked at Cui Wuxin and said, "How is it? Have you dealt with the Ouyang clan?" Cui Wuxin nodded and said, "I've dealt with them. This time, I've killed more than 30 people from the Ouyang clan. All of them were cultivators from the clan." Naturally, the Ouyang clan had more than 30 people. Zhao Hai didn't want Cui Wuxin to kill the Ouyang clan. What he wanted was for Cui Wuxin to attack the Ouyang clan. That was enough. Zhao Hai nodded, then he sent Cui Wuxin back to the space. Then he took out his communication device and contacted the Yin Yang elders. When the Yin Yang elders appeared, Zhao Hai immediately gave them a salute and said, "Greetings, masters." The Yin elder waved his hand and said, "All right. Did something happen? Is it about the Ouyang clan? How did you deal with it?" The Yin elder was very confident in Zhao Hai. He knew about Zhao Hai's strength. He just wanted to know how Zhao Hai dealt with the Ouyang clan. If this matter got out of hand, then they would have to find a way to deal with it. Zhao Hai replied, "I had Cui Wuxin attack the Ouyang clan yesterday. Cui Wuxin killed more than 30 people from the Ouyang clan. Moreover, everyone in the Ouyang clan can testify that they were killed by ghost cultivators. Master, I think that since the Ouyang clan was attacked by ghost cultivators, the Ouyang clan is no longer safe. Do you want to bring the Ouyang clan to the sect for some time to ensure their safety?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Yin elder's eyes couldn't help but flash. He immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai wanted to use this method to capture the Ouyang clan and bring them back to the sect. This was a good method. Moreover, Zhao Hai had already prepared an excuse for this. The Yin elder nodded and said, "All right, you don't need to worry about this matter. Leave it to us. Where are you now? Did you run into any trouble?" Zhao Hai replied, "I'm already halfway there. I really did run into some trouble. Today, I was assassinated by the Divine Mystery Sect's shadow killer. However, he failed and committed suicide." The Yin elder's voice turned cold. "Shadow killer? The Divine Mystery Sect is really willing to go all out. They even sent him out. It seems like the Divine Mystery Sect really thinks that our Tyrant's Blade School won't dare to do anything to them." Elder Yang replied, "We should teach them a lesson. The Tyrant's Blade School has been keeping a low profile these past few years. It seems like they have already forgotten how overbearing our Tyrant's Blade School is. Little Hai, you have to be careful. If the Divine Mystery Sect knows about you, then the other sects will know as well. You have to be careful. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes. Master, please rest assured. I know what to do." This time, Cui Wuxin's death and the Ouyang clan being dealt with by us might alert the ghost cultivators. It would be even more difficult to find them. When Elder Yin heard Zhao Hai, he could only sigh and said, "That's the only thing we can do right now. Even if we alert the enemy, we still need to deal with them. But if we can't deal with them, then we'll have more troubles in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The sect needs to send people to the Ouyang family as soon as possible. That way, we might be able to catch a few ghost cultivators. If we're late, then I'm afraid we won't be able to catch them." Elder Yin nodded and said, "You don't need to worry about this. The sect will handle it. You just need to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Elder Yin turned off the communicator. Zhao Hai also put away his communicator, then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "It seems like this trial wasn't in vain. At the very least, our harvest so far isn't small." Laura smiled and said, "Right, our harvest isn't small either. With so many strong undead, our safety will be guaranteed in the future." At this time, Zhao Hai felt that Chiao Tai's energy fluctuations were somewhat abnormal. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw that Chiao Tai was standing there with his eyes closed. It seems like he was meditating. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "He actually condensed his avatar at this time. This kid doesn't know how to return to his room." Laura and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. But they still stopped talking and looked at Chiao Tai. After more than an hour, an avatar slowly appeared on Chiao Tai's body. At first, the avatar was like smoke. But soon, the avatar became clear. Upon seeing the avatar, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. This was because Chiao Tai's avatar wasn't his own avatar, but rather Zhao Hai's avatar. Zhao Hai's avatar was standing with a large glaive in his hand. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. When the avatar took shape, Zhao Hai could clearly feel faith power pouring into his body from Chiao Tai's avatar. In fact, after arriving in the true spirit realm, although the space could still provide a lot of faith power to Zhao Hai, the faith power seemed to have been compressed. Moreover, it wasn't very useful to Zhao Hai's body. On the contrary, the faith power seemed to have been given to Zhao Hai's spiritual force. Zhao Hai could feel that the faith power in his mind was getting more and more. The faith power coming out of Chiu Tai's avatar was much more mellow compared to the faith power of the space's undead. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. After Zhao Hai's avatar was fully condensed, Chiu Tai opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with doubt. Then he noticed his avatar and couldn't help but smile. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I've succeeded. I've successfully condensed my avatar." Seeing Chiu Tai's happy expression, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Silly boy, why did you condense your avatar to look like me? This wouldn't be good for your future development." Chiu Tai shook his head and said, "I don't care. In my heart, the young master is the strongest person in the world. Therefore, I wanted to make my avatar look like the young master." Zhao Hai looked at Chiu Tai's stubborn appearance, then he sighed and said, "If you do this, then I can only let you learn other cultivation methods. Just the demon subjugation technique isn't enough." Although Chiu Tai didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, he didn't say anything. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. It seems like Zhao Hai wanted Chiu Tai to learn the Heavenly Demon Clan's cultivation methods. To be honest, only the Heavenly Demon Clan's cultivation methods were suitable for Chiu Tai. Naturally, the Heavenly Demon Clan's cultivation methods were improved, so it wouldn't affect Chiu Tai's future cultivation. Moreover, he didn't need to defeat Zhao Hai in order to progress. If he did, then he wouldn't be able to progress for the rest of his life. However, this wasn't the time to let Chiu Tai learn the Heavenly Demon Clan's cultivation methods. The most important thing for him right now was to stabilize his cultivation. After resting for the night, Zhao Hai and the others continued to move forward. Nothing happened along the way, but when they stopped by a few small cities, they heard some rogue cultivators talking about how the Ouyang family was attacked by ghost cultivators. The Tyrant's Blade sect sent reinforcements to the Ouyang family's headquarters. The Ouyang family, which was a very glorious and famous family, disappeared just like that. When he heard this news, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the sect would react this quickly. In just a day, the sect had already made a move. Moreover, for the news to spread this quickly, it was likely that the sect was behind it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the rogue cultivators to know about this. Zhao Hai and the others didn't care too much about this news. They believed that the sect would take care of this matter. After resting in the small city, Zhao Hai and the others continued their journey. They weren't far from the town they were heading to. They believed that they would arrive at the abandoned town in 3 or 4 days. These 2 days, they were very quiet. Nobody came to attack them. This was somewhat unexpected to Zhao Hai. He thought that the other sects would come to find trouble with him. He didn't expect that they wouldn't come. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai was sitting in the living room while drinking tea. He was looking at a jade slip in his hand. This jade slip wasn't a cultivation method jade slip, but a travel jade slip. It was written by a cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade sect. When the Tyrant's Blade sect was traveling in the true spirit realm, he wrote down some of the customs of the various places. Laura and the others were looking at the computer on the side. On the computer was a TV series from a planet. The main character of this TV series was very interesting. The name of this TV series was called The God of Creation, and the name of the God of Creation was Zhao Hai. In other words, this was a TV series with Zhao Hai as the main character. Although the things in the TV series were simply made up, Laura and the others were still watching it with relish. From time to time, they would laugh and talk. At this time, Chiu Tai went to the roof of the car to practice. At this time, Zhao suddenly felt a small transmission formation in his space move. Zhao stared for a moment, then his mind moved. He immediately took out the transmission formation and looked at it. There was a letter on it. Zhao picked up the letter and looked at it. The letter said, "Wang Hu is in danger, please come and save him." Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the transmission formation and saw that there was a letter on it. The letter said, "Wang Hu is in danger." Upon seeing this letter, Zhao Hai immediately remembered who this transmission formation was for. It was Wang Hu, the rogue cultivator that he met in the underground maze. At that time, Wang Hu helped Zhao Hai a bit, so Zhao Hai gave him a small transmission formation. He also told him that if he had any problems in the future, he could use the transmission formation to find him. Zhao Hai had almost forgotten about this matter, but he didn't expect to receive a letter at this time. Zhao Hai immediately turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "Laura, you keep going. When you reach the next city, stop and wait for me there. I need to go out." Laura nodded and said, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The last time I went out, I met someone. Something happened to him, so I need to go and take a look." Laura nodded, then Zhao Hai's figure disappeared from the living room. The small transmission formation that Zhao Hai gave to Wang Hu had a positioning function. It allowed Zhao Hai to easily find Wang Hu's position. Because of this, Zhao Hai immediately appeared at the location of the transmission formation. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he was still in the underground maze and inside the hall. However, the situation inside the hall wasn't very good. Two groups of cultivators were fighting inside the hall. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but frown. This was because he clearly remembered that Wang Hu and the others said that killing was not allowed inside the hall. Everyone gathered inside the hall to rest. Because of this, even if enemies met, they wouldn't fight. So why were they fighting now? At this time, Zhao Hai also saw Wang Hu. Wang Hu was surrounded by several people, resisting the attacks of more than 10 people. At the same time, Zhao Hai appeared next to a corpse. On the corpse's hand was a transmission formation, the one that Zhao Hai gave to Wang Hu. Zhao Hai received the transmission formation. Then with a move of his hand, a long blade appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai directly rushed towards the people who were besieging Wang Hu. With each slash, he cut down half of the people surrounding Wang Hu. At this time, the people who were fighting in the hall also noticed Zhao Hai, especially Wang Hu. When Wang Hu saw Zhao Hai appear, he immediately became happy and said, "Mister, you're here. That's great." Zhao Hai went to Wang Hu's side and said, "Brother Wang Hu, what's going on? Didn't you say that fighting is not allowed in the hall? Why are they fighting?" Wang Hu smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not afraid of Mister's joke. The people who attacked us are from a rogue cultivator alliance. This rogue cultivator alliance is called the Ghost Shadow Gang. It was established less than a year ago, but it has developed very quickly. It has almost become the biggest force in the underground maze. They want all the rogue cultivators to submit to them. We didn't agree, so they attacked us." When Zhao Hai heard Wang Hu, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't know if it was because the matter of the ghost cultivators was too sensitive recently, but when he heard the name Ghost Shadow Gang, he felt uncomfortable. At this time, the people who attacked Wang Hu once again moved towards them. When Zhao Hai saw the rogue cultivators attacking them, he couldn't help but stare. This was because these cultivators were very strong. They were all at the peak of the clone stage. Some of them were even at the soul fusion stage. They could already be considered as experts among the rogue cultivators. How can these rogue cultivators be so strong? Moreover, their strength wasn't very stable. It seems like they had just been promoted recently. What's going on? However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about it. These people were already in front of him. He wanted to know what was going on, but he had to deal with them first. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai immediately raised his blade and attacked. The underground hall wasn't very big. There were only a few hundred people on both sides. Now that Wang Hu's group had Zhao Hai's help, the situation immediately changed. It didn't take long before the attacking cultivators were repelled. The retreating cultivators left behind more than 100 corpses. It wasn't until the cultivators of the Ghost Shadow Gang retreated that Wang Hu and the others let out a long breath. Then, everyone couldn't help but cheer. After some time, Wang Hu and the others calmed down. Then Wang Hu walked towards Zhao Hai and knelt down in front of him. Zhao Hai quickly pulled Wang Hu up and said, "Brother Wang Hu, what are you doing?" Wang Hu's eyes turned red as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, we would have been finished." Zhao Hai smiled as he patted Wang Hu's shoulder and said, "All right, there's no need to be so polite. Tell me about the Ghost Shadow Gang." Right, have everyone help me move the corpses of the ghost shadow gang. I have a use for them. Wang Hu nodded and had everyone move the corpses. Then he led Zhao Hai to a small cave nearby. After entering the small cave, Wang Hu opened his mouth and said, "This ghost shadow tiger appeared a year ago. No matter who created it, the strength of those who join the ghost shadow gang will increase in a short period of time. However, their temperament will also change greatly. They will become very cruel, bloodthirsty, and more aggressive. Sometimes, the ghost shadow gang's members will have internal strife. Naturally, we will join such a gang. Therefore, the ghost shadow gang has invited us to join several times, but we didn't agree. I didn't expect that they would suddenly attack us while we were resting, catching us off guard." Zhao Hai said, "Does the Tyrant Blade sect know about the appearance of the ghost shadow gang?" Wang Hu shook his head and said, "They shouldn't know. We rogue cultivators have our own set of rules. No matter what happens in the underground maze, we won't tell the Tyrant Blade sect. Therefore, I don't think the Tyrant Blade sect knows what happened in the underground maze." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then can you tell me about the ghost shadow gang? Aside from their rapid increase in strength and their bloodthirsty nature, what other characteristics do they have?" Wang Hu thought for a moment and said, "I don't know what other characteristics they have." Right, they controlled some places in the underground maze and listed them as forbidden areas of the ghost shadow gang. They don't allow anyone to enter. If they enter those places, they would be hunted down by the ghost shadow gang. Zhao hid his brows as he said, "What kind of places are those forbidden areas? Is there anything special about them?" Wang Hu thought for a moment and said, "It's not a special place. It's just some of the more dangerous places in the underground maze. I heard that those places produce some special herbs and some special demon beasts. There are also some places where zombies roam. We don't dare to go to those places normally." When Zhao Hai heard Wang Hu, his brows couldn't help but tighten. There were zombies in the underground maze? How come he didn't know about it before? If there were zombies, then that meant that the place had a lot of yin qi. Places with a lot of yin qi weren't only good for the undead, they were also good for the cultivation of ghost cultivators. At this time, the other people also carried the corpses in front of Zhao Hai. However, when Zhao Hai looked at the corpses, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he couldn't feel any soul force in the corpses. Zhao Hai tried to throw some black gas at the corpses. Sure enough, it didn't have any effect. The soul force in the corpses had completely disappeared. Zhao Hai looked at the corpses on the ground. His brows wrinkled even more. He carefully thought about the corpses and the differences between them and the others. After carefully thinking about it, Zhao Hai suddenly thought of something. In addition to their cultivation being somewhat unstable, their souls seemed to be very weak. Moreover, there was a black gas between their eyebrows. This black gas was very abnormal. If Zhao Hai wasn't mistaken, the black gas on their faces was their death qi. In other words, even if these people didn't die, they wouldn't be able to live for long. However, Zhao Hai was sure that these people wouldn't die so easily. There was something strange about the death qi. As for what it was, he still couldn't figure it out. However, he believed that he would figure it out sooner or later. The others were somewhat confused as they looked at Zhao Hai. They didn't know what Zhao Hai was doing. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Hu and said, "Big brother Wang Hu, this matter is a bit strange. I'm afraid that the ghost shadow gang has some background. If you believe me, then you shouldn't enter this underground labyrinth for some time. It's very dangerous here." Wang Hu nodded and said, "All right, I believe you. We won't enter this labyrinth for some time. With the ghost shadow gang here, we wouldn't dare to enter this labyrinth." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Big brother Wang Hu, you should leave first. I'll go in and take a look. I want to see what's going on with the ghost shadow gang." When he heard Zhao Hai, Wang Hu immediately became nervous. He quickly said, "No, mister, you really can't. It's too dangerous. You don't know, but the ghost shadow gang has a lot of people. Moreover, some of them have already reached the transcending realm. It's too dangerous for him to stay." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Rest assured, I'll be fine. You should leave." Wang Hu saw that he couldn't persuade Zhao Hai. He nodded and took out his jade token, preparing to leave. Zhao Hai turned his hand and took out a small transmission formation. Zhao Hai gave the transmission formation to Wang Hu and said, "Brother Wang Hu, this is for you. If you need anything in the future, you can use it to inform me." Wang Hu nodded and said, "Brother Wang Hu, this is for you. If you need anything in the future, just use it to inform me." Wang Hu excitedly received the transmission formation. Then he gave a big bow to Zhao Hai and crushed the jade token. His body flashed with white light as he disappeared. The other people in the hall also left with Wang Hu. These people didn't dare to stay in the labyrinth. Seeing that these people had left, Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at the dead cultivators. Then he sighed and waved his hand. A fire appeared on the corpses. Before long, the corpses turned into ashes. Zhao Hai glanced at the hall, then he turned and went into a nearby cave. After a few turns, he disappeared. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't think that he would return to the underground labyrinth one day. But now, the Ghost Shadow Gang really attracted his attention. Before, Wang Hu said that there were some places in the underground labyrinth that were listed as forbidden areas by the Ghost Shadow Gang. He didn't know what they were doing there. Zhao Hai decided to go to the forbidden areas of the Ghost Shadow Gang. Zhao Hai had been to the underground labyrinth before, so he was very familiar with it. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at a more dangerous place. After looking at the entrance of the dangerous cave, Zhao Hai immediately noticed that in addition to a dangerous skull sign, there were also a few words: Ghost Shadow Gang Forbidden Area, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Zhao Hai looked at the cave entrance and didn't see anyone. However, this didn't mean that Zhao Hai didn't find anything. He found several formations at the entrance of the cave. It seems like the entrance was indeed sealed by the Ghost Shadow Gang. Zhao Hai looked at the cave and decided to go in. However, he didn't want to go in from the entrance. With an intention, Zhao Hai's figure slowly sank into the ground and disappeared. He wanted to go in from the ground and see what was going on inside. Zhao Hai used his earth element divergent ability, so there was no difference between the underground and the surface. Before long, he flashed into the cave. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that there were a lot of formations inside the cave. Some of these formations were for warning, but most of them were for attacking. If a group of rogue cultivators were to come in, then these formations would be enough to kill them. After sneaking about a kilometer into the cave, the formations disappeared. However, at the same time, Zhao Hai saw several Ghost Shadow Gang members. These Ghost Shadow Gang members had dense black qi on their forehead. Even their bodies were emitting a trace of death qi. Zhao Hai could even smell the stench of corpses coming from their bodies. Zhao Hai's brows wrinkled even more. After sneaking about a kilometer forward, Zhao Hai finally saw a large space. This space was very big. Most importantly, there was a dense yin qi in this space. This yin qi was essential to the creation of undead. Naturally, it was also something that ghost cultivators couldn't do without. But what surprised Zhao Hai the most was that in this huge space, he felt a gloomy feeling. This was a feeling that he would only feel after encountering a ghost cultivator. Zhao Hai didn't go out from the cave. Instead, he continued to sneak forward. Suddenly, he stopped because he heard two people talking. One of them said, "Senior brother, this is really a good place. Not only is it very good for cultivation, there are also so many silly rogue cultivators providing us with soul force. In a few days, they will become our corpse slaves. Senior brother, how did the Hall Master find this place? I heard that this is the Tyrant's Blade Sect's territory. Isn't the Hall Master afraid that the Tyrant's Blade Sect would discover us?" The other cultivator shook his head and said, "Don't worry, those rogue cultivators have their own rules. They wouldn't casually tell the Tyrant's Blade Sect about this place. This place is very good. We can build a base here. When the time comes, we can kill our way out and take control of Mani Coiling City. Ha ha ha, when the time comes, we can give the Tyrant's Blade Sect a big blow. Even if we fail, there are so many people in Mani Coiling City that they can provide us with a lot of soul force. Isn't this good?" Ghost cultivators. Zhao Hai was now certain that the one who spoke was a ghost cultivator. To be honest, this was a good choice for them to build a base here. No matter where the light is, it's hard to avoid the darkness. Nobody in the Tyrant's Blade Sect would think that the ghost cultivators would build a base here. If they were to make a move in the future, then the Tyrant's Blade sect's Mani Coiling City branch wouldn't be able to deal with them. When the time comes, Mani Coiling City would fall into their hands. This would be a huge blow to the Tyrant's Blade sect. When Zhao Hai heard what the two ghost cultivators said, he didn't say anything and immediately turned around to leave. He suspected that the changes in the underground labyrinth were related to the ghost cultivators. Otherwise, even if it was an evil sect or a devil cultivator sect, they wouldn't have come to the underground labyrinth to create a ghost shadow gang. The reason why Zhao Hai thought that the changes in the underground labyrinth were related to the ghost cultivators was mainly because of the changes in the rogue cultivators. These rogue cultivators seemed to have been forced to increase their strength through some method. And from the looks of these rogue cultivators, it was clear that this method wasn't legitimate. If they didn't have the support of a big force, then no rogue cultivator organization would have the ability and power to increase the strength of so many rogue cultivators. Devil cultivators and evil cultivators wouldn't risk offending the Tyrant's Blade sect by coming to the Tyrant's Blade sect and creating a gang of rogue cultivators. Therefore, there was only one force left that could use such an evil method to increase the strength of rogue cultivators, and that was the ghost cultivators. And from the conversation between the two ghost cultivators, Zhao Hai confirmed this point. Now that he knew that the underground labyrinth had become a base for the ghost cultivators, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. He had to leave immediately and report this news to the sect as soon as possible so that the sect could deal with the ghost cultivators in the underground labyrinth. Just as Zhao Hai was about to leave, a gloomy voice was suddenly heard. "Are you leaving already? I won't stay here any longer." Along with the sound, a pitch-black sword chi pierced towards Zhao Hai's location. When Zhao Hai heard the voice, he knew that it wasn't good. His body moved and directly dodged to the side. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that as soon as the sword chi entered the ground, it immediately turned into a mass of black gas and then exploded with a bang. Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't good. He didn't think that the other party's sword chi would be this strong. His body moved as he came out of the ground and stood on the ground. At this time, a person floated in the air and coldly looked at Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this person, he couldn't help but be startled. This person's appearance was really terrifying. He looked like a skeleton wrapped in a layer of skin, gloomy and terrifying. However, this person was wearing a red robe. This made him look even more strange. When Zhao Hai looked at this person, he felt like he was looking at the space's undead. There was not a single strand of hair on his head, which made him look even more strange. At the same time, it was impossible to tell his age. His eyes were very big because he was too thin, flashing with a ghostly green light like a will-o'-the-wisp. At this time, some black-robed cultivators surrounded Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at these black-robed cultivators. These black-robed cultivators were ghost cultivators. However, these ghost cultivators weren't very strong. The strongest one was only at the transcending realm. Zhao Hai simply didn't care about such strength. On the other hand, the red-robed ghost cultivator gave Zhao Hai a very dangerous feeling. Zhao Hai was sure that this person was at least at the teleportation realm. The red-robed ghost cultivator also looked at Zhao Hai. Then he suddenly laughed and said, "Kid, you're really brave. You're only at the fusion soul stage, yet you have the guts to come here. You're only relying on your Earth Divergent ability. Now that your Earth Divergent ability is useless in front of me, let's see what you can do." Zhao Hai looked at the red-robed ghost cultivator and sneered, "How about it? You'll know in a while." "What? Do you think that these guys can make me stay? Let me tell you, even if it's you, it's impossible for you to make me stay. You ghost cultivators only know how to hide underground. You're not worthy of being my opponent." The red-robed ghost cultivator didn't get angry because of Zhao Hai's words. He coldly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Listening to your tone, you should be a cultivator from a big sect, right? Kid, tell me your name and see if this old man has heard of you. If this old man has heard of you, then maybe I'll spare your life for the sake of your elders." Zhao Hai looked at the red-robed ghost cultivator and laughed, "Old ghost, you're really naive. Do you think I'll tell you? You think you're worthy of knowing who my elders are? You're wrong if you want to probe this young master's background." The red-robed ghost cultivator sneered and said, "If you don't want to say it, then forget it. This old man also doesn't want to know. Boys, go, capture him alive." I've been refining a magic tool recently and need a cultivator's soul. I think he's quite suitable. When the ghost cultivators heard this, they immediately responded and attacked Xiao Hai with their magic tools. The ghost cultivators mainly used magic tools to attack, and there were very few close combat. Most of the magic tools used by the ghost cultivators were related to ghosts. Therefore, for a moment, this place was really full of demons and ghosts. When Xiao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but snort. Then he moved his hand and a long saber appeared in his hand. Then Xiao Hai's saber technique spread out. The saber light flashed, and all the ghosts that came into contact with his saber light disappeared. Along with Xiao Hai's saber technique, 8 golden gates appeared around Xiao Hai. When the red-robed ghost cultivator saw this, his eyes couldn't help but shrink as he exclaimed, comprehending the great Tao? You've actually practiced an ordinary beginner's golden saber technique to this degree? Boy, I can't let you live. Then the ghost cultivator pointed his hand forward and a dark sword chi shot towards Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai waved his long saber and a saber chi flew out. His saber chi carried a strong yellow light. The saber chi and the sword chi quickly collided. Boom! Xiao Hai's saber chi completely offset the opponent's sword chi. However, the entire cave was shaken by the energy fluctuations. It was as if an earthquake had occurred. Countless dust flew up from the surroundings. When the dust settled, Xiao Hai also disappeared from the cave. When the red-robed elder saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. Then he waved his hands and said, "Ghost Eye, open." Xiao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at the red-robed elder. Along with his voice, a ghostly wail was heard. Then, his eyes emitted a faint green light, like 2 flickering balls of will-o'-the-wisp. Then his eyes searched the surroundings like searchlights. However, after looking through the entire cave, he still couldn't find Xiao Hai. His face couldn't help but turn ugly. After looking around again, he still couldn't find anything. The red-robed ghost cultivator couldn't help but shout in anger, "Seal all the entrances. You must find him." The ghost cultivators complied and scattered. At this time, Xiao Hai was hiding underground, looking at the scene above. That's right, he didn't leave at all. It was just that he was using his spiritual force to connect with the surrounding earth. In other words, he was the earth and the earth was him. Because of this, the ghost cultivator elder didn't find him and thought that he had already left. After the ghost cultivators left, Xiao Hai didn't immediately get up. Instead, he maintained his state and quietly laid there. After about half an hour, the red-robed ghost cultivator suddenly appeared in the cave. He looked around and muttered, "It seems like he really ran away. Kid, you got lucky. But I'm afraid that this base can't be used anymore. What a pity, what a pity." Then he left. Xiao Hai was still lying there, motionless. It seems like he had entered a meditative state and didn't know what was happening outside. After about an hour, the red-robed ghost cultivator elder appeared in the cave. He looked around again before he coldly snorted and flew away. After the ghost cultivator elder left, Xiao Hai slowly moved out of the ground. His movement speed wasn't very fast. He didn't make any sound and didn't cause any energy fluctuations. It took Xiao Hai more than 2 hours to move to a relatively safe location. It was a very ordinary cave in the underground maze. There was nothing special about it. Xiao Hai believed that even if the ghost cultivators wanted to establish a base in the underground maze, it would be impossible for them to completely control the entire place. The underground maze was too big for them to control. Xiao Hai didn't think that the ghost cultivators would be able to establish a base in the underground maze. After Xiao Hai arrived at the cave, he immediately activated his transmission formation and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already inside the carriage. The carriage hadn't left yet. Instead, it was parked in the courtyard of a small hotel. Laura and the others weren't in the courtyard. It was obvious that they went out to play. When Xiao Hai appeared in the carriage, he immediately took out his communication device and called the Yin-Yang elders. The Yin-Yang elders immediately connected. When Xiao Hai saw the Yin-Yang elders, he immediately said, "Masters, something happened. Ghost cultivators have appeared in the underground maze of Mandala City. They want to build a base there. Masters, please send troops immediately." Upon hearing Xiao Hai, the Yin-Yang elders' complexion couldn't help but change. They knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't joke about this matter. The Yin-Yang elder immediately said, "Tell me, what happened? How did you know that there were ghost cultivators in the underground maze?" Zhao Hai immediately replied, "During the cloning period, I went to the underground maze and met a rogue cultivator there. At that time, that rogue cultivator helped me, so I gave him a small transmission formation. I told him that if he was in danger, he could use the transmission formation to contact me. 2 days ago, I received a letter from him asking for help, so I went to the underground maze. However, I didn't expect that the underground maze was controlled by a group called the Ghost Shadow Gang. I became suspicious of the Ghost Shadow Gang, so I went to the area under their control to investigate. But I didn't expect to find ghost cultivators. Among those ghost cultivators, there was at least a teleportation realm elder. I spent a lot of effort to escape." When the Yin-Yang elders heard Zhao Hai, their complexions turned serious. They immediately realized that this was a crisis. If they didn't handle it well, then it would have a huge impact on the Tyrant's Blade School. The Yin-Yang elders weren't being alarmist. Although Mani Coiling City wasn't big, it wasn't far from the Tyrant's Blade School's headquarters. The underground maze beside Mani Coiling City was huge. No one knew how big the underground maze was. If the ghost cultivators were to build a base there, it would have a huge impact on the Tyrant's Blade School. Most importantly, the Tyrant's Blade School wouldn't be able to find the base because the underground maze was too big. Even if the Tyrant's Blade School sent out all their cultivators, they might not be able to find the Ghost Cultivator's base. If they couldn't find the Ghost Cultivator's base and let the Ghost Cultivators slowly develop in the underground maze, it would be like placing a ticking time bomb next to the Tyrant's Blade School's headquarters. That would be too dangerous. After understanding these things, Eldarine immediately said, "All right, I'll report this matter to the sect immediately. Go to your destination as soon as possible and see if you can find any clues about the ghost cultivators." Zhao Hai nodded and Eldarine immediately turned off the communicator. The Yin-Yang elders immediately went to see the sect master. The sect master knew that the Yin-Yang elders wouldn't look for him if there wasn't anything important, so he immediately invited them to the sky-cleaving hall. As soon as the Yin-Yang elders entered the sky-cleaving hall, they saw the sect master holding a jade slip and looking at it with delight. He clicked his tongue and said, "So that's how it is. It's really exquisite. I didn't expect the butterfly sect's butterfly knife to have so many exquisite aspects. It's amazing." Speaking up to here, the sect master put down the jade slip in his hand and looked up at the Yin-Yang elders. "What's the matter?" "I'm currently studying the jade slip that Little Hai gave me. To be honest, Little Hai is really a talent. The jade slip is..." Before he could finish, Eldarine waved his hand and interrupted him. "All right, senior brother. We didn't come here today to listen to you praise Little Hai. Little Hai just sent back a piece of information. It's very important. You have to make a decision immediately." When the sect master heard Eldarine, his expression couldn't help but turn serious. He knew that Zhao Hai went out this time to find clues about the ghost cultivators. Now that Eldarine said that Zhao Hai sent back a piece of information, it must be related to the ghost cultivators. Anything related to the ghost cultivators wasn't a small matter. The sect master said, "It's related to the ghost cultivators?" Eldarine nodded and said, "It's related to ghost cultivators. However, the location isn't the place we talked about before, it's in Bewitching Coiling City." When the Eldarine said this, the Yin-Yang Eldarine. Little Hai there? Wasn't the place he was going to this time in the opposite direction of Mandala City? How did he know about the city's situation? Eldarine waved his hand and said, "Little Hai went to the underground labyrinth of Mandala City to train. There, he met a rogue cultivator who helped him. So when he left, he gave the rogue cultivator a small transmission formation and told the rogue cultivator to find him if there was any danger. 2 days ago, the rogue cultivator came to find him. It turns out that the underground labyrinth was controlled by a force called the Ghost Shadow Gang. After Zhao Hai investigated the Ghost Shadow Gang, he discovered that they were actually a group of ghost cultivators. These ghost cultivators want to build a base in the underground labyrinth. Senior brother, we need to pay attention to this matter." The sect master wasn't a fool. When he heard Eldarine, he immediately understood what he meant. If the ghost cultivators were to build a base in the underground labyrinth, then the threat to the tyrant's blade school would be too great. The sect master stood up and said, "Ring the heroes' assembly bell. The entire sect will enter a state of combat readiness. Command the Mandala City branch to immediately seal the entrance to the underground labyrinth. At the same time, conscript all rogue cultivators who are familiar with the underground labyrinth." Someone immediately responded and went down to pass the order. The sect master circled the underground labyrinth twice before he turned his head to the Yinyang elders and said, "Where's Little Hai? Why hasn't he come back yet?" Eldarine shook his head and said, "I had Little Hai go to the small town to take a look. In any case, we already know about this matter. It doesn't matter if he comes back or not." The sect master nodded and said, "All right, let's get ready. We'll need the Supreme Elder's help in this matter." The Yinyang elders nodded. They also attached great importance to this matter. They knew that if the ghost cultivators were to build a base, then the Tyrant's Blade School's troubles would be even greater. Because of this, the underground labyrinth must be cleaned up. Zhao Hai didn't know what the sect's reaction was. After he sent a letter to the Yinyang elders, he went out of his carriage. There was no one in the courtyard. Laura and the others had obviously gone out to play. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. After circling around the courtyard, he returned to his carriage. At this time, he couldn't help but think about the underground labyrinth. When he thought about the underground labyrinth, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think about the little thing that he received in the past. That little thing was actually a treasure-seeking mouse. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Later on, when he went into seclusion, he had the little thing enter the space. Now, the little thing had become the mouse king of the space. Zhao Hai moved his hand and grabbed the little thing. When the little thing saw Zhao Hai, it immediately cried out cheerfully. Zhao Hai looked at the little thing and couldn't help but smile. He gently stroked the little thing as he took out some jerky for it to eat. The little thing stood on Zhao Hai's shoulder and ate the jerky. At this time, the little thing was a lot fatter than before. However, it looked even cuter. While the two were happily playing, Zhao Hai suddenly heard a voice. "Zhao Hai, listen to me. Your woman is in my hands. If you want her back, then come to Whitehead Mountain outside the city. I'll be waiting for you there." The voice gradually faded away until it disappeared. However, Zhao Hai recognized this voice. This was because he had dealt with the owner of this voice before. It was this voice that made Zhao Hai famous and a famous expert in the true spirit realm. The owner of this voice was Lu Xing, Heaven Comprehension Sword Lu Xing. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he waved his hand and released his magic horse. Riding the horse, the magic horse let out a long neigh before it jumped out of the courtyard and ran towards the city. Before long, Zhao Hai ran out of the inn and saw Whitehead Mountain. Zhao Hai commanded the magic horse to run towards the mountain. He could clearly feel that there was a very powerful aura waiting for him there. This aura was very familiar. It was Lu Xing. Zhao Hai didn't stop as he urged his horse to go up the mountain. Whitehead Mountain wasn't a famous mountain, but it was very steep. However, the magic horse was able to climb the mountain as if it was flat ground. Therefore, going up the mountain wasn't a problem for the magic horse. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the summit of Whitehead Mountain. From afar, he could see Lu Xing. At the same time, he also saw Laura and the others. Laura and the others were frozen as they looked at Zhao Hai. Seeing that Laura and the others were fine, Zhao Hai turned his gaze to Lu Xing. Lu Xing was looking at Zhao Hai with hatred. Seeing Zhao Hai looking at him, Lu Xing sneered and said, "Zhao Hai, I didn't expect you to be so infatuated. Ha ha ha. I just caught your woman and you immediately ran out. Good, very good. Let's see how you can escape from my palm." Zhao Hai jumped down from his magic horse and received it. Then he looked at Lu Xing and sneered, "Do I need to run to a villain like you? The one who ran last time wasn't me." When he heard Zhao Hai, the resentment on Lu Xing's face intensified. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You only know how to talk. Today, I'll kill you. Not only will I kill you, I'll also kill everyone you care about. I'll make you feel the pain that I felt in the past." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll kill you today." Zhao Hai suddenly smiled and said, "Is that so? How will you kill them? Show me how you're going to kill him." When Lu Xing heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression couldn't help but change. This was because he couldn't feel Laura and the others anymore. When Lu Xing turned his head, he discovered that Laura and the others had already disappeared. Actually, when Zhao Hai saw Laura and the others, he noticed that Kai wasn't with them. This meant that Kai had already entered the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai immediately talked to Lu Xing in order to attract his attention. Then Kai immediately pulled Laura and the others into the space. By the time Lu Xing reacted, Laura and the others had already disappeared. Lu Xing's expression changed, then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Good, Zhao Hai, it seems like I underestimated you. But it doesn't matter, since you're here today, don't think about leaving. Prepare to die." Then Lu Xing took out his sword and slashed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then he waved his hand as a long saber appeared in his hand. He looked at Lu Xing and said, "Everyone who dares to touch my women will die, including you." Then he raised his saber to meet the attack. Boom! A loud sound was heard as Zhao Hai and Lu Xing's sword collided. But what made Lu Xing's expression change was that Zhao Hai's spiritual qi wasn't any worse than his. The two of them were evenly matched. Lu Xing flew back and looked at Zhao Hai in shock. Then he said, "How is this possible? You're just a fusion soul stage cultivator. Why is your spiritual qi so strong? Why is this?" Zhao Hai looked at Lu Xing and sneered, "I already said that you've cultivated for 2 years more than me. If we've cultivated for the same amount of time, then killing you would be as easy as flipping my hand. Last time, you missed the opportunity to kill me. You won't have such an opportunity again. In the future, I'll be the one killing you. Prepare to die." Then Zhao Hai spread his blade and directly encircled Lu Xing. Lu Xing quickly discovered that he had made a huge mistake. He shouldn't be fighting Zhao Hai on the ground, he should be flying. This was because he was fighting with Zhao Hai on the ground, which was his weakness. It would be strange if he could win against Zhao Hai, but he wasn't worried. In the past few days, his swordsmanship had improved very quickly. Most importantly, he was a teleportation realm cultivator. He could perform short-distance teleportation in battle, which was the strongest aspect of the teleportation realm. Although Lu Xing discovered that Zhao Hai's spiritual qi concentration was similar to his, Zhao Hai's realm was definitely at the uniting soul stage, which was far from the teleportation stage. Because of this, Lu Xing was confident that he could defeat Zhao Hai. He believed that Zhao Hai couldn't fly, let alone teleport. This was his trump card. However, Lu Xing had to admit that Zhao Hai's saber technique was really powerful. He must find an opportunity to kill Zhao Hai in one blow. Otherwise, Zhao Hai could use his saber technique to block his attack. If that happened, it would be even more troublesome. But before he wanted to attack, the first thing he had to do was to leave Zhao Hai's saber circle. Only by leaving Zhao Hai's saber circle could he be in a position to attack without being attacked. Although Lu Xing knew that Zhao Hai still had flying beasts, he wasn't afraid at all. The reason why he was forced into such a difficult situation by Zhao Hai's flying beasts was because he had just entered the teleportation stage and wasn't very adapted to flying. This was why Zhao Hai's flying beasts were so difficult to deal with. If Zhao Hai released his beasts this time, then he would definitely be able to defeat them. Thinking of this, Lu Xing first completely dispersed his sword technique. Using the small space, he immediately used his teleportation technique. His figure flashed and he got out of Zhao Hai's saber circle. Then he flew into the air. When Zhao Hai saw Lu Xing's action, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. At this time, Lu Xing, who was flying in the air, looked at Zhao Hai's stunned expression. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Zhao Hai, you forgot that I'm a teleportation cultivator. I can fly, but you can only watch from below. If you have the ability, then release your flying beasts." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Xing and sneered, "A frog in a well." Then Zhao Hai's figure moved. He floated up and stood 100 meters away from Lu Xing. When Lu Xing saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression couldn't help but change as he sharply said, "This is impossible. How can you fly? This is impossible." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Although my realm hasn't reached the teleportation stage, my spiritual qi isn't any worse than yours. If you can fly, then why can't I fly?" Lu Xing stared and didn't speak. he felt that Zhao Hai's words were reasonable. When a cultivator reaches the teleportation stage, they can fly. This had nothing to do with the cultivator's realm, but it was related to the concentration of spiritual qi. If you have the concentration of spiritual qi in the teleportation stage, then you can also fly. Although Zhao Hai hasn't reached the teleportation stage, his spiritual qi concentration was already comparable to a teleportation cultivator. Naturally, he can also fly. Lu Xing's expression changed. Then he coldly said, "So what if you can fly? I can still kill you." Then Lu Xing waved his sword and directly attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also raised his saber to meet the attack. The two fought for more than 10 rounds. Lu Xing's expression completely changed. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so strong in the sky. In just 10 rounds, he was completely suppressed. In fact, Lu Xing didn't know that when it came to fighting in the sky, the people of the true spirit realm couldn't compare to the people from the lower realms. The people from the lower realms were already used to flying and fighting in the sky. However, the true spirit realm was different. Although the cultivators of the true spirit realm would go to the leaping dragon realm to practice flying, how could they compare to Zhao Hai who was flying in the lower realms? When it comes to fighting in the sky, even 10 Lu Xings wouldn't be Zhao Hai's opponent. Lu Xing's sword was suppressed to a very small range. There were a few exchanges where Zhao Hai's saber almost cut him. This made Lu Xing sweat. However, he didn't stop and continued to resist. At the same time, his eyes flashed. It was clear that he was planning something. The two fought for more than 10 rounds. Zhao Hai's blade broke through Lu Xing's defensive circle and slashed at Lu Xing's shoulder. Seeing this, Zhao Hai's face couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. At this time, Lu Xing's eyes flashed. His figure instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Zhao Hai. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's neck was cut by Lu Xing's sword. However, Lu Xing's face didn't have any happy expression. This was because he could clearly feel that his sword didn't have any resistance. In other words, he didn't cut Zhao Hai. His sword only cut Zhao Hai's afterimage. At this moment, Zhao suddenly appeared in front of him, standing face to face with him. Lu Xing was startled and stepped back. But at the same time, he felt a chill in his heart. He looked down and saw a knife being pulled out of his heart. Blood gushed out like a fountain from his heart. Lu Xing stared blankly at this situation. After a while, he understood what happened. He looked at Zhao Hai and muttered, "How is this possible? Is this teleportation? How did you do it?" Zhao Hai looked at Lu Xing and sneered, "You don't think that I've reached the teleportation boundary, right?" "I haven't reached the teleportation boundary. But you forgot, there's something called divergent techniques in this world. My divergent techniques are spatial divergent techniques. I can teleport myself. You don't understand me, yet you want to be my opponent. Lu Xing, for someone like you to be able to live until now, this is a miracle." When Lu Xing heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but spit out blood. He pointed at Zhao Hai and said, You. Then he fell to the ground and died. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Xing's appearance and sneered, "You want to take my life? Then this Zhao Hai's life is worthless." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and received Lu Xing's corpse into the space. At the same time, he descended from the sky. Just as he descended from the sky, he could feel several figures flying towards him. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately guessed that these people might be the Tyrant's Blade Sect's reinforcements. After all, he was in the Tyrant's Blade Sect's territory. If the Tyrant's Blade Sect didn't respond, then the Tyrant's Blade Sect would have already been destroyed. However, there weren't any experts in that small town, so they only arrived now. Zhao Hai didn't blame them for being late. From the time he met Lu Xing to the end of the battle, it didn't take long for these people to arrive. Zhao Hai immediately waved his hand to release Laura and the others. Just as Laura and the others were released, several black-robed Tyrant's Blade Sect cultivators appeared on Whitehead Mountain. These people quickly discovered Zhao Hai. The leader of the group immediately let out a whistle as the group descended from the sky. Zhao Hai counted a total of 6 people, all of whom were in the teleportation realm. When these people landed in front of him, Zhao Hai immediately cupped his fist and said, "Zhao Hai has seen Senior Brothers. Zhao Hai thanks Senior Brothers for your help." The leader of the group was a cultivator who looked to be in his 30s. He was thin and had an iron complexion. At first glance, one could see that he was a very serious person. He returned Zhao Hai's salute and said, "Junior brother Zhao, I just heard someone say that he captured your wife. Where is he?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "He's just a clown. I've already killed him." The leader frowned and said, "Junior brother Zhao, this isn't the time to joke around. I heard that he's a teleportation realm expert. Did he ask you to agree to his conditions so that he could release your wife?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that this person would think this way. He smiled faintly and then shook his head. "Senior brother, you're thinking too much. I actually know that person, I have a grudge with him. Maybe you've heard of his name before. He's Lu Xing from the Peerless Sword faction. Today, he came to take revenge on me. My enmity with Lu Xing can't be easily resolved. Moreover, I wouldn't lower my head to Lu Xing, nor would I agree to his conditions." The leader stared, then his complexion changed as he said, "You mean, you killed Lu Xing?" Zhao Hai nodded, then with a wave of his hand, Lu Xing appeared beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior brother, let's get to know each other. This is Tian Wu Jian, Lu Xing. But now, he's mine." The leader immediately felt Lu Xing's death qi. He also heard that Zhao Hai could turn people into undead. But when he saw Lu Xing, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was Lu Xing, a true teleportation realm expert. But now, he was actually turned into an undead by Zhao Hai. He still couldn't believe it. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received Lu Xing. Then he smiled and said, "Does senior brother believe me now? I didn't lie to you." The leader looked at Zhao Hai and muttered, "How is this possible? How did you do it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You forgot about our tyrant's Blade Gates blade command. This time, in order to save my life, Master didn't just give me a blade command. My wife also has a blade command. If Lu Xing wanted to capture them, wouldn't that be his own bad luck?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the leader couldn't help but be enlightened. Then he laughed and said, "So that's how it is. I didn't expect Lu Xing to have a blade token. I think Lu Xing must have forgotten about our tyrant's blade token. Moreover, Junior Brother's blade token was personally issued by the Yin Yang elders. He deserves to be unlucky." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He didn't want the cultivator to know his strength, so he brought up the matter of the blade command. In fact, when Laura and the others were caught by Lu Xing, although Zhao Hai was anxious and angry, he wasn't very worried. He knew that Laura and the others had blade command on them. If they weren't in the city and were afraid of hurting too many people, then Laura and the others would have already used their blade command. Lu Xing simply wouldn't be able to catch them. Zhao Hai turned to the cultivator and said, "I still don't know senior brother's name. Senior brothers have worked hard today. How about we go to the small town in front of us and have a good drink?" The leader smiled faintly and said, "This one is from Ji City's branch, Taigong. These are my junior brothers. I've heard that junior brother Zhao Hai is very good at drinking. I wanted to have a drink with you." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Senior brother, please go ahead. We'll be there soon." Taigong wasn't polite as he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. Then he led his junior brothers towards the small city. At this time, Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Laura and the others. At the same time, he looked at the unconscious Chiu Tai. Chiu Tai was also captured along with Laura and the others. In order to save them, Kai directly pulled them into the space. Naturally, they wouldn't let Kai know about the space's secret. Therefore, when they were pulled into the space, Kai made Chiu Tai unconscious. Zhao Hai waved his hand as he released the magic horse. Then he said, "Wake little Tai up, we're going back." Laura nodded and then took out some spatial water. Then she gently poured it on Chiu Tai's face. Chiu Tai immediately woke up. After he woke up, the first thing he did was to turn around and take out his long blade. He looked around vigilantly. When he saw Zhao Hai, his eyes showed a pleasantly surprised expression. He put away his blade and gave a salute to Zhao Hai. "Young master, you've returned." "I'm sorry young master, I wasn't able to protect the young madam." Zhao Hai looked at Chiu Tai's appearance and smiled faintly. "No, little Tai, you've done very well. Your reaction was also very fast. Alright, you don't need to blame yourself. Let's go back. Then he patted Chiu Tai's shoulder and walked towards the magic horse. Then he turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "Get on, we're going back to the city." Laura and the others complied, then they mounted their mounts and followed Zhao Hai towards the city. Before long, the group arrived at the city and returned to their courtyard. Tai Gong and the others were already waiting for Zhao Hai. Tai Gong and the others were curiously sizing up Zhao Hai's carriage. They couldn't help but praise it. Seeing that Zhao Hai had returned, Tai Gong couldn't help but sigh and said, "Junior brother Zhao, your carriage is really good. It's like a mobile home. But it's a bit inconvenient to travel like this." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's a bit inconvenient. But it would be much better if we were in the wilderness. There's no difference between here and home. Because of this, I've been using it since I was in the lower realm. When I arrived at the sect, I modified it a bit. Now that I'm going out for a trial, I've let senior brother laugh at me." Tai Gong shook his head and said, "I'm not laughing at you. Junior brother Zhao, how about you get me a carriage like this? I'll provide the materials." When Zhao Hai heard Tai Gong, he couldn't help but smile and said, "That's easy. But you'll have to wait until I return to the sect. Moreover, senior brother doesn't need to make it exactly the same as mine. You can just redesign it to your liking. When the time comes, I'll help you refine it." Tai Gong was overjoyed and said, "Good, good. Then I'll have to thank junior brother. Junior brother, you don't know, but my master's birthday is coming. I was wondering what I should give him as a gift. If junior brother can refine this carriage as soon as possible, then I'll give it to him as a gift. But I don't know when you can refine it. Can you refine the 5-year flash?" Zhao Hai stared, then he quickly said, "As soon as I return to the sect, I'll immediately start refining it. It won't take that long. Senior brother can rest assured." After sending Tai Gong away, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He knew that today's matter couldn't be concealed. It wouldn't take long for the people of the true spirit realm to know about his fight with Lu Xing. Fortunately, this matter could be pushed onto the saber token. However, this matter also reminded Zhao Hai that he was only a fusion soul expert. If his performance was too eye-catching, then the other sects would definitely pay attention to him. However, Zhao Hai didn't take the initiative to be bullied because of this. He wouldn't just let people hit him and not retaliate. If he did, then he would just kill the person and push the saber token onto him. After staying in the small town for a day, Zhao Hai explained the situation of the underground maze to Laura and the others. Laura and the others were also very concerned about this matter. After all, this matter was related to the entire Tyrant's Blade sect, and they were now people of the sect. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others left the small town and went straight to their destination. Their journey was very smooth, they didn't encounter any enemies. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the news of his fight with Lu Xing had already spread throughout the continent. However, this news didn't mention the saber token at all, it only said that Zhao Hai killed Lu Xing. Naturally, there were very few people who believed this news. Although Zhao Hai was now a fusion soul stage cultivator, Lu Xing had also stabilized his own realm. He was now a powerful teleportation realm cultivator. A teleportation realm cultivator dealing with a fusion soul stage cultivator was a piece of cake. Maybe someone helped Zhao Hai, or maybe it was because of other reasons. Finally, people thought about Zhao Hai's identity. Zhao Hai was an inner disciple of the Tyrant's Blade sect, and his teachers were the powerful Yin-Yang elders. If the news had spread at the beginning that Zhao Hai had killed Lu Xing with the saber token, other people might have felt that this matter was a bit strange, and they might not have believed it. The Tyrant's Blade School's blade token had always been a headache for the other sections. Moreover, this blade token was a tradition of the Tyrant's Blade School. The other sects had never been able to do this. This was also the Tyrant's Blade School's love for their disciples. At the same time, it was also a symbol of the Tyrant's Blade School's unity. It was for this reason that the disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School were people that other sects didn't want to encounter. If you attacked a disciple of the Tyrant's Blade School, it was very likely that he would suddenly use a big move. Moreover, this big move was at least in the teleportation realm. This was the biggest headache for the other sections. Because no one came to disturb them, Zhao Hai and the others' speed increased a lot. 4 days later, Zhao Hai and the others finally arrived at the abandoned town. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to enter the town. Instead, he stopped his carriage outside the town. Then he sat on top of the carriage and quietly looked at the town. The town wasn't very big. The entire town had about 300 households, so there weren't many people. Besides the main street, there wasn't anything special about the town. The houses weren't very neat, they looked like they had been specially designed. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Laura, take a map of the town to the space and analyze it. Not only do we need to see if it can form a formation, but we also need to see if the town streets are suitable for escaping or fighting. The true spirit realm is different from the cultivation realm. There are almost no ground wars in the cultivation realm. But in the true spirit realm, ground wars are a large part of the war. Therefore, we need to take these issues into consideration." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Laura and the others nodded, then they immediately returned to their carriages and began to get busy. Qiu Tai, who didn't understand these things, stayed by Zhao Hai's side. He looked around vigilantly and then said, "Young master, are we not going in?" Zhao Hai looked at Qiu Tai, then he smiled faintly and said, "The town is in the anti-sky. We can go in early or late. Let's observe the surroundings first. If we can't find anything, then we'll go in." Qiu Tai nodded, then he carefully observed the surroundings. Suddenly, Qiu Tai noticed something. He couldn't help but frown. Then he turned his head to Zhao Hai. He didn't know if Zhao Hai noticed, so he didn't dare say anything. Zhao Hai also noticed Qiu Tai's expression. He was puzzled and asked, "What happened, little Tai? What did you find?" When Qiu Tai heard Zhao Hai's question, he immediately replied, "Young master, the trees around the town are somewhat strange. It seems like they haven't been taken care of for a long time. But when these trees were planted, they were very particular. Look at those trees." When Zhao Hai heard Qiu Tai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he focused his attention on the trees and quickly discovered something different. These trees were very strange. At first glance, they didn't seem to be anything special. But when you look carefully, you can see that the distance between the trees was very particular. Most importantly, these trees were made up of different species. The entire town seemed to be surrounded by trees, but there were more than a dozen types of trees surrounding the town. This was very strange. What surprised Zhao Hai even more was that he couldn't recognize all of these trees. This made Zhao Hai frown. At this time, Qiu Tai said, "Young master, my grandfather likes to play with flowers and plants. He also knows about some trees and herbs. I've been with him for a long time, so I also know a lot of trees. I also have some knowledge about gardening. Young master, pay attention to the trees. Although the trees around the town aren't very precious, when they are combined together, they produce a faint smell. This smell has no effect on people, but it is very useful for beasts. Beasts have more sensitive noses compared to humans, so this smell would make them very uncomfortable. Therefore, most of the beasts wouldn't come to this town." Speaking up to here, Qiu Tai stopped, then he continued, "Moreover, the location of these trees is very special. These trees haven't been taken care of in recent years. If they were taken care of, then the trees wouldn't be this tall. If the trees were maintained at a height of 3 to 5 meters, then the beasts would be dazzled when they enter the forest. Even if a cultivator enters the forest, it would take them a long time to come out. This is a kind of visual deception in gardening." Zhao Hai nodded, his expression became dignified. He looked around the town and said, "The trees around the town aren't destroyed, but the people here were killed by the beasts. It seems like there's a problem here." Qiu Tai nodded and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked at Qiu Tai and couldn't help but smile faintly. "Right, little Tai, don't just think about cultivation in the future. You should also learn something else. A cultivator who only knows about cultivation, although he is very strong, he would still suffer a lot outside. Also, if you discover anything in the future, don't worry about me blaming you." When Qiu Tai heard Zhao Hai, he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, young master, I understand." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the town with suspicion. In the beginning, the Tyrant's Blade sect didn't suspect anything about this town. Therefore, they only did a simple investigation of the small tree and then let it go. This time, they were hoping to find some clues. However, Xiaohai's hopes weren't very high. After all, this town had been abandoned for a long time. The ghost cultivators shouldn't have returned to this place, because that would be too risky. They stayed outside the town for an entire day. During this time, Laura and the others were inside the carriage analyzing the situation. Xiaohai didn't stay inside the carriage all the time. He led Xiao Tai around the town and carefully observed the situation outside. At the same time, he also observed the situation inside the town from different angles. In the evening, when Zhao Hai led Xiao Tai back to the carriage, Laura and the others were already done with their work. When they saw that Zhao Hai had returned, Laura immediately led Zhao Hai to the living room of the carriage. On the living room's table, there was a computer that could display a three-dimensional image. Laura pointed to the three-dimensional image of the town and said, "Brother Hai, you guessed right. Although this town doesn't have a magic formation, the houses are very special. If someone really attacks this town, these houses will be like a maze, making it impossible to find the direction. It's very suitable for street battles. In other words, although this town looks very ordinary on the outside, it's actually prepared for battle." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Brother Hai, you guessed right. Although this town doesn't have a magic formation, the houses in this town are very special. If someone really attacks this town, these houses will be like a maze." Lizzie added, "Inside the town, there are several hidden escape routes. I'm afraid that those who aren't from the town wouldn't be able to find them." Then Lizzie pointed at the three-dimensional image of the town. Immediately, several red lines appeared on the three-dimensional image. When Zhao Hai saw these red lines, he couldn't help but be startled. These red lines crisscrossed through the town. Some of these lines even passed through the courtyard. From the outside, some of these places looked like dead ends. Who would have thought that these were actually escape routes? Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "It seems like this is a base that the ghost cultivators have been operating for many years. Would they easily give up on such a base? It seems impossible. Let's go to the town yesterday and take a look. I want to see what the ghost cultivators are up to." Laura replied, "I don't think that the ghost cultivators would easily give up on such a base. Look at this place, although no one has lived here for a long time, the rooms are still in good condition. There are very few devils who would visit this place. Normally, people would live here, but it's still deserted. This makes me think that the situation here might be related to the ghost cultivators. They might want to keep this place for future use." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Although this place is still under the control of the Tyrant's Blade sect, it's still in the periphery. The Tyrant's Blade sect's control over this place isn't very strict. There are very few Tyrant's Blade sect cultivators who would come here. This means that this place might have become a base for the ghost cultivators. Therefore, it's very possible that the ghost cultivators would keep this town for future use." Laura replied, "If that's really the case, then it's very likely that there would be some clues left behind in this town, but not too many." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, and in the future, this town might really be abandoned by the ghost cultivators. I think that the ghost cultivators have already discovered that their people in the Tyrant's Blade School have been cleaned up. Adding on to the fact that we came here this time, they would understand that their people in the Tyrant's Blade School have been removed. Moreover, all of them have confessed, so they wouldn't use this place anymore." Laura nodded and said, "Right, we can only hope that the ghost cultivators left behind some clues that haven't been cleaned up yet. This way, we'll be able to find some clues tomorrow." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the dark town outside and said, "Let's talk about it tomorrow. Let's have a good rest today and restore our spirits." Everyone complied and immediately went to rest. Zhao Hai was lying in his room with Julie lying next to him. The two were sleeping soundly when suddenly, Zhao Hai opened his eyes and sat up. At the same time, Julie also opened her eyes and sat up. Julie looked at Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai nodded. Then the two stood up from the bed and put on their clothes. They quickly went to the platform on top of the carriage and looked towards the town. The town had undergone a huge change, the whole place looked like a ghost town. A black fog had appeared above the town, covering the whole place. Inside the town, there were gusts of cold wind. There wasn't even a single light, making the place look like a ghost town. Although the town looked like a ghost town, there weren't any ghosts to be seen. However, the waves of Xianxia made Zhao Hai very surprised. Zhao Hai looked at the town's appearance and gently frowned. He didn't know what happened, but he was sure that something was going to happen here. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed, revealing the moon. Then, a very mournful ghost cry was heard from the town. Then, a group of shadows appeared in the town. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that this shadow wasn't wearing a warrior's clothing, but rather an ordinary farmer's clothing. It didn't look very tall, just like an ordinary farmer in a small town. The shadow stood quietly in the town, then it looked towards the direction of the moon, standing there blankly. A snow-white moonlight shot towards it, and when the moonlight hit its body, it emitted a burst of silver light, then the moonlight disappeared. Zhao Hai and Julie looked at the shadow and couldn't help but stare. They were sure that the shadow was a ghost, and it was currently absorbing the moonlight to cultivate. Zhao Hai was almost certain that this ghost was a wild one, not a ghost raised by a human. This was because ghosts raised by humans would rarely be placed outside to absorb moonlight to cultivate. This was because not only was it slow, it was also too easy to be exposed. Therefore, Zhao Hai was sure that this ghost was a wild one. How could there be a wild beast in the territory of a ghost cultivator? What's going on? Zhao Hai felt that his brain was somewhat useless. Zhao Hai turned his head to Julie and said, "Julie, you stay here and wake everyone up. Tell them to be careful, I'll go to the town and take a look." Julie nodded, she didn't stop Zhao Hai. With Zhao Hai's strength, she believed that Zhao Hai would be fine. Zhao Hai flew down from the carriage and headed towards the town. When he was outside the town, the ghost didn't react to Zhao Hai's arrival. It was as if Zhao Hai didn't exist. But when Zhao Hai entered the town, the ghost immediately noticed him and howled as it rushed towards him. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, but then he discovered that the ghost didn't have any intention to hurt him. It just kept howling and screaming, as if it was trying to scare him. When Zhao Hai saw this, he was stunned. He was already prepared for a big battle, but who knew that his opponent wouldn't give him such an opportunity? The strength of this ghost wasn't weak. Zhao Hai looked at it and saw that the ghost's strength was almost equivalent to a ghost general. If it was calculated according to the number of cultivators, then it should be almost at the transcending realm. But why does it seem like it doesn't know how to attack? Zhao Hai looked at the ghost that was still trying to scare him. He didn't know what to say, so he sighed and said, "Don't be so busy. I know that you can understand what I'm saying. Tell me, what do you want to do?" When the ghost heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. He stared blankly at Zhao Hai. After a while, the ghost looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're not afraid of me?" "Why?" Zhao Hai looked at the ghost, then he smiled bitterly and said, "I'm a cultivator. Do you think I'm afraid of ghosts?" When the ghost heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he immediately knelt before Zhao Hai and said, "Sir Cultivator, this lowly one has seen Sir. This lowly one didn't mean to offend Sir, please forgive me." When Zhao Hai saw the ghost's appearance, he couldn't help but stare. However, he still waved his hand and said, "All right, it's fine. Get up." "What's going on?" After the ghost got up, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, I really don't know what's going on. I didn't live in this place before, but one day, a group of monster beasts rushed in and killed everyone they saw. I remember that my parents were killed. At that time a monster beast rushed towards me. After that, I don't know what happened. I don't know how long it took for me to wake up, but at that time, there was no one left in the town. I couldn't leave the town, so I could only live here. Later on, some people came to the town and when I went to greet them, they were all scared away." Zhao Hai looked at the ghost's appearance, then he took a deep breath and said, "When did you discover that you'd become a ghost? And when did you start cultivating?" The ghost looked at Zhao Hai and shook his head, "Sir, I don't remember. I only know that when there's a moon, I feel very comfortable. As for cultivation, I don't know much about it." Zhao Hai looked at the ghost and said, "Then where do you hide during the day?" Zhao Hai was very clear that ghosts were generally afraid of light. Therefore, this ghost would certainly hide during the day. The ghost replied, "In the well of my house. There's a rock there. When I stay there, I feel very comfortable. Therefore, I hide in the well during the day." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Have there been any cultivators before me?" The ghost shook his head and said, I don't remember. When I woke up, I didn't find any cultivators coming to the town. Sir, you are the first one. Xianxia nodded and said, take me to your house. The ghost didn't dare to be negligent. He nodded and led Xianxia into the town. Before long, they arrived at a courtyard in the town. This courtyard was on the outskirts of the town. It was one of the least valued courtyards. As soon as he entered the small courtyard, Zhao felt that the Xianxia in the courtyard was particularly heavy. Zhao looked at the well on the side of the courtyard, and saw that the Xianxia was coming out of the well. Xianxia went to the well and looked inside. He immediately felt that there was something wrong with the rock inside the well. Although the rock was mixed with the other rocks, Xianxia could feel a very strong yin energy coming from it. Xianxia waved his hand as the rock flew out of the well. The ghost nervously looked at Xianxia. He was afraid that Xianxia would take the rock away. Then he wouldn't even have a place to stay. Xianxia looked at him and smiled, don't worry, you can go in now. I'll take you to a place where you can make friends. It's better than staying here alone. When the ghost heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but hesitate. But because of his innate fear of cultivators, he clenched his teeth and directly entered the stone. Xianxia turned his hand and threw the stone into the space. As soon as the stone entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard, Yin Spirit Stone detected. Analyzing its composition, it is a stone with a special attribute. Originally, it didn't have any attribute, but due to the influence of the environment, it gained an attribute. It can allow Yin spirits to live inside and protect Yin spirits. When cultivators wear it, it can increase their soul force. At the same time, if a cultivator is killed, their soul can escape into the Yin Spirit Stone and be preserved. The space has created a Yin Spirit Stone mine, host can inspect it. Xianxia stared, he didn't think that it would be like this. He couldn't help but curiously go to the side of the well. He discovered that there was still Yin energy coming from the well, but it was very weak. Xianxia immediately understood, no wonder there was a Yin Spirit Stone here. There was a small Yin vein in the well, and the Yin Spirit Stone was affected by this Yin vein. Because of this, it slowly turned into a Yin Spirit Stone. Xianxia also didn't understand. Although this was a stronghold of the ghost cultivators were very cunning. In the end, in order to ensure that the ghost cultivators who infiltrated the Tyrant's Blade School wouldn't be discovered, the ghost cultivators attracted demon beasts and killed the residents. The ghost cultivator just now was just an ordinary person. He was indeed killed, but his courtyard had a small Yin vein that the ghost cultivators didn't pay attention to. Then this Yin vein gave birth to a Yin Spirit Stone. After the ghost cultivator was killed, his soul ran into the Yin Spirit Stone. Because he wasn't a cultivator, his soul was very weak. He stayed inside the Yin Spirit Stone for a long time before he was able to come out. By the time he came out, who knows how many years had already passed. The town was already abandoned, and nobody came here anymore. Therefore, the ghost cultivator only met some ordinary people who wanted to live here, but he scared them away. Although no one could confirm whether Xiaohai's words were correct or not, Xiaohai believed that his guess was correct. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a coincidence. However, this was also good. This meant that this ghost wasn't left behind by a ghost cultivator. Xiaohai felt relieved. Now, he just had to wait for tomorrow to carefully examine the town's situation. After returning to the carriage, Xiaohai told Laura and the others about the situation. Laura and the others could only sigh, these ghost cultivators were really strange. The group couldn't sleep, so they chatted for a while in the living room as the sky slowly brightened up. After eating breakfast, Xiaohai and the others entered the town and carefully inspected the entire place. Xiaohai first looked around the town's periphery. In the end, he discovered that there wasn't anything worth looking at. The town's periphery should really be a civilian's home, there was nothing valuable inside. Xiaohai and the others slowly walked towards the town. This time, Xiaohai's eyes were on the town's escape route. Although the escape route was calculated by Laura and the others, Xiaohai still thought that it was reasonable. The courtyards on the escape route should have something to do with the ghost cultivators. Therefore, Xiaohai decided to go there and see if there were any clues left in those courtyards. Because the town had been abandoned for too long, the wooden structures of the houses had been damaged. The courtyard doors had also collapsed, giving the place a dilapidated appearance. Zhao Hai and the others entered one of the courtyards on the escape route. The courtyard wasn't very big, it looked like it belonged to an ordinary person. Moreover, the number of people inside shouldn't be more than 5. The courtyard was paved with blue stones. There was nothing special about it. There was also a well in the courtyard. The rooms in the courtyard were divided into the east and west rooms, as well as the main room. However, it was obvious that the east room seemed to be a storeroom, while the west room and the main room should be living quarters. One of the courtyard's walls had collapsed, it seems like it was knocked down by something. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to it as he walked towards the east room. The east room had some miscellaneous items made of stone and wood, as well as some iron tools. However, the iron tools were already rusted beyond recognition. The tools made of wood and stone were also broken. The stones were also covered with moss, it was almost impossible to see their original appearance. Zhao Hai looked at the east room, then he waved his hand and took the things inside the room to the space. Then he threw them into the courtyard, leaving the east room empty. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the room. The walls of the room were simply smeared with a layer of mud. But now, the mud had fallen off, revealing the stones inside. The floor of the room was paved with blue stone, it looked very ordinary. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the room, but there was nothing to see. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the blue stone on the floor disappeared, leaving behind ordinary mud. There was nothing special about it. Zhao Hai went outside and saw Laura and the others coming out of the main room and the west room. However, there was a trace of disappointment on their faces, it was obvious that they didn't find anything. Zhao gently knit his brows, then he went to the west wing and the main room to take a look, but he didn't find anything. These 2 rooms should have been paved with stones, but the stones were moved by Laura and the others. Underneath the stones was ordinary soil, so he couldn't find anything. Zhao Hai knit his brows, then he carefully looked at the courtyard, but he still couldn't find anything. After removing the stones from the courtyard, he still couldn't find anything. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. Zhao Hai frowned as he stood in the courtyard. Then he slowly closed his eyes as his body emitted a yellow light. Then the yellow light slowly disappeared into the ground. Zhao Hai was still standing there. But if a cultivator were to use their spiritual force to check the courtyard, they wouldn't be able to find Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai seemed to have disappeared from the courtyard, he seemed to have become a part of the soil. Nobody would notice him. After some time, Zhao Hai opened his eyes and said, "I found it." Just as Laura and the others were about to speak, Zhao Hai's expression suddenly changed. This was because he felt several powerful auras rushing towards them. Moreover, these auras had a cold feeling to them. Zhao Hai immediately turned to Laura and the others and said, "Laura, immediately use the transmission formation to return to the sect. Find teacher and have him locate my location. Then we'll immediately come to support. Maybe we can catch some big fishes." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. The group didn't say anything and immediately gathered together. They also pulled Zhao Tai to their side. Then with a flash of white light, the group disappeared. Zhao Hai stood in the courtyard as he looked at the direction where the auras came from. The auras seemed to have discovered that Laura and the others had left. The group became even angrier as they flew towards Zhao Hai's courtyard. Before long, they arrived above Zhao Hai's courtyard. Zhao Hai looked at them and saw exactly 8 people. These 8 people wore black clothes as well as black masks on their faces. Their 16 eyes were coldly staring at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the 8 people and suddenly smiled faintly as he said, "Sure enough, this is your base. What's wrong? Are you still reluctant to give up on this place? Are you reluctant to give up on the materials here?" When the ghost cultivators heard Zhao Hai, their eyes became even colder. One of the ghost cultivators said, "I didn't expect you to find out." "How did you find out?" Zhao Hai looked at the ghost cultivators and said, "You did a good job. You didn't leave any clues in these courtyards. There are no passages, no transmission formations, and even the warehouses where you stored your things are made of materials that can shield spiritual force. If you want to go there, you need to use a directional transmission formation. It seems like you don't really want to give up on this place." This place is still your secret base, but it's in a dormant state for the time being. When necessary, this base will be activated, am I right? Am I right? The ghost cultivator who just spoke couldn't help but praise, you're very smart. Xianxia, if you join us ghost cultivators, I guarantee that we'll do our best to nurture you. What do you think? We ghost 8 grades aren't any worse than the Yin-Yang elders. You really aren't any worse than us? Ghost 8, I didn't think that you would dare to show your face. You even dared to deal with my disciples. I think you don't want to live anymore. Along with this voice, the Yin-Yang elders slowly flew in from outside the town. Following them were several other cultivators. Without exception, these cultivators were all elders of the Tyrant's Blade School. They were all in the teleportation realm. When the Ghost 8 grades saw the Yin-Yang elders, they couldn't help but feel nervous. They immediately gathered together and formed a formation. They coldly looked at the Yin-Yang elders and the other cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade School. The Yin-Yang elders looked at the Ghost 8 grades and sneered, you 8 idiots want Little Hai to join your group? Do you think Little Hai is an idiot? He just casually said a few words to drag you here. Don't forget that this is the Tyrant's Blade School's territory. You actually dared to attack our disciples in our territory. You really don't know the difference between life and death. When the Ghost 8 grades heard the Yin-Yang elders, they couldn't help but stare at the Yin-Yang elders with fire in their eyes. The ghost cultivator who just spoke said, Yin-Yang old ghost, are you that confident in dealing with us? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Ha 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 ha. 8 grades, 8 grades. Back then, you were a bunch of good-for-nothings. Now that I look at you, you haven't grown at all. To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed. Even if I kill you, I won't feel any sense of accomplishment. The Ghost 8 grades were trembling with anger. The ghost cultivator in the lead said, you talk too much nonsense. Let's see who's the real deal. Kill. After he said that, he immediately led the charge towards the Yin-Yang elders. After saying that, the Ghost 8 grades charged towards the Yin-Yang elders. Their weapons also appeared in their hands. When Xianxia saw the weapons in their hands, he was stunned. This was because the weapons in their hands were actually skull hammers. What were skull hammers? The skull hammer was a hammer that looked like a skull. However, this hammer was very powerful. It wasn't only because it was a heavy weapon, but also because of the holes in the skull. When the hammer was swung, it would emit a whining sound that sounded like the crying of ghosts. What surprised Xianxia even more was that these Ghost 8 grades seemed to know a set of joint attacks. Their movements were always in sync. When they advanced, they would advance together. When they retreated, they would retreat together. The Yin-Yang elders were very familiar with the fighting style of the Ghost 8 grades. Their hands moved as 2 long swords appeared in their hands. Their swords looked very ordinary, there was nothing special about them. However, when the swords were in their hands, they seemed to have a life of their own. Their figures moved to meet the other party's attack. This was Xianxia's first time seeing the Yin-Yang elders in action. The two's movements were extraordinary. Their coordination was even more skillful. Moreover, their saber techniques were even more powerful. Soon, the Yin-Yang elders stood with the Ghost 8 grades. The other cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade School didn't participate in the siege. Xianxia carefully observed the battle between the 10 people. He discovered that the 10 people were fighting very quickly. Moreover, they were surrounding each other and using joint attacks. Outsiders simply couldn't interfere. However, the Yin-Yang elders didn't have any advantage in the battle. It seems like the two sides wouldn't be able to determine a winner without exchanging several thousand moves. Xianxia carefully observed for a while. He discovered that the Yin-Yang elders' joint attack technique was in accordance with the Yin-Yang Dao. On the other hand, the Ghost 8 grades' joint attack technique was in accordance with the 8 trigrams. It would be difficult for outsiders to interfere, but this wasn't a problem for Xianxia. Xianxia turned his hand and a large black bow appeared in his hand. He also took out a meter-long iron arrow and placed it on the bow. Then he pulled the bowstring and pointed the arrow at the 10 people. Xianxia's actions were noticed by the other elders of the Tyrant's Blade School. Their expressions changed. Just as they were about to warn Xianxia not to act recklessly, they suddenly discovered that one of the Ghost 8 grades seemed to have noticed something. His body suddenly moved and the smooth coordination between the Ghost 8 grates disappeared. The formation of the Ghost 8 grates couldn't help but become chaotic. At this time, the Yin-Yang elders suddenly attacked and injured 2 of the Ghost 8 grates. When the other members of the Ghost 8 grates saw this, they fiercely waved their hands and threw out several black balls. Just as the balls flew out, they suddenly exploded. As the balls exploded, a large amount of black fog suddenly appeared in the small town. The entire town was shrouded by this black fog. When the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade School saw this, they couldn't help but be startled. They immediately took out their weapons and carefully observed their surroundings. This was because they discovered that the black fog not only blocked their vision, it also blocked their spiritual force. They were afraid that the Ghost 8 grates would attack them. At this time, they suddenly heard a voice. God said, "Let there be light." Light dispels darkness and brings warmth to all living things. Evil has nowhere to hide. These words weren't a spell, they were spoken by Xiao Hai himself. At this time, he also used his spiritual qi to cast light magic. Light element magic was the nemesis of all dark energy. And with the support of Xiao Hai's incomparably powerful spiritual qi, the effect of this light element magic was surprisingly good. The people of the Tyrant's Blade Gate felt a strong light slowly rising from the center of the town. All the dark fog that met this strong light was like snow meeting sunlight, quickly disappearing without a trace. Before long, the entire town was once again exposed to sunlight. The people of the Tyrant's Blade School looked at each other and saw that nothing had happened to them. It was just that the ghost cultivators had escaped. However, the people of the Tyrant's Blade School weren't too disappointed. They knew that the Ghost 8 grates weren't easy to deal with. The Yin-Yang elders looked at each other and saw a smile in each other's eyes. Then the 2 landed on the ground. Xiao Hai quickly went forward and gave a salute. "I've seen masters. I didn't expect you to arrive this quickly." The Yin-Yang elder smiled faintly. Then Eldarine said, "As soon as we heard Laura's report, we immediately came." "Kid, you did a good job." "Right, did you find anything?" Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I found something. There's a warehouse under the village. There are a lot of good things in that warehouse. It seems like the ghost cultivators left it here. They might have prepared it for the future. The ghost cultivators might have been afraid that I would discover the warehouse, so they came here to attack me." When the Yin-Yang elders heard Xiao Hai, Elder Yang quickly said, "Check the warehouse and see if it's still there. Don't let the ghost cultivators take it away." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Masters, you don't need to worry. I've already moved the things out of the warehouse. They can't take it away, you can rest assured." The Yin-Yang elders relaxed. Then they turned to the other elders and smiled faintly. "This time, we didn't come in vain. At the very least, we managed to deal with the Ghost 8 grates. Let's go, we'll rest here for a while. While we're at it, we'll have Xiao Hai tell us what happened." The other elders naturally agreed. Then Xiao Hai invited them to his carriage. Then he personally prepared some food and wine and invited everyone to drink. At the same time, he also told them about what happened along the way. Naturally, there were some things that he couldn't say. Even so, these people were surprised. They didn't think that Xiao Hai would encounter so many things along the way. Eldarine was sitting in the living room. After taking a sip of tea, he said, "The Sex Underground Labyrinth isn't going very smoothly. The underground labyrinth is too big, and the ghost cultivators entered before us. Because of this, we still haven't found their lair. I'm afraid that for the next few years, our Tyrant's Blade sect won't be able to do anything. We'll just play hide and seek with the ghost cultivators in the underground labyrinth." Xiao Hai and Elder Yang were still sitting in the living room. Laura and the others weren't there, they had already returned to Yuan Yupeek's courtyard. Eldarine was currently talking to Xiao Hai about the underground labyrinth. When Xiao Hai heard Eldarine, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "The underground labyrinth is too big. If we don't deal with the ghost cultivators as soon as possible, then it would be troublesome in the future." Elder Yang sighed and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. The underground labyrinth is too big. If you didn't discover it early, then we would have been in a lot of trouble." Xiao Hai frowned as he sat there. After some time, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he flipped his hand as a small mouse appeared in his hand. This mouse was the treasure-seeking mouse. It was born in the underground labyrinth. Moreover, no matter where Zhao Hai went in the underground labyrinth, this little thing was able to find him. This showed that this little thing was very familiar with the underground labyrinth. If what Zhao Hai thought was true, then can he have this little thing help them find the ghost cultivators? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately began to communicate with the little thing. Although the Yin-Yang elders didn't understand why Zhao Hai suddenly took out a mouse, they knew that Zhao Hai wasn't an unreliable person. Therefore, they didn't bother him and just wanted to see what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Zhao Hai communicated with the little thing for a while before he found out that there was a group of rats in the underground labyrinth. Moreover, it was a very large group. It could be said that the underground labyrinth was ruled by the rats. There was no place in the underground labyrinth that the rats didn't know. As for this little thing, it had a special position in the rat pack. Because it was a mutated rat, its position in the pack wasn't low. If it were to appear, the rats would be able to help the Tyrant's Blade School. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He placed the little thing on his shoulder and took out some dried meat to feed it. Then he turned to Elder Yin and said, "Master, I brought this little thing out of the underground maze. There's a large group of rats in the underground maze. If they're willing to help, then no matter where the ghost cultivators hide, they wouldn't be able to escape our pursuit." Elder Yin nodded and said, "Master, I brought this little thing out of the underground maze." When Elder Yin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he was overjoyed as he stood up and said, "Little Hai, is what you said true? If that's the case, then the underground labyrinth wouldn't be open to the public anymore. It would be our Tyrant's Blade School's territory." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's true. Master can rest assured, we'll be able to enter the underground labyrinth tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll have this little thing contact its people. I don't believe that the ghost cultivators would be able to escape this time." Elder Yin nodded and said, "All right, you rest for a day. I'll go talk to the sect master. Tomorrow, you'll come with us to the underground labyrinth. We must eradicate all the ghost cultivators there." Zhao Hai nodded, then the Yin-Yang elders stood up and left. It was obvious that they were very anxious this time. After Elder Yin left, Laura and the others appeared in the living room. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what did you find in the ghost cultivator's warehouse? Are they useful to us?" When Zhao found the ghost cultivator's warehouse, he didn't think about moving it immediately. But when he found out that the ghost cultivator wanted to deal with him, he immediately knew that the things inside the warehouse might be very useful to the ghost cultivator. So after Laura and the others left, he immediately sent a silver needle into the warehouse. Then he released his undead and emptied the warehouse of everything inside. Zhao Hai didn't want to waste any time. It must be said that there were a lot of good things inside the ghost cultivator's warehouse. The ghost cultivators were preparing to use these things to establish a base to deal with the Tyrant's Blade sect. Although the Tyrant's Blade sect wasn't a peak existence among the 81 great sects of the True Spirit realm, it was still one of the 81 great sections. Against such a sect, the ghost cultivators wouldn't dare to relax. What made Zhao Hai the happiest was that most of the things inside the ghost cultivator's warehouse were finished products. They were artifacts that could be used immediately. There were all kinds of ghost cultivators' artifacts, and these things were even more useful to Zhao Hai. This was because after decomposing these things, Zhao Hai would be able to obtain a lot of ghost cultivators' formations and refining methods. At the same time, he would also be able to obtain a lot of materials. Of course, there were also a lot of materials in that warehouse. This was because the artifacts used by some ghost cultivators were very special. Only the ghost cultivators themselves knew the formations of those artifacts. Leaving some materials behind was to make it easier for the ghost cultivators to refine the artifacts themselves. The world of ghost cultivators was more particular about the law of the jungle than Zhao Hai's world. In that world, you couldn't really trust anyone. Everyone could stab you in the back for the sake of benefits, materials, or artifacts. Therefore, ghost cultivators almost didn't trust anyone, not even their friends. It was precisely because of this reason that a lot of ghost cultivators' artifacts and elixirs were made by themselves. The manufacturing method and the formations used inside were strictly kept a secret. It was also because of this reason that the ghost cultivators weren't the opponents of the three Dao cultivators. This was because after the ghost cultivators became advanced warriors, even their disciples couldn't obtain all of their inheritances. Because of this, their fighting strength would be greatly weakened in a short period of time. At the same time, their recovery speed was also far slower than the three Dao cultivators. The things that Zhao Hai obtained from the ghost cultivators would be very helpful for the Tyrant's Blade Sect's research. Originally, Zhao Hai and the Yin Yang elders planned to decompose the artifacts of the ghost cultivators in the next few days. This way, the Tyrant's Blade sect would be able to understand the characteristics of the artifacts. Once they know the characteristics of the artifacts, they would be able to use the artifacts to analyze the attacks and weaknesses of the ghost cultivators. When the two sides fight, the Tyrant's Blade sect would naturally be able to take advantage of the situation. After chatting with Laura and the others for a while, the group went to rest. The next morning, Zhao Hai had an early breakfast. Then he was dragged by the Yin Yang elders to the heaven-cutting hall. The sect master was already waiting for them there. Upon seeing Zhao Hai and the others, the sect master immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you should know about the situation in the underground labyrinth. This time, we'll be relying on you." Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Sect master can rest assured, Zhao Hai will do his best." The sect master nodded, then he turned to the Yin Yang elders and said, "Junior brothers, I'll leave the underground labyrinth to you. Don't let any of the ghost cultivators escape." The two nodded before they turned around and left. When the three came out of the heaven-cutting hall, they immediately went to the underground labyrinth through the heaven-cutting hall's transmission formation. The reason why they used the heaven-cutting hall's transmission formation was because the Tyrant's Blade sect had already placed a barrier around the underground labyrinth. Using a portable transmission formation wouldn't allow them to enter the underground labyrinth. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai and the others appeared in the underground labyrinth. This was a large cave inside the underground labyrinth. Zhao Hai looked at the situation inside the cave and saw a lot of Tyrant's Blade sect cultivators. These people were very busy. It seems like this place has become a temporary base for the Tyrant's Blade sect. When the Yin Yang elders appeared in the base, the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade school immediately saluted them. The Yin Yang elders also nodded to greet them. Most of these people were ordinary elders, heir disciples, and core disciples. Their status was much lower compared to the Yin Yang elders. For the Yin Yang elders to greet them was already good enough. Zhao Hai didn't show any arrogance just because of the Yin Yang elders. He still smiled and greeted the cultivators, saluted the elders, and chatted with some of the inner disciples that he had some impression of. Although it was just a few words, these people felt a sense of familiarity. For a lot of cultivators who saw Zhao Hai for the first time, they were very surprised. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this easy to talk to. One must know that Zhao Hai's status in the Tyrant's Blade School wasn't low. First, it was because he had a good master. Second, it was because of the things that he did for the Tyrant's Blade School. First, it was because of his good master. Second, it was because of what he did for the Tyrant's Blade School. In the Tyrant's Blade sect, as long as you have the strength, as long as you make contributions to the sect, then you will receive the benefits that you deserve. The sect wouldn't make any mistakes. Because of this, Zhao Hai's status in the Tyrant's Blade sect was very good. Although he was still an inner disciple, everyone knew that he was a true disciple chosen by the Yin Yang elders. As long as his strength increased, becoming a true disciple or even a core disciple wouldn't be a problem. Before long, Zhao Hai's group arrived at a small cave next to the big cave. This small cave wasn't small, it was about a meter square. At this moment, some people were busy recording. In the middle of the cave, there was a disc-shaped artifact that was about 5 meters long. At this moment, there were light dots moving around on top of the disc. It was a large disc, and the light dots on top of it were the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade sect. They were looking for traces of ghost cultivators in the cave. However, it was obvious that the results weren't very obvious. What troubled the Tyrant's Blade School the most was that they couldn't find anything in the underground maze. Even the ghost cultivators wouldn't attack them. If the ghost cultivators attacked them, the Tyrant's Blade School would know where the ghost cultivators were. However, the ghost cultivators simply didn't show up, making it impossible to find them. There were a few elders standing next to the compass. They seemed to be around the same age as the Yin-Yang elders. They were looking at the compass and discussing something. The Yin-Yang elders walked over and said to one of the elders, "Old Chi, how is it?" Zhao Hai knew the person that the Yin-Yang elders called Old Weapon. He was the hall master of the Tyrant's Blade School's weapon hall, a person from Lu Mountain. This person was a refining genius. Although he looked about the same age as the Yin-Yang elders, he was actually a lot younger than them. This was because he wasn't as strong as the Yin-Yang elders, so he looked about the same age as them. However, his status wasn't lower than the Yin-Yang elders. This was because Lu Shan had spent all of his time on artificing. Therefore, his cultivation wasn't very high. This was also the reason why people admired him the most. Ever since Lu Shanren became the hall master of the Tyrant's Blade School's artifact hall, the Tyrant's Blade School's artifact hall had improved greatly. It could be said that the Tyrant's Blade School's artifact hall had improved a lot because of Lu Shanren's artifact hall. Elder Qi glanced at the Yin-Yang elders and said in a deep voice, "The situation isn't very good. This underground maze is too big. Even if we check some places now, we can't guarantee that they are completely safe because those ghost cultivators can come back at any time. However, it's unrealistic to install a surveillance array in all the places we checked. There are too many things that we can't afford." Another elder said, "Yin Yang, didn't the sect master say that Zhao Hai has a way? What is it? Hurry up and tell us. We can't let those bastards escape." The elder who spoke was very thin. He had a dark face and a stern expression. He looked like a very serious person. Zhao Hai knew about this person. He was the hall master of the Tyrant's Blade Sect's battle hall, Lu Lin. This person's seniority in the Tyrant's Blade Sect was even higher than the Yin-Yang elders. He had been in charge of the battle hall for many years. He had fought countless battles in his life. It was precisely because he was more senior than the Yin-Yang elders that he spoke very impolitely to them. The Yin-Yang elders were his subordinates in the past, and he had even saved their lives. Therefore, the Yin-Yang elders naturally didn't care about this. Elder Yin smiled and said, "Right. Last time, when Zhao Hai was still in the cloning realm, he went to this underground maze and wandered around for a while. It was there that he met some rogue cultivators. This time, he discovered the ghost cultivators because a rogue cultivator helped him. Zhao Hai also agreed to help him. In the end, that rogue cultivator came to ask Zhao Hai for help. When Zhao Hai arrived, he discovered that this place had been turned into a base for the ghost cultivators. A lot of people here didn't know how the Tyrant's Blade Sect discovered that this underground maze had turned into a base for the ghost cultivators. But now, they knew that it was because of Zhao Hai. Lu Lin's gaze towards Zhao Hai immediately changed. Lu Lin had been working hard to make the Tyrant's Blade Sect stronger his entire life. The number of people he killed in his life wasn't less than the Yin-Yang elders. However, he was an elder of the battle hall, so he usually commanded battles. Because of this, his fame couldn't compare to the Yin-Yang elders. However, his reputation in the Tyrant's Blade Sect was much better than the Yin-Yang elders. Lu Lin turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, you're pretty good. It seems like the Yin-Yang elders received a good disciple." The Yin-Yang elders didn't mind, they just smiled faintly. Then Elder Yang said, "The last time Zhao Hai was here, he received a pet. It was a mouse. However, he didn't expect this mouse to be a member of a large clan in the underground maze. This time, Zhao Hai wants his mouse to contact this clan and have them help us find the ghost cultivators. One must know that nobody knows more about this underground maze than these mice." Upon hearing Elder Yang, Lu Lin couldn't help but nod. Then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Then let's begin." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Lin and knew that he wasn't a person who liked to talk a lot. Therefore, he didn't say anything and just nodded as he released the little thing. When the little thing came out and saw the people staring at it, it couldn't help but feel scared. Then it jumped onto Zhao Hai's shoulder and tightly grasped his hair. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then extended his hand. The little thing obediently jumped onto Zhao Hai's hand. Zhao Hai looked at the little thing and then communicated with it. He told the little thing that as long as the little thing has its people help him find the ghost cultivators, then he would give them meat. They can eat as much as they want. It must be said that Zhao Hai's space didn't lack meat. Bulls, argali, and other animals were all big producers of meat. Moreover, these animals were raised specifically for meat. They didn't have any intelligence, so they could bring a lot of meat to the space. The people in the space would also raise these animals and then use the exchange machines to exchange for things that they want. Because of this, the space had accumulated a lot of meat. Zhao Hai had been worried about how to digest these things. Naturally, he would take out these things and give them to the little thing's people. As soon as the little thing heard Zhao Hai, it was naturally very happy. It squeaked a few times at Zhao Hai before it jumped down from Zhao Hai's hand and quickly went underground. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. The Yin-Yang elders looked at each other in dismay. Although they didn't know what Zhao Hai said to the little thing, they were certain that the little thing's strength wasn't weak. It was able to drill into the ground that was as hard as stone and disappear in the blink of an eye. Most importantly, when the little thing went underground, the Yin-Yang elders couldn't find it with their spiritual force. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He just stood there quietly and looked at the positioning disc. At this time, the small dots on the positioning disc were still moving. However, the underground maze was really too big. At this speed, it would take a few years for them to find the ghost cultivators. Even if they used a few years to explore the entire underground maze, they couldn't guarantee that the ghost cultivators wouldn't go to the places that they originally checked. This was the most troublesome thing for the Tyrant's Blade School. Everyone in the hall knew that now wasn't the time to be anxious. They were all old monsters who had cultivated for countless years. Therefore, they still had this bit of patience. They looked at the positioning disc and chatted in low voices. In less than half an hour, a rustling sound was heard from the ground. Then, the little thing came out from the rat hole. Then, a big rat came out from behind the little thing. This rat was very big. Its head was more than a meter tall. This didn't include its tail. Its body was covered in black fur that was as beautiful as black satin. Its eyes were like two black pearls that were fascinating. When this big rat appeared in the cave, the Yin-Yang elders unconsciously showed a trace of vigilance. This was because this big rat was really strong. Zhao Hai couldn't see the strength of this big rat, but he was sure that it was at least in the Vajra realm. The big rat also looked at the Yin-Yang elders, but it didn't seem to care. It turned its head to look at Zhao Hai and squeaked a few times. Zhao Hai looked at the big rat, then he looked at the little thing that seemed to have made a mistake. Then he smiled faintly and said, "All right." Others didn't know what the big rat said, but Zhao Hai knew. Originally, after the little thing returned to the clan, it told the big rat about the space. When the big rat heard this, it wanted to move its entire clan to Zhao Hai's space. Zhao Hai didn't oppose it. There were so many places in the space that they could just find a place to settle the rats. When the big rat heard Zhao Hai's agreement, it nodded with satisfaction. Then it squeaked a few times towards Zhao Hai before it turned around and disappeared into the cave. The little thing jumped onto Zhao Hai's shoulder and stood on it as it grabbed his hair. Zhao Hai looked at the little thing and couldn't help but chuckle. This little thing really knew how to cause trouble for him. If he didn't return to the clan to show off, then the patriarch of the rat race wouldn't have thought of moving their entire clan to Zhao Hai's space. However, Zhao Hai also understood why the patriarch made this decision. Although the underground labyrinth was the domain of the rat race, the materials in the underground labyrinth were very poor. As the rat race continued to grow, they might not even have enough food to eat in the future. But if they wanted to expand, then it would be very difficult. The rat race wasn't a powerful fighting race. If they wanted to expand, then they would have to pay with their lives. The patriarch of the rat race didn't want his people to die in vain. Therefore, when he heard the little thing say that Zhao Hai had the space, he immediately thought of moving the entire clan to Zhao Hai's space. When the little thing heard the patriarch, it knew that it had caused trouble. It didn't dare to agree to such a thing. Therefore, it immediately followed the patriarch to look for Zhao Hai. Moreover, it acted as if it had made a mistake. Zhao Hai didn't blame it. The space was very big, so having an additional clan wasn't a big deal. Zhao Hai would only dislike having too many clans in the space, not too many. The Yin-Yang elders didn't say anything and just waited. Before long, the rat race patriarch came out of the rat hole along with a lot of other rats. There were about 100 rats in total, and each of them was very big. Moreover, they were very strong, almost reaching the Vajra realm. These rats were a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, it seems like these rats were the leaders of the rat race. The number of rats in the rat race shouldn't be small. If these rats were to attack them, then they would be in trouble. As soon as these rats appeared, they didn't pay any attention to the elders of the Tyrant's Blade School. The patriarch of the rat tribe stood in front of all the rats and squeaked a few times while gesturing with his little claws. As for the big rats that followed the patriarch, they all nodded and squeaked a few times before going back into their holes and disappearing without a trace. When the rat race patriarch saw that his subordinates had left, he looked at Zhao Hai and the others. Then he laid down on the ground and placed his two front paws behind his head as a pillow. His two front paws were in the shape of a pair of long legs. His appearance was very irritating. Seeing the rat race patriarch's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Then he waved his hand and took out a reclining chair as well as a small table. On the table were some fruits, 2 plates of dried meat, and some dried fruits. Then he placed them next to the rat race patriarch. When the rat race patriarch saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he immediately jumped onto the lounge chair and gave Zhao Hai a satisfied nod. Then he stretched out his claw and grabbed a dried fruit before putting it into his mouth. Then he began to chew on it. Zhao Hai nodded. Then the rat race patriarch nodded in satisfaction. When the Yin-Yang elders saw this, they couldn't help but laugh. This big mouse was really interesting. The Yin elder smiled and said, "All right, little Hai, since you brought so many things, then take some out. Let's have a drink." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, little Hai." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a large table as well as several chairs. Then he placed some steaming hot dishes on the table. He also took out some bottles and jade cups. Zhao Hai also took out an extra cup. When the elders saw Zhao Hai taking things out one by one, they couldn't help but be puzzled. The Lu Mountain elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, do you have these things in your space?" Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Yeah, I usually prepare some. This way, when I'm outside, I can eat something hot." When the people from Lu Mountain heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but shake their heads and smile. They really didn't blame Zhao Hai for this. With their strength, they certainly had a lot of spatial equipment in their hands. Nobody would be able to control them if they had more food and drinks inside. The Yin-Yang elders also didn't blame Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was an excellent person. If they blamed Zhao Hai for something as trivial as this, then they would be too strict. After the table was set, the Yin-Yang elders sat down. At this time, Zhao Hai went to the reclining chair and said to the rat race patriarch, "Patriarch, are you interested in having a drink with my master and the others?" When Zhao Hai said this, the Yin-Yang elders and the others stared. Even the rat race patriarch stared blankly. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai's strange expressions. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "What's wrong, master?" The Yin elder looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression and said, "Nothing, brother rat, come, let's have a drink together." The rat race patriarch looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression. Then he let out a long breath and stood up from the reclining chair. Then he stood on his hind legs and cupped his little claws towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and made an inviting gesture. The rat race patriarch went to the table and sat on the chair. This chair was special, it was taller than the other chairs. The tableware prepared for him was also different from the others. It was a set of knives and forks, not chopsticks. When the rat race patriarch looked at the tableware in front of him, his eyes turned red. Then he let out a long breath and said with a hoarse voice, "I didn't think that I would be able to sit here and drink. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that I would meet such a person." When he said this, everyone was stunned. Eldarine and the others looked at the rat race's patriarch in shock. The rat race's patriarch looked at everyone, then he smiled and said, "Isn't everyone surprised that I can speak?" Everyone nodded, then they looked at him in confusion. The rat race patriarch said, "Actually, when we demons reach the human teleportation realm, we can already speak. However, demons would rather use our own language than communicate with humans. This is because humans have always looked down on us. So why would we still use your language to speak?" The rat race patriarch nodded, "That's right. The moment the Mouse Patriarch said this, everyone understood what was going on. To be honest, although there were many demons in the true spirit realm who were successful in cultivation, with the exception of the demon dragon monarch who ascended from the leaping dragon realm, the other demons were looked down upon by the human race. Even the demon dragon monarch was only a low-level creature in the eyes of the human race, so he was looked down upon by the human race. On the surface, it seems like the humans and demons were equal in the true spirit realm. However, in reality, it was impossible for the two races to be completely equal. In fact, the humans had always thought of themselves as the favored children of the heavens and looked down on the other races. The demons also understood the thoughts of the humans, so they hated interacting with them. Slowly, the two races began to oppose each other. However, Xianxia was different. He had been in contact with too many demons and beasts. He was very clear that the thoughts of the humans were very complex. Sometimes, if you were good to someone, that person might not necessarily be grateful and might even stab you in the back. However, if you were good to a demon beast, that demon beast might remember it for a lifetime. Their thoughts were much simpler compared to the humans, so they were much easier to get along with. Because of this experience, Xianxia placed the demons in a relatively equal position. Because of this, Xianxia's actions were naturally different from other cultivators. Eldarine raised his cup and said to the rat race patriarch, "Let me give a toast to the rat race patriarch. Thank you for telling us these words. Our humans were too arrogant." The other people also picked up their wine glasses. The mouse race's workers were also happy. They picked up their wine glasses and drank with everyone. With this toast, the atmosphere of the table became better. Everyone toasted each other and drank very happily. After more than an hour, a big rat came out of the hole. When he saw the rat race patriarch drinking happily, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't know what to do for a while. At this time, the rat race patriarch also noticed him. He turned his head and roared twice at the big rat. The big rat immediately roared back at the rat race patriarch. The rat race patriarch nodded. After roaring twice at the big rat, he waved his claw. The big rat then turned around and ran back into the hole, disappearing without a trace. Everyone looked at the rat clan's patriarch. They wanted to know what news the big rat had brought back. The rat clan's patriarch looked at everyone and smiled. He said in a deep voice, "We found those ghost cultivators. We can go over now." When Eldarine and the others heard the rat race patriarch, their spirits shook. Then their eyes lit up as they looked at the rat race patriarch. The rat race patriarch smiled faintly and said, "The other party is very vigilant. Moreover, they have a lot of people. If you aren't fully prepared, then it's best to not make a move on them." Eldarine nodded, then he turned to Lu Lin and said, "Hall Master, call the others. Patriarch, tell us where they are. We'll immediately have people gather there." The rat race patriarch shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that won't be easy. Those fellows have arranged a lot of warning formations around their area. If you rashly rush over, then you'll be discovered by them. If they don't directly confront you and go somewhere else, then it wouldn't be good for them to keep moving around." When Eldarine and the others heard this, they couldn't help but frown. This wasn't impossible. Those ghost cultivators entered the underground maze before the Tyrant's Blade sect. They can arrange transmission formations in other places. When the time comes, they can use those transmission formations to run up. It wouldn't be easy for the Tyrant's Blade sect to find them, even with the help of the rat race. Xianxia thought for a moment, then he said, "We don't need to gather from the surroundings. Instead, we can gather from the top and bottom. When the time comes, we can ask our friends from the rat race to dig a few holes. Then we can rush towards the ghost cultivators from the bottom. As long as we know the location of their transmission formations, then we can seal them first. Then they won't be able to escape." Upon hearing Xianxia, Eldarine and the others stared. Then their eyes lit up. This idea was very good. The ghost cultivators would arrange a lot of warning formations around them, but they wouldn't arrange any formations above and below them. Then the two directions of the ghost cultivators' base would be empty. This would allow Xianxia and the others to do whatever they want. When the rat race patriarch heard this, he couldn't help but stare for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "What a smart guy. No wonder that little guy followed you. Alright, we'll do as you say. Tell your tyrant's blade gate to follow my people. Make sure that they don't go the wrong way. There are a lot of warning formations and traps in this underground labyrinth. Xiaohai nodded and said, good. When Eldarine and the others heard the Mouse Race Patriarch's words, they immediately complied. Then LV Lin sent the order through his communication device. The order was quickly passed down. Although the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade School didn't understand what was going on, they didn't dare to disobey. Although LV Lin was famous for being protective, if you don't listen to his orders, then he wouldn't hesitate to deal with you. Zhao Hai looked at the positioning disc and saw that the cultivators on the disc were moving towards the same direction. At this time, Eldarine also stood up. He looked at the Rat Race Patriarch and said, I ask Brother Rat to lead the way. This time, we must eliminate those bastards. The Rat Race Patriarch didn't decline. Then he said, follow me. Then his figure moved and flew towards a cave. Eldarine and the others quickly followed. Only Zhao Hai didn't follow. Zhao Hai didn't want them to know that he could fly so early. Therefore, he didn't chase after them. Instead, he chose to move on the ground. In any case, with the little thing by his side, he wouldn't get lost. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to participate in the battle against the ghost cultivators. This was because there was no need for it. This time, the Tyrant's Blade sect had mobilized all of its forces to deal with the ghost cultivators. Just by looking at the people guarding the underground maze, one could see that there were the Yinyang elders, the people from Lu Mountain, LV Lin, and several other elders with high status in the Tyrant's Blade sect. With all of these people gathered here, it was equal to half of the Tyrant's Blade sect's strength. One could see how important this matter was to the Tyrant's Blade sect. Although the ghost cultivators also attached great importance to the underground maze, they didn't attach such importance to it that they would go all out to take it down. If the Tyrant's Blade School couldn't deal with those ghost cultivators, then it would be a waste. Eldarine and the others followed the Rat Race Patriarch to a large cave. The Rat Race Patriarch looked at the ceiling of the cave and said, this is where the ghost cultivators are staying. There's a thick mat of 200 meters above here. If we dig from here, we'll be able to dig 10 holes that are more than 5 meters wide. And the location of these holes will be at the other party's teleportation formation. When they discover that the teleportation formation has been destroyed, you can directly kill your way up. At that time, everything will depend on you. When he heard the Rat Race Patriarch, Eldarine immediately cupped his fist and said, thank you, Brother Rat. This time, we have to thank you. The Rat Race Patriarch waved his claws and then squeaked a few times. Along with his voice, a large number of rats suddenly rushed out from the surroundings. These rats were like a tide as they rushed to the top of the cave. Then water began to fall down from the ceiling like rain. Before long, all the rats on the ceiling disappeared, leaving behind several large holes on the ceiling. This speed was too fast. However, Eldarine and the others became interested. Each and every one of them rubbed their hands as they prepared to take action. They didn't have to wait for long. In less than an hour, 10 holes that were more than 5 meters wide appeared on the ceiling of the cave. Then a large number of rats rushed out of the holes and disappeared. The Rat Race Patriarch said, you can take action now. These holes have been dug to about 5 meters above the ground. With your strength, you should be able to penetrate them in one strike. Above the holes is their transmission formation. While you're penetrating the holes, you can also destroy their transmission formation. I'll leave the rest to you. Eldarine cupped his fist to the Rat Race Patriarch and said, thank you, Brother Rat. Our Tyrant's Blade sect will never forget Brother Rat's kindness. The Tyrant's Blade sect won't mistreat our friends. We will certainly repay you. The Rat Race Patriarch waved his hand and said, there's no need for that. This might be the last time we meet. We don't like dealing with humans too much. Naturally, your disciple is an exception. He has already given us benefits, so you don't need to worry about him. Although Eldarine didn't understand what the Rat Race Patriarch meant, he didn't know what benefits Zhao Hai had given to the Rat Race Patriarch. However, the most important thing right now was to deal with the ghost cultivators. If the ghost cultivators were to escape, then they would be in trouble. Because of this, Eldarine didn't say anything else. He just cupped his fist to the rat race patriarch and then flew towards one of the holes. The others followed closely behind. Not long after the group entered the hole, Zhao Hai arrived. The rat race patriarch looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly before he waved his hand and a spatial rift appeared. The rat race patriarch looked at Zhao Hai before his body flashed and entered the spatial rift. Before long, he came out of the spatial rift and squeaked a few times. Suddenly, a tide of rats poured into Zhao Hai's space. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a huge sound came from the ground and the sky. The ghost cultivators who were preparing inside the space were stunned. Some of the stronger ones had their complexions change. This was because they felt a powerful aura suddenly appear inside the space. While the ghost cultivators were still confused about what was going on, the cultivators from Hegemon Blade sect had already charged in from both sides. The ghost cultivators were in a panic, causing the battle to disperse. Since they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers and were suddenly attacked, the ghost cultivators had no chance of winning. On the other hand, the Yinyang elders and the other experts had their eyes on the ghost cultivators. At this time, the ghost cultivators wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. The underground maze's terrain was very special. It had layers upon layers, and each layer was connected to the other. However, they were also relatively independent. There weren't many direct connections between the two layers. Now that the Tyrant's Blade sect had sealed off the ghost cultivator's base, and destroyed the fixed transmission formations, as well as used formations to prevent the ghost cultivators from using portable transmission formations. Because of this, the ghost cultivators were blocked by the people of the Tyrant's Blade sect, making it impossible for them to leave. From the very beginning, the battle had been one-sided. The ghost cultivators were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. And this time, the Tyrant's Blade sect had sent elites to attack them. Because of this, the ghost cultivators could be considered to have been eliminated. The battle continued for half an hour before Zhao Hai arrived at the battlefield. At this time, he didn't think that the rat race would have so many people. But fortunately, they were very fast. Moreover, after entering the space, the rats would become as tamed beasts. One shouldn't underestimate these rats, their fighting strength wasn't weak. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any intention of letting these rats fight for him. He didn't need them. He needed to fight on his own and temper his martial skills. When Zhao Hai arrived, the battle was at its most intense. However, if Zhao Hai was an ordinary fusion soul stage cultivator, then coming here would be no different than courting death. This time, the people sent by the ghost cultivators were all elites. The strength of these guys was not weak. The weakest of them was a dust-rejecting cultivator. Moreover, they were all elites of the same level. They belonged to the existence that stood at the top of the pyramid of cultivators of the same level. In the face of such cultivators, even if a soul-combining stage cultivator came, they would only be seeking death. However, Zhao Hai wasn't an ordinary fusion soul stage cultivator. As soon as he arrived, he immediately took out his saber and charged towards the ghost cultivators. Zhao Hai discovered that the fighting style of the ghost cultivators was very special. The fighting style of the ghost cultivators was divided into two types. One type was to use artifacts to fight. This type of fighting style was mainly based on long-range attacks. They would use all kinds of artifacts to attack the enemy. However, their close combat strength was relatively weak. On the other hand, there were some who focused on close combat. The weapons that these ghost cultivators used were mostly hooks, soft swords, ghost staffs, and other unorthodox weapons. Don't underestimate these things. These were the most commonly used weapons of the ghost cultivators. Moreover, these weapons had been used by the ghost cultivators for many years. It can be said that even the sects that specialize in these weapons wouldn't be able to use them better than the ghost cultivators. This was the first time that Zhao Hai engaged in close combat with the ghost cultivators. For him, this was a great help. The attacks of the ghost cultivators were very strange. Just like their name, they were strange and dangerous. After 4 hours of fighting, the battle finally came to an end. In this battle, the Tyrant's Blade School invested nearly 10,000 people while the number of ghost cultivators was around 3,000. In the end, the 3,000 ghost cultivators were all killed while the Tyrant's Blade School also lost 2,000 people. It can be said that this was a battle where one killed 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of their own. The battle was finally over. The entire underground maze had been cleared out. However, Hegemon Blade sect had no intentions of opening up the underground maze in the future. This place would become a training ground for the inner disciples of Hegemon Blade sect. Loose cultivators would no longer be allowed to enter. After cleaning up the underground maze, Eldarine and the others returned to the Tyrant's Blade School. After returning to Yuanyu Peak, the Yinyang elders looked for Zhao Hai. Eldarine looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, there's something that I want to ask you. What benefits did you give to the rat race? How did you get them to help us?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I just gave them some food. The rat race's current development is very big. Because of this, they didn't have enough food to eat. I gave them some food and meat, as well as some face to the little thing, so they decided to help us." At this point, Zhao Hai continued, "Moreover, if the underground maze is occupied by the ghost cultivators, then it wouldn't be good for the rat race. The ghost cultivators wouldn't give up on such a large group. It can be said that the ghost cultivators are the common enemy of us and the rat race. Therefore, they decided to help us." Eldarine nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "However, the rat race's patriarch said that he wouldn't be coming to see me in the future. What does that mean?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know. Maybe they're preparing to move. You should know that the rat race has a lot of strengths. However, they also have a big weakness, that is, they're too timid. This is especially true for those who aren't strong. Therefore, the rat race's patriarch is preparing to leave with his people." Although he was somewhat regretful, Eldarine didn't say anything. He just nodded and said, "That's good. This time, the underground maze's matter has been solved. However, for us, there are still a lot of things to do. Recently, the ghost cultivators have been getting more and more rampant. We need to make some preparations." Zhao Hai nodded. Recently, the ghost cultivators' movements were indeed big. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the ghost cultivators' situation. Naturally, he knew what was going on. Zhao Hai said, "What's the reaction of the other sects? Do they know what happened this time?" Eldarine shook his head and said, "I don't know. It's impossible for them to know. This matter has been kept strictly confidential. Therefore, the outside world doesn't know about this matter." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Master, is it possible for us to send people to infiltrate the ghost cultivators and become spies? This way, we can deal with the ghost cultivators more easily." Eldarine understood what Zhao Hai meant, but he still shook his head and said, "You don't need to think about it. Becoming a ghost cultivator isn't that easy. Everyone who becomes a ghost cultivator would have to hand over a trace of their soul force to their sect. Their sect would then turn this trace of soul force into a soul token. This soul token would then be placed in their sect. Once that person is killed, their soul token would immediately shatter. Therefore, it would be impossible for you to pretend to be a ghost cultivator." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "You don't need to think about it." Zhao Hai nodded. Originally, he wanted to infiltrate the ghost cultivators as a spy. But now, it seems like this path wouldn't work. He didn't want to hand over his spiritual force. Otherwise, he would be under the control of others. He wasn't that kind of person. Elder Yang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you don't need to worry about the ghost cultivators. Although your trial was very successful, the time was still too short. I think you still need more time. In the past few trials, you almost never left the Tyrant's Blade sect's territory. This won't do. You need to go further. Have you thought about going to the demonic cultivators and evil cultivators?" When Zhao Hai heard Elder Yang, he couldn't help but stare for a moment. Then his eyes shone as he said, "All right, I want to go there and take a look." Elder Yang looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "You can go there, but there are two conditions. First, you can't say that you're a disciple of the Tyrant's Blade School. That way, people would easily guess your identity. Second, you can't use your windy carriage. You also can't bring Laura and the others along, that would be too dangerous." Elder Yang smiled and said, "You can't go there." Zhao Hai nodded. Although the Tyrant's Blade sect's name was very useful, it would also bring him a lot of trouble. One must know that the Tyrant's Blade sect had a lot of enemies among the demonic cultivators and evil cultivators. Moreover, the demonic cultivators and evil cultivators weren't like the Righteous Tao Alliance. The Righteous Tao Alliance had a bottom line when it came to scheming. On the other hand, the demonic cultivators and evil cultivators didn't have a bottom line. If Laura and the others were to go with Zhao Hai, then the danger factor would be greatly increased. Although Zhao Hai's strength wasn't weak, he wasn't strong enough to walk unhindered in the true spirit realm. There were a lot of experts among the demonic cultivators and evil cultivators who didn't care about face. If they saw something, then they would certainly snatch it. Laura and the others were beauties that people would want to snatch. In this case, bringing Laura and the others with him would only bring more danger to them. Zhao Hai was very clear about Elder Yang's two conditions. He knew that these two conditions were for his own good. Moreover, if he was to stay in the Tyrant's Blade sect, then he wouldn't be able to develop himself. It was time for him to explore the outside world. The fight with the demonic cultivators allowed Zhao Hai to gain a lot of combat experience. If he were to visit the demonic cultivators and evil cultivators, then Zhao Hai would certainly gain a lot of benefits. The reason why Zhao Hai was so confident this time was because he now had a lot of undead inside the space. Almost all of the 3,000 ghost cultivators were stored inside the space. Naturally, Zhao Hai also changed the equipment of the ghost cultivators into materials for the sect. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't really want to give up the equipment. He decomposed the equipment in the space to see if there were any materials inside. Then he would recombine the equipment. The materials were taken from the space so that it wouldn't affect the fighting strength of the ghost cultivators. This way, the Tyrant's Blade sect wouldn't suffer a loss. The other cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade sect wouldn't be able to say anything. With the Yin Yang Elder's face, even if Zhao Hai didn't take out the materials, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, Zhao Hai didn't want people to make irresponsible remarks. So he took out the materials so that no one would say anything. And these undead ghost cultivators were Zhao Hai's biggest source of confidence. With a flash of white light, a cultivator wearing a dark gray warrior robe with a saber on his back appeared in the transmission array. However, no one paid attention to him. First, it was because he looked too ordinary. Second, it was because rich cultivators wouldn't use fixed transmission arrays. In the true spirit realm, cultivators from the major sects wouldn't use fixed teleportation formations. They would use portable teleportation formations instead. There were two types of people who would use fixed teleportation formations. One was during times of war when portable teleportation formations were almost useless. The second type was rogue cultivators. The cost of using fixed teleportation formations wasn't very high. Therefore, rogue cultivators would use fixed teleportation formations whenever there was an emergency. Zhao Hai looked at the city. It didn't look any different from the cities under the Tyrant's Blade sect. Zhao Hai didn't care about it and just walked forward. This was one of the cities in the Devil Dao Alliance. His current location should belong to the Divine Flame sect. The Divine Flame sect was a large sect in the Devil Dao Alliance. This sect worshipped fire as their god. They were also famous for their fire attribute cultivation methods. They were a very difficult sect to deal with. Zhao Hai's current location was Raging Flame City under the Divine Flame sect. Raging Flame City was a large city under the Divine Flame sect. There were a lot of rogue cultivators who made a living in the vicinity. Therefore, Zhao Hai's arrival didn't attract any attention. First, Zhao Hai went around Raging Flame City. The city was very big. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was the fact that there were several gangs here. Moreover, all of these gangs were made up of rogue cultivators. This was truly inconceivable. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. Zhao Hai also found a place in Raging Flame City that was dedicated to issuing missions. He went there to take a look. Generally, they were escort missions. A lot of rogue cultivators would take missions there. Zhao Hai came out to train this time. Although he would take some missions, he wouldn't casually take them. This was because Zhao Hai knew that in a city with a lot of gangs, there would be a lot of conflicts of interest. If he casually took a mission, then he might be targeted by these gangs. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of trouble and wasn't afraid of gangs, Zhao Hai didn't want to have a conflict with these gangs right now. This was because he didn't understand the situation here. He didn't know who was behind these gangs. Xiaohai never looked down on these gangs. In a big city like this, the annual income of these gangs was very attractive. It was impossible to say that these gangs didn't have people supporting them. No one would give up such a huge profit, not even the great sects. Because of this, Xiaohai didn't immediately take action. He just sat in the mission hall and watched the people coming and going to take missions. After watching for more than an hour, Xiaohai left. Although he only stayed in the hall for a little more than an hour, he still saw a lot of things. He saw that the cultivators in the hall were divided into several groups. One group was made up of rogue cultivators. These rogue cultivators took missions by themselves or a few people. The missions they took were very easy, and the total number of people needed for each mission didn't exceed 10. The second group was a group of cultivators with a flame symbol on their clothes. Although they were wearing warrior robes of various colors, there was a red flame symbol on the left side of their robes. This group was very overbearing. As soon as they entered the hall, they immediately pointed out a few missions with high rewards and said that they were the ones who decided on them. Nobody dared to oppose them. Behind these missions, a flame symbol was immediately hung. Nobody dared to take on these missions. The third group was a group of axe-wielding cultivators. Their weapons were all axes, and they also had an axe symbol on their robes. Moreover, they didn't seem to get along with the flame symbol of the cultivators. When they saw each other, they would coldly snort and turn their heads. They would even mock and ridicule each other. There were even a few times when they fought in the mission hall. The fourth group was different. They were a group of cultivators wearing green clothes. These cultivators seemed to be very low-key, and they didn't carry any weapons. However, everyone in the hall seemed to be afraid of them. When they saw them appear, they would immediately avoid them. Even the flame symbol and axe symbol cultivators didn't want to provoke them. At the same time, Xiaohai could smell the smell of medicine coming from these people. If he didn't guess wrong, then these people should be playing with poison. The fifth group was the most special. They were the masters of the mission hall. They wore red warrior clothes and each of them had a badge hanging on their waists. On the badge, there was a symbol that looked like a flame, as well as the words divine fire. Upon seeing these two words, Xiaohai immediately understood their identity. These people were from the Divine Flame sect. The Divine Flame sect was the ruler of this region. These cultivators looked very arrogant, and nobody dared to provoke them. These 5 groups were the main force of the mission hall. The merchants in the city were the ones who issued the missions. Although using a transmission formation wasn't a big deal for cultivators, it wasn't a trivial matter for non-cultivators. If they had too many goods, then the cost of using a transmission formation wouldn't be enough for them to hire someone to escort them. Because of this, a lot of merchants wouldn't use transmission formations and would instead hire people to escort their goods. After coming out of the hall, Xiaohai went to the restaurant. Restaurants were generally the most well-informed places in the city. A lot of people liked to eat while chatting. Although they might not be able to get any useful information, as long as they were carefully filtered, there would still be a lot of useful information. After having a meal in the restaurant, Xiaohai found a small inn to stay in. After checking in, Xiaohai felt the biggest difference between Raging Flame City and the cities governed by the Tyrant's Blade sect. In the cities under the rule of the Tyrant's Blade School, with the exception of a few special cities, rogue cultivators were effectively managed. Moreover, rogue cultivators wouldn't wander around randomly. Therefore, it was very rare for rogue cultivators to stay in a hotel. However, it was different in Raging Flame City. Cultivators staying in inns was a very normal thing. Although the inns were polite, they didn't seem to be in fear or trepidation. It was as if they were used to this kind of thing and weren't surprised at all. The price of the inn wasn't expensive. Xiaohai stayed for 5 days before going out to stroll around the streets. He would go to the mission hall and eat outside before returning to the inn to rest at night. The inns weren't surprised by Xiaohai's actions. It was as if they were already used to it. Xiaohai also didn't care. In the past few days, he had a general understanding of the city's situation. The city was controlled by 3 major forces. Under these 3 forces were more than 10 smaller forces. Ordinary rogue cultivators who wanted to take missions in the city had to go through the major forces. Otherwise, they would be dealt with by the major forces. If the merchants wanted to transport their goods to the outside world, they would have to go to the mission hall to issue a mission. If they wanted to hire a few people to transport their goods, it would be impossible. If someone dared to do so, they would be robbed when they went out, and they might even be killed. Therefore, no one dared to do so. As soon as Zhao Hai heard this, he understood what was going on. This was a monopoly. The three major forces in the city had a monopoly on the escort business. Just this alone brought them a lot of income every year. These three forces were the Raging Inferno Gang, the Giant Axe Gang, and the Spirit Medicine Hall. The Raging Inferno Gang was the biggest force in Raging Flame City. They were very powerful and had nearly 1,000 members. It was said that their leader was a transcending realm cultivator. Of course, this wasn't the reason why they were so tyrannical. It was said that the Raging Inferno Gang's biggest backer was their leader's younger brother. Their leader's younger brother was a disciple of the Divine Flame sect. The Raging Inferno Gang was able to establish the Raging Inferno Gang with the support of his younger brother. The Giant Axe Gang's situation was similar to the Raging Inferno Gang. The leader of the Giant Axe Gang was also a transcending realm cultivator. It was said that the leader also had relatives in the Divine Flame sect. Therefore, the Giant Axe Gang wasn't the same as the Raging Inferno Gang. In order to compete for benefits, the two gangs would have conflicts from time to time. As for the third force, it was a special one. Although the Spirit Medicine Hall was called a Spirit Medicine Hall, it was actually a group of people who specialized in poisons. It was said that they also had some background. However, no one knew what kind of background they had. In any case, the Raging Inferno Gang and the Giant Axe Gang didn't provoke them. Of course, they also wouldn't provoke the other two gangs. Among the three forces, they were the most mysterious. Because these three gangs were inextricably linked to the Divine Flame sect, it was very difficult for the other small forces to get ahead. Those small forces relied on the three forces to survive, so their days weren't necessarily any better. As for the branch of the Divine Flame sect, it basically didn't care about these matters. The three forces would send large amounts of resources to the Divine Flame sect every year. It could be said that these three forces were actually the three vicious dogs raised by the Divine Flame sect. Their purpose was to help them watch over Raging Flame City. After hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. The devil sect was indeed a devil sect. This kind of management method was very beneficial for cultivators, but it wasn't necessarily a good thing for ordinary people. This was because ordinary people were the ones who were oppressed the most. Moreover, they were the ones who didn't even have the chance to resist. However, this situation wasn't something he could manage. Although Zhao Hai hadn't been to other places where the devil sect was located, he was certain that the situation there wasn't any better. Raging Flame City was a microcosm of the entire devil sect. If he wanted to change this place, he would have to change the entire devil sect. It wasn't that Zhao Hai was discouraging, but he really didn't have the ability to do so. Zhao Hai looked at the courtyard that wasn't too far away. In front of the courtyard was a sign with the words Brett Gang written on it. Although the name sounded a bit foreign, in fact, it had nothing to do with it. It was just a small gang in Raging Flame City. Because the gang was located in Raging Flame City's Bread Alley, they were given this name. Zhao Hai looked at the courtyard that wasn't too far away. The reason why Zhao Hai came here was because of the rules of Raging Flame City. If a rogue cultivator wanted to take a mission in Raging Flame City, they would have to register with a local gang and pay a management fee. This way, they would be able to take a mission in Raging Flame City. Most people would choose to register with a big gang, but Zhao Hai didn't want to go. These big gangs would be very strict with the registration of rogue cultivators. Zhao Hai didn't want to go. On the other hand, a small gang like the Thunder Gang was already suppressed by the three great forces. In this situation, if someone was willing to register with them and pay a management fee, they would be very happy. Why would they carefully check your background? The reason why the Thunder Gang was established here was because the first leader of the Thunder Gang came from Thunder Alley. Although he was only a rogue cultivator, and his strength was at the Link Soul stage, he had deep feelings for Thunder Alley. After wandering outside for a few years, he returned to Thunder Alley and established the Thunder Gang. Then he found some frustrated rogue cultivators and established the Thunder Gang. These rogue cultivators would do missions to make a living. Every year, they would have to pay the Giant Axe Gang some money so that they wouldn't have to worry about being dealt with by the Giant Axe Gang. However, the Thunder Gang's name in Raging Flame City was pretty good. This was because the Thunder Gang's members would teach them martial arts. Many of the Thunder Gang's members grew up in Thunder Alley. Because of this, the Thunder Gang's feelings for their hometown were very strong. This allowed them to gain the support of the residents of Thunder Alley. Fortunately, the Thunder Gang wasn't xenophobic. On the contrary, they were very welcoming of rogue cultivators who joined them. This was because their strength would increase. Zhao Hai had gathered a lot of information in Raging Flame City over the past few days. He knew a little about the relationships between the various gangs in Raging Flame City, especially their reputations. In the end, he chose the Bren Gang. To put it bluntly, the Thunder Gang was a group of rogue cultivators. In order to protect themselves and to let their hometowns live a better life, they formed a rogue cultivator organization. The main hall of the gang was a large courtyard without any branches. The entire gang's members added up to less than 50 people. Among them, 20 were rogue cultivators invited by the Thunder Gang's leader. Their qualifications were also very good, most of them were either Soul Fusion stage or Avatar stage cultivators. As for the other 30 people, they were people who grew up in Bray Alley at this time. Their strength was generally at the nascent stage and condensation stage. Their strength wasn't very strong. There were a lot of gangs like this in Raging Flame City. They belonged to the lowest level of gangs, only a little stronger than rogue cultivators. For a gang like the Thunder Gang, nobody would deal with them. This was because they didn't have anything to gain from dealing with them. Because of this, the Thunder Gang didn't even have a single guard outside their door. Zhao Hai looked at the Thunder Gang's door and smiled. Then he walked to the door and gently knocked on it before taking 2 steps back. Before long, the door opened with a creak. A person who looked to be around 20 years old walked out. He looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance and said, "Mister, is there something you need?" Zhao Hai looked at the person and smiled faintly. "Hello, I'm a rogue cultivator from outside of Raging Flame City. I want to take a mission in Raging Flame City and register with the Thunder Gang." When the Thunder Gang cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. It seems like he didn't believe Zhao Hai's words. One must know that ever since the Thunder Gang was established, no rogue cultivator from outside of Raging Flame City had ever registered with them. Those rogue cultivators went to the Great Sex to register. Although they had to pay a lot of management fees, they could still take on missions with a higher income. Because of this, rogue cultivators wouldn't register with a small gang like the Thunder Gang. The Thunder Gang cultivator stared blankly for a while before he recovered. He immediately said with an excited expression, "So Mr. came to register. Good, very good. Please come in." Then he opened the door and made an inviting gesture. Zhao Hai kept his fist before entering the courtyard. The courtyard wasn't very big, at least it was far inferior compared to Zhao Hai's Yuanyu Peak. However, the courtyard was very clean. At this time, there were some cultivators cultivating in the courtyard. These cultivators were using all kinds of weapons, but their strength wasn't very good. The cultivator who led Zhao Hai in walked to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Mister, please come this way." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed the cultivator to a room in the courtyard. The cultivators in the courtyard stopped and looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. They didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Before long, the two arrived at a room in the courtyard. The cultivator invited Zhao Hai to sit down in the room before he turned around and left. After the cultivator left, Zhao Hai curiously looked at the room. It wasn't a big room, it was a suite. The outer room was a small living room while the inner room should be a bedroom. Zhao Hai was currently sitting in the living room. Before long, 3 people came in from the outside. One of them was the cultivator who led Zhao Hai in. The other 2 didn't seem to be young. The leader was a cultivator around 50 years old. His strength wasn't weak, he almost broke through to the transcending realm. However, Zhao Hai thought that this was his highest achievement. Transcending realm wasn't easy to reach. Looking at his age, it was almost impossible for him to suddenly reach the transcending realm. His stature wasn't very tall and he looked very ordinary. There wasn't anything noteworthy about him, but he still had a smile on his face. His eyes revealed a trace of shrewdness. When he saw this person, Zhao Hai's first thought was that this guy should be a businessman and not a cultivator. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. If this guy wasn't a slick person, then he wouldn't have been able to establish the Thunder Gang from scratch. Moreover, after mingling for so long, not only did they not get swallowed up by the big gangs, they were still slowly growing. Behind this person was a big man. This guy was more than 2 meters tall. His muscles were comparable to a bodybuilder. At a glance, one could see that he was a body cultivator. However, Zhao Hai was sure that this guy wasn't a qualified body cultivator. He must have practiced the worst body cultivation method. Otherwise, he wouldn't have trained his muscles to such a state. One must know that body cultivators weren't necessarily body cultivators just because they had a lot of muscles. Body cultivators and bodybuilders were two different things. Just because you had a lot of muscles didn't mean that you were a qualified body cultivator. Cultivators needed to fight, not to sell their bodies. The cultivator who invited Zhao Hai in was behind the two. When Zhao Hai saw the three enter, he immediately stood up. The cultivator who led Zhao Hai in immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this is our Thunder Gang's helper, Lu Wei. This is our Thunder Gang's deputy leader, Li Shan." Lu Wei was the smiling middle-aged man, while Li Shan was the burly body cultivator. Zhao didn't guess their identities incorrectly. One of them was the leader of the Thunder Gang, while the other was the deputy leader. Zhao Hai immediately gave a salute to Lu Wei and said, "Zhao Ming has seen Leader Lu Wei and Deputy Leader Li." The reason why Zhao Hai chose the name Zhao Ming was because the word Ming contained the meaning of sun and moon, implying the meaning of yin and yang. Because of this, Zhao Hai came up with this name specifically for the yin-yang elders. Lu Wei quickly replied, "Mister is too polite. Mister, please take a seat." Then he invited Zhao Hai to sit down. Lu Wei and Li Shan also sat down. At the same time, the cultivator who led Zhao Hai in turned around and left. Before long, he returned with a pot of tea. Lu Wei looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, did you come from another place? Where did you come from?" Zhao Hai understood that Lu Wei was suspicious of Zhao Hai because he was only a soul uniting stage cultivator. He came to inquire about Zhao Hai's background. However, Zhao Hai was already prepared for this. He bitterly smiled and said, "Leader Lu, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I was originally a rogue cultivator from the butterfly sect, but because I offended an inner disciple of the butterfly sect, I had no choice but to escape. That disciple is very famous in the butterfly sect. If I continued to stay in the Righteous Tao Alliance's territory, I would be killed by them sooner or later. That's why I fled to Raging Flame City." Lu Wei was stunned. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "How did Mr. offend a butterfly sect cultivator? There shouldn't be much interaction between us rogue cultivators and those sect cultivators, right?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. might not know, but this time, I offended the butterfly sect's inner disciple, Hu Jilong. This person is very famous. During the Righteous Tao Alliance's great competition, he represented the butterfly sect and entered the top 50 of the cloning stage competition. In the butterfly sect, he is considered an expert of the younger generation. However, in the end, he suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Zhao Hai from the Hegemon Blade sect. This is the greatest humiliation of his life." A while ago, this little brother was chatting with someone and said that with Hu Jilong's tolerance, he would never be able to compare to Zhao Hai. But for some unknown reason, this sentence reached Hu Jilong's ears and he actually issued a kill order for this little brother. Fortunately, this little brother has some friends among the loose cultivators. With the help of these friends, this little brother was able to escape. When Lu Wei heard what Zhao Hai said, he believed his words. In his opinion, cultivators from large sects were all arrogant fellows. If they didn't like to hear a single word, then it was understandable that they would send people to kill you. Lu Wei didn't immediately agree to Zhao Hai's request. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I don't know why Mr. chose to register with the Thunder Gang. I know that the Thunder Gang is a small gang with no potential for development. If Mr. registers with us, it would be impossible for you to get a good task." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Gang leader is too polite. To be honest, I've been in Raging Flame City for a few days now. I've been familiarizing myself with the city's environment. There are only 3 large forces in Raging Flame City, but they are all inextricably linked to the Divine Flame sect. I don't want to have any connections with those large sections. Although the Thunder Gang is a small sect, it is the cleanest and most conscientious sect in Raging Flame City. Therefore, I came to register with the Thunder Gang. When he heard Zhao Hai's words, Lu Wei wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he nodded. The Thunder Gang might not be comparable to other sects, but it was definitely one of the cleanest and most conscientious sections. It wasn't strange that Zhao Hai liked them. Lu Wei nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, I wonder if Mr. is willing to join our Thunder Gang? Zhao Hai looked at Lu Wei for a while before replying, I can join the Thunder Gang, but I can only be a registered member. To be honest, I won't be staying in Raging Flame City for long. If you agree, then I'll join. Naturally, I won't forget that I'm a member of the Thunder Gang. If something happens to the Thunder Gang, then I'll stand up as a member. When Lu Wei heard Zhao Hai, not only was he not disappointed, he was instead overjoyed. He happily said, Good, that's great. Mister's words are enough. Mister, please come with me. I'll immediately register Mister. From now on, Mister will be a guest elder of the Thunder Gang. Then he pulled Zhao Hai outside. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, Zhao Hai also understood why Lu Wei was so happy. It was because of Zhao Hai's strength. On the surface, Zhao Hai's strength was only at the fusion soul stage. This kind of strength wouldn't be considered much in a great sect, but in a rogue cultivator like the Thunder Gang, he could definitely be considered an expert. Didn't you see that the Thunder Gang's gang leader was only at the fusion soul stage? Zhao Hai could definitely become a guest elder in the Thunder Gang. Zhao Hai didn't mind and let Lu Wei lead him to the main hall of the courtyard. After arriving there, Lu Wei took out a book. That's right, it was a book. However, this book wasn't made of paper, it was made of beast skin. However, it didn't look like a good beast skin. It was probably the most common beast skin. Then Lu Wei solemnly wrote the name Zhao Hai on the book and marked his status as a guest elder. Then he gave Zhao Hai a guest elder's jade token. This jade token was very simple, it wasn't even made of good jade. It only had the words guest elder written on it and Thunder Gang written on the back. This was the first time Zhao Hai saw such a simple guest elder's token. Zhao Hai didn't take it to heart and received the jade token. Then Lu Wei formally introduced Zhao Hai to the people of the Thunder Gang. With a shake of his body, Zhao Hai became the guest elder of the Thunder Gang, Zhao Hai. An ordinary gang like the Thunder Gang naturally wouldn't hold a welcoming ceremony for Zhao Hai. In fact, with the Thunder Gang situation, they simply didn't have the ability to hold a welcoming ceremony for Zhao Hai. Just like that, Zhao Hai silently joined the Thunder Gang. After joining the Thunder Gang, Zhao Hai also understood the gang's situation. It must be said that the Thunder Gang was really miserable. Every month, they had to earn their living expenses by themselves. Moreover, the Thunder Gang had almost no savings. Even if they did save some money, it would all be used to help the people of the Thunder Alley. Zhao Hai didn't think about immediately taking out money to help the Thunder Gang. This was because this wasn't a solution to the problem. It was even possible that the Thunder Gang would bring disaster to themselves because of this money. This wasn't impossible. For a small gang like the Thunder Gang, if they suddenly received a large amount of money and didn't have the strength to protect it, then what awaited them wouldn't be good. It was very likely that people would have bad intentions towards their money. In Raging Flame City, the Thunder Gang was at the bottom of the food chain. Moreover, they didn't have any background. In this case, if they suddenly became rich, then it would be strange if other people didn't try to rob them. After staying in the Thunder Gang for 2 days, Zhao Hai also understood the Alliance's situation. The Alliance believed in the law of the jungle. Inside the city, besides the gangs, nobody would make a move. However, it was different outside the city. In the demon realm, bandits ran amok. There were a lot of rogue cultivators who would become bandits. In any case, being a bandit was much faster than doing missions. It was because of this that merchants would hire people when they go out to transport goods. It was also because of this that the Demon Dao Alliance had a lot of guilds, as well as a quest hall that specialized in giving out quests. Doing missions was the main source of income for many cultivators. It could be said that these bandits and cultivators used this antagonistic relationship to increase the burden on the ordinary people who supported them. However, these things weren't something that Zhao Hai could manage. After staying in the Thunder Gang for 2 days, Zhao Hai couldn't stay any longer. It wasn't that he was in a hurry to do a mission, or that he was in a hurry to leave Raging Flame City. Instead, it was because the Thunder Gang's life was too poor. If they didn't do missions now, then they would run out of food to eat. For a gang to be poor to this extent, this was definitely a miracle. However, Zhao Hai discovered that in the Thunder Gang, the one who ate the best wasn't the gang leader, nor was it him, the guest elder. Instead, it was the youngsters who had just joined the gang and were currently practicing martial arts. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but be moved. He didn't think that there would be such a gang in the territory of demonic cultivators. This was something that many righteous sects couldn't do. Because of this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't sit still. He needed to do missions. Only by doing missions would they be able to earn income. With income, they would be able to support these people. On the 3rd day after Zhao Hai joined the Thunder Gang, there was a group of Thunder Gang members who wanted to do a mission. This mission was accepted 2 days ago. The other party needed 10 people, and the reward for the mission wasn't low. Lu Wei and the others had already discussed that this mission would be led by Li Shan, along with 9 other cultivators. Originally, this mission didn't have anything to do with Zhao Hai. However, after seeing the situation of the Thunder Gang, Zhao Hai took the initiative to come along. Lu Wei didn't say anything. Zhao Hai was now a member of the Thunder Gang, so sooner or later, he would need to do missions. Letting him follow along now was good. This way, he wouldn't be clueless when he goes out to do missions. With Lu Wei's agreement, Zhao Hai could naturally follow along. However, the leader was still Li Shan. This wasn't Li Shan's first time doing missions like this, so he was very experienced. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't object. After getting up in the morning and having a simple breakfast, Zhao Hai followed Li Shan and the others as they left the Thunder Gang and headed towards the commercial street in the city. The commercial street in the city was very prosperous. There were many shops, and some ordinary people and cultivators were going in and out of those shops. Everything seemed normal. Zhao Hai and the others stopped in front of a shop called Moon Gazing Pavilion. Then Li Shan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Elder Zhao, come with me." Zhao Hai followed Li Shan into the Moon Gazing Pavilion. After entering the Moon Gazing Pavilion, Zhao Hai discovered that this was a very high-class shop. There were all kinds of things inside. Cultivators, ordinary people, pills, weapons, beast hides, herbs, and even some farming tools. Zhao Hai hadn't seen a shop like this before. In the past, in the Righteous Tao Alliance, the shops of ordinary people were separated from the shops of cultivators. Aside from hotels and restaurants, all the other shops were separated. Shops that sold things for ordinary people wouldn't have things for cultivators, and shops that sold things for cultivators wouldn't have things for ordinary people. This had become an unwritten rule. This kind of situation had never happened before. Li Shan seemed to be very familiar with the people of the Full Moon Pavilion. As soon as he entered the pavilion, a shopkeeper came over. When he saw Li Shan, he immediately said, "Boss Li, you're finally here. Quick, have the brothers go to the back. The convoy is ready, we'll set off immediately." Li Shan nodded and said, "Boss Li, you're finally here." Li Shan nodded, then he said, "Shopkeeper Chen, this is our Thunder Gang's guest elder, Zhao Ming. Elder Zhao, this is our Thunder Gang's long-term partner, Moon Gazing Pavilion shopkeeper Chen." Zhao Hai kept his fist towards shopkeeper Chen and said, "Zhao Hai has seen shopkeeper Chen. I'll have to ask shopkeeper Chen to take care of me in the future." When shopkeeper Chen heard Zhao Hai, he stared blankly. He was very familiar with the Thunder Gang, but he had never heard of a guest elder. However, he was also a businessman, so he quickly cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Chen Feng has seen Elder Zhao." Li Shan turned to shopkeeper Chen and said, "Shopkeeper Chen, I'll go arrange for everyone to go to the back to see the goods." After saying that, Li Shan walked out of the store and shouted at the Thunder Gang cultivators outside. The Thunder Gang cultivators circled around to the back of the store from a small path next to it. Li Shan and Zhao Hai followed shopkeeper Chen to the back of the store. Before long, the three arrived at the back courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a convoy ready to set off. This convoy was composed of 10 four-wheeled carriages. Each carriage was loaded with goods, piled high on top of the carriages. The goods were neatly stacked in boxes and bags. The amount of goods transported by these 10 carriages was quite a lot. In front of the first carriage, there was a seat for the driver. This seat was very spacious, it could fit 2 people. Naturally, this seat was reserved for Xiao Hai and the other guards. Shopkeeper Chen sized up Xiao Hai, then he turned to Li Shan and said, "Leader Li, please come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Li Shan nodded. Shopkeeper Chen politely cupped his fist towards Xiao Hai and then led Li Shan into the store. Xiao Hai also nodded towards Shopkeeper Chen, then he turned his head towards the convoy. Xiao Hai knew what Shopkeeper Chen wanted to say to Li Shan. Listening to Li Shan's words, Shopkeeper Chen had cooperated with the Thunder Gang more than once or twice. Moreover, Shopkeeper Chen had never seen him before. Now that Li Shan suddenly appeared, Shopkeeper Chen naturally became vigilant. Shopkeeper Chen must have asked Li Shan about Li Shan's background. Xiao Hai didn't get angry, this was very normal. Shopkeeper Chen was a businessman. Now that an unknown person suddenly wanted to escort their goods, he naturally had to ask. When Xiao Hai saw the scale of the Full Moon Pavilion, he knew that the Full Moon Pavilion must have some background. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do such a big business. Sure enough, before long, Shopkeeper Chen and Li Shan came out. Li Shan's face was expressionless, he couldn't see any changes. On the other hand, Shopkeeper Chen still had a smile on his face. However, Xiao Hai could see a trace of surprise in Shopkeeper Chen's eyes. At this time, the convoy was already prepared. Shopkeeper Chen cupped his fist towards Li Shan and Xiao Hai and said, "Gentlemen, the convoy is ready. I'll have to trouble the 2 of you this time." Li Shan nodded and said, "Shopkeeper Chen can rest assured." Xiao Hai also cupped his fist towards Shopkeeper Chen and said, "Shopkeeper Chen is too polite. We'll do our best." Li Shan glanced at the convoy and said, "Elder Zhao, please stay at the back. I'll lead the way." Xiao Hai nodded and Li Shan went to the first carriage. The others also found their own carriages and sat down. Xiao Hai sat in the last carriage and the carriage majestically left the courtyard. It was clear that the Full Moon Pavilion had already prepared everything. The carriage left Raging Flame City unimpeded and headed towards the east. There were a lot of people who set off with Xiao Hai's group. Some of them were driving carriages while others were only carrying bags. They followed closely behind the carriages, not daring to get too close or too far away. When Xiao Hai saw this, he knew that these people were planning to follow them. They wanted to use them to avoid being attacked by bandits. Moreover, it seems like this wasn't the first time they did this, so he didn't mind. Because the carriage was carrying a lot of things, it wasn't very fast. However, it was clear that the drivers were very familiar with this road. When it was almost noon, they sped up a bit. Then the carriages stopped below a hill. The people on the carriages came down and found a place to rest and eat. At the same time, they took out some beans to feed the horses. Zhao also got down from the carriage and went to Li Shan's side. He pointed at the people who were following the carriage and asked, "Brother Li Shan, will those people be okay?" Li Shan nodded and said, "Brother Li Shan, will those people be okay?" Li Shan looked at them and shook his head, "It's fine, they're just some pitiful people who can't afford to hire guards. If they want to follow, then let them." Xiao Hai nodded, then he looked around and said, "How many days do we have to travel this time?" They seem to be very familiar with this road. In the past 5 days, they've been through this road a lot, so they're very familiar with it. You don't need to worry, there won't be any danger. At night, we'll rest in a village or a small town. We just need to guard against some small bandits. The other big bandit groups are already familiar with us, so they won't touch us," Li Shan calmly said. Xiao Hai couldn't help but stare when he heard Li Shan. He suddenly felt that the Thunder Gang's way of survival was similar to the legendary escort agencies back on Earth. In ancient times, escort agencies didn't rely on their martial arts skills. Even if your martial arts skills were high, the people in Jianghu would have ways to deal with you. Because of this, escort agencies didn't rely on martial arts skills, but on your face. If the people in Jianghu gave you face, then your escort would naturally go smoothly. If they didn't give you face, then your escort would naturally be robbed. It was precisely because of this that those escort agencies would shout out the escort numbers and put up the escort flags when they were escorting the goods. It was to remind their friends of the Jianghu that they should give them some face if they were friends. The Thunder Gang was doing the same thing. The bandits and the Thunder Gang were very familiar with each other, so when they saw that the Thunder Gang was escorting something, they naturally wouldn't touch it. Li Shan looked at Zhao Hai and stared blankly, then he said, "Don't you find it strange that we're acquainted with these bandits?" "Actually, there's nothing strange about it. In the past, the gang leader went to visit them one by one. Moreover, he said that he would give them 1/10 of our first escort fee. So naturally, they wouldn't touch us." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "Haven't you encountered other thieves? What if we meet some who cross the border?" Li Shan replied, "There's no other way, we can only fight. Some bandits who cross the border aren't that strong. We can still fight them." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai said, "Let's eat something. We'll be on the road in the afternoon, so we can have a good rest at night." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out some dry food and ate it. They only took a short break at noon and continued their journey in the afternoon. Nothing happened in the afternoon, but Zhao Hai felt that there were two groups of people spying on their convoy. But in the end, they didn't make a move. It seems like what Li Shan said was true. Those thieves were very familiar with them, so they didn't make a move. At night, they rested in a small town. They were very familiar with the situation along the way. In the small town, they even had a special hotel. They were all old friends, so they had a good night's rest. The next morning, after eating breakfast and preparing some dry food, they set out. But at noon, they didn't stop to rest. Instead, they kept moving forward. Even so, they still came across a small village after dark. They rested in the village for the night before continuing their journey. Along the way, Zhao Hai discovered that there were 4 or 5 groups of people spying on them. But up until now, nobody had made a move. It seems like the mine-laying gang was very familiar with this road. It seems like this trip wouldn't be a problem. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about this, the carriage suddenly stopped. Li Shan's carriage also issued a whistling sound. Upon hearing this sound, Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed. This was because he was very clear that this whistling sound meant that there were enemies in front of him. At this time, Zhao Hai's carriage also stopped. Zhao Hai ran down from the carriage and his figure moved. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the carriage. When he arrived in front of the carriage, he discovered that there were 5 people standing in a row. These 5 people were all wearing black, and each of them had a demonic head blade in their hands. Naturally, this wasn't the most attractive part about them, the most attractive part was their appearance. These 5 people looked exactly the same, they were all ugly. Their hair was messy, their noses were pointed upwards, their lips were thick, and their skin was pitch black. They didn't look like humans, but they looked more like ghosts. Zhao Hai looked at these people and couldn't help but frown. Then he looked at Li Shan's ugly expression, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Li Shan, do you know these people?" Li Shan shook his head and said, "I don't know them. I heard that they are the Grey Mountain's 5 ghosts. These people have always been active in Grey Mountain. They are ruthless characters, and each of them is very strong. However, Grey Mountain is very far from here, and they have never been active here. So why would they come here?" Zhao Hai looked at the strength of these 5 people. They weren't very strong, all of them were at the fusion soul stage. Naturally, this was only in Zhao Hai's opinion. For others, they weren't weak, especially for a small gang like the Thunder Gang. Zhao Hai replied, "I can deal with 5 of them. I'm not afraid of their group techniques. My movement technique is very good. But I don't know if they have a joint attack technique. If they do, then things would be troublesome." Zhao Hai nodded and said, 5 people? Li Shan smiled bitterly and said, "The Grey Mountain's 5 ghosts are famous for their joint attack technique called the 5 Ghosts Soul Chasing Technique. It seems like we're in trouble this time. These people eat raw rice, they don't care about anyone's face. Also, we don't have any friendship with them. It seems like we won't be able to get through today's trial." Just as Li Shan spoke, a burst of laughter was heard from the other side. Then an arrogant voice was heard, "Listen up, if you know this grandpa, then obediently hand over the item. This grandpa will spare your life." If you don't know this grandpa, then this grandpa isn't afraid to tell you that this grandpa has a title called the Grey Mountain's Five Greats. I advise you to hand over the item, lest you lose your life. Any cultivator would think highly of themselves. Grey Mountain's Five Ghosts was a title given to them by outsiders, but they called themselves the Grey Mountain's Five Greats. Zhao Hai looked at Li Shan and said, "Leave these five guys to me." Then without waiting for Li Shan's reply, Zhao Hai stood up and said to the Grey Mountain's Five Ghosts, "Friends, I am the Thunder Gang's guest elder, Zhao Ming. I ask you to give us face and let us pass. In the future, our Thunder Gang will send you a gift as thanks." "Bah! Who do you think you are, Thunder Gang? A small gang that we've never heard of dares to ask us to give face. Boy, if you know what's good for you, then scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." When Zhao Hai heard this, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "So you're saying that you won't let us pass? Since you've been entrusted with this matter, then I can only offend you today." Then Zhao Hai moved his hand and took out two sledgehammers. This time, he didn't use a saber. He was afraid of exposing his identity. Fortunately, he was proficient in all kinds of martial arts, so it didn't matter what weapon he used. When the Grey Mountain's Five Ghosts saw Zhao Hai take out his weapon, the leader couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, very good. It's been a long time since someone dared to make a move against us brothers. Today, none of you will be able to escape. You're all dead." Zhao Hai looked at the other party and sneered, "It won't be that easy to kill us." Then Zhao Hai roared and swung his sledgehammers, directly attacking the Grey Mountain's Five Ghosts. Zhao Hai's sledgehammer looked very simple, as if it was just a simple strike. However, the Grey Mountain's Five Ghosts felt that it was completely different. Not only did Zhao Hai's sledgehammer seal their escape route, it also carried a kind of momentum. When the leader of the Five Ghosts saw Zhao Hai's sledgehammer, his face couldn't help but change. He then shouted, "This guy is tough, set up the formation." Following his voice, the other four ghosts immediately moved. They surrounded Zhao Hai and directly attacked Zhao Hai with their swords. Zhao Hai's figure moved. The sledgehammers in his hands were like two fists. They flew up and down, blocking all of the attacks of the Grey Mountain's Five Ghosts. He could also counterattack once or twice, forcing the Grey Mountain's Five Ghosts to turn around to save themselves. However, when Li Shan saw Zhao Hai's attack, there was no smile on his face. He knew that Zhao Hai's sledgehammers were heavy weapons. In order to use such heavy weapons, one must have a very strong strength. Moreover, such heavy weapons consumed a lot of spiritual energy, much more than ordinary weapons. If they continued to fight like this, then Zhao Hai might not be able to outlast the Grey Mountain's Five Ghosts. Sure enough, as Li Shan thought, Zhao Hai and the Grey Mountain's Five Ghosts exchanged more than 50 moves. His face was covered in sweat, and his breathing became heavy. When the Grey Mountain's Five Ghosts saw this, they became even more anxious. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly shouted, "Hit!" Following his words, the sledgehammer in Zhao Hai's hand flew out and went straight for one of the Grey Mountain's Five Ghosts. The Grey Mountain's Five Ghosts didn't expect Zhao Hai to do this. He didn't even have the slightest preparation. With a bang, the sledgehammer that flew out of Zhao Hai's hand smashed into his head. The Grey Mountain's Five Ghosts' head looked like a watermelon that was hit by a sledgehammer. It was smashed into pieces, and red and white parts flew all over the sky. This change stunned everyone, but it wasn't over yet. Zhao Hai held the remaining sledgehammer with both hands, shouted, and rushed towards another Grey Mountain's Five Ghosts. The remaining 4 Grey Mountain's Five Ghosts seemed to have recovered from Zhao Hai's shout. They cried out, "Old Four." Then they looked at Zhao Hai with red eyes and shouted, "Die." 4 Grey Mountain's ghost head blades slashed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai held the sledgehammer with both hands and used all his strength to block. After a while, they heard Zhao Hai suddenly shout, "Hit." Everyone was startled, and then they heard a sound, "Ah." Everyone followed the sound and saw one of the Grey Mountain's Five Ghosts. His throat was pierced by a throwing knife, and the Grey Mountain's ghost head blade didn't seem to be able to survive. At this time, Zhao Hai shouted, "Brother Li Shan, do it." Li Shan, who was already dumbfounded, heard Zhao Hai's words, and then he suddenly shouted, "Kill." Then he waved the copper staff in his hand and attacked the Grey Mountain's Five Ghosts. The others didn't make a move, they were still guarding the carriage. Li Shan's participation stopped one Grey Mountain's ghost head blade. Although the remaining 2 Grey Mountain's ghosts were still besieging Zhao Hai, they were no longer a threat to Zhao Hai. The two sides fought for more than 10 rounds before they heard Zhao Hai shout, "Hit!" As soon as Zhao Hai shouted, the remaining 3 of the 5 ghosts of Sung Mountain stopped attacking. They immediately brandished their swords to protect themselves. But this time, they were wrong. This time, Zhao Hai didn't shoot out any flying swords. He just wanted to slow down the attacks of the 3 ghosts. When the 3 ghosts saw this situation, their faces couldn't help but turn pale. They looked at Zhao Hai with fire in their eyes. Then, they shouted and attacked Zhao Hai and Li Shan. After more than 10 rounds, Zhao Hai shouted again, "Hit!" The 3 ghosts once again protected their bodies. However, Zhao Hai still didn't release any flying swords. The 3 ghosts' faces became even uglier. After more than 10 rounds, Zhao Hai shouted again, "Hit!" This time, the 3 ghosts only slightly pulled back their swords. Then, they attacked even more fiercely. But at this time, the remaining sledgehammer in Zhao Hai's hand flew out. However, the target of this sledgehammer wasn't the 2 ghosts that were besieging him, but the ghost that was fighting with Li Shan. Bang! This time, the sledgehammer hit the back of the ghost that was fighting with Li Shan. The ghost that was fighting with Li Shan spat out a mouthful of blood. There were pieces of internal organs in the blood. Then, Li Shan's stick hit his head. His head was smashed like a rotten watermelon. The 2 ghosts that were fighting with Zhao Hai almost had tears of blood in their eyes. At the same time, they shouted, "Second brother! I'll kill you!" After that, the 2 ghosts threw themselves at Zhao Hai. They only had offensive moves and didn't have any defensive moves. It seemed that they wanted to die together with Zhao Hai. When Li Shan saw this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in anger. He roared, "How dare you, you brat!" He knew that Zhao Hai didn't have a weapon. Facing 2 guys who didn't care about their lives, he would be at a disadvantage. However, Zhao Hai only raised his eyebrows in the face of the 2 ghosts' attacks. He quickly retreated and waved his hands. 8 throwing knives appeared in his hands. Then, Zhao Hai waved his hands and the 8 throwing knives shot towards the 2 ghosts. The 2 ghosts had already given up on defending. They had forgotten that Zhao Hai had killed a ghost with a throwing knife. By the time they saw Zhao Hai's throwing knife in front of them, it was already too late. The 2 ghosts' bodies shook, and their forward momentum slowed down. They took a few steps forward and fell to the ground. After twitching a few times, they stopped moving. Li Shan was stunned for a moment. He withdrew his copper staff and looked at the corpses of the 5 ghosts of Ash Mountain. His face had a trace of disbelief. The famous Ash Mountain's 5 ghosts actually died in their hands. Was this real? At this time, Zhao Hai also stopped. However, he stood there and gasped for breath. Li Shan recovered and quickly walked to Zhao Hai's side. He supported Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, how are you?" Zhao Hai was pretending. If he used his strength, he could easily deal with the Ash Mountain's 5 ghosts. However, he couldn't do that. If he did, it would arouse Li Shan's suspicion. Therefore, he had to act as if he was a soul-uniting stage cultivator. Zhao Hai pretended to be exhausted. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine. I'm just a bit exhausted. I'll be fine after some rest." Li Shan immediately called 2 cultivators over and had them help Zhao Hai to the carriage to rest. Then he personally went to the Ash Mountain's 5 ghosts and picked up Zhao Hai's sledgehammer. He wiped it clean and pulled out Zhao Hai's throwing knife. Then he handed it over to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, you can put these things away. I'll go clean up the battlefield. We have to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, we'll miss our lodging tonight." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he received the sledgehammer and throwing knife. Li Shan immediately commanded the other members of the Thunder Gang to search the bodies of the Ash Mountain's 5 ghosts. Then he stored them in his spatial equipment. Then he casually looked for a place to bury the Ash Mountain's 5 ghosts. Then he immediately set off. Zhao didn't ask Li Shan what he was going to do with the 5 ghosts. He knew that there was no need to ask. Li Shan certainly wouldn't forget his share. If Li Shan didn't give him his share, then the Thunder Gang's morale would immediately drop. When that time comes, the Thunder Gang would be finished. At the same time, Zhao Hai also noticed that after this battle, the way the cultivators of the Thunder Gang looked at him had changed. Originally, the cultivators of the Thunder Gang looked at him with alienation and vigilance. But now, it was different. The cultivators of the Thunder Gang looked at him with admiration and awe. This was enough. Needless to say, the maids of the moon-gazing pavilion were looking at Zhao Hai with awe. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He just sat there and pretended to adjust his breath, ignoring everyone. At night, Zhao Hai and the others rested in a small town. They often visited this town, so they stayed in an old inn. Moreover, they were very familiar with it. After Li Shan arranged for people to keep watch, he pulled Zhao Hai to the inn's dining room. Then he had the shopkeeper prepare 2 side dishes and 2 jugs of good wine. Li Shan poured Zhao Hai a glass of wine, then he filled his own glass as well. Then he raised his glass and said, "Brother Zhao, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise, our Thunder Gang would have fallen. Brother, let me give you a toast." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Li is too polite. I'm now a member of the Thunder Gang. Naturally, I'll do my best. Brother Li doesn't need to be polite." Li Shan nodded, then he clinked his glass with Zhao Hai's. Then he raised his head and drank the wine in his glass. Zhao Hai also did the same. After the two raised their glasses, they put down their glasses at the same time. Li Shan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, our harvest this time isn't small. Rest assured, I won't forget about your share. I've seen some gangs in the righteous path, but to be honest, I've never seen a gang like our Thunder Gang. Not for anything else, but for the Thunder Gang and the children. I'm willing to do my part for the Thunder Gang. Those things that you gave me will only make my hands loose, but if I use them on the children, they will be able to eat better, wear better clothes, and have better weapons. Therefore, you don't need to give those things to me, you can give them to the children." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've seen a lot of gangs in the righteous path, but to be honest, I've never seen a gang like the Thunder Gang. Not for anything else, but for the children, I'm willing to do my part. Those things that you gave me will only help me relax a bit, but if I use them on the children, they will be able to eat better, wear better clothes, and have better weapons. Therefore, you don't need to give those things to me." Li Shan looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. He just picked up his glass and poured a glass for Zhao Hai before pouring one for himself. Then he gave a toast to Zhao Hai before he raised his head and drank the wine. Zhao Hai also followed Li Shan's lead. Then Li Shan opened his mouth and said, "Brother Zhao Hai, I want to thank you. After so many years, the other cultivators have laughed at us for being stupid. In their eyes, we are just a group of fools, a group of lunatics." Li Shan nodded and said, "Brother Zhao, I want to thank you." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I don't think you're lunatics. On the contrary, what you do is very meaningful. Because of this, I'm willing to join the Thunder Gang." Li Shan let out a long sigh and then laughed heartily. His laughter was very carefree, as if all the unhappiness and grievances in his heart had disappeared with this laughter. The two drank until very late that night before they went back to rest. The relationship between the two also became a lot closer. The next morning, the group set off once again. Because of the incident with the Grey Mountain 5 ghosts, they were very careful along the way. However, everything went according to plan. Finally, on the 5th day, they arrived at their destination. After handing over the goods, they didn't immediately go back. They waited here for the moon-gazing pavilion's goods to be shipped back. They needed protection from the Thunder Gang. They didn't encounter anything on the way back. The Grey Mountain 5 ghosts had already crossed the line. Moreover, the news of Zhao Hai eliminating the Grey Mountain 5 ghosts had already spread throughout the Jianghu. Those who wanted to make a move against the Thunder Gang would have to think twice. After successfully returning to Raging Flame City, the caravan stopped at the back door of the Full Moon Pavilion. From afar, Li Shan could see a group of people standing at the back door of the Full Moon Pavilion. There were 2 people standing in front of everyone. When they got closer, Li Shan saw that they were Lu Wei and shopkeeper Chen. Li Shan quickly jumped down from the carriage and walked towards the two. He cupped his fist and said, "Gang Master, shopkeeper Chen, why are you here? Lu Wei laughed and said, "Of course we're here to welcome you. Where's Zhao Ming? How come I don't see him?" When Li Shan heard this, he immediately knew what Lu Wei meant. Zhao Hai dealt with the Grey Mountain 5 ghosts in one fell swoop. Although he used hidden weapons and other techniques, this was enough to show his strength. This was the reason why Lu Wei came out to welcome them. Li Shan smiled and said, "Brother Zhao is in the last carriage. Gang Master doesn't need to worry." At this time, the 10 carriages stopped. Zhao Hai and the others also came down from the carriages. Their task this time could be considered to have been completed. They could now collect their money. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Lu Wei greeted him from afar. He cupped his fist and laughed, "Our hero has returned. Brother Zhao Hai, you really hid it from me. I really didn't expect you to be an expert." When Zhao Hai heard Li Shan, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Gang Master is too polite. What expert? It's just a trick." At this time, shopkeeper Chen came forward and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Elder Zhao Ming, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me. I've already arranged a banquet in the Full Moon restaurant. I've invited all the brothers of the Lightning Gang. I hope that everyone will give me some face." Lu Wei laughed and said, "It seems like old Chen is playing tricks with us. The Full Moon restaurant is your Full Moon restaurant's property. You don't have any sincerity in inviting us. Forget it, we won't argue with you. Today, we'll have a good meal." When he heard Lu Wei, shopkeeper Chen also laughed and said, "Others call me a cheapskate. It's rare for me to invite a guest. If I let others know that I invited you for a drink, I don't know how surprised they would be. You should be content." When the others heard shopkeeper Chen's words, they also laughed. However, Zhao Hai could hear that Lu Wei and shopkeeper Chen already knew each other. Moreover, their friendship wasn't shallow. Zhao Hai's guess wasn't wrong, Lu Wei and shopkeeper Chen really did know each other. Lu Wei saved shopkeeper Chen's life and the two became good friends. Later on, because of shopkeeper Chen's talent in business, he slowly became the shopkeeper of the Full Moon restaurant. At that time, Lu Wei had just established the Lightning Gang. Shopkeeper Chen handed over the Full Moon restaurant to the Lightning Gang. Because the Full Moon restaurant's background was very deep, the other gangs didn't dare to snatch the Lightning Gang's business. Moreover, Lu Wei was very good at dealing with people. Therefore, nobody dared to provoke the Lightning Gang. The Lightning Gang being able to operate smoothly until now was also because of shopkeeper Chen. The group arrived at the Full Moon restaurant. The place had already been prepared for them. The entire floor was used to entertain the people of the Lightning Gang. Regarding shopkeeper Chen's approach, the people of the Full Moon restaurant didn't have any objection. This was because the Lightning Gang really did a good job this time. The goods sent by the Lightning Gang were very important to the Full Moon restaurant. If they were robbed, then the Full Moon restaurant's loss would be huge. Because of this, when shopkeeper Chen invited the people of the Lightning Gang, nobody said anything. The reputation of the Grey Mountain's 5 ghosts was there. The Lightning Gang was able to defeat the Grey Mountain's 5 ghosts and smoothly deliver the goods. Naturally, the Full Moon restaurant was grateful to the Lightning Gang. At the same time, the strength that Zhao Hai displayed in this battle also surprised the people of the Full Moon restaurant. Although the Full Moon restaurant was doing business, they also knew about the matters of the underworld. The Grey Mountain's 5 ghosts weren't unknown people. Their 5 ghost soul-chasing formation was very famous. Zhao Hai was able to kill the Grey Mountain's 5 ghosts by himself. Such strength was definitely worth the Full Moon restaurant to rope in. Even if the Full Moon restaurant couldn't poach Zhao Hai to help them, it was also good to form a good relationship with Zhao Hai. For them, offending people wasn't a worthwhile thing. Competition in business was unavoidable. But if you don't offend people because of business matters, then it wouldn't be good. On the contrary, making friends in the world was what a businessman should do. The more friends you have, the more options you have. This was a truth that all businessmen understood. After having a good drink in the Full Moon Pavilion, the people of the Breen Gang returned to their gang. As soon as they returned, someone immediately reported to Lu Wei that there were several gangs that came to visit them. When Lu Wei heard this, he immediately had someone deliver the visiting cards. After taking a look at the names on the cards, Lu Wei immediately understood what was going on. These visiting cards were sent by the smaller gangs of Raging Flame City. In the past, the Lightning Gang didn't have any strength and didn't have any backing. Naturally, these smaller gangs disdained to make friends with the Lightning Gang. But now, the Lightning Gang had an expert like Zhao Hai. Naturally, these smaller gangs were willing to make friends with the Lightning Gang. Lu Wei wasn't averse to this kind of thing. The other party befriended you because they thought highly of you. Moreover, befriending them would only bring benefits and no harm to the gang. Why wouldn't he do it? How Lu Wei went to meet the gang members had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't go to meet them. Although he could deal with them better than Lu Wei, Zhao Hai didn't like to deal with them. This was because it wasn't worth it. What Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to teach the newcomers of the Thunder Gang so that they could improve their strength faster. Although Lu Wei and the others were very diligent in teaching the newcomers, they couldn't do anything about it. Their own strength was very limited. When they taught the disciples, they would make a lot of mistakes. Naturally, the strength of the people they taught wouldn't be that high. Among the newcomers, Zhao Hai found a few with good talent. Of course, this talent was relative. Compared to ordinary rogue cultivators, their talent might be good, but compared to the disciples of the great sects, their talent was far worse. The reason why Zhao Hai chose these people was because they all had a single earth element spirit root. They were more suitable to walk the same path as Qiu Tai, becoming a body cultivator. This time, Zhao Hai used an earth element cultivation method. He was also a body cultivator. If he wasn't present, then he wouldn't have chosen a sledgehammer as his weapon. Sledgehammers were very fierce, but they couldn't be used without great strength. Cultivators who weren't body cultivators couldn't use sledgehammers. Ordinary cultivators didn't have the strength of a body cultivator, so body cultivators liked to use sledgehammers. This was because sledgehammers were like an extension of the fist. As long as the enemy was hit by sledgehammers, they would either die or be injured. For body cultivators, sledgehammers were the best weapons. Generally, cultivators wouldn't use a weapon like a sledgehammer. Firstly, it was too heavy, affecting their flexibility. Secondly, they didn't have that much strength. Using a sledgehammer would consume their spirit chi too quickly. In the end, they would be the unlucky ones. Because of this, when Zhao Hai took out his sledgehammer, Li Shan already determined that Zhao Hai was a body cultivator. Therefore, when Zhao Hai selected a few newcomers and said that he wanted to teach them, Li Shan didn't hesitate to agree. Although Li Shan was also a body cultivator, he was very clear about his own strength. Although his muscles looked very scary, Li Shan was very clear about his own strength. He was very clear that his cultivation method wasn't very advanced. It could even be said that it was very simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach his current state. On the other hand, although Zhao Hai's physique was ordinary, this made Li Shan even more certain that Zhao Hai's cultivation method was better than his. Because of this, when Zhao Hai wanted to choose someone to teach him, he immediately agreed. The death of the Grey Mountain 5 ghosts caused quite a stir in Raging Flame City. Even the Raging Inferno Gang, the Giant Axe Gang, and the Spirit Medicine Hall were alarmed. One must know that the Grey Mountain 5 ghosts weren't weak and were quite famous. Now that they were killed, the three gangs were very surprised. However, life in Raging Flame City was very tense. This matter didn't have a big impact on the people here. It didn't take long before the matter calmed down. After the three gangs found out how Zhao Hai killed the Grey Mountain 5 ghosts, they didn't care about Zhao Hai anymore. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was just a lucky guy who was a cunning body cultivator. If the Grey Mountain 5 ghosts didn't underestimate their opponent, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to defeat them. Although this matter calmed down, Lu Wei took advantage of this opportunity to establish good relations with other small gangs. Now, the Thunder Gang was no longer pushed aside by these small gangs. In fact, the Thunder Gang's harvest wasn't limited to these. Their biggest harvest was actually the 5 ghosts of Grey Mountain themselves. The 5 ghosts of Grey Mountain were lone wolves. They were active in the Grey Mountain region, robbing countless people. These guys didn't have a fixed territory, so it wasn't the first time that they had crossed the border. For people like them, there was no tomorrow after today. Therefore, they would generally carry all of their belongings with them. After they were killed, their belongings naturally fell into Li Shan's hands. Li Shan collected all of their belongings, but didn't look at them at that time. When they returned to the Thunder Gang and carefully counted them, Li Shan and Lu Wei almost woke up laughing from their sleep. The Grey Mountain's 5 ghosts had robbed countless people, so they had a lot of good things in their hands. Aside from some of the things that they weren't willing to sell, the rest of the things had been exchanged for crystal stones or jade essences. The number of crystal stones was more than 1,000,000, and the number of jade essences was more than 100,000. There were also a lot of good treasures that the Grey Mountain's 5 ghosts weren't willing to sell. The value of those things might be higher than the jade stones and jade essences. For the Thunder Gang, these things were definitely worth a lot of money. With this money, the entire Thunder Gang's life would undergo a huge change. Fortunately, Lu Wei and Li Shan were very clear about this matter. They didn't announce this matter to everyone. Moreover, they didn't spend extravagantly, making themselves look like nouveau riche. They only improved the food of some of the gang members and didn't do anything else. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew how much money they had obtained from the Grey Mountain 5 ghosts. Lu Wei and Li Shan told Zhao Hai about it. The two of them also asked for Zhao Hai's opinion before they did this. With money, they could slowly spend it. This way, not only would the other sects not know that the Thunder Gang had obtained a lot of money, it would also prevent the Thunder Gang members from becoming lazy. Originally, the Thunder Gang's life had always been very tense. Everyone was working hard to move forward. Not only did they want to become stronger, they also wanted to make their lives better. But if they suddenly knew that their gang had so much money, they didn't need to do anything and could live a good life. Would they still have the motivation to move forward? Once they got used to the days of eating and waiting for death, then what future would the Thunder Gang have? Because of this, Lu Wei and Li Shan didn't tell the gang how much money they had obtained. Besides improving the food of the gang and improving the things that needed to be improved, everything else was the same as before. It was easy to go from simple to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to simple. Not everyone understood this principle. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many nouveau riches. It was precisely because the Thunder Gang was so low-key that nobody thought that the Thunder Gang was already very rich. Moreover, the Thunder Gang had been accepting missions as usual. Naturally, nobody would be able to see through them. To be honest, Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this result. He was very happy that the Thunder Gang was able to do this. However, he didn't go out on missions during this time. Everyone in the Thunder Gang was very relaxed when they went out on missions. Zhao Hai went out on a mission and rested for a period of time. He was waiting for his turn to go out on a mission. Raging Flame City seemed to have regained its tranquility. At this time, Zhao Hai had been in Raging Flame City for an entire month. Zhao Hai had already taught the talented body cultivators of the Thunder Gang a few things. He was preparing to take a mission and go out adventuring. After all, this time he came out to train, not to save the world. Just as Zhao Hai was about to tell Lu Wei about his idea, he didn't expect Lu Wei to find him first. When Lu Wei invited Zhao Hai to his room, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because Lu Wei wasn't alone, shopkeeper Chen was also present. Seeing shopkeeper Chen, Zhao Hai quickly cupped his fist and said, "Shopkeeper Chen, what brings you here?" Shopkeeper Chen nodded and said. Shopkeeper Chen smiled at Zhao Hai, then he cupped his fist and said, "I've seen Mr. This time, I have something that I need Mr.'s help with." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This was because he heard shopkeeper Chen say that he was here to ask for help, not the Thunder Gang. Zhao turned his head to look at Lu Wei. Lu Wei smiled bitterly. He didn't think that Zhao would be so good at listening to shopkeeper Chen's words. Shopkeeper Chen's words made him feel different. Lu Wei replied, "Shopkeeper Chen and I are good friends." Although shopkeeper Chen is the shopkeeper of the Full Moon Pavilion, he is only the shopkeeper of the Full Moon Pavilion in Raging Flame City. The Full Moon Pavilion is a big trading company in the Demon Dao Alliance. There are more than 30 shopkeepers like shopkeeper Chen. The competition between them is very fierce. Shopkeeper Chen has encountered some trouble this time, but he doesn't have anyone that he can trust. Because of this, he came here to ask for your help. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to shopkeeper Chen and said, "Shopkeeper Chen, if you have anything to say, please don't hesitate to say it." You have helped the Thunder Gang a lot. If you have any problems, then we will naturally help you. Shopkeeper Chen nodded. He wasn't polite as he said, this time, I want to ask Mr. to enter the Spirit Mountain and look for a treasure for me. When young Master Zhao heard Shopkeeper Chen's words, he couldn't help but frown. He knew about the Spirit Mountain. It was a very famous mountain in the Devil Dao Alliance. There were a lot of spirits in the Spirit Mountain, and these so-called spirits were actually a variant of a demon. Demons were a type of cultivator that was recognized by the cultivators. For example, the tiger demon was actually a tiger. Through cultivation, it slowly gained wisdom and could transform into a human. Its strength wasn't inferior to that of a cultivator. Because of this, they were called demons. On the other hand, spirits were different from demons. Spirits weren't necessarily weaker than demons. However, their wisdom was much worse. They couldn't transform into a human and relied on their instincts to attack. It can be said that the wisdom of spirits couldn't compare to that of demons. Although their intelligence wasn't high, the combat strength of many spiritual monsters wasn't weak. Many spiritual monsters even had higher combat strength than demonic beasts and cultivators. This was because these spiritual monsters relied on their instincts to act. They had trained their hunting instincts to a very terrifying degree. And this kind of instinctive attack was the most terrifying aspect of all demonic beasts. Instinct was a very frightening thing, especially when it came to attacking. Beasts' instincts were much stronger than humans. Instinct wasn't wisdom, but sometimes, instinct was even more frightening than wisdom. Just like a swordsman, if he didn't practice anything else, he would only practice drawing his saber. When he practiced this move as an instinct, very few people would be able to block his move. This was the most terrifying part of instinct. As for monsters, they were a type of demonic beast with no intelligence, only instinct. They didn't have intelligence, so it was impossible for them to become monsters. However, they had very strong fighting instincts. Because of this, many cultivators would rather face demonic beasts and cultivators than these monsters. It was precisely because these monsters only had instincts and no intelligence that they couldn't be subdued. Either you kill them, they kill you, or they run away, or you run away. It was impossible to subdue them. The Spirit Mountain was the most famous place for producing spirits. There were a lot of beasts there, but all of them were spirits. Almost none of them were normal beasts. Nobody knew why this was the case, and nobody could go deep into the Spirit Mountain. This was because the Spirit Mountain didn't only have countless spirits that weren't afraid of death, there were also countless powerful spirits that weren't afraid of death. This was the most important thing. This was the most important thing. In the eyes of righteous cultivators, devil cultivators were a group of madmen, while evil cultivators were a group of insidious vipers. In the eyes of devil cultivators, righteous cultivators were a group of hypocrites, while evil cultivators were a group of annoying poisonous insects. In the eyes of evil cultivators, righteous cultivators were a group of idiots, while devil cultivators were a group of warlike idiots. But in the eyes of the three Dao cultivators, the Spirit Mountain was a forbidden area. This was because there weren't any madmen living there, but a group of demonic beasts. Naturally, Shopkeeper Chen saw Zhao Hai's frown, so he said, "Mister, please don't misunderstand. I don't want to send you to your death. I can provide you with a map of the Spirit Mountain. As long as you follow the map, you will be very safe. Even if you encounter some beasts, they won't be too strong." Zhao Hai looked at Shopkeeper Chen and said, "I can help you with this, but I would like to ask Shopkeeper Chen to tell me what you want me to find, and what it is used for." Shopkeeper Chen nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai. Shopkeeper Chen thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "Mister, I can tell you this. What you're looking for this time, strictly speaking, isn't a treasure. It's a seal, a family seal. Every member of the family has one, so it's not a treasure. However, it's still a treasure. This is because everyone in the family has a different seal, each seal is unique. As for which family it is, I can't tell you. I can only tell you that the moon-gazing pavilion is their family's property. Moreover, it's just one of the many properties that the family owns." Zhao Hai didn't say anything, but Lu Wei sucked in a breath of cold air. He was very clear about the status of the full moon pavilion in the alliance. The full moon pavilion was definitely one of the biggest businesses in the alliance. Although they sold things to commoners as well as cultivators, they had always been known for their good quality and fair prices. They had a lot of influence in the alliance. Every year, they brought in an innumerable amount of income. But this business was just one of the many businesses owned by that family. This was really surprising. When Zhao Hai heard this, his expression turned dignified. This was because he was very clear that a family that owned such a business was an incomparably powerful existence. The biggest problem was that he had never heard of such a family. Zhao Hai wasn't Lu Wei. It wasn't strange that Lu Wei hadn't heard of such a family. He was just a rogue cultivator, and a very weak one at that. His knowledge was limited, so it was normal that he hadn't heard of such a family. Zhao Hai was born in the Tyrant Blade sect, one of the 81 great sects in the true spiritual realm. He knew a lot more than Lu Wei. But even so, he still hadn't heard of the existence of such a family. This was what surprised Zhao Hai the most. Shopkeeper Chen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "We, the shopkeepers of the Moon Pavilion, have an opportunity to meet the Patriarch every year. If we leave a good impression on the Patriarch, then we will immediately have a meteoric rise. This opportunity is the Patriarch's birthday celebration every year. Whether or not the Patriarch will take a fancy to you depends on the birthday gift that you prepare." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." At this point, Shopkeeper Chen sighed and said, "Although this family is incomparably powerful, not everyone in the family is powerful. The current Patriarch's grandson didn't have any talent for cultivation since he was a child. He didn't even have a single spirit root, making him unsuitable for cultivation. The child's father, the son of the Patriarch, was a famous genius in the family. Later on, because of some family matters, he died a violent death. This child was also poisoned when he was still in his mother's body. Because of this, he didn't have a spirit root. Not long after the child was born, his mother also died, so the child was raised by the Patriarch. It's precisely because of this that the Patriarch dotes on this child. However, because this child couldn't cultivate since he was a child, he was ridiculed by the other children. Although the Patriarch kicked the children who ridiculed him out of the family, the child stubbornly began to cultivate. However, because he didn't have a spirit root, his progress was very slow. Even if he ate elixirs like candy, his cultivation speed was still surprisingly slow. When this child finally reached the doppelganger realm, he secretly left the family and ran outside to train. The place he chose to train was the Spirit Monster Mountain. At this point, Shopkeeper Chen couldn't help but sigh and said, "Naturally, the child didn't come out after entering the Spirit Mountain." After the family knew about this, they immediately sent experts to the Spirit Mountain to look for him. However, in the end, they only found the child's bones. The family identified the child's identity through the bones, clothes, and other methods. Then they brought the child's bones back to the family for burial. However, the family seal that the child carried with him couldn't be found. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but frown. If such a powerful family couldn't find the seal, then wouldn't it be a waste of my time? Shopkeeper Chen sighed and said, "There's nothing I can do about it. The competition between shopkeepers is very fierce. I don't know how many people are eyeing my position. However, the gifts that I've prepared in the past few years haven't been very good. Therefore, there are a lot of people who want to drive me away from my position. That's why I thought of this method." Shopkeeper Chen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I thought of a lot of methods and obtained a map from the family. This map is the way to enter the Spirit Mountain. It's very detailed on the map that there are dangers and dangers. Moreover, it also shows the child's route. Therefore, I want to find someone I can trust and have them help me find the seal in the Spirit Mountain. If they can find it, then that's good. If they can't, then I'll just prepare other gifts." Zhao Hai frowned as he thought about Shopkeeper Chen's words. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't want to enter the Spirit Mountain right now. The Spirit Mountain was called a forbidden area by the 3 cultivators. This wasn't just for show. It was definitely a dangerous place. Although Zhao Hai wasn't weak, he didn't have much confidence in entering such a dangerous place. However, if he can help Shopkeeper Chen find the seal, then it would definitely be a good thing for him. Young Master Zhao was sure that the family behind the moon-gazing pavilion had secrets that he didn't know about. If he can get in touch with those families, then he might be able to find out about the secrets of the Tyrant's Blade sect. If that's the case, then this risk was definitely worth taking. At the same time, it wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want to go to the Spirit Mountain. He just thought that it was too early for him to go there. However, there was one advantage to this. The monsters in the Spirit Mountain didn't have any wisdom. In there, Zhao Hai can freely use his spatial force. Even if the monsters saw him, they wouldn't say anything. This way, Zhao Hai wouldn't have to face too much danger when he enters the Spirit Mountain. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's eyes flashed. He looked at shopkeeper Chen and said, "I can promise to help you enter the Spirit Mountain. If I don't succeed, then I'm not afraid to say anything. But if I succeed, then I hope that you can help the Bream Gang when you gain power. This way, the Bream Gang won't be threatened by other forces. Is that okay?" Zhao Hai's proposal made Lu Wei and shopkeeper Chen stare. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would make such a request. Without waiting for shopkeeper Chen to speak, Lu Wei stood up and said, "No, brother Zhao, absolutely not. Old Chen, if brother Zhao succeeds, then you have to find a way to let him join that family. What do you think?" Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Leader, I appreciate your good intentions. But it's a pity that with my aptitude, what can I do even if I join that family? Would that family take care of a rogue cultivator like me? Instead of being bullied, it's better to be free and happy like I am now." Shopkeeper Chen, there's no need to say anything. If you agree, then send someone to deliver the map to me yesterday. Shopkeeper Chen gave Zhao a deep look, then he nodded. I can agree to both of your conditions. As long as we find the seal, not only will I make sure that the Thunder Gang will never be threatened by other forces, I will also find a way to let Mr. join that family. I promise. Zhao nodded. All right. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei relaxed. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was surprised. In Zhao's impression, a big family like that must have a very strict hierarchy. Just because of a gift, they wouldn't suddenly promote you to a very high position. That was impossible. But seeing shopkeeper Chen agree so quickly, it seems like this wasn't a problem. Could it be that a good gift was really that important? Shopkeeper Chen understood Zhao Hai's expression. He smiled bitterly and said, "Mister, you might not understand the way that Great Clan does things. In their view, if you can't even prepare a gift, then how can you do business with others? Because of this gift is equal to looking at a person's ability. Therefore, we have no choice but to pay attention to it." Zhao smiled bitterly. He didn't think that the family would have such a strange way of saying things. But Zhao also understood the importance of the seal to shopkeeper Chen. If shopkeeper Chen really treated the seal as a gift, then his status would skyrocket. Zhao was afraid that shopkeeper Chen's status would skyrocket. However, Zhao Hai immediately thought of a problem. He looked at shopkeeper Chen and said, "If you got the map from the Great Clan, then it means that the Great Clan already had the map. With how important the seal is to them, they should have sent people to look for it. But they still haven't found it?" Shopkeeper Chen nodded and said, "Yes, they haven't found it. If they did, then they would have taken it out already. The Great Clan sent a lot of people to look for it in the beginning, but they couldn't find it in the end. Even now, they still send people to look for it every year, but they still haven't found it. Because of this, the map isn't a secret in the Great Clan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get my hands on it." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "In other words, this trip to find the seal is just a backup plan for you. It's pure luck. You've already prepared the other life crystals as gifts, right?" Shopkeeper Chen didn't hide it from Zhao Hai. He nodded and said, "Correct. Actually, I've already prepared the other gifts. This is just a backup plan. But if you succeed, then my status would immediately change. The help that I can provide to the Bream clan would be more than that. Although I have a few cultivators that I can use, there are still some that I can't trust. Those guys are all in it for money, who knows if they'll sell me out. Because of this, I need someone that I can trust, but also someone that won't be noticed. And this person is the most suitable." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Have someone bring me the map." Shopkeeper Chen took out a space bag from his pocket. He opened the space bag and took out a jade slip. Then he handed the jade slip to Zhao Hai and said, "This is the map. How can I trust someone else with something like this? You can leave at any time, but you must come back within 3 months. If you don't come back within 3 months, then even if you find the seal, it would be useless. This is because the patriarch's birthday is in 3 months. If I can't give the gift to him on his birthday, then I wouldn't have the opportunity to see him. Also, the gift that I gave him wouldn't be able to reach his hands. Nobody knows what will happen this year. Shopkeeper Chen nodded and said, "This is the map. You can leave at any time, but you must come back within 3 months." Zhao Hai understood Shopkeeper Chen's words. In this world, there was no wall that didn't have a crack. If he couldn't give the gift to Shopkeeper Chen within 3 months, then Shopkeeper Chen could only keep the seal for a year. However, if someone knew that Shopkeeper Chen had the seal, then they would certainly come to snatch it. With Shopkeeper Chen's strength, he might not be able to keep the seal, he might even lose his life. Zhao Hai received the jade slip and said, "You don't need to know when I leave. If I don't come back within 3 months, then there's only one possibility, I died in the Spirit Mountain. If I come back within 3 months, then there's only one possibility, I brought the seal back." Then Zhao Hai stood up, he cupped his fist to the 2 men before he turned around and left. Shopkeeper Chen looked at Zhao Hai's departing figure and let out a long breath. Then he turned to Lu Wei and said, "Brother Lu, why do I feel that this guy isn't simple? Maybe he can give me a pleasant surprise." Lu Wei smiled bitterly and said, "I also hope so, but I hope that he can come back alive. To be honest, don't be fooled by how well he hides his strength and acts in a low-key manner. I'm sure that no one in the gang is his opponent. Even if everyone in the gang comes back, they still wouldn't necessarily be his opponent. He's just too strong." Lu Wei smiled bitterly and said, "That's right." Shopkeeper Chen turned his head to look at Lu Wei and said, "Where did you find such a person? With his strength, why would he be willing to stay in the Thunder Gang?" Lu Wei smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't look for him, he took the initiative to come to me. He came from the Righteous Path Alliance and offended some people there. However, I'm still doubtful about this. But what I can be sure of is that he's not from the Demonic Path Alliance, but from the Demonic Path Alliance." Shopkeeper Chen was puzzled as he looked at Lu Wei and said, "How can you be sure that this guy isn't from the Demonic Dao Alliance or the Evil Dao Alliance?" Lu Wei smiled bitterly, his eyes were filled with nostalgia as he said, "It's very simple. It's because I've been to these 3 places. Although I was born in the Demonic Dao Alliance, I've also been to both the Righteous Dao Alliance and the Evil Dao Alliance. To be honest, compared to the other 2 places, the rogue cultivators of the Demonic Dao Alliance have a better life. In the Righteous Dao Alliance, the income of rogue cultivators is very small. As for the Evil Dao Alliance, rogue cultivators would go missing from time to time. So I ended up returning to the Righteous Dao Alliance." Lu Wei sighed and said, "It's precisely because I've been to these 3 places that I'm very clear about the style of cultivators in these 3 places. The rogue cultivators of the Evil Dao Alliance, even if they practice the same cultivation methods as us, they would still have a cold aura around them. On the other hand, the rogue cultivators of the Demonic Dao Alliance would have a trace of berserk aura around them. This is because the Righteous Dao Alliance's rogue cultivators have a very low-profile aura. This is because the Righteous Dao Alliance's rogue cultivators have a very low-profile aura. Because of this, Zhao Hai's rogue cultivators have a very low-profile aura. Because of this, I think that he came from the Righteous Dao Alliance." Shopkeeper Chen nodded and said, "If he really came from the Righteous Dao Alliance, then things would be much easier to handle." "Right, the Celestials have been in contact with him, what kind of person do you think he is?" Lu Wei sighed and said, "He's a good person." Shopkeeper Chen didn't expect Lu Wei to give such an answer. However, this answer was already enough. Shopkeeper Chen nodded and said, "All right, then I'll go back first. This time, I came here under the pretext of discussing a cooperation. I can't stay here for too long, lest others become suspicious." Lu Wei nodded and said, "Listen to his news. With his character, he wouldn't casually agree to something. If he can really do it, then I hope that you can help him join the Demonic Dao Alliance. He has potential, unlike us. We're basically just eating and waiting for death. He's different." Shopkeeper Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. Then he turned around and left. Lu Wei accompanied him outside. The 2 of them chatted and laughed along the way, they didn't seem any different than usual. When Zhao Hai returned to his room, he sent his spiritual force into the jade slip and carefully read its contents. At the same time, he immediately contacted Laura and the others. Laura and the others were now cultivating in Yuanyu Peak every day. They knew that Zhao Hai's trial wouldn't be short. However, they were still able to see each other every night. Every day, they would go to Yuanyu Peak space and then return to the space. At the same time, Zhao Hai would also return to the space to train them. Although they seemed to be separated, they were actually still together. When they heard Zhao Hai calling for them, Laura and the others immediately returned to their rooms. After closing the door, Kai immediately contacted Zhao Hai. It must be said that among the women, the one who had the closest relationship with Zhao Hai was Kai. Kai was fused with the space, and the space belonged to Zhao Hai. Therefore, no matter what Zhao Hai does with the space, Kai would know about it. And when Zhao Hai contacted Laura and the others through the space, the first one to know was Kai. "Brother Hai, why did you call us?" Kai also knew that if Zhao Hai didn't have anything important, then he wouldn't contact them during the day. Therefore, she went straight to the point and asked. Zhao Hai replied, "You should immediately analyze the map that I sent to the space. First, you need to see if the map is real or not. If it is, then calculate the best route. Second, you need to know about the Spirit Mountain, the more detailed the better." Kai immediately complied, then she passed on Zhao Hai's words to Laura and the others. Laura and the others immediately analyzed the map that Zhao Hai gave them. At the same time, they immediately went to the miscellaneous hall to inquire about the Spirit Mountain. In the Righteous Alliance, there wasn't a lot of information about the Spirit Mountain. After all, the Spirit Mountain wasn't in the Righteous Alliance's territory. The Righteous Alliance also wouldn't send their disciples to the Spirit Mountain for training. Therefore, information about the Spirit Mountain was very rare in the Righteous Alliance. On the other hand, Kai and the others were doing their best to analyze the authenticity of the map. The authenticity of the map was very easy to analyze. One must know that the jade slip that Zhao Hai obtained didn't only contain a simple map. It also contained detailed information about the dangerous places in the Spirit Mountain, as well as the places that the young master might go. Because of this, Kai and the others concluded that the map was real. Since there was no problem with the map, then all that was left was to calculate the route. This time, Zhao Hai didn't make Kai and the others calculate the route that the young master might take to enter the Spirit Mountain. Although Zhao Hai didn't know where the young master's family was, he could see from the map that there were only a few routes to the Spirit Mountain. Moreover, all of them were concentrated in one direction. This gave him a general idea of the direction that the young master would take to enter the Spirit Mountain. This was the preparation that Zhao Hai talked about. Although his preparations might be useless, after all, the other party had already died. Moreover, he wasn't very clear about the other party's personality. Therefore, the approximate route that he planned might be wrong. However, at least it would give Zhao Hai a target. There were a lot of routes on the map, but Zhao Hai was very clear about them. Those routes had already been searched countless times. The possibility of finding the seal in those places was very small. Therefore, he could only follow his own plan. In less than a day, Laura collected all the information that she could find about the Spirit Mountain in the Tyrant's Blade sect. This time, Laura asked a lot of people from the junk hall to help her. However, these people were also willing to help. Everyone knew that Laura was Zhao Hai's wife, and as long as Zhao Hai's strength increases in the future, he would certainly rise to the top. Because of this, when Laura asked for help, these people were very happy to give her the green light. When Laura had Kai report the situation of the Spirit Mountain to Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a headache. The Spirit Mountain really wasn't a good place to go. The Spirit Mountain was very big. It was a huge mountain range that stretched endlessly. Its total area was almost half the size of China. The areas that the true spirit cultivators had explored weren't the outermost areas of the Spirit Mountain. Nobody knew what the inside of the Spirit Mountain looked like. Since the Spirit Monster Mountain was so big, there must be a lot of spirit monsters inside. Based on what the cultivators had explored, there were indeed a lot of spirit monsters inside the Spirit Monster Mountain. However, there was one thing that made people feel very strange. The spirit monsters inside the Spirit Monster Mountain rarely left the range of the Spirit Monster Mountain. They were like wild beasts that didn't want to leave their territory and only guarded it. However, the spirit beasts inside the spirit mountain weren't to be trifled with. Compared to the beasts outside, the spirit beasts' fighting strength was at least 3 times stronger. Most importantly, the spirit beasts' fighting instincts were completely new. If a cultivator were to encounter them for the first time, then they would certainly suffer. The most troublesome thing about the spirit beasts was that they weren't afraid of death. However, they would still run away. Moreover, they would hold grudges and would constantly attack you. This was the most troublesome thing about the spirit beasts. In the spirit mountain, there weren't only all kinds of spirit beasts, there were also all kinds of spirit beasts. These spirit beasts could actually be regarded as spirit beasts. However, compared to ordinary spirit beasts, they were a lot more stupid. However, their fighting strength wasn't weak, they were even stronger than ordinary spirit beasts. And now, Xianxia wanted to go to such a place. It can be said that the place was full of dangers. One moment, you might see an ordinary grass, but the next moment, it might turn into a spirit beast that wants your life. A fast horse galloped along the road. Xianxia calmly rode on the horse. The horse he was riding wasn't a demon horse, it was provided by shopkeeper Chen. It has been 7 days since shopkeeper Chen gave him the map. Just when shopkeeper Chen thought that Xianxia had given up on the mission, Xianxia suddenly came looking for him. He asked shopkeeper Chen to provide him with a fast horse so that he could set off. Shopkeeper Chen naturally wouldn't disagree with Xianxia's request. Not only did he secretly prepare a fast horse for Xianxia, he also prepared a spatial bag for Xianxia. Inside the spatial bag were 1,000 pieces of jade essence, some medicine, and other pills. It seems like shopkeeper Chen attached great importance to Xianxia's mission. The road to the spirit mountain wasn't a secret. Almost everyone in the Devil Cultivator Alliance knew about it. However, very few people took this road. Because of this, the road that looked like a good one was now barren. Xianxia didn't pay attention to this. He was now fully focused on his journey. Xianxia didn't waste these 7 days. He had a lot of things to do every day. Now, he had a clear understanding of the situation in the Spirit Mountain. The Spirit Mountain wasn't completely devoid of people. In the Devil Cultivator Alliance, a lot of rogue cultivators relied on the Spirit Mountain to make a living. The Spirit Mountain was the same as other places where demon beasts roamed. There were almost no powerful spirit beasts in the periphery of the Spirit Mountain. As for the weaker spirit beasts, they were hunted down by the rogue cultivators and turned into their income. In the entire Spirit Mountain, there were a total of 6 cities. The closest city to the rogue cultivators could be said to be a small town. This small town didn't have a name. Many people didn't want to give it a name because it was a forgotten place. That place was indeed a forgotten place. Every year, aside from a few merchants, very few people would go there. The cultivators there also wouldn't come out. They seemed to be used to that kind of environment. Everyone there was equal, and there were no cultivators from the big sects bullying them. They had enough income, and they had enough demons to fight with them. For them, all of this was very important. Wasn't this the cultivation of cultivators? In other places, they would have to endure the anger of the disciples of the big sections. Therefore, the cultivators there didn't want to leave. Of course, every year, some cultivators would enter this nameless town. Some would also leave. Most of the cultivators who entered this nameless town were those who didn't have a good time in the outside world. However, there were also those who wanted to go to the Spirit Mountain to try their luck. There were also those from the various sects who were stuck in a realm for a long time. They wanted to go to the Spirit Mountain to try their luck and find an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Besides these people, almost no other cultivators would enter this place. Every year, there would also be some cultivators who would leave. They might have gotten what they wanted, or they might not have gotten what they wanted. However, they found that there was no use in staying here, so they left. There were also some rogue cultivators who had stayed in the Spirit Mountain for a long time. Their cultivation had reached a certain level. For them, there was no use in staying in the Spirit Mountain. Therefore, they left. The entire unnamed town had never expanded, and there were no gangs here. Cultivators who came here had to abide by one rule, and that was that no matter what your status was outside of the unnamed town, you were just an ordinary cultivator here. In front of the demons, everyone was equal. Of course, the nameless town wasn't a paradise. It was very close to the spirit mountain. Sometimes, they would be attacked by spirit beasts. Of course, the spirit beasts that attacked them weren't very powerful and weren't very strong. Moreover, the casualties of cultivators in the spirit mountain were very high. The casualties were even higher than in the famous demon beast mountain. There were even rumors that Vajra realm cultivators had fallen in the demon beast mountain. Zhao Hai's goal this time was this nameless town. The disciple of the great clan just wanted to go to the spirit mountain for a trial, so he didn't need to go too far. Therefore, the most likely place he would go was the nameless town. If he went to other places, he would spend too much time on the road. In that case, he might be discovered by the great clan. Therefore, after Zhao Hai's analysis, he always thought that this nameless town was likely to be the last stop before the spirit mountain. Zhao Hai rode his horse directly to the town. Along the way, no one came to trouble him. Although he didn't reveal his identity, the rogue cultivators saw that Zhao Hai was riding a tall horse and had an arrogant look. Naturally, no one dared to make trouble for him. The devil cultivator sects weren't like the righteous Tao Alliance. If the righteous Tao Alliance's disciples were attacked, the righteous Tao Alliance's sects would investigate, not to mention the devil cultivator sects. In the eyes of the devil cultivator sects, if you dare to attack their sect's disciples, then you don't put their sects in their eyes. Even if they chased you to the ends of the earth, they would still hunt you down. Zhao Hai jumped down from his horse outside the town and led it into the town. This was a very ordinary-looking town. There were also some shops in the town. These shops had everything from restaurants to weapon shops to pharmacies. All of these shops were related to cultivators. However, there was no inn in this town, nor were there any shops related to commoners. In this town, there was a very strange rule. In the town, you can live in any house with the door open. This was because if the door was open, then the cultivators inside would have already left. Moreover, in this town, you couldn't see any ordinary people. Everyone was a cultivator. Even the shop assistants were all cultivators. When Zhao Hai saw the situation in the town, he suddenly had an illusion. He felt as if he had returned to the Leaping Dragon realm. In the Leaping Dragon realm, all the work was done by cultivators. And in this town, it was the same. All the work here was done by cultivators. This made Zhao Hai surprised. What surprised Zhao Hai even more was that the town streets were very clean. The town's houses were also very neat. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. In Zhao Hai's mind, how could someone clean up a small town like this? Therefore, this town should be dilapidated. But now, a clean and tidy town was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. The people in the town also noticed Zhao Hai's sudden intrusion. However, they only glanced at him before they went on with their own business. It was as if they didn't notice him at all. Zhao Hai didn't know much about this town. The jade slip that shopkeeper Chen gave him simply contained the contents of this town. The Tyrant Sword sect also had almost no records of this town. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai didn't collect any information about this town. He was completely clueless about this town. Zhao Hai looked at the people in the town before he finally set his eyes on a restaurant in the town. This restaurant was undoubtedly the best place to inquire about information. Zhao Hai went to one of the few restaurants in the town and tied his horse to a post in front of the restaurant. Then he walked into the restaurant. When he arrived at the restaurant, Zhao Hai stared. This was because there were a lot of people inside the restaurant. These people were all cultivators, and they were currently eating. When Zhao Hai entered the restaurant, everyone in the restaurant looked at him. However, they only glanced at him for a moment before they shifted their gazes elsewhere. Only the waiter greeted Zhao Hai and said, "Hello guest. Did the wind leech come to our town? What do you want to eat?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he cupped his fist towards the waiter and said, "Sorry to disturb you. I just arrived at the town and wanted to eat some food as well as ask for some information." The reason why Zhao Hai was so polite to the waiter was because the waiter was also a clone realm cultivator. Moreover, the waiter's eyes were shining, and his body was emitting killing intent. He didn't look like a person to be trifled with. However, the waiter had a smile on his face, making it seem like he was easy to get along with. The waiter smiled and said, "Guest doesn't need to be polite. Please come in and have a seat. As long as you need this little one will tell you everything. Xiaohai nodded, then he followed the waiter to a table and sat down. He smiled at the waiter and said, "Waiter brother, please bring me 2 dishes as well as a jug of wine." "If brother isn't busy, then how about we chat for a bit?" The waiter smiled and said, "Waiter brother, please bring me 2 dishes and a jug of wine." The waiter smiled and said, "Guest, please wait for a moment. After this little one brings you the dishes, I'll immediately come and chat with you." Then he turned around and left. Just as the waiter was about to move, he heard a customer laugh and say, "Erzi, you finally found someone who likes to listen to you. You're a famous chatterbox, but you can finally live in seclusion." Erzi didn't mind, he just laughed and said, "So what? If you have the guts, then don't talk to me in the future. Let's see if you'll suffocate." When everyone heard Erzi, they couldn't help but laugh. The person who talked to Erzi didn't mind and just laughed along with everyone else. Although Erzi was joking with the person, his hands and feet weren't slow. Before long, the dishes and wine that Zhao Hai ordered were brought over. After placing the food and wine on Zhao Hai's table, Erzi stood by Zhao Hai's side and smiled, "Guest, since you want to inquire about Nameless Town, then you need to know the rules of Nameless Town. Here, no matter what great sect you were from, you are all equal here. You are no longer a disciple of a great sect, you are no longer a beggar, you are just an ordinary cultivator." Erzi smiled and said, "Since you want to ask about Nameless Town, then you need to know about the rules of Nameless Town. In Nameless Town, it doesn't matter which great sect you were from." Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he nodded. To be honest, he was very happy with this rule. At the very least, he can guarantee that in Nameless Town, there would be no oppression. This was a good thing. When the waiter saw Zhao Hai's reaction, he couldn't help but smile. Zhao Hai didn't have an extreme reaction. This meant that Zhao Hai could still stay in this town. If he was as arrogant as the disciples of the great sects, then he wouldn't be able to stay in this nameless town. There were many disciples of the great sects who wanted to command others when they entered the nameless town, but in the end, they were driven out. It wasn't that the people from the great sects didn't want to deal with the small town, but they simply didn't have any way to do so. The small town was filled with rogue cultivators. When the people from the great sects came, the small town's rogue cultivators would immediately leave. At the same time, the cultivators from the great sects couldn't stay here for a long time. This was because they would be attacked from time to time. In the end, the rogue cultivators from the great sects wouldn't stay here for long. Because of this, the cultivators from the great sects wouldn't stay here for long. Once the great sects left, the rogue cultivators would return to the small town. In the end, the cultivators from the great sects lost their patience and stopped caring about the small town. It can be said that they deliberately forgot about the small town. It was precisely because of this history that the town had a saying that all cultivators were equal. In this town, no matter what your identity was, you were just an ordinary cultivator. The waiter looked at Zhao and nodded. Since Mr. has agreed to this, then the rest will be easy to handle. In this town, there aren't many rules, but there is one. Mister, you can move in at will, but after you move in, the work of repairing the house will be handed over to you. Not only the house, but also the street outside where you live. The waiter looked at Zhao and said, "Mister, if you agree to this, then the rest will be easy to handle." Zhao Hai nodded again and said, "All right, that's not a problem. It's just a small matter." The waiter smiled and said, "It's good that Mr. can say that. Since Mr. has agreed, then there's nothing else to say. As long as Mr. remembers one thing, it's not allowed to fight in this town. Any enmity must be resolved outside the town." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's how it should be." The waiter smiled and said, "Then there's nothing else to say. In this small town, it's the same as outside. We use crystal stones and jade essences to trade. Of course, if you want to trade with others, you can also use other things as long as the two of you agree." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Thank you, little second brother." Little Fool smiled and said, "No need to be so polite, just like everyone else, just call me Erzi. I originally had an older brother, but he died on the Spirit Monster Mountain, so everyone calls me Erzi." Zhao Hai cupped his fist to Erzi and said, "Thank you, brother Erzi." Little Fool waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be so polite. Right, if you live in a house and don't come out for more than 3 months, then your door will automatically open. If you want to go into seclusion, then hang a jade token outside your door. This means that there's someone inside. This way, no one will bother you. Zhao Hai turned to the waiter and said, "Thank you, Brother Erzi. I've really troubled you." Little Fool waved his hand and said, "Although my Erzi doesn't have much ability, he still knows a lot about the town. Moreover, I also know a bit about the Spirit Monster Mountain. If you need any information, then you can ask me. I guarantee that the information I give you is 100% true." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "If Brother Erzi says so, then that's great. I don't know much about the Spirit Monster Mountain, so I was just looking for someone to understand it. If Brother Erzi isn't busy, then please sit down. I'll treat you to a drink or two." When Little Fool heard Zhao Hai, he smiled and said, "You don't need to be so polite. Tell me what's going on. From your appearance, you don't look like someone from Luzong. How come you don't know anything about the Spirit Monster Mountain? Why did you come here to train?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Erzi is right. I really didn't want to come here, but there's no other way. This time, I was entrusted by someone. Even if I didn't want to, I still had to come." Little Fool was obviously a gossiper. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, he immediately became spirited. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Oh? What's going on?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "There's nothing I can do. I'm a rogue cultivator in Raging Flame City. I work in a gang in the city. However, a descendant of our gang's leader came to the Spirit Monster Mountain to train. By the time our gang leader found out, the descendant had already been gone for several months. The gang leader looked at the descendant's performance and concluded that he came to the Spirit Monster Mountain to train. Because of this, he sent me here to find him." When Little Fool heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he said, "He came to the Spirit Monster Mountain to train? How long ago did he come here? Maybe I can provide you with some clues." Zhao Hai replied, "At least 6 months ago. No one has seen him in the past 6 months. Originally, we thought that he was in seclusion. Who would have thought that he had sneaked away?" Little Fool knit his brows and said, "6 months ago? 6 months ago, there were a few cultivators who came. 2 of them are still alive while the rest died in the Spirit Monster Mountain. Can you tell me what your sect leader's junior looks like?" Zhao Hai replied, "He's about 20 years old. He likes to wear red cultivator robes and is very handsome. His weapon of choice is a long sword. However, his sword has some special characteristics, it's about 4 feet long." Zhao Hai nodded, "That's right." When Little Fool heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, 4 feet long sword and red clothes? I've never heard of such a person. That's impossible, right? Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm just here as a scout. I'll take a look at the mountain and see if I can find any clues. If I can't find any clues, then I'll just forget about it and report back." When Little Fool heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he said, "Just a scout? Are there more people coming after you? If that's the case, then I'm afraid that you've offended someone. The Spirit Monster Mountain isn't like other places. Even if it's the periphery, it's still very dangerous. If you don't handle it well, then you'll lose your life." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "What can I do? What can I do if I don't come here? What about my wife and children? If I die here, then the gang will take care of my wife and children. If I don't come here, then I won't be able to stay in the gang anymore." When Little Fool heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai and said, "You already have a wife and children? You're a cultivator, so why did you get married so early? Look at how troublesome it is now. You have to be careful when you go to the Spirit Monster Mountain. There are monsters everywhere. Even if they don't seem to be a threat, they can still take your life." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. Rest assured, I'll be careful." Little Fool nodded and said, "If you want to go to the Spirit Monster Mountain, then you can team up with others. The people in our town are pretty good. As long as you're not an enemy, you can also team up. This way, you'll be a bit safer." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it. My goal is different from the others. I'm looking for people while they're killing monsters. If we team up, then we'll definitely affect the others. When the time comes, everyone will be unhappy. I think I'll go alone. In any case, I'll just wander around the periphery. If I can't find any clues, then they won't blame me. When Little Fool heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "You're the one who understands. That's also good. That person can stay in the town for a while. If there's anything you need to ask, just come and look for me." Zhao Hai smiled. In the future, I will have to trouble little second brother. Little second brother, you should know that this time, in order to inquire about his juniors, the leader spent a lot of money. The funds he gave me are very sufficient, so in the future, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Little second brother, you don't have to be embarrassed. This is not my money, so I won't feel any heartache when I spend it. Zhao Hai smiled. Little second brother, you don't have to be embarrassed. When Little Fool heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Then I won't be polite in the future. How about we start with this meal?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's fine. Here, Little Fool, this should be enough, right?" Then Zhao Hai took out a crystal and threw it to Little Fool. Although this crystal was only a high-grade crystal and wasn't a jade essence, it was still very big. A crystal of this size would definitely be worth more than a small crystal. Little Fool received the crystal that Zhao Hai handed to him. After looking at it, he laughed and said, "Then I won't be polite. However, I won't let you suffer a loss. You sit here for a while, I'll bring you 2 side dishes as well as a jug of wine." When Zhao Hai heard Little Fool, he smiled faintly and threw another crystal to Little Fool and said, "Little Fool, I'll also give you this crystal. Today, this little brother has just arrived in town. It can be considered fate that brought us together. So I'll treat everyone here to a drink. Do you think it's free of charge?" Little Fool laughed and said, "It's enough, of course it's enough. But it's been a long time since someone was this generous. Those fellows are in luck today." Then he smiled and left. Although Little Fool left, the other people in the restaurant heard Zhao Hai's words. When they heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they loudly applauded. These rogue cultivators were very direct. They didn't have any conflict of interest with Zhao Hai. Naturally, they weren't his enemies. Since Zhao Hai had shown them enough goodwill, they naturally didn't have any reason to refuse. At the very least, Zhao Hai gave them a very good impression. They had heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and Little Fool. Although Zhao Hai's words were somewhat unscrupulous, for these rogue cultivators, Zhao Hai's approach was understandable. If they were in Zhao Hai's shoes, they would have done the same. Not only did Zhao Hai's words not arouse their disgust, it made them feel very cordial. After having a meal in the restaurant, Zhao Hai became acquainted with the cultivators in the restaurant. With Zhao Hai's status, there was no need for him to make friends with these cultivators. However, Zhao Hai still did so. These rogue cultivators weren't very strong and didn't seem to be of any help to him. However, it was better to make a friend than an enemy. When Zhao Hai made friends with Wang Hu last time, it didn't seem to be of any help to him. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect Wang Hu to help him in the end. Not only did Wang Hu help him discover the changes in the underground palace, but he also helped him eliminate a lot of ghost cultivators. In the end, Wang Hu also gave him 3,000 undead. This greatly increased his strength. He even had the ability to protect himself in the real spiritual realm. After having his meal in the restaurant, Zhao Hai immediately looked for an empty house in the city to settle down. From now on, Zhao Hai can be considered as a person of this nameless town. Moreover, he also made some friends here. What Zhao Hai said before about finding the gang leader's juniors was naturally false. Zhao Hai was very clear that if shopkeeper Chen could get the map and know about the matter, then other people would also know about it. Moreover, there would be a lot of people looking for the seal. Moreover, Zhao Hai believed that at this time, other people would also make their move. Since he came to this nameless town, then other people would be able to find out what he was doing here. Zhao Hai said a lot. Although he couldn't completely dispel these people's suspicions, at the very least, these people would have some doubts. This was because his words were too detailed. These people might think that this matter was real. Even if they thought that this matter was fake, it didn't matter. Jiao Hai wasn't afraid of them. Moreover, Jiao Hai came in contact with the townspeople today in order to leave a good impression on them. He wanted them to treat him as one of their own. At that time, if someone inquired about him, then he would be the first to know. First impressions are the strongest. This sentence was very useful no matter where it was. At the very least, it was very useful for the townspeople. Jiao Hai had already made this move. He was just waiting for it to play its role. After staying in the town for 2 days, Jiao Hai pretended to ask around for information about a red-robed cultivator with a 4-foot-long sword on his back. Of course, it was impossible for him to have any information. This person simply didn't exist. After inquiring around the town for 5 days, Jiao Hai left the town. At this time, almost everyone in the town knew about Jiao Hai. This was because whenever Jiao Hai went to a small restaurant to eat, he would invite the people in the restaurant to drink. Although it wasn't anything valuable, it still made the rogue cultivators have a good impression of him. After 5 days, Jiao Hai finally left the town and officially entered the Spirit Mountain. Naturally, he didn't do nothing during these 5 days. In the past few days, he had placed a lot of flowing silver dust in the Spirit Mountain. If this flowing silver dust was somewhere else, Jiao Hai wouldn't dare to use it. After all, a cleansing dust stage cultivator could easily discover flowing silver dust, which would be very troublesome. However, there was no problem in the Spirit Mountain. Although the spirits of the Spirit Mountain were very strong, their wisdom was limited. Even if they discovered flowing silver dust, they wouldn't know anything about it. Because of this, Jiao Hai was able to use flowing silver dust without worry. At this time, the terrain of the Spirit Mountain had been absorbed by Jiao Hai into the space. Because of this, Jiao Hai decided to set off. He wanted to take a stroll around the periphery of the Spirit Mountain while having flowing silver dust go inside. In the true spirit realm, because the laws of the world had changed too much, flowing silver dust couldn't be too far away from Jiao Hai. Because of this, Jiao Hai had no choice but to go to the Spirit Mountain. Fortunately, the map of the Spirit Mountain had been absorbed into the space. This way, Jiao Hai could lie down and avoid most of the dangers. The nameless town was still some distance away from the Spirit Mountain, about 100 meters away. Such a distance was nothing for cultivators or demons. It could be said that they could travel this distance by just raising their feet. Because of this, the nameless town would be attacked by the Spirit Mountain from time to time. Jiao Hai didn't ride a horse when he went to the Spirit Mountain. He left his horse in the nameless town and gave Erzi a few crystals so that Erzi could help him look after the horse. After that, Jiao Hai left the nameless town. When Erzi saw that Jiao Hai was about to leave the town, he couldn't help but laugh at him. He said that Jiao Hai was finally going to leave. The two of them had been together for many days, so they were very familiar with each other. Jokes like this were nothing to them. Jiao Hai went all the way to the Spirit Mountain. Along the way, he met a lot of cultivators. These cultivators were all from the nameless town. They were all going to the Spirit Mountain to hunt spirit beasts. Jiao Hai was already acquainted with some of these cultivators. When these cultivators saw that Jiao Hai was heading towards the Spirit Mountain, many of them began to joke with Jiao Hai. Jiao Hai also laughed and chatted with these people. Since they hadn't reached the Spirit Mountain yet, Jiao Hai and the others could still go the same way. After walking for more than an hour, they were about to reach the periphery of the Spirit Mountain. Looking at the mountain, Jiao Hai smiled and said, "Everyone, I'll be going first. I want to ask you all for help. If you meet someone you know here, please help me inquire about them." A red-cloaked cultivator with a 4-foot-long sword and a handsome appearance. Jiao Hai smiled and said, "I'll be going first." The cultivators smiled and nodded. For them, it was just a matter of saying a few words. Jiao Hai had been treating them to drinks these past few days, so they didn't have any objections. Jiao Hai cupped his fist to the cultivators before he turned around and left. This place was just the periphery of the Spirit Mountain. Jiao Hai looked at the cultivators as he slowly walked forward according to the space's map. Before long, Jiao Hai officially entered the Spirit Mountain. At this time, the space's map had already been marked. This allowed Jiao Hai to avoid powerful beasts. Even if the beasts weren't powerful, Jiao Hai wouldn't make a move on them. This was because Jiao Hai was very clear that one shouldn't rashly provoke any spirit in the Spirit Mountain. This was because if you provoke a spirit, then you might attract more spirits. When that time comes, it would be very troublesome to escape. Even the cultivators who often come to the spirit mountain to hunt spirits wouldn't dare to fight with a spirit for too long. When they want to deal with spirits, they would find a few friends and work together in order to deal with the spirit in the shortest time possible. If they can't deal with the spirit after a long time, then they would rather retreat than fight with the spirit for too long. Zhao Hai carefully moved forward. However, he didn't go in a straight line towards the spirit mountain. Instead, he circled around the periphery of the spirit mountain as he carefully moved forward. Suddenly, Zhao Hai stopped. This was because the space's map showed that a spirit beast was quickly approaching him. However, there was no place for him to hide. If he wanted to hide, then he could only hide inside the space. If he hid somewhere else, then he would encounter other spirit beasts. Zhao knew that he couldn't hide. His body moved, and his whole body slowly sank into the ground. Not long after he sank into the ground, he heard a rustling sound. Then a rabbit-shaped monster beast walked towards him. This rabbit-shaped spirit beast didn't look any different from ordinary spirit beasts. It was also very careful as it moved forward. After taking a few steps, it stopped and looked around. It must be said that this was the first time that Zhao Hai encountered a normal spirit beast. When the rabbit-shaped spirit beast arrived at a place not far from where Zhao Hai had sunk, it stopped and sniffed around as it slowly retreated. At this time, the rabbit-shaped spirit beast suddenly released a blade from the ground. It directly stabbed towards the rabbit-shaped spirit beast's soft abdomen. This blade was very fast, it pierced through the ground in an instant. However, Zhao Hai's blade wasn't able to take the life of the rabbit-shaped spirit beast. No, this rabbit-shaped spirit beast should be called a spirit beast instead. The moment Zhao Hai's blade came out, the spirit beast's body suddenly turned to the side. Although Zhao Hai's blade left a mark on the spirit beast's body, it didn't cause any fatal injuries. At this time, Zhao Hai's blade didn't seem to be affected by the resistance of the ground. With a horizontal slash, the blade directly chopped off the spirit beast's head. The spirit beast's body twitched twice before it stopped moving. Zhao Hai put away the dead spirit beast and came out of the ground. However, his expression wasn't very good. This was because he thought that his blade would definitely kill the spirit beast. The spirit beast actually dodged in a flash. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. However, Zhao Hai didn't lament for too long. He immediately turned around and left the place where the battle took place. At the same time, he used wind magic to blow away all the smell on his body. Now, Zhao Hai finally understood what battle instinct was. The spirit beast's attack was definitely battle instinct. If it wasn't battle instinct, then the spirit beast wouldn't have been able to dodge Zhao Hai's blade. Sure enough, not long after Zhao Hai left, several spirit beasts appeared in the place where Zhao Hai fought. Zhao Hai's guess wasn't wrong. Although these spirit beasts didn't have spiritual force, their battle instinct was strong enough to make up for this. Battle instinct allowed one's body to reach a very high level. Naturally, this also included their sense of smell. These spirit beasts' sense of smell was very formidable. Zhao Hai didn't have any smell, but the spirit beast was still able to smell him. This was also the reason why the spirit beast was able to dodge his blade. Zhao Hai also saw these spirit beasts through the space's map. He became even more careful, trying not to attract the attention of any spirit beasts. At the same time, he had his flowing silver dust move towards the spirit beast mountain. He also had the space help him investigate all the maps that flowing silver dust brought to the space to see if they could find Xianxia. Unknowingly, the morning passed by. Zhao Hai still hadn't found anything. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He knew that the other spirit beasts weren't able to find Xianxia. It would be strange if it was that easy for him to find Xianxia. At noon, Zhao Hai didn't find a place to rest. He was walking around the spirit beast mountain. He was very careful and didn't provoke any spirit beasts. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. This was because he discovered a situation in front of him. According to the space's map, there were several cultivators moving forward. Zhao Hai immediately stopped. He was thinking about whether or not he should meet with these rogue cultivators. Zooming in, Zhao Hai found out that among these rogue cultivators, there was one that he knew. He had seen them in the unnamed town. As for the others, he didn't know them. This made Zhao Hai surprised. However, he still decided to meet them. After carefully moving forward for about 10 minutes, Zhao Hai heard a rustling sound. He knew that the other party was coming. However, he still pretended that he didn't know. He took out his sword and put on a vigilant look. The other party also seemed to have discovered Zhao Hai. The rustling sound also disappeared. Zhao Hai slowly walked forward. The other party also slowly approached him. After turning around two large trees, both sides saw each other. Both sides stared for a moment before a smile appeared on their faces. Zhao Hai put away his weapon first. Then he cupped his fist towards the cultivators and said, "Brother Sun, so it's you. I thought that I met another spirit beast." When Cultivator Sun heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile and said, "So it's you. Kid, how did you come here? Did you get anything?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I did get something. However, I only got a rabbit. I didn't get anything else." When Cultivator Sun heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "That's not bad. At least you have a rabbit to eat tonight. The rabbit's skin is still worth 2 coins. How about we have Ertzi stew the meat tonight? How about we go to Ertzi's place tonight and eat your rabbit stew?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, let's go to Ertzi's place for a drink tonight. However, I'll have to ask Brother Sun for a favor. If you meet other cultivators, please help me inquire about them." "Right, I'm afraid that one rabbit won't be enough." When Cultivator Sun heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "What are you worried about? We've been drinking your wine for the past few days. I'll also bring some meat to stew tonight. I guarantee that you won't be able to eat it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, then it's settled. We'll all go to Ertzi's place tonight and have a good drink. I'll be leaving first. There's still some time before I go out." Cultivator Sun nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and left. After Zhao Hai left, a cultivator next to Cultivator Sun looked at him and asked, "Old Sun, who is that person? How come I've never seen him before? Is he from the new town? How come he seems to be very familiar with you?" Cultivator Sun smiled and said, "His name is Zhao Ming, he's a cultivator from Raging Flame City. He came here to look for someone. Their leader's junior went missing in the Spirit Monster Mountain, so he came here to look for him. Because he's on a business trip, the gang gave him a lot of money. This guy drinks with us every day, so we met." Zhao had been wandering around the Spirit Mountain for 7 days, but he still hadn't found anything. During these 7 days, he would wander around the Spirit Mountain during the day and return to the town to sleep at night. He was now very familiar with the townspeople. The key was that these past few days, as long as he found a spirit in the Spirit Mountain, he would come back at night and invite the townspeople to eat and drink. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the small town. Every year, only a few dozen people would go to the store to drink. 2 crystal stones worth of wine was enough for them. Not to mention a few crystal stones, even if it was a few jade essences, Zhao Hai would still be able to afford it. Zhao Hai didn't dare to take out the wine from his space to drink. Although the wine inside the space was much better, he still couldn't explain the origin of the wine. If Zhao Hai was still a cultivator of the Tyrant's Blade sect, then he would be able to take out as much wine as he wanted. Cultivators of a sect were treated well, so they could encounter anything. But now, Zhao Hai was a rogue cultivator. Rogue cultivators wouldn't store these things in their spatial equipment. This was because their spatial equipment generally wasn't that big. Even if they had space in their spatial equipment, they wouldn't use it to store wine. However, Zhao Hai wasn't without any harvest these past few days. Just 3 days ago, he discovered that there were 5 newcomers in the small town. These 5 people seemed to be from the same group. From their clothes and equipment, it can be seen that their status wasn't low. These people seemed to be very familiar with the situation in the unnamed town. After arriving at the town, they didn't go to the store to ask for information. Instead, they found a large courtyard and settled down. Then they went to the store to eat and casually chatted with Ertzi. They wanted to know if there were any outsiders that came to the town recently. Ertzi thought that these people were here for Zhao Hai, so he told them about Zhao Hai's matter. When these people heard about Zhao Hai, they immediately inquired about it. However, the more Erzi talked about it, the more confused they became. In the end, Erzi saw that something was wrong. He asked them if they knew Zhao Hai. Naturally, they said that they didn't. This made Erzi suspicious, so he immediately stopped telling them about Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai went to the store to drink at night, Erzi also told him about these people. When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately knew that these people were here for the same purpose as him. What he did before also made these people suspicious. When these people first heard about Zhao Hai, they thought that he was one of the people looking for the seal. However, when they heard about what Zhao Hai did, they felt that it wasn't the case. If he was an ordinary person looking for the seal, then he wouldn't waste several days looking for a red-clothed sword cultivator in this small town. He also wouldn't go to the outskirts of the Spirit Mountain every day. This was because if he was looking for the seal, then he would have a map. If he had a map, then he wouldn't have gone to the outskirts. Considering all of this, Zhao Hai didn't seem to be looking for the seal. But if Zhao Hai wasn't looking for the seal, then the timing of his appearance was too coincidental. These people didn't believe that this was just a coincidence. Therefore, when Zhao Hai went to the store to drink with other people, they also went. They had been observing Zhao Hai, but they were still disappointed. Zhao Hai didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. He still drank with these cultivators every day and kept treating them. This caused these cultivators to have a good impression of Zhao Hai. These people didn't know that while they were observing Zhao Hai was also observing them. Although these people were also at the soul combining stage, it was obvious that their identities were different. From their words and clothes, they definitely weren't rogue cultivators. Even if they were rogue cultivators, they were rogue cultivators who had joined a certain force. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any intention of talking to them. He was still chatting with the other cultivators. As for these people, Zhao Hai only greeted them and asked them to pay attention to the red-clothed sword cultivator. After that, he didn't say anything to them. These cultivators didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Zhao Hai's actions. They were still suspecting Zhao Hai, but now, Zhao Hai was asking them to help him inquire about people. What was going on? In the next few days, Zhao Hai was still wandering around the periphery of the Spirit Mountain. However, Zhao Hai discovered that these people were following him. Moreover, these people were using a very special artifact to hide their scent and spiritual force. Even their figures were hidden. It turned out to be an invisibility artifact. It was precisely because of these people that Zhao Hai didn't go into the Spirit Mountain. Instead, he just wandered around the periphery of the Spirit Mountain. After 2 days, these cultivators finally stopped following him. Zhao Hai knew that these cultivators couldn't keep following him. They had their own missions. If they continued to follow him, then they wouldn't be able to complete their missions. On the 3rd day, these people finally left. They followed the route on the map towards the Spirit Mountain. Naturally, Zhao Hai was the first to know about this. The movements of these 5 people couldn't escape Zhao Hai's eyes. This was because Zhao Hai had already placed flowing silver on their bodies. Although these people had a lot of artifacts, they were still at the fusion soul stage. They were still quite a distance away from the transcending soul stage. It was impossible for them to discover flowing silver. After these people left, Zhao Hai also prepared to go to the Spirit Mountain. However, before he left, he went to greet all the cultivators that he met in the unnamed town. He told them that he would be returning to Raging Flame City to turn in his mission. He didn't say that he would be going to the Spirit Mountain. Every place in the unnamed town had already been taken into the space. Naturally, he didn't need to stay here. Because of this, Zhao Hai said that he would be leaving. When the people in the unnamed town heard that Zhao Hai was leaving, they couldn't help but feel reluctant. There weren't many people that were as generous as Zhao Hai. In the past few days, their impression of Zhao Hai had been very good. After leaving the unnamed town, Zhao Hai received his horse and then rushed towards the Spirit Mountain. This time, he was prepared to go deeper into the Spirit Mountain. He had already searched the periphery and couldn't find the seal. Because of this, he could only go deeper. This time, Zhao Hai followed the route on the map. His journey was very smooth. After all, this route was discovered by the family that sacrificed countless lives. However, Zhao Hai's speed wasn't very fast. He used the markings on the space's map to make his flowing silver dust fly further into the Spirit Mountain. During the day, Xianxia didn't encounter any danger because he was following the route on the map. However, these routes weren't short. It was impossible for him to come out in a day. Because of this, Xianxia needed to stay there for a few days. At night, Xianxia didn't want to cause any trouble. Although he didn't enter the space, he still found a large tree and went inside to rest. For the next few days, Zhao lived like this. He went further and further away from the Spirit Mountain. 10 days after he entered the forest, 2 groups of people came to the unnamed town. One group had 10 people, while the other group only had 3 people. Xianxia didn't know what to do next. He didn't know what to do next. He didn't know what to do next. He didn't know what to do next. After these 2 groups arrived at the unnamed town, they did the same thing as the previous 5 people. They went to Erzi and inquired about the new arrivals. However, because Xianxia left, Erzi didn't have anything to worry about. He told the 2 groups about the previous 5 people. As for Xiaohai's matter, he didn't say a word. Xiaohai also noticed the 2 groups of people. He knew what they were here for. However, what made Xiaohai feel strange was that these 2 groups of people were actually at the combined soul stage. This made Xiaohai puzzled. The Spirit Mountain was very dangerous, wouldn't it be better to let transcending soul stage cultivators enter? Why were all the people sent here at the combined soul stage? This kind of strength couldn't even be compared to some of the rogue cultivators in the unnamed town. What Xiaohai didn't know was that the search for the seal was an open secret in the family. Every year, 3 months before the patriarch's birthday, they would send people to the Spirit Mountain to look for the seal. In order to prevent outsiders from noticing anything wrong, almost all of the people sent were at the uniting soul stage. Although this wouldn't attract the attention of rogue cultivators, there would still be a lot of casualties. Sometimes, the people they sent didn't come back alive. But even so, they would still send people because it was the fastest way to climb up the ranks. Xiaohai didn't know that the search for the seal was an open secret in the family. Every year, 3 months before the patriarch's birthday, they would send people to the Spirit Mountain to look for the seal. In order to prevent outsiders from noticing anything wrong, almost all of the people sent were at the uniting soul stage. Although this wouldn't attract the attention of rogue cultivators, it would still cause a lot of casualties. It was also because of this reason that the cultivators that Xiaohai saw were all at the combined soul stage. There wasn't a single high-level cultivator. However, in the recent few times, although those people sent out were still Union Soul Stage cultivators, those Union Soul Stage cultivators would still have magic tools on them. With these magic tools, these Union Soul Stage cultivators would be able to compete with Void-Splitting Realm cultivators. This way, the casualties of the combined Soul Stage cultivators would be reduced. It also allowed them to be more familiar with the unnamed town and the Spirit Mountain. This way, even if they didn't find the seal in a year, they could still send them back next year. They could then look for places that they didn't find in the first year. This would increase the efficiency by a lot. Shopkeeper Chen had just joined the family for a few years, so he didn't know about this matter. Today was the first time he knew about this matter. So he was so formal and only invited Xiaohai alone. He also spent a lot of money to buy the map. Shopkeeper Chen didn't expect that this map was a common item in that family. It wasn't worth that much money. The person who sold this map to Shopkeeper Chen just thought that he was a rich fool and wanted to take advantage of him. It was precisely because of this that the 5 cultivators that Xiaohai saw had magic tools that could make them invisible. Those cultivators were very familiar with the unnamed town. Xiaohai was quietly lurking in the woods. He didn't merge with the trees, nor did he go underground. This was because he wasn't hiding from any monsters, he was preparing to kill. Xiaohai has been in the Spirit Mountain for almost a month now. During this time, he still hadn't found anything. But now, Xiaohai has confirmed that there were 7 groups of cultivators looking for the seal. The total number of cultivators had reached 100. This time, Xiaohai wanted to kill a total of 7 people. These 7 people were all at the soul fusion stage. Originally, Xiaohai didn't want to kill them, but he didn't expect that when these 7 people were outside the city, they would encounter 3 rogue cultivators from a small town. Xiaohai also knew 3 of these rogue cultivators, and these 7 people actually killed the 3 rogue cultivators, Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to kill these 7 people. If he didn't kill them, then Zhao Hai would feel sorry for the people in the town. Although Zhao Hai only had a casual relationship with the people in the town, he still had some friendship with them. On the other hand, he didn't have any relationship with the people looking for the seal. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to deal with them. Zhao Hai released flowing silver dust to all the cultivators looking for the seal. Their whereabouts were clearly known to Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai knew that these 7 people would appear on this road in a while. Zhao Hai was prepared to ambush them here. In these past few days, Zhao Hai wasn't idle. Although he didn't find the seal, Zhao Hai was able to collect a lot of animals and plants in the Spirit Mountain. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that after these things entered the space, the prompt was that they were genetically incomplete organisms. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. Genetically incomplete organisms? This was the first time that such a prompt appeared in the space. In other words, the reason why there were so many monsters in the Spirit Mountain was because their genes weren't complete. While Zhao Hai was thinking about these things, a soft rustling sound was heard. Zhao Hai immediately focused his mind. He took out his sword, but at the same time, he restrained his aura and killing intent. The rustling sound was getting closer and closer. Before long, several figures appeared in Zhao Hai's line of sight. Zhao Hai stared at these people. When they were about 100 meters away from him, Zhao Hai's mind moved. These people felt pain in their feet, then their feet immediately went numb. These people were very experienced. As soon as they felt their feet go numb, they immediately knew that they were being attacked. Their reactions were very fast as they immediately sealed the acupoints on their feet. Then they immediately attacked the ground. However, they didn't hit anything. What attacked these cultivators were the small zerg inside Zhao Hai's space. These small zergs' toxicity was very strong. Once they hit someone, the toxicity would quickly spread inside their body. If one's reaction was slow, then they would lose their life in less than a minute. When the cultivators saw that they didn't hit anything, they immediately took out several bottles from their spaces. Then they poured out pills from the bottles and threw them into their mouths. Zhao Hai knew that they were eating detoxification pills. These detoxification pills weren't good things in the true spiritual realm. However, they were also divided into grades. The higher the grade of the detoxification pill, the more poisons it could detoxify. Even for poisons that couldn't be detoxified, these detoxification pills could still be used to alleviate the poison. Just as the cultivators threw the detoxification pills into their mouths, Zhao Hai suddenly moved. He waved his saber and attacked the other party. The cultivators immediately noticed Zhao Hai. Their expressions couldn't help but change. They thought that they had encountered an unknown monster. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. They were afraid that this attack was premeditated. The cultivators immediately raised their swords to counterattack. At this time, Zhao Hai's saber technique was fully unleashed. The cultivators were already poisoned, so their fighting strength wasn't even at 60%. Although they had a lot of artifacts, Zhao Hai's saber technique was too fierce. They could only passively resist, they didn't even have the opportunity to release their artifacts. Before long, several miserable screams were heard. Zhao Hai also withdrew his saber. Then he waved his hand and sent the cultivators to the space. Then his figure flashed as he left the area. Zhao Hai was very clear that the beasts would arrive soon. Although their movements were small, they definitely wouldn't be able to hide from the beasts. Zhao Hai had been in the Monster Mountain for more than a month. He had fought with the monsters more than once or twice. He was very clear about their abilities. These monsters had developed their instincts to a point that surprised Zhao Hai. Their 5 senses were strong to the point of being dumbfounded. Their hearing was at least 10 times better than other beasts. This degree of enhancement was really surprising. At the same time, this was also the most powerful aspect of these beasts. Just as Zhao Hai thought, not long after he left, some monsters appeared in the area where they were fighting. They sniffed for a long time before leaving. When Zhao Hai arrived at a relatively safe place, he immediately released the undead that he received. Then he asked the undead about the current situation of the Monster Mountain. From the undead, Zhao Hai learned about the situation of the Monster Mountain. However, what he learned wasn't much. Although the undead had been in the Monster Mountain for the past few years, they didn't go anywhere else. They only searched the few routes, but they still didn't find anything. If one were to talk about understanding the Monster Mountain, then these undead wouldn't be able to compare to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the undead again. His brows couldn't help but wrinkle. After being in the Monster Mountain for more than a month, he already understood the situation of the mountain's periphery. He even recorded all the areas on the map inside the space. He searched inch by inch, but in the end, he didn't find anything. Zhao Hai was now sure that it was impossible to find the seal on the map that shopkeeper Chen gave him. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to go deeper into the Monster Mountain. He wanted to go deeper into the Monster Mountain. Although going into the Spirit Mountain would be more dangerous, he didn't want to break his promise to shopkeeper Chen. Most importantly, with shopkeeper Chen's promotion, the Thunder Gang would be able to receive more care, and he would also be able to join that mysterious family. What Zhao Hai wanted to know the most right now was what kind of family it was. He had never heard of this family. Zhao Hai always thought that the strongest forces in the true spiritual realm were the great sects. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. This mysterious family's strength wasn't bad, but he had never heard of it before. Therefore, he needed to figure it out. Zhao Hai wasn't the kind of person who didn't do what he thought. Once he thought about it, he would do it. This time, the Monster Mountain was different. When he first entered the Monster Mountain, he needed to gather information and analyze the situation. However, no one had ever entered the depths of the Monster Mountain. There was no way to gather information in the depths of the Monster Mountain. Therefore, he could only go indirectly. However, Zhao Hai was very clear about the strength of the monsters in the Monster Mountain. Therefore, even if Zhao Hai wanted to go deeper into the mountain, he would still be very careful. This was because he knew that with his current strength, it would be very troublesome if he didn't avoid the monsters. Although his strength wasn't much worse than a teleportation realm cultivator, the monsters in the Monster Mountain were much stronger. If he wasn't careful, then it would be very troublesome. At this time, the people who came to the Monster Mountain to look for the seal were still looking for the route. However, Zhao Hai was already going deeper into the mountain. This was because he was very clear that there were no seals in those routes. With the flowing silver dust leading the way, Zhao Hai carefully moved forward. Although his flowing silver dust couldn't fly too far due to his level, Zhao Hai had no choice but to use this method. Although his strength wasn't weak, his level wasn't high. And because his level wasn't high, his flowing silver dust couldn't fly too far. This was the thing that troubled Zhao Hai the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to go deep into the Monster Mountain. He would just need to wander around the periphery of the Monster Mountain. In the past, Zhao Hai thought that level wasn't very useful. However, he didn't expect it to become the thing that he wanted the most right now. This was because when his level increased, his space would be liberated. The things inside the space would be less affected by the laws of the world. Since he needed the flowing silver dust to open the way, Zhao Hai's speed wasn't very fast. He was very careful as he moved forward. Everywhere he went, he would use the flowing silver dust to store the map inside the space. He also used the space to look for the seal. However, he still didn't find anything. Zhao Hai was alone in the depths of the Monster Mountain. He carefully moved forward. He didn't believe that a clone stage cultivator would be able to go this far into the Monster Mountain. But since he couldn't find anything outside, he could only go inside to look. Time went by bit by bit. Zhao Hai had already been in the depths of the Spirit Mountain for half a month. During this time, he didn't just drill into the depths of the Spirit Mountain. Instead, he carefully moved horizontally. He knew that the place where the cultivator from the clan was killed was in one of those routes. Even if he was killed by a spirit and his seal was killed by a spirit, the spirit wouldn't be too far away from those routes. Spirits also had their own territories, and it was very rare for a spirit to run into another beast's territory. In other words, even if the Monster Mountain took the seal from the cultivator, it wouldn't be too far away. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't go too far away from the route. Even so, Zhao Hai had been going around for several days. However, he still didn't find anything. Although Zhao Hai was anxious, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only be patient and slowly search. Time passed by. Zhao Hai calculated that the 3-month period was almost up. However, there was still no news about the seal. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel anxious. At the same time, he felt that he had been too confident this time. After letting out a long breath, Zhao Hai was ready to give up on this operation. There was no time, he only had 3 days left until the appointed time with shopkeeper Chen. But now, there was still no clue about the seal. Even if Zhao Hai didn't want to give up, he had no choice but to give up. Even if he could use the space to return to Raging Flame City, he still wasn't sure that he could find the seal in 3 days. Looking at the dense forest in the Spirit Mountain, Zhao couldn't help but sigh. The Spirit Mountain was really too big. If he had more time, even if he had to turn the entire mountain upside down, he would still be able to find the seal. But right now, there was nothing he could do. He was afraid that he hadn't even reached 1/10 of the Spirit Mountain, and no one knew where the seal was hidden in the Spirit Mountain. Zhao Hai decided to take a stroll in the forest. He wanted to use these 3 days to look for the seal. Even if he couldn't find the seal, he could still find some plants that weren't in the space. Although it was said that in the Spirit Mountain, whether it was the plants or the monsters, all of them had genetic defects. However, these plants and animals were still able to grow so well. This in itself was a miracle. The space had already analyzed these plants and animals. This was very beneficial to the composition of the space's species. While Zhao Hai was walking forward, Zhao Hai suddenly heard a loud noise. Upon hearing this noise, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. This was because he had heard this noise before. It was the noise of a special spirit in the Spirit Mountain. This spirit was called the Naughty Monkey. The Naughty Monkey sounded like a very cute animal. In fact, the Naughty Monkey's appearance was very cute. It looked like a golden monkey, but its eyes were bigger than a golden monkey's. It looked very cute and watery. However, the Naughty Monkey was one of the most troublesome spirits in the Spirit Mountain. First, there were a lot of them. Second, these spirits were very strong. They were very fast and could move very quickly in the forest. Most importantly, they would take the initiative to attack people. However, there was one advantage to this. Although the Naughty Monkey would attack people, it was more like they were playing around. They would only use things like nuts to attack. Although this wouldn't hurt people, it was still very embarrassing for a cultivator to be provoked by a spirit. If you retaliate, then the Naughty Monkeys would chase after you endlessly. This was the most unbearable thing for a cultivator. Because of this, cultivators wouldn't enter the Naughty Monkeys' territory. Zhao Hai heard about the Naughty Monkeys from the unnamed town. The Naughty Monkeys were the most special spirits in the Spirit Mountain. They were more shrewd than other spirits. Most importantly, they didn't have their own territory. Zhao Hai encountered the Naughty Monkeys in the Spirit Mountain before. However, Zhao Hai didn't provoke them. In Zhao Hai's space map, the Naughty Monkeys were a place that cultivators would avoid. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown when he heard the Naughty Monkeys. He really didn't want to provoke these little things. Just as Zhao Hai was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard a sharp cry from the Naughty Monkeys. This cry was very strange. Even if Zhao Hai didn't understand the meaning of the Spirit Mountain's cry, he could tell that it was full of panic. It seemed like the Naughty Monkeys were in trouble. However, Zhao Hai wasn't going to care about the Naughty Monkeys. The Spirit Mountain was a world of spirits. It was normal for the Naughty Monkeys to be attacked here. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that at this time, the Naughty Monkeys' cry came towards them. Just as Zhao Hai was about to leave, he saw the leaves falling from the trees around him. Countless Naughty Monkeys were screaming as they jumped away from the trees around him. Zhao Hai was slightly surprised. At this time, Zhao Hai discovered that behind the Naughty Monkeys were 2 golden figures. Zhao Hai took a closer look and saw that they were actually 2 golden leopards. Their bodies were covered in dazzling golden spots. They looked very beautiful. These golden leopards' bodies were very healthy and their jumping speed was very fast. It seems like these 2 golden leopards were preparing to hunt the Naughty Monkeys. But at this time, the 2 golden leopards on the tree suddenly pounced towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. He thought that the 2 golden leopards' target was the Naughty Monkeys. He didn't expect them to change their target in the blink of an eye. Zhao couldn't help but sneer. These past few days, he had been stifled in the spirit mountain. Almost every time he saw a spirit, he would run away. This feeling made Zhao very uncomfortable, but there was no other way, he could only do this. Now that the spirit mountain took the initiative to attack him, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get angry. He turned his hand and a long saber appeared in his hand. The saber light flashed as the two golden leopards were surrounded by Zhao Hai's saber light. Just as Zhao Hai and the golden leopards made their move, the naughty monkeys squeaked and ran back. They were holding nuts in their hands, but they didn't attack Zhao Hai. They just calmly watched the battle. The strength of the two golden leopards wasn't weak. They were equivalent to Transcendence Realm cultivators. With their fighting instincts, it can be said that even if the two golden leopards were to fight against Transcendence Realm cultivators, they would definitely win. Unfortunately, the two golden leopards met Zhao Hai today. Zhao Hai wasn't an ordinary cultivator. The two golden leopards kicked an iron plate this time. They were quickly surrounded by Zhao Hai's saber. They couldn't run even if they wanted to. Although the two golden leopards roared again and again, they still couldn't rush out. After fighting for about 10 minutes, Zhao Hai seized an opportunity. Two throwing knives directly shot into the eyes of the two golden leopards. The two golden leopards roared twice and then fell to the ground. Zhao Hai put away his long saber, but he still looked at the naughty monkeys with some vigilance. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, the naughty monkeys didn't attack him. Instead, they squatted on the tree and squeaked. Zhao Hai didn't quite understand the meaning of the naughty monkeys. However, Zhao Hai soon discovered that the naughty monkeys seemed to be crying. This made Zhao Hai somewhat puzzled. At this time, a naughty monkey jumped down from the tree and slowly walked to Zhao Hai's side. Then it prostrated itself as if it was kowtowing to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he immediately understood that the two golden leopards must have killed a lot of naughty monkeys. Because of this, the naughty monkeys had a common enemy. After seeing him kill the two golden leopards, the naughty monkeys bowed to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai walked towards the naughty monkey that was prostrating on the ground. Although the naughty monkey looked quite old, it didn't get up. Zhao Hai walked to the old naughty monkey's side. Then he stretched out his hand and gently helped the old naughty monkey up. The old naughty monkey looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai faintly smiled as he pointed to the golden leopard's corpses on the ground. Then he pointed to the old naughty monkey. When the old naughty monkey saw Zhao Hai's actions, it didn't understand. Zhao Hai smiled as he grabbed the two dead golden leopards and handed them over to the old naughty monkey. When the old naughty monkey saw Zhao Hai's actions, it immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. It excitedly called out a few times to Zhao Hai. Then it also called out to the naughty monkeys on the tree. The naughty monkeys on the tree also excitedly called out a few times. Then a large number of naughty monkeys jumped down from the tree. Some of the stronger ones ran to the two golden leopards and lifted them up before walking towards the spirit mountain. When the old naughty monkey arrived at Zhao Hai's side, Zhao Hai looked at the old naughty monkey with a puzzled expression. The old naughty monkey stretched out its paw and held Zhao Hai's hand as it walked forward. Although Zhao Hai didn't understand what the old naughty monkey meant, he still followed the old naughty monkey. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at a dense forest. The trees in this forest had one thing in common: they were very tall. Just as Zhao Hai was confused, the old naughty monkey screamed. Before long, a large number of naughty monkeys came out from the trees. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he didn't notice the naughty monkeys before. This was definitely abnormal. Zhao Hai had passed through this area before, but because this was the territory of the naughty monkeys, he didn't go too deep. He only used the flowing silver dust to observe the area. However, at that time, he didn't notice the presence of so many naughty monkeys. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. He carefully looked at the trees and discovered something strange. He discovered that the trees could actually block his spiritual force. His spiritual force could only detect the existence of the trees, but there was no way for him to see what was hidden in the canopy. Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. This was because he discovered that when he used the flowing silver dust to observe the area, he only paid attention to the area below the trees. He didn't pay attention to the trees. When the naughty monkeys saw their tribesmen carrying the golden leopard back, they excitedly shouted. Then the naughty monkeys jumped down from the trees and began to scream in excitement. On the other hand, the old naughty monkey didn't care about the other naughty monkeys. He led Xiao Hai to the largest tree in the forest and then jumped up. When Xiao Hai saw this, he shrugged his shoulders and also jumped up the tree. When he reached the tree, Xiao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he smelled a very rich wine fragrance. This wine fragrance was very mellow. Just by smelling it, Xiao Hai felt a little drunk. At this time, the naughty old monkey went to the side of the tree trunk and pulled out a piece of bark from the tree. A rich wine aroma came out of the tree. Xiao Hai looked inside the tree hole and discovered that there was a golden liquid inside. The wine aroma was coming from the flesh. Xiao Hai looked inside the tree hole and discovered that it was actually filled with golden liquid. At this time, the old naughty monkey took out a nut shell from the side and filled it with the golden liquid. Then he handed it over to Xiao Hai and made two sizzling sounds. Xiao Hai smiled faintly and didn't refuse. He took the nut shell and drank the wine inside. When the wine entered his mouth, Xiao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the wine's taste was surprisingly good. Xiao Hai knew that this wine should be the legendary monkey wine. Whether it was on Earth or in the true spiritual realm, there were always legends about monkey wine. However, Xiao Hai didn't think that monkey wine would be that delicious. Wine wasn't that easy to brew. It had to do with the water, the fermentation time, the type of fruit, and the ratio of the fruit. It wasn't that easy to brew a good wine. But today, the taste of the monkey wine made Xiao Hai stunned. He didn't think that the monkey wine would be this good. It wasn't any worse than the fruit wine he made in the space, it might even be better. Xiao Hai's face couldn't help but reveal an intoxicated expression. When the old naughty monkey saw Xiao Hai's expression, he couldn't help but squeak a few times. Naturally, he was very satisfied with Xiao Hai's expression. Xiao Hai recovered from his daze. He smiled at the old naughty monkey and returned the nut shell to the old naughty monkey. The old naughty monkey waved his paw and pointed at the tree hole. When Xiao Hai saw the old naughty monkey's expression, he knew that the old naughty monkey wanted him to drink as much as he wanted. Xiao Hai couldn't help but smile. He wasn't polite as he picked up the nut shell and poured himself a cup of wine. But this time, he didn't drink it. Instead, he sent the cup of wine to the space and had the processing machine analyze the ingredients. Then Xiao Hai returned the nut shell to the old naughty monkey. He pretended to be drinking when he sent the nut shell to the space. Therefore, the old naughty monkey didn't notice that Xiao Hai didn't drink anymore. When the old naughty monkey saw that Xiao Hai wasn't drinking, he didn't try to stop him. He blocked the tree hole and led Xiao Hai to another tree. This tree had a large hole in it. A fishy smell came out of the hole. This made Xiao Hai surprised. This was the smell of a rotten corpse. What's going on? Was this the graveyard of the naughty monkey clan? However, Xiao Hai quickly rejected this idea. This was because he could hear the sound of breathing coming from the hole. The old naughty monkey seemed to have noticed Xiao Hai's doubts. The old naughty monkey squeaked twice towards the hole. Then a weak cry was heard before a naughty monkey crawled out of the hole. Upon seeing the naughty monkey, Xiao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the monkey was injured. There was a large hole in its stomach. The flesh of its stomach was rotten and emitted a fishy smell. This naughty monkey didn't look young, but his appearance was very miserable. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that he had been sick for a long time. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to live much longer. When the old naughty monkey saw its appearance, it immediately ran over and helped the monkey sit down. Then it turned its head towards Xiao Hai and squeaked a few times. Its voice was full of apology. Xiao Hai didn't care at all. He just looked at the naughty monkey's wound. Then he pointed at the wound and pointed at himself. Then he waved his hand as a white light appeared in his hand. The white light flashed with a gentle radiance, making people feel warm and at ease. The old monkey seemed to know what Xiao Hai meant. He looked at Xiao Hai and then at the naughty monkey beside him. Then he nodded to Xiao Hai and squeaked twice. Xiao Hai smiled faintly and waved his hand. The white light fell on the naughty monkey's body. The injured monkey immediately showed a very comfortable expression. However, when the white light disappeared, Xiao Hai discovered that the injured monkey didn't seem to have recovered. Xiao Hai couldn't help but frown. He walked towards the naughty monkey and carefully looked at its wound. A fishy smell came from it. Zhao Hai stared blankly. He understood that the monkey wasn't just injured, it was poisoned. Zhao Hai immediately waved his hand and a cup of water appeared. Then Zhao Hai handed the cup to the naughty monkey. The naughty monkey took the cup of water and looked at Zhao Hai. However, he still took the cup of water and drank it. After the cup of water went down his stomach, a lot of black blood flowed out from his wound. Then the fishy smell slowly disappeared. When the fishy smell completely disappeared, Zhao Hai cast a light magic on the naughty monkey's body. The wound on the monkey's body completely disappeared. The injured monkey rubbed its belly and then excitedly screamed a few times. Then it turned around and ran back into the tree hole. Then it grabbed a piece of snakeskin and ran out. It placed the piece of snakeskin in front of Zhao Hai and excitedly called out to Zhao Hai. From time to time, it used its claws to point at Zhao Hai and then at the piece of snakeskin. Zhao Hai stared blankly. He looked at the piece of snakeskin and immediately understood the monkey's intention. It seems like the naughty monkey was prepared to give the piece of snakeskin to them. Zhao Hai didn't decline. There was no need to decline these naughty monkeys. This was because they might think that Zhao Hai was looking down on them. Zhao Hai took the snakeskin and carefully looked at it. He discovered that the snakeskin was very well preserved. There were even snake bones inside. Zhao Hai looked at the snakeskin. The snake was about 10 meters long, but it wasn't very thick. The whole body of the snake was dark green. The scales on the snakeskin were very well preserved. Moreover, the scales looked very beautiful. They were as big as fingernails and looked like black jade. Zhao Hai carefully touched the snake. He wanted to know why the snake became like this. It was obvious that after the snake died, its internal organs and flesh disappeared. It wasn't killed, then skinned and put inside the snakeskin. After touching the snakeskin twice, Zhao Hai smelled a sweet fragrance coming from the snakeskin. Zhao Hai stared blankly. Zhao Hai immediately understood how the snake became like this. The snake must have been poisoned. Its flesh and internal organs had turned into water. It must have been eaten by other demonic beasts, leaving behind only its bones and skin. Now that he knew how the snake became like this, Zhao Hai wanted to put the snakeskin down. Suddenly, his hand touched something hard. Zhao Hai stared. Could it be that the snake had a stone? However, Zhao Hai quickly rejected this idea. This was because the stone-like thing was actually moving. Zhao Hai stared blankly for a moment. Then he pushed the stone-like thing out of the snakeskin. Before long, it reached the snake's mouth. Then a small square thing fell out of the snake's mouth. Zhao Hai stared blankly, then he picked up the small thing. Zhao Hai carefully looked at it. It turned out to be a seal with a coiling dragon engraving on it. Zhao Hai stared blankly for a moment, then he felt a burst of joy. He turned the seal over and looked at it. He found that the bottom of the seal wasn't a word, but a coiling dragon pattern. However, with Zhao Hai's eyesight, he could see that this was just a surface pattern. The lines that formed the pattern were actually small characters. Not to mention anything else, just this craftsmanship alone was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. Zhao Hai suddenly had a surreal feeling. He had been bitterly searching for 3 months in the Spirit Mountain. Now, a seal suddenly fell into his hands. Moreover, it seems like this seal was the one he was looking for. Zhao Hai's current mood was indescribable. However, he immediately put the seal and the snakeskin away. When the 2 naughty monkeys saw Zhao Hai put away the snakeskin, they immediately cried out in excitement. Zhao Hai smiled at the 2 naughty monkeys and cupped his fists. When the 2 naughty monkeys saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they became even happier. The 2 naughty monkeys led Zhao Hai outside. As soon as he arrived outside, Zhao Hai was stunned. The naughty monkeys had gotten a lot of fruits from who knows where. The entire group of monkeys was celebrating. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was no wonder that people said that monkeys were the closest creatures to humans. Even when celebrating, they were similar to humans. After eating a feast of fruits with the naughty monkeys, Zhao Hai left the group of monkeys. After leaving the perimeter of the group, Zhao Hai's figure moved and disappeared from the Spirit Mountain. The next time he appeared, he was in a dense forest outside of Raging Flame City. Looking at the dense forest outside of Raging Flame City, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he waved his hand to release the horse that shopkeeper Chen gave him. Zhao Hai mounted the horse and rushed towards Raging Flame City. After entering Raging Flame City, Zhao Hai immediately urged his horse to go to the Thunder Gang. Before long, he arrived in front of the Thunder Gang's gate. The gate was still tightly shut like before. Zhao Hai dismounted his horse and walked up to the gate before forcefully knocking on it. The gate opened from the inside. Then a member of the Thunder Gang poked his head out. When he saw Zhao Hai, he stared blankly for a moment before he immediately became happy and said, "Elder, you're back." Then he opened the gate and immediately ran towards the courtyard. While running, he said, "Elder Zhao is back, Elder Zhao is back, Elder Zhao is back." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't mind. He led his horse into the courtyard. Just as he entered the courtyard, Lu Wei and Li Shan quickly came out. Both of them had excited expressions on their faces. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards the two from afar and said, "Greetings, gang leaders. Have you been well?" Lu Wei and Li Shan quickly arrived in front of Zhao Hai. Lu Wei carefully looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, you're finally back. I thought you had an accident." "Good, it's good that you're back." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've made the gang leaders worry. Let's go inside and talk." When Lu Wei heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then his eyes flashed with an expression of disbelief. This was because he was very clear that Zhao Hai's words meant that there was hope. That seemingly impossible task might have already been accomplished by Zhao Hai. Lu Wei immediately led Zhao Hai inside. Before long, the three of them arrived at a room inside. After sitting down, Lu Wei waved the others away. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How is it?" "From what I heard, it seems like the matter has been completed." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and nodded, "Right, it's done." Lu Wei stood up and opened the door. Then he loudly said to the people outside, "Go and invite Full Moon Pavilion shopkeeper Chen. I have something to discuss with him." The people outside immediately complied and turned around to leave. Lu Wei closed the door and then looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, how did you find that thing? So many people couldn't find it, but you actually found it. This isn't easy." Zhao smiled. "Let's wait for a while. When Cabinet Chen comes, I'll tell you." Zhao smiled. "Then I'll tell you." When Lu Wei heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Right, good. Then let's wait for shopkeeper Chen to arrive." Li Shan didn't say anything. Lu Wei had absolute trust in Li Shan, so Li Shan also knew about this matter. He also knew how difficult this matter was. To be honest, Li Shan thought that Zhao Hai's trip pointed to disaster. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually complete the task. To be honest, what Zhao Hai did this time made Li Shan admire him. He knew that this matter pointed to disaster, but Zhao Hai still went. He didn't do it for himself, he did it for the Breen Gang. Because of this, Li Shan admired Zhao Hai. Before long, shopkeeper Chen arrived at the Breen Gang's residence. When he heard that Zhao Hai came back and wanted to discuss something with him, shopkeeper Chen's heart began to beat faster. No one knew better than him what the seal represented. Now that he heard that Zhao Hai came back and wanted to discuss something with him, he thought that Zhao Hai might have found the seal. However, this surprise came too suddenly, he couldn't believe it. Because of this, he immediately went to the Breen Gang's headquarters. After shopkeeper Chen was invited to the Breen Gang's living room, Zhao Hai turned to everyone and said, "Everyone, I've completed my mission. Shopkeeper Chen, this is what I found. I don't know if it's what you want, but I've done my best." Then Zhao Hai took out the seal and handed it over to shopkeeper Chen. Shopkeeper Chen's face was filled with excitement as he received the seal. The seal seemed to be worn out, its surface looked dull and dull. However, the shape was correct. Shopkeeper Chen was fortunate enough to see the seal used by the Bream family before. The seal used by the Bream family was also made like this. Shopkeeper Chen only told Zhao Hai to look for the seal, he didn't tell Zhao Hai what the seal looked like. Because of this, Zhao Hai shouldn't know what the seal looked like. Now that he saw Zhao Hai take out the seal, shopkeeper Chen became excited. This was because he was now even more convinced that this seal was the one he was looking for. After receiving the seal, shopkeeper Chen immediately turned it over and looked at the engraving on the seal. When he saw the coiling dragon, shopkeeper Chen's face instantly changed. His lips trembled. Because the Bream family used a dragon as their totem, the engraving on the seal was a coiling dragon. When shopkeeper Chen saw the coiling dragon engraved on the seal, he knew that this was the seal he was looking for. Shopkeeper Chen let out a long breath, then he put the seal down and turned to Zhao Hai. "Brother Zhao, I really want to thank you." "That's right, I was looking for this seal. I didn't think that you would find it, and in such a timely manner." "Good, very good. Tomorrow, we'll go together to celebrate the family's birthday." Shopkeeper Chen nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said. When Zhao Hai heard shopkeeper Chen, he let out a sigh of relief. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "You don't know, but in order to find this seal, I almost lost my life. The map you gave me was completely useless. In the end, I went deep into the spirit mountain and found the seal in the hands of a group of naughty monkeys. Moreover, I also had a conflict with some of the people who made the seal. I almost couldn't come back." When shopkeeper Chen heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. "What happened? Quickly tell me about it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he told shopkeeper Chen about the situation in the unnamed town and the spirit mountain. Although the group saw that Zhao Hai had returned safely, they still couldn't help but feel worried when Zhao Hai talked about the dangerous place. When Zhao Hai finished, shopkeeper Chen and the others let out a sigh of relief. They didn't think that they would find the seal in such a special way. Lu Wei let out a long breath and said, "I didn't think that the spirit mountain would be so dangerous. I wanted to go there before, but now it seems impossible." Shopkeeper Chen frowned and said, "It seems like there are a lot of people in the family looking for this seal. Moreover, it seems like it has been a while. I'm afraid that I was fooled this time. But fortunately, I won in the end. Brother Zhao, I'm not joking with you. You should come with me to the patriarch's birthday banquet tomorrow. As long as I can get promoted, I won't treat you unfairly." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter if I get promoted or not. The most important thing is the matter of the Thunder Gang. Shopkeeper Chen, you need to help the Thunder Gang." Shopkeeper Chen laughed and said, "Of course. Look at my relationship with Brother Liu. The Thunder Gang's matter is also my matter, you can rest assured." "Right, Brother Zhao, I'll be taking the seal first. Come to the moon-gazing pavilion yesterday morning and look for me." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Shopkeeper Chen can rest assured, I'll be there tomorrow." Shopkeeper Chen nodded, then he said, "I can't stay here for too long. Otherwise, I might attract other people's attention. I'll be taking my leave first." Lu Wei and the others stood up and sent shopkeeper Chen off. After shopkeeper Chen left, Lu Wei and the others sat in the living room. Lu Wei looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, I want to thank you. You've only been in the Thunder Gang for a short time, but you've done the most for the Thunder Gang. If old Chen really gets promoted, then the benefits to the Thunder Gang would be too great. I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, then I don't know what the consequences would be." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It won't be that bad. At worst, we'll just maintain our previous status. But I think that with me joining, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Shopkeeper Chen can help us. But after all, he's just an ordinary person. If something happens to him in the future, then I'm afraid that the Thunder Gang would be suppressed. It's precisely because of this reason that I want to join the Great Family. If I can gain a foothold in the Great Family, then even without shopkeeper Chen, the Thunder Gang wouldn't be so easily suppressed." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Lu Wei couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "You're really far-sighted. I didn't think about this. No matter what, Brother Zhao, I still want to thank you." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Let's forget about it. Let's have a good drink. I'll be leaving tomorrow, I still don't know what the result will be." When Lu Wei heard Zhao Hai, he immediately nodded. Li Shan, on the other hand, stood up and said, "I'll immediately prepare the food and drink." Then he went outside and before long, a table of food and drink was prepared. After drinking with Lu Wei and Li Shan, Zhao Hai returned to his room to rest. Upon returning to his room, he immediately contacted Laura and the others and had them monitor the entire Thunder Gang. He wanted to see if there were any spies in the Thunder Gang. If there were, then the matter of the seal would be leaked out. If someone found out about the seal, then they would certainly try to snatch it. When that time comes, shopkeeper Chen would be in danger. Once the seal is snatched away, then his previous plan would fail. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's worries were superfluous. Shopkeeper Chen used to come to the Thunder Gang to discuss matters regarding the protection of the Thunder Gang. Because of this, his visit didn't attract any attention. Nobody thought that Zhao Hai would actually go to the Spirit Mountain to look for the seal. In the eyes of others, this was just too crazy. Actually, what these people didn't expect was that Shopkeeper Chen would actually send Zhao Hai to look for the seal. Shopkeeper Chen had a group of cultivators in his hands. Among these cultivators, there were a lot of soul-combining stage cultivators. He should have trusted these cultivators more. However, he didn't expect that Shopkeeper Chen would rather trust the Thunder Gang than his own cultivators. Additionally, the Thunder Gang's situation was somewhat special. The Thunder Gang was different from other gangs. When Lu Wei looked for people to form a gang, he looked for people that he could absolutely trust. Later on, the people who joined the gang were all from Thunder Alley. Because of this, nobody would betray them. It can be said that the Thunder Gang was now more united than the Tyrant's Blade sect. Because of all these factors, nobody knew about the matter between Zhao Hai and Shopkeeper Chen. Nobody knew that Zhao Hai had already found the seal. The night went by silently. The attack that Zhao Hai imagined didn't come. However, Shopkeeper Chen was very nervous and couldn't sleep. He was too excited and scared, so he didn't rest at all. It wasn't only Zhao Hai who was worried, Shopkeeper Chen was even more worried about this matter. Because of this, he didn't sleep for the entire night. However, he didn't send people to guard his room. This was because Shopkeeper Chen was very clear that doing so would only attract more attention. The next morning, after having breakfast with the Thunder Gang, Zhao Hai went to the Moon Pavilion. There, he saw Shopkeeper Chen with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Shopkeeper Chen's eyes were bloodshot. When Chen Feng saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "I've let you see a joke. I was too nervous last night, so I didn't sleep well. Let's go." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Naturally, he knew how Shopkeeper Chen spent the night last night. The two of them arrived at a room in the backyard of the Full Moon Pavilion. Once they were in the room, Chen Feng adjusted a teleportation array on the ground and the two of them stepped into it. With a flash of white light, the two of them disappeared into the teleportation array. When the two reappeared, they were already in a small city. They were standing on the transmission formation of the small city. Zhao Hai looked at the small city. It didn't look any different from the small cities he had seen before. The only difference was that this small city had a very large residence. Moreover, this residence was very grand, it looked like an imperial palace. Chen Feng led Zhao Hai to the transmission formation and said, "This is Coiling Dragon City, the main city of the family. There are no outsiders here, all of the residents are either branch members of the family or elders who have served the family for more than 5 generations. They are the absolute core of the family. Therefore, you shouldn't offend anyone here. If you see an old man walking on the street, he might be the brother of the patriarch. If you offend him, you would be miserable. Every year, we can only come here on this day. Besides ourselves, we can only bring one trusted guard. Otherwise, we would immediately be killed by the experts of the family." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the people on the street. There were a lot of people on the street. Most of these people weren't wearing warrior clothes. Some elders were leisurely walking around the street. Young people were also greeting each other with smiles on their faces. There were also some children who were playing with wooden swords and swords. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare underestimate these people. This was because of their strength. Among the elders walking on the street, there were several teleportation realm experts. Among the young people, there were also several teleportation realm experts. Even if they were ordinary, most of them were at the clone stage or the fusion stage. Although the children seemed to be brandishing their swords and swords, Zhao Hai observed for a while and discovered that the children's swords and swords were very methodical. In other words, the swordsmanship that they learned weren't random. This discovery made Zhao Hai surprised. Zhao Hai looked at the small city. He discovered that there were at least 100,000 people living in this small city. And this number would only increase. Moreover, the 100,000 people that Zhao Hai mentioned were only adults, not children. What kind of concept was this? In other words, this was a great clan with at least 100,000 people. A clan with 100,000 people? How could people live like this? This family was definitely not inferior to any of the big sects, and was even more powerful than some of the big sections. But until now, Zhao Hai still didn't know the name of this family, which was what surprised him the most. Just as Zhao Hai and Chen Feng came out of the transmission formation, a waiter came over. This person cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and Chen Feng and said, "Shopkeeper Chen, you're late this year. Your room has already been prepared. Please come with me." Chen Feng didn't dare to be negligent. He cupped his fist towards the waiter and said, "Second young master, are you here to experience life today?" Then this old Chen must have cultivated in his previous life to be able to make second young master serve me. In the future, I must tell my descendants about this matter. This is an important matter that will be recorded in the genealogy. The waiter, whom Chen Feng addressed as second young master, could not help but laugh loudly when he heard Chen Feng's words. "Old Chen, you really know how to talk." After Zhao Hai and Chen Feng settled down in the hotel, Chen Feng respectfully sent the waiter away. After closing the door, Zhao Hai looked at Chen Feng and said, "Shopkeeper Chen, what is that person's identity?" Chen Feng smiled bitterly and said, "He's the second young master of the second branch of the family. The family has a very special tradition. All of the family's children have to go to the family stores for training. Moreover, they have to go there as ordinary workers. This is to let the family's children understand the difficulties of doing business and learn how to do it. At the same time, it's also a process of tempering their minds." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's really a special rule. But it's very interesting. What do we do now?" Chen Feng smiled and said, "Nothing much. There's still a few days before the patriarch's birthday. During these days, I'll meet up with the other shopkeepers who have some friendship with me. Although we come to celebrate the family's birthday every year, it's also an opportunity for us to report our work and communicate with the other shopkeepers." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What about me? Do I need to go with you?" Chen Feng shook his head and said, "There's no need for that right now. If I take you there, it would arouse their suspicions. You can have fun in the city. Every year, there will be a lot of disciples who come back from outside the family. Therefore, there are all kinds of shops in the city. As long as you don't go to the family's mansion, nobody will care about you. Right, there's one place that you can't go to, which is the training field. Of course, you can also go to the children's training field. You can even give the children something to eat. In any case, just treat it as the outside world." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I also want to see what's different about this small city." Chen Feng said, "Remember, don't offend people here. Otherwise, they can kill you as easily as killing an ant." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Chen Feng gave some instructions to Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. At the same time, Zhao Hai also returned to his room. After resting for a while, he left the room and walked out of the hotel. At this time, Chen Feng went to visit the other shopkeepers who had some friendship with him. Zhao Hai walked around the small city alone. The people in the city didn't dislike Zhao Hai, nor did they put on an arrogant look. They just looked at Zhao Hai curiously. There were even some children who ran behind Zhao. After walking for a while, Zhao Hai discovered that he was being followed by a large group of children. Zhao Hai liked children, so he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the children. He even made a face at them. He didn't expect that the children weren't afraid of him. When they saw Zhao Hai's face, they became even more excited. One by one, they followed behind Zhao Hai and chattered. After walking for less than half an hour, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stop. This was because there were dozens of children following behind him. On the other hand, the adults in the small city were all looking at Zhao Hai with a smile. When Zhao Hai stopped, the children immediately ran away. They just looked at Zhao Hai from afar. Zhao Hai looked around and saw a small square not far away. In this small city, there were many small squares like this. They were used by the children to practice martial arts. When Zhao Hai arrived at the small square, the children followed him. When Zhao Hai arrived at the small square, he waved his hand and took out a chair. Then he sat down and waved his hand at the children. When the children saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they stopped. They didn't understand what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Some of the bolder ones took 2 steps towards Zhao Hai. However, when they were about 10 steps away from Zhao Hai, they stopped. When Zhao Hai saw their appearance, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Don't be afraid, I don't eat people. I also won't hit you. Do you want to eat something delicious? I brought a lot of food with me." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a table appeared in front of him. On the table were several plates filled with fruits and dried meat. The fruits looked juicy and very beautiful. The dried meat was also very beautiful. It also exuded a tempting fragrance. Zhao Hai's actions didn't only attract the attention of the children, the adults in the small square also noticed. Zhao Hai didn't care about the adults. Instead, he turned his head to the children and smiled faintly, "How about it? Come on, have a taste." After saying that, he picked up a fruit and ate it. The fruit was very sweet. When the children saw Zhao Hai's actions, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. However, they didn't move. The adults also didn't care. They believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't dare do anything to the children. People who can come to this small town would have some understanding of their family's strength. No matter who Zhao Hai belonged to, no matter what force he belonged to, he wouldn't dare to do anything to the children. This was because they believed that no force could resist their family's retaliation. Finally, a child couldn't help but greedily run towards Zhao Hai. He grabbed a fruit and began to gnaw on it. Since there was a leader, the other children also ran over. They grabbed the fruit while the others grabbed the dried meat. The things that Zhao Hai took out were all high-quality products from the space. Needless to say, the taste was very good. The children ate them one by one. Zhao Hai looked at the children eating happily. He also laughed and took out a lot of fruits for them to drink. This time, more and more children gathered in the small square. Zhao Hai counted and found that more than 50 children had gathered in the small square. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. However, he didn't care. He didn't let the children eat until they were full. When the children were hungry, they discovered that the food was gone. Each and every one of them looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai discovered that although the children were wearing the same clothes, Zhao Hai was able to distinguish them from their temperament. These children's status was different. Some children's family background might be better, some children's family background might be worse, some children's status might be higher, and some children's status might be lower. Of course, this wasn't the main reason why Zhao Hai paid attention to these children. The key point was that these children didn't have a strict hierarchy. The children with high status didn't use their status to bully the children with low status. The children with low status also didn't bow to the children with high status. This was what Zhao Hai paid attention to. Others might not know what this meant. Some people might even think that this was too unruly. However, Zhao Hai was different. From these children, Zhao Hai could see how successful the family's education was. If a family wanted to maintain its vitality, then it couldn't raise the status of its children too high. If they didn't have any friends, then the family would slowly become more and more rigid. In the end, they would only cultivate a fool who would lead a group of servants who only knew how to flatter them. In that case, it would be impossible for the family to have any development. Sooner or later, they would be eliminated. But with this kind of education, the family would always be able to maintain its vitality. There would be a steady stream of talents. This way, the family would be able to flourish and develop to its current scale. Seeing the children looking at him, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, "What? Do you still want to eat?" All the children nodded. When Zhao Hai saw their appearance, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "If you want to eat, then I'll have to test you. Looking at your appearance, it seems like you've learned martial arts. Each of you will perform a martial art that you've learned. If you practice well, then I'll reward you with food. How about it?" When they heard Zhao Hai, the children couldn't help but stare. Then they nodded. In any case, these children had learned some of the most basic martial arts, so they weren't afraid of being seen. When the adults heard Zhao Hai, they also surrounded them. They wanted to see how well their children practiced. Seeing that the children had agreed and were arguing about who should perform, Zhao Hai immediately waved his hand and said, "Don't argue. Come, let's disperse and make some space. Then we'll start with the younger ones. The older ones should give way to the younger ones. Let's start with the younger ones." When the children heard Zhao Hai, they immediately shouted and dispersed. Then they formed a large circle. From the crowd, a 3-year-old child came out. This little fellow had 2 lines of snot on his nose, but he looked very cute. In fact, these children didn't lack food. However, children were gluttonous. Moreover, Zhao Hai had a natural affinity with children. Moreover, these children didn't just want to eat. They were treating this matter as a fun game. Therefore, they listened to Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at the little fellow and couldn't help but smile. He looked at the little fellow and said, "Little fellow, what's your name? How old are you?" The little fellow wiped his snot, then he looked at Zhao Hai with his big eyes and said, "I'm called Dragon 3. I'm 3 years old. My boxing is the best. Father often praises me." When they heard the little fellow, the adults around couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Hai also smiled and said, "All right, Dragon 3. Then show me your boxing. I want to see how good you are." Long San nodded vigorously. Then, he straightened his little face and stood there in a fighting stance. When this little thing stood in a fighting stance, he really looked like a real person. However, because he was too young, he still looked very cute. His momentum was somewhat lacking. Then the little fellow began to practice his boxing. His boxing technique was very good. Zhao Hai looked at him and nodded. When the little fellow finished, Zhao Hai discovered that the little fellow's little face was already panting. Although Zhao Hai knew that this little fellow hadn't started to learn how to circulate spiritual energy, his physical strength was too poor. Most importantly, this little fellow simply didn't know how to adjust his breathing while practicing. Adjusting one's breathing while practicing boxing was the most basic thing to learn. Naturally, this most basic thing referred to earth. In the cultivation world, people paid more attention to spiritual energy cultivation. Therefore, no one paid attention to breathing. In their view, as long as they cultivated spiritual energy, they could use it to use their fist techniques. There was simply no need to spend so much effort. However, Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't the case at all. Adjusting one's breathing while practicing boxing would allow one's state of mind to completely calm down. The whole person would slowly become one with the fist technique. Your breathing would change along with the fist technique. When you cultivated spiritual energy, your spiritual energy would also change along with your breathing. This way, your spiritual energy and your fist technique would be completely integrated. This would allow your fist technique to have a lot of changes. At the same time, it would also make your fist technique more powerful. After Dragon 3 finished practicing, he eagerly looked at Zhao Hai. However, he discovered that Zhao Hai was sitting there with a frown. The adults around the small square were also puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. They didn't know what Zhao Hai was thinking. In their view, Dragon 3 was only 3 years old. For him to be able to perform such a fist technique was already very good. Zhao Hai should reward Dragon 3. Why didn't he do anything? Unconsciously, there were a lot of discussions around. Zhao Hai was also called back by these discussions. He looked at Dragon 3, who was eagerly looking at him. He immediately laughed and said, "Very good. Come, Dragon 3, these are for you." Then Zhao Hai took out a paper bag, a few fruits, and a bottle of juice and handed them over to Dragon 3. Dragon 3 didn't care what Zhao Hai was thinking. When he saw that there was something to eat, he immediately became happy. He grabbed the things that Zhao Hai gave him and turned around to run. Zhao Hai immediately called out. Dragon 3 opened his big eyes and looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai looked at Dragon 3 and smiled. "Dragon 3, let me ask you, do you like boxing?" Dragon 3 looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Then he shook his head and said, "I don't like it. Boxing is very tiring. But if I say that I don't like it, then father will spank my butt." Dragon 3's words made everyone laugh. Zhao Hai also smiled and said, then does Dragon 3 like to play? Dragon 3 nodded and said, I like it. Dragon 3 likes to play. Zhao Hai looked at Dragon 3 and said, Dragon 3, actually, boxing is the most fun thing in the world. You get tired when you're boxing because you're doing it wrong. You don't get tired because you're doing it right. But if you're not doing it right, then you'll get tired. Dragon 3 stared at Zhao Hai and said, that's impossible. Father told me to do it. I'm very good at it. Father said that I'm doing it right. Zhao smiled. Uncle isn't saying that what your father taught you is wrong. Uncle just wants to teach you a way to make boxing fun. Do you want to learn it? Zhao smiled. I'm not saying that your father taught you anything wrong. Uncle just wants to teach you something that makes boxing fun. If you learn it, then your boxing will be better. Your father will be happier. How about it? Do you want to learn it? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Dragon 3's eyes went wide as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, really? Uncle, you're not lying to me? I'm not lying to you. Uncle certainly isn't lying to you. How about it? Do you want to learn it? Uncle, I'll give you all of these things. Can you teach me? As Long San spoke, he handed over the things that Zhao Hai gave him to Zhao Hai. This action immediately caused the surrounding people to laugh. These things were originally given to him by Zhao Hai, and now he wanted to give them to Zhao Hai. Only a child like Long San would do such a thing. When Zhao Hai heard Long San, he couldn't help but laugh and said, there's no need to give them to Uncle. Uncle will teach you, so you have to learn well, okay? Long San nodded and said, all right, Uncle. Long San will learn seriously. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he made a fist technique gesture. The fist technique that Long San used could be used in the true spiritual realm. There was nothing special about it. Zhao Hai only needed to see it once to know how to use it. It was precisely because of this that the family allowed others to watch their children practice martial arts. Zhao Hai made a gesture and then said to Long San, look carefully. When you make this gesture, you need to take a deep breath. When you punch, you need to take a deep breath. At the same time, you need to shout ha. After Zhao Hai said that, he made a punch and shouted, ha. Then Zhao Hai explained to Long San about when to inhale and when to exhale. In order to let Long San know when to inhale and when to exhale, he used the word hu when to inhale, and ha when to exhale. Along with the sound of ha, Zhao Hai's fist technique slowly finished. Dragon 3 looked at Zhao, who seemed to be very amused. He clapped his hands and laughed. After Zhao finished, he turned to Dragon 3 and said, come on, Dragon 3, you play. Long San nodded and did the same. However, he simply shouted hu and didn't follow his breathing. Zhao Hai had to correct him little by little. When the other children saw how interesting Long San was, they also followed him to practice. When Zhao Hai saw this, he saved himself a lot of trouble and guided the children to practice together. At first, the adults only had a playful attitude as they watched Zhao Hai guide the children. They didn't take it seriously. Some parents even stood there and laughed and joked. However, when they saw the children practicing, some parents couldn't sit still. Their children have been practicing martial arts for some time. If they practice it casually, then it wouldn't be good for their children. However, they didn't stop Zhao Hai. Instead, they quietly left and returned home. They practiced according to Zhao Hai's method. They wanted to see if practicing according to Zhao Hai's method would be dangerous for the children. If there wasn't any danger, then letting the children practice according to Zhao Hai's method wouldn't be bad. At the very least, it would be very beneficial. However, when the parents returned home and practiced according to Zhao Hai's method, they were stunned. They all had spiritual energy. When they practiced according to Zhao Hai's method, they unconsciously used their spiritual energy according to the frequency of the hu. This was incredible. They found that the power of their fist technique had increased by at least one layer. The amount of spiritual energy they used was also reduced. This discovery surprised the parents. They didn't think that they would encounter such a situation. Just by adjusting their breathing, there would be such an effect. This was too shocking. Before long, the people who secretly practiced at home returned to the small square. They looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression. They couldn't understand how a simple change in breathing could cause such a big change in their fist technique. Through this method, the children also found that when they practiced their fist technique, they didn't feel as tired as before. On the contrary, it was much more interesting to shout and fight. Before long, an old man with white hair and beard suddenly walked in front of Zhao Hai. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Little brother, can you please come over?" Zhao Hai quickly cupped his fist towards the old man and said, "Elder is too polite." This kid naturally wouldn't dare to disobey. Then he smiled at the children and said, "All right, you can all go home. Don't forget to practice according to my instructions. Go." The children obviously knew the old man. When they heard Zhao Hai, they gave the old man a salute before turning around and running away. Zhao Hai turned his head towards the old man and cupped his fist as he said, "Please." The old man didn't get angry because Zhao Hai went to chat with the children. Instead, he smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Please." Then he led Zhao Hai to the side. Before long, the two arrived at a small courtyard. This courtyard looked very ordinary. The courtyard's door was open, and the courtyard was paved with blue stone. In the corner of the courtyard, there was a stone table and stone chairs. At this time, there was a pot of tea and a plate of fruits, as well as a plate of dried fruits. After the old man invited Zhao Hai to sit at the stone table, he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "This old man is a bit confused. Who did little brother come to Coiling Dragon City with?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "This kid forgot to tell you. This kid came here with shopkeeper Chen Feng from Raging Flame City's Moon Gazebo. I just arrived today. If Elder didn't tell me, this kid wouldn't have known that this place is Coiling Dragon City." When the old man heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod and said, "So it's Chen Feng. This old man knows that kid. Although he doesn't cultivate, he's very good at doing business. Little brother, what is your relationship with Chen Feng?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm not afraid of old man. This kid came out to train, but in Raging Flame City, he met a group of good cultivators. They formed a small gang in order to help their hometown. This kid saw that their character was good, so he joined the small gang. I didn't expect the leader of the small gang to be acquainted with shopkeeper Chen. It just so happened that I met shopkeeper Chen by chance. Because of this, shopkeeper Chen decided to bring me here. I hope that old man won't blame shopkeeper Chen." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Old man, I'm not afraid of you." When the old man heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but flash as he said, "Little brother Dai means that you're also from a large sect? Then does your method of teaching children come from your sect?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That's not the case. I came up with my own method of teaching children. It doesn't come from my sect." The old man nodded. He didn't ask which sect Zhao Hai came from. This was because he saw that Zhao Hai didn't seem to want to talk about it. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This old man wants to invite little brother to be the first teacher of these children. Would elder brother be willing to accept?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that the old man would suddenly say this. He pondered for a moment before he said, "I won't hide it from you. Being a teacher isn't a big deal. But you should know that this kid has a sect. Because of this, I'll have to do some sect missions as well as take care of the sect. I'm afraid that I won't have much time to teach these children." The old man looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "Little brother, I'm afraid that you don't have time. You want to join our family, but you're afraid that our family would have a conflict with your sect. Therefore, you don't agree." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't speak. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Little brother doesn't need to worry. Our Long family doesn't have any conflicts with any powers. Moreover, those powers also know about our Long family. No matter which power little brother comes from, you won't be an enemy of our Long family. Little brother can rest assured." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. This old man's words were too confident. No conflicts with any powers? How was this possible? If they really didn't have any conflicts with any forces, then there were only two possibilities. The first was that they were so strong that no sect would dare to provoke them, so they didn't have any conflicts with Renbao's forces. The second was that they were so weak that no sect would bother to provoke them. However, it was obvious that this situation was impossible. Zhao Hai could see the strength of the Long family. Not to mention anything else, just by looking at the people in Coiling Dragon City, Zhao Hai knew that the Long family wasn't weak to the point where they could be easily bullied. Then there was another possibility. The Long family was very strong enough that no power would dare to provoke them. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he said, "Please forgive me, little brother can't agree right away." The old man smiled and said, "Little brother is too polite. It's normal for little brother to not agree. This old man seems to be a bit presumptuous." "Right, little brother said that you came up with this method? So little brother's sect doesn't know about this matter? Little brother, have you thought about teaching this method to your sect?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Little brother has yet to teach this method to anyone. It's just that I've received a disciple who learned this method. Nobody else has learned it. However, my disciple is very good at it, so I taught it to the children." The old man nodded and said, "So that's how it is." This old man would like to thank little brother once again. Since little brother has helped us today, our Long family wouldn't treat little brother unfairly. We'll be sure to thank little brother in the future. Today, this old man would like to invite little brother to a meal. I wonder if little brother would do me the honor? Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly when he heard the old man. "I can't ask for more. I won't hide it from you, little brother really doesn't have any other hobbies aside from eating. If I wasn't here, then I wouldn't have brought so much food. I'll have to trouble old man today." When the old man heard Zhao Hai, he was very happy. He immediately laughed and said, "Little brother's words are good. Little brother, please come with this old man." Then he stood up and made an inviting gesture to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai immediately stood up and cupped his fist to the old man. Then he followed the old man out. Throughout the entire process, Zhao Hai didn't seem to be impatient, neither arrogant nor humble. This made the old man have a good impression of him. Before long, the old man left the courtyard and headed towards a restaurant in Coiling Dragon City. The restaurants in Coiling Dragon City weren't very big. The restaurant that they went to was called City Hall. Although it wasn't very big, it was very clean. After settling down Zhao Hai, Chen Feng left the store. He wasn't worried that Zhao Hai would cause trouble. Although he didn't have much contact with Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't the kind of person who would cause trouble. Moreover, after bringing Zhao Hai here, Chen Feng told Zhao Hai about the situation of the clan. He believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't cause trouble in the city. Chen Feng was very clear that for people like Zhao Hai, the most important thing was to know their place. They wouldn't casually cause trouble like cultivators from large sections. This was a common trait among rogue cultivators. It was precisely because of this that Chen Feng dared to visit his friends. Chen Feng was very clear that he was late this year. His friends should have already arrived by now. Although Chen Feng believed that with the seal, he could easily rise to the top. However, Chen Feng also knew that if he didn't have enough people to support him, then he wouldn't have a good time in that position. Because of this, he needed some people to support him. This time, the people Chen Feng met were from the Full Moon Pavilion. The shopkeepers of the other cities didn't have much authority over him. Moreover, they were mostly people who couldn't cultivate. It was precisely because of this that they became friends. After meeting with those people, Chen Feng went back to his hotel. He was followed by a few people who were also his friends. They wanted to go to his hotel and have a chat. As the group was walking forward, a group of people suddenly came towards them. Upon seeing this group, Chen Feng's expression couldn't help but change. Their expressions weren't very good. Chen Feng recognized the people who were walking towards them. They were the shopkeepers of the Full Moon Pavilion. But unlike them, these people were cultivators. In the true spirit realm, cultivators had the final say. Therefore, these cultivator shopkeepers had always looked down on them. Of course, Chen Feng and the others also looked down on those guys. They didn't have much in common with those guys, even though they all belonged to the same system of the Full Moon Pavilion. Due to the difference in status, the two sides would often engage in some open and covert struggles. However, neither side dared to go too far. This was because they were very clear that their future and fate were given to them by the Long family. If they went too far, the Long family would only need to say a word to make them lose everything. They might even lose their family and perish. The other party also noticed them. When they saw Chen Feng and the others, those people also stopped. The few of them stood on the street, about 20 steps apart, facing each other from afar. Chen Feng's side was led by Chen Feng. Because Chen Feng's ability was considered to be at the top among these people, the others were very convinced by him. On the other hand, the other party was a person called Lu Feng. Lu Feng was an expert in business and was also a cultivator. In the Long clan, his status was slightly higher than Chen Feng's, but it wasn't too far off. Both of them took a few steps forward and stopped about 10 steps away from each other. Looking at Chen Feng, Lu Feng laughed out loud and said, "Chen Feng, what gift have you prepared this time? Don't lose face like last time." After saying that, he laughed out loud, and the people around him also laughed along with him. Actually, the gift that Chen Feng prepared last time wasn't bad, but compared to Lu Feng's gift, it was still lacking. Because of this, Lu Feng used this matter to ridicule Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at Lu Feng and coldly snorted, "Shopkeeper Lu doesn't need to worry about this. I just don't know what gift Shopkeeper Lu has prepared this time. Don't lose to me." Lu Feng looked at Chen Feng and coldly snorted, "Lose to you? Chen Feng, you're dreaming. I really don't know why the family made you a shopkeeper. A waste like you should have been expelled from the family long ago." Chen Feng looked at Lu Feng and sneered, "What? Do you still think that the family's decision was wrong? If you really think so, then you can write a letter to the family to remove me from my position and expel me from the family." When Lu Feng heard this, he couldn't help but coldly snort. Chen Feng's words weren't easy to respond to. Lu Feng knew that Chen Feng's current position had a lot to do with his ability. Chen Feng's ability was very strong, so the family's decision wasn't wrong. Moreover, a decision like this wasn't something that a small shopkeeper like him could change. Even if he said a word, it would be wrong. Lu Feng wouldn't make such a mistake, so he didn't respond. At this time, a shopkeeper next to Lu Feng said, "Shopkeeper Chen, you should worry about yourself. The family has a rule that if you give 10 ordinary gifts in a row and don't obtain the patriarch's favor, then your status in the family will be in danger." Chen Feng coldly snorted and said, "You don't need to worry about that." Lu Feng looked at Chen Feng's appearance and thought that Chen Feng wasn't competent and was just being stubborn. Lu Feng couldn't help but sneer, "I want to see if you can still be this stubborn after the birthday celebration." At this time, Chen Feng's eyes were fixed on something behind Lu Feng. This made Lu Feng and the others feel strange. They followed Chen Feng's gaze and saw two people behind them. One of them was an old man with white hair while the other was an ordinary-looking cultivator. They hadn't come in contact with the old man before, so they didn't know who he was. As for the other cultivator, he didn't look familiar either. They couldn't understand why Chen Feng was looking at these two people as if he was looking at a ghost. At this time, Chen Feng's heart was in turmoil. This was because he recognized one of these two people, it was Zhao Hai. Although he didn't know who the old man was, Chen Feng was sure that he was from the Long family. Chen Feng couldn't understand how Zhao Hai managed to get acquainted with the Long family in less than a day after arriving in Coiling Dragon City. This was what surprised him the most. At this time, Zhao Hai also saw Chen Feng. He cupped his fist and said, "Shopkeeper Chen, you're here. I was just about to look for you. I have some matters to attend to today, so I'll be back late." Shopkeeper Chen doesn't need to worry. Chen Feng blankly nodded. He looked at Zhao Hai and didn't know what to say. He didn't understand how Zhao Hai got acquainted with the Long family. This was too strange. Chen Feng nodded and looked at Zhao Hai. The old man who followed Zhao Hai looked at Chen Feng and smiled faintly, "So this is Chen Feng. I've seen you before, but I didn't talk to you. Young man, you've done well. I must thank you for bringing such an outstanding person to Coiling Dragon City. Today, this old man will entertain you, you can go." The old man didn't speak politely to Chen Feng, but Chen Feng wasn't dissatisfied at all. Although he didn't know what the old man's position was in the Long family, he could tell from the old man's tone that he was someone with a high position. Most importantly, he felt that the old man looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Chen Feng didn't dare to neglect, he immediately said, "Old man is too polite, there's no need for you to entertain me. Kid, please go ahead." The old man nodded and then led Zhao Hai to a small restaurant nearby. When Chen Feng saw this, he was even more confused. However, the people around him were looking at each other in dismay, their eyes were shining. Even Lu Feng, who was sitting opposite of Chen Feng, had his eyes flickering. It was unknown what he was thinking. At this moment, a shopkeeper beside Chen Feng asked, "Old Chen, who was that just now?" Chen Feng knew that the shopkeeper was asking about Zhao Hai and not the old man. No matter what the old man's status was, they shouldn't inquire about him. Therefore, Chen Feng replied, "He came with me. He's a guest elder of Raging Flame City's Thunder Gang, Zhao Ming. He helped me a lot, so I brought him to the family. When I came out, I had him stroll around the city. I don't know how he got acquainted with the old man." When the shopkeeper heard Chen Feng, he couldn't help but say, "Old Chen, it seems like this is an opportunity. Zhao Ming must have done something to attract the old man's attention. If that's the case, then Zhao Ming would certainly be rich. You need to seize this relationship with him." Chen Feng replied, "You don't need to worry about this. Zhao Ming isn't a heartless person. Alright, let's go to my place. When Zhao Hai returns, the truth will be revealed." The others nodded and then walked towards Chen Feng's place. As for Lu Feng and the others, Chen Feng had already forgotten about them. When Zhao Hai and the old man entered the restaurant, a waiter immediately ran over. When he saw the old man, the waiter couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, "Second great master, why did you come? What do you want to eat? I'll immediately instruct them to prepare it." The old man smiled and said, "Little Seven, you're on duty today. That's good. Go to the kitchen and prepare some decent dishes for me. Today, I'm going to treat people to a meal. If you don't do it well, then I'll kick your ass." When Little Seven heard the old man, he immediately complied. Before long, he ran over to Zhao Hai's table with a tea set. After pouring a cup of tea for the two, he carefully looked at Zhao Hai before leaving. The old man extended his hand towards Zhao Hai and said, "Little brother, please have some tea. It seems like these kids are quite diligent today. This tea is quite good." Before the tea even enters the mouth, its fragrance would already assail the nose. It was precisely because of this that the old man said that the tea was good. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right, this tea's taste is really good. This should be a secret recipe. This fragrance has a heavy feeling of vicissitudes. The tea leaves should be more than 100 years old. As for the water, it should be snow water from the beginning of plum blossoms. This water combined with the tea makes the tea rich. Good tea, good water." Zhao Hai had studied tea inside the space. Therefore, when the tea was brought over, he didn't need to drink it. Just by smelling it, he already knew what it was. But when he said this, the old man's eyes lit up as he said, "Little brother, you also know about tea? Why don't I invite you to try this tea?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he raised his cup and took a sip. Then he closed his eyes and savored the taste. Then he nodded and said, "It's really good tea. It's made from top-quality tea leaves. To be able to make tea to this degree, it's really good." The old man also took a sip of the tea. Then he nodded and laughed, "It's rare to meet someone like you who understands tea. Good. Young man, there aren't many people like you nowadays." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've let old man see a joke. This kid doesn't do his job properly. When it comes to eating and drinking, I don't fall behind others." The old man laughed and said, "Eating and drinking is the most important thing in life. How can it be considered as not doing your job properly? Could it be that one really couldn't eat and drink while cultivating? Isn't that very boring?" When Zhao Hai heard the old man, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, "What the old man said is right. If I can't eat and drink after cultivating, then it would be very boring." Then the two laughed together. At this time, Little Seven came over with a tray in his hand. There were 4 dishes on the tray. They weren't very high-class dishes, but whether it was the appearance or the smell, they were very good. After Little Seven put down the dishes, he bowed to the old man and said, "Second great master, please enjoy your meal." The old man nodded and said, "Go, and take out the wine that I stored here." When Little Seven heard this, his body couldn't help but shake. Then he nodded and looked deeply at Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. the old man didn't pay attention to little seven. Instead, he smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "This old man is very happy today, so I'll drink 2 cups of wine with you. This old man likes tea and wine. Therefore, I've stored 2 jars of good wine in the store. Today, I'll let little brother have a taste." "Little brother, do you know anything about wine?" When Zhao Hai heard what the old man said, he smiled faintly and said, "This kid also obtained 2 jars of good wine. How about you try my wine first?" When the old man heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, "All right, then I'll try your wine first." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand as 2 jugs of wine appeared in front of him. These 2 jugs were still covered in soil, but the old man didn't take it seriously. Since things were stored in spatial equipment, there was almost no time for them to be affected. Therefore, it wasn't strange that these jugs were dug out of the soil. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand as 2 jugs of wine appeared in front of him. However, the old man was looking forward to Zhao Hai's wine. Good wine had to be stored in a kiln. The longer it was stored, the more fragrant it would smell. Zhao Hai opened the clay seal of the wine jars and a rich wine fragrance came out. Then Zhao Hai picked up a pair of chopsticks and gently twisted them. When he took the chopsticks out, they were already covered in a layer of jelly-like substance. Zhao Hai handed the chopsticks to the old man and smiled. "Originally, this wine was supposed to be melted with other wines. But before that, I'll let you try it first. Let's see how the wine tastes." When the old man saw the wine on Zhao Hai's chopsticks, his expression couldn't help but become excited. He took the chopsticks and placed them under his nose. Then he sniffed them and put them in his mouth. Then he didn't take them out. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes with an intoxicated expression on his face. After some time, the old man opened his eyes and took the chopsticks out of his mouth. Then he let out a long breath and said, "Good wine, good wine." At this time, little Seven came over with 2 jars of wine. When he saw the 2 jars on the table, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the old man with a puzzled expression. The old man waved his hand and said, "Take these 2 jars away. The first one needs to be melted with 50 jeans of wine. Once it's melted, bring it up. Remember, use the best wine in the store." Little Seven stared for a moment before he nodded. Then he put down the 2 jars on the tray and took Zhao Hai's before he turned around and left. The old man took one of the jars and opened the clay seal. Then he smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Compared to your wine, this wine is far inferior. But let's drink it first. Come, little friend, let's drink together." Then he poured Zhao Hai some wine and raised his cup. Zhao Hai also raised his cup and said, "It's rare to meet a wine nation senior. Today, we must drink a few cups. Senior, please." The 2 clinked their cups and drank the wine in one gulp. At this time, a person came in from the outside. He went to the old man's side and gave him a bow. Then he took out a jade slip and handed it over to the old man. The old man didn't say anything as he received the jade slip. Then he waved his hand. The person didn't say anything as he turned around and left. The old man's spiritual force scanned the jade slip. Then he nodded and turned to Zhao Hai and said, "So little friend is the tyrant blade sex Zhao Hai. Little friend's name has resounded like thunder in my ears." Zhao Hai already knew that the old man wanted to investigate him. He also knew that his identity couldn't be kept a secret in front of a great clan like the Long family. Therefore, he wasn't surprised. He just smiled faintly and said, "I've let old man see a joke. This is just a trivial name, it's not worth mentioning. This junior is only here to train, so I didn't reveal my name. Please don't mind." The old man chuckled and said, "What's there to be surprised about? Training is a very normal thing. Right, your master is the tyrant blade sex Xianxia, right? This old man has some friendship with them. When you go back, tell them that this old man, Long Ding Tian, wants to know why those 2 brats haven't come to see me for so long." When Zhao Hai heard the old man, he quickly said, "So old man is actually familiar with master. This junior has been impolite. This junior will definitely pass on old man's message." Long Ding Tian chuckled and said, "You don't have to be like this. This old man finds you pleasing to the eye. It has nothing to do with the Yin Yang brats. But this way, there won't be any problems if you join our Long family. I'm sure that those old fellows in the Tyrant Blade sect will still give this old man some face. Zhao Hai stared blankly. He knew that the old fellows in the Tyrant Blade sect that Long Dingtian was talking about definitely weren't the Yinyang elders. When Long Dingtian talked about the Yinyang elders, he kept calling them brats. Obviously, his seniority was much higher than the Yinyang elders. Naturally, he wouldn't call them old fellows. It seems like the old fellows he was talking about were the supreme elders of the Tyrant Blade sect. Zhao Hai smiled at the old man and said, if the sect allows it, joining the Long family isn't a problem. But this junior has to say this first. The Tyrant Blade sect will always be this junior's sect. If the Tyrant Blade sect needs any help, this junior will do his best to help. Long Dingtian nodded and said, this old man has no intention of letting you lead the Tyrant Blade sect. You're still a member of the Tyrant Blade sect, but at the same time, you're also a member of our Long family. Our Long family has no conflict with the Tyrant Blade sect, so you don't have to worry. Zhao Hai said, that's for the best. Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, you're pretty good. It seems like the Tyrant Blade sect has chosen a talent this time. Come, Junior, let's drink. Zhao Hai smiled and raised his wine cup. He clinked it with the old man and drank the wine in one gulp. Before long, Little Seven arrived at Zhao Hai's table. Then he said to the old man, second great master, the wine has melted. Should I bring it up? Long Dingtian nodded and said, bring it up. Right, have them prepare a few more dishes. Make it quick. Little Seven nodded, then he turned around and left. Before long, he returned with a jug of wine and 2 dishes. Zhao Hai picked up the jug and poured a cup for Long Dingtian. Then he poured a cup for himself. Then he raised his cup and said, Elder, please. Long Dingtian also raised his cup and said, please. Then he drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. The two of them really met a drinking buddy this time. The more they drank, the happier they became. In the end, they didn't even know how much they drank. They drank from dawn to dusk until there was no one on the street. Only then did the two of them leave to their heart's content. When Zhao Hai returned to the hotel, he found Chen Feng waiting for him. Upon seeing him, Chen Feng immediately pulled Zhao Hai to his room. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Zhao, what did you do today? Why did the old man invite you to drink? When Zhao Hai heard Chen Feng, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Then he told Chen Feng what he did today. Naturally, he didn't mention the old man's identity. He was afraid of scaring Chen Feng. Naturally, the others also didn't mention the old man's identity. In Coiling Dragon City, even if Chen Feng wanted to inquire, he wouldn't be able to do so. This was because Coiling Dragon City was the Long family's territory. When Chen Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but clap his hands and said, good, very good. It seems like you don't need to rely on me this time to join the Long family. But 3 days later, you still need to come with me to participate in the Patriarch's birthday celebration. This way, it would be more convenient for you to join the Long family. Moreover, your status wouldn't be low. Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. He still didn't know what kind of family the Long family was. But today, he knew that the Yinyang elders were aware of the Long family's existence. Moreover, the Long family and the Tyrant's Blade sect didn't seem to have any conflicts. This was the most important point. After chatting with Chen Feng for a while, Zhao Hai returned to his room. When he arrived, Zhao Hai immediately took out his communicator and contacted the Yinyang elders. The Yinyang elders didn't sleep at all. Their main task right now was to control their killing qi. In other words, they were refining their hearts. Therefore, they could be contacted at any time. The Yinyang elders appeared on the communicator. The Yinyang elder frowned as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, did something happen? Why are you contacting us this late? Zhao Hai immediately replied, Master, I went to a family's residence today. This family should be the Long family. I met an old man here. He said that he's called Long Dingtian. He also asked me to ask you why you haven't come to see him for a long time. Master, do you know about the Long family? When the Yinyang elders heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. The Yin elder anxiously said, "You went to the Long family? And you even met Long Dingtian? Really?" Zhao Hai looked at the two and knew that they were acquainted with Long Dingtian. He nodded and said, "Yes, master. In Raging Flame City, I used the alias Zhao Ming to join a gang. Later on, I helped a person who was a shopkeeper of the Long family's business. Coincidentally, the patriarch of the Long family was celebrating his birthday, so he brought me to the Long family. I met Long Dingtian here and had a drink with him." The Yin elders said, "Drinking? You're saying that you drank with Long Dingtian?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I drank with Long Dingtian. He also asked me to join the Long family. He said that the sect would agree." "Master, did the sect agree?" The Yin elders didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then the Yin elder smiled bitterly and said, "Of course the sect would agree. Little Hai, if the Long family really wants you to join, then you should join. As for the other matters of the Long family, don't ask too much. You shouldn't know about them right now." Zhao Hai stared, but he still nodded and said, "Yes, master. I understand." Upon hearing the Yin elders, Zhao Hai understood that the Long family's status wasn't simple. Otherwise, the Yin elders wouldn't have reacted this way. This made Zhao Hai even more curious about the Long family. He really wanted to know where the Long family came from. He also wanted to know why the Yin elders were so surprised when they heard that he wanted to join the Long family. Moreover, the Yin elders didn't hide anything from him. Moreover, they didn't allow him to ask about this matter. This wasn't the Yin elders' usual practice. At the same time, this made Zhao Hai even more curious. After chatting with the Yin elders for a while, it was clear that the Yin elders attached great importance to the Long family. They wanted Zhao Hai to get along well with the Long family. Although they didn't talk too much about the Long family, their attitude told Zhao Hai that the Tyrant's Blade School couldn't afford to offend the Long family. The next morning, just as Zhao Hai finished his breakfast, he heard a loud laughter coming from outside. Then Long Dingtian came in and smiled at Zhao Hai. "Good kid, you actually finished eating. Good, good. Let's go see that little fellow practicing martial arts." After Zhao Hai gave him a salute, he followed Long Dingtian outside. Before long, the two arrived at a small square. There were a lot of children practicing martial arts. Zhao Hai also saw some of the children he saw yesterday. When they practiced, they would consciously follow Long Dingtian's method. From time to time, their mouths would make a sound, making them look very imposing. Long Dingtian stood on the side of the square and looked at the children. His eyes flashed with love as he said, "These little fellows are the future hope of the Long family. Kid, you've helped us a lot this time. With your method, these little fellows will become even more fond of practicing martial arts. In the future, their achievements will be much higher. This is all thanks to your method." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "They are obedient children, just like Long San." When he heard that this method could make his fist technique better, he immediately wanted to learn it. This shows that they also want to learn fist techniques, but their previous practice was too boring, so they didn't like it. This method only plays a supporting role, the real effect still depends on the children themselves. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Long San is a good kid. Long San is a good kid." Chen Feng and Zhao Hai walked slowly. It wasn't that they didn't want to walk fast, it was just that they simply couldn't. This was because there were too many people on the street. For the Long family, today might be the most lively day of the year. Even festivals weren't as lively as today. This was because today was the birthday of the Long family's patriarch. On this day, countless people squeezed into the small town. Although Chen Feng was a shopkeeper, he was only a shopkeeper in one of the businesses under the Long family. When it came to power, he really didn't have any number in the Long family. Each of these people would have the opportunity to meet the patriarch alone. At the same time, they would present their gift. Then the patriarch would arrange a seat for them. This seat wasn't randomly arranged. If your gift was very ordinary, then you can only sit in the outer rooms and eat. You can only meet the patriarch once before you have to leave the main hall. If your gift was very good and the patriarch liked it, then he would let you eat in the main hall. This meant that you would be valued by the patriarch. You might even be promoted soon. Chen Feng's current position wasn't very good. It was slightly below average. This also represented Chen Feng's position in the Long family. In a situation like this where you're queuing up to see the patriarch, your position can't be messed around. If you accidentally stand in front of someone with a higher position than you, then you can only wait to be suppressed. The Long family was free to compete. As long as the competition was allowed, then they wouldn't interfere. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was that the Long family's interests couldn't be damaged. Speaking of this, Zhao Hai really admired the patriarch of the Long family. Generally, the patriarch of a large force wouldn't be very strong. At the very least, they weren't at the top of their force. This was because the top group of people were generally the supreme elders. The supreme elders had a lot of power, but they wouldn't come out and meddle in other people's affairs, unless the person at the helm was too outrageous. Zhao Hai didn't know that the patriarch of the Long family was a patriarch. Patriarchs had a lot of power, but they wouldn't come out and meddle in other people's affairs. However, the Long family was different. The patriarch of the Long family was very powerful. Even if he wasn't the strongest expert in the Long family, he was definitely one of the top experts in the Long family. Such a great expert actually didn't go into seclusion. Instead, he was in charge of the Long family, dealing with worldly matters. This was really puzzling. However, regardless of whether you thought it through or not, the Long family's situation was like this. The old family head had always been the stabilizing force of the Long family. Therefore, his birthday every year was a big event for the Long family. Zhao Hai looked at the long line of people in front of him. After some time, he said, "Although I haven't joined the Long family yet, to be honest, I can see from the number of people that the Long family is very strong. Moreover, this is just the strength that they're showing. Nobody knows how much strength they're hiding." Chen Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's wrong? Are you surprised that you haven't heard of the Long family?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There are a lot of things that we don't know about in this world. Although I don't know if there are any hidden clans like the Long family, I'm sure that for the Long family to exist until now, they certainly have their own strengths. Therefore, it's not strange that we haven't heard of them." When Chen Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "It's good that you think this way. In a while, we'll be able to see the patriarch. I'm sure that you'll be able to join the Long family this time." Zhao Hai smiled but didn't say anything. Then a cold snort was heard from not too far away. Zhao Hai and Chen Feng looked over and saw Lu Feng standing in front of them. When the two spoke, they didn't deliberately lower their voices. Therefore, the people around them were able to hear them. Although these people found the conversation strange, they didn't say anything. After all, they were all people of the Long family. They didn't have any disloyalty towards the Long family. However, they were still skeptical about the two's claim that Zhao Hai would be able to join the Long family. However, nobody said anything. This was because they knew that if they were to speak at this time, they would be offending Chen Feng. Even those with higher status than Chen Feng wouldn't easily offend Chen Feng. After all, Chen Feng's influence in the Long family wasn't small. Chen Feng could be said to be a newcomer in the Long family system. However, this newcomer was a very capable one. Although the gifts that Chen Feng had given to the patriarch over the past few years weren't anything outstanding, the performance of the full moon pavilion that Chen Feng was in charge of had been improving year after year. This was something that no one in the Long family would deny. Because of this, there were a lot of people in the Long family who were optimistic about Chen Feng. Because of this, Chen Feng had a lot of backers in the Long family. If one wanted to deal with Chen Feng, it wouldn't be easy. This cold snort was noticed by Chen Feng and Zhao Hai. Not only did the two of them notice it, the others also noticed it. Everyone's gaze turned towards Lu Feng. When Lu Feng saw Chen Feng and Zhao Hai looking at him, he coldly snorted and said, "Chen Feng, who do you think you are in the Long family? Do you think that just because you want someone to join the Long family, you can just let them join the Long family? You're really an idiot." Chen Feng looked at Lu Feng with a gloomy expression, then he coldly snorted and said, "Lu Feng, I don't want to quarrel with you. We can only know what happened after the event. Today is the patriarch's birthday. If we quarrel here, then it would be too shameful. Lu Fang looked at Chen Feng and coldly snorted, "Chen Feng, you're still as disappointing as before. You need to think so much just to quarrel. How could an incompetent person like you become the Long family shopkeeper? It's really shameful." Chen Feng coldly snorted and said, "I'm not like a brainless person who doesn't think about anything. I heard that his shop's performance today was the same as last year's. That's an amazing result. I can't do that." Upon hearing Chen Feng, Lu Fang's face turned green. His shop's performance had been flat for several years. Just thinking about this made his face turn red. Now that Chen Feng was talking about it, it was equal to slapping his face in front of so many people. If Lu Fang could still maintain a good expression, then he would be a saint or an idiot. Naturally, Lu Fang wasn't a saint, nor was he an idiot. He and Chen Feng were enemies. Although it wasn't to the point where they would fight to the death, the entire Long family knew about the conflict between the two. However, Lu Fang didn't have the strength to completely suppress Chen Feng. Moreover, Chen Feng's performance was something that Lu Fang was jealous of. Because of this, Lu Fang targeted Chen Feng. In the end, the two of them ended up in this situation. When the surrounding people heard the tit-for-tat between the two, they couldn't help but laugh. Naturally, the two of them weren't polite. However, compared to Lu Fang, Chen Feng seemed to be more imposing. However, just as Chen Feng said, this was Coiling Dragon City, the Long family's domain. If they were to cause trouble here, then the Long family would look down on them. Therefore, they wouldn't do such a thing. Zhao Hai didn't interject. He just looked at Lu Fang and then treated him as heir. Zhao Hai's silence made some people think that he was too disappointing. This was because the quarrel between Lu Fang and Chen Feng started because of him. His silence made people look down on him. However, only those who were close to Zhao Hai understood what Zhao Hai meant. They were close to Zhao Hai and could see the expression on Zhao Hai's face. They could also see Zhao Hai's eyes. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't bicker with Lu Fang wasn't because he was afraid of him, but because he felt that it wasn't necessary. In other words, Zhao Hai simply didn't put Lu Fang in his eyes. In his eyes, Lu Fang was just a nobody. Such a person wasn't worthy of being his enemy. Everyone who saw Zhao Hai's expression understood that Zhao Hai simply didn't put Lu Fang in his eyes. Lu Fang wasn't worthy of being his opponent. It was just like how a king wouldn't treat a beggar as his opponent. This was a difference in status, as well as a difference in strength. Chen Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's wrong? You're not angry at all?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for that. Facts will prove everything." At this time, the procession began to slowly move forward. In this procession, except for those who had status in the beginning who would talk to the patriarch, the others could only go in, present their gifts, and then leave. There was almost no way for them to talk to the patriarch, so the speed of the procession was not slow. Everyone was empty-handed, they didn't want to show their gifts right now. The only way to know how they presented their gifts was by looking at their seats. As time passed by, around 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen Feng finally arrived in front of the main residence. This residence couldn't be considered a residence anymore, it was a huge palace complex. Naturally, this palace complex wasn't the same as the palaces of the secular world. Although the patriarch was the one in charge here, there were no eunuchs here, only some maids serving the patriarch. Moreover, there were a lot of people living in this palace. Some of the Long family's supreme elders, as well as their direct descendants, lived here. It can be said that the people living in this palace were the core of the Long family's power. And those who wanted to see the patriarch needed to wait in front of the palace. Once the previous person was done, the next person could go in. Chen Feng was now waiting in front of the palace. In other words, as long as the previous person was done, Chen Feng could go in and see the patriarch. For people like Chen Feng, when he went to see the patriarch, he could bring one person with him. However, the other person could only wait in the square. If Chen Feng's gift was appreciated by the patriarch, then he could stay in the main hall for a meal. Then Zhao Hai would also be given a good seat. If Chen Feng's gift was ordinary, then Zhao Hai could only sit in a corner and eat a decent meal before leaving. This was how the Long family did things. "Chen Feng, come in." Along with a loud shout, it was finally Chen Feng's turn to appear. Chen Feng tidied up his clothes and followed Zhao Hai inside. The palace was very beautiful. The floor of the palace was paved with white marble, looking very gorgeous. On both sides of the road leading to the main hall, there were 2 rows of cultivators with their hands on the hilts of their swords. These cultivators were actually at the transcending dust realm. Such strength was definitely not weak. These people were all wearing navy blue warrior clothes, and the weapons in their hands were long swords. Their swords were hanging on their waists, and one of their hands was holding the hilt. But their eyes weren't looking at Zhao Hai and Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng could feel that the surrounding temperature had dropped by a few degrees. Although Chen Feng wasn't a cultivator, he was still a person who had seen big scenes. He knew that this was because of the cultivator's killing intent. He also knew that this killing intent wasn't directed at him, but he was still able to maintain his calm. Zhao Hai stood beside Chen Feng. He only glanced at the 2 rows of cultivators, but he didn't have any reaction. For Zhao Hai, the killing intent of these cultivators was far inferior compared to his. He didn't feel anything at all. Zhao Hai's expression was noticed by the other cultivators. They couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in confusion. One must know that although the cultivators standing here hadn't reached the teleportation realm, their strength wasn't bad at all. This was because they were the Long family's battle team. They had been fighting all year round, so they had a lot more experience compared to other cultivators. Even if they couldn't win against a teleportation realm expert, they could still run away. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Moreover, because they had fought too many battles, their killing intent was too abundant. Ordinary cultivators would be intimidated by their killing intent and would tremble in fear. Although Chen Feng's face looked calm, his heart wasn't calm at all. This was because he was also afraid. However, Zhao Hai was very calm. It could be said that he completely ignored those people. Such a calm temperament also affected Chen Feng. Chen Feng miraculously calmed down slowly. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the front of the main hall. In front of the main hall was a huge square. This was the training ground, and it could also be used as the last line of defense for the main hall. To enter the main hall from the square, one would need to walk up 50 steps. At the top of the steps was a small platform surrounded by railings. The 2 of them stood under the platform. Chen Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you wait here for a while. I will go and see the patriarch." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. He just stood there with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was about to fall asleep. At this moment, Chen Feng had already walked up the stairs to the platform. Following that, a voice rang out, "Chen Feng requests an audience." Chen Feng immediately replied, "Yes." After saying that, he walked into the main hall. When he arrived in front of the main hall, he saw that the door was open. There were several tables in the hall. There was nothing on the tables except for a few cultivators. However, Chen Feng knew that these cultivators were the shopkeepers of the Long family's businesses. In the hall, there was a high platform. This platform was 3.6 meters high. On the high platform, there was a chair and a table. A person was sitting on the chair. This person wasn't very tall, and he didn't look young either. He had a head full of white hair, and his eyes were drooping as if he was about to fall asleep. However, this person who looked a little old was actually the patriarch of the Long family, the true leader of the Long family, Long Zhan. Chen Feng entered the main hall and bowed to Long Zhan. Chen Feng greets the patriarch. "I wish the patriarch good fortune and longevity." The old man just waved his hand and didn't say anything. Chen Feng was already used to this. He stood up and opened his spatial bag. From inside, he took out a small yellow cloth bag. Then he held the cloth bag with both hands and walked forward. When the surrounding people saw Chen Feng's appearance, they couldn't help but stare. This was because when they wanted to give a gift, they would say it out loud. Moreover, their gifts were generally of various colors. How could they be like Chen Feng, who only had a small yellow cloth bag? Looking at the size of the bag, it seems like there was only a crystal inside. Naturally, no one believed that Zhao Hai was holding a crystal. If he really dared to give a crystal, then the patriarch would definitely drive him out of the Long family. Everyone looked at Chen Feng, but Chen Feng didn't say anything. He just stood there holding the cloth bag. Chen Feng's action made the patriarch somewhat surprised. He slightly opened his eyes and looked at Chen Feng. Then he waved his hand. Immediately, a cultivator walked in front of Chen Feng and took the cloth bag. Then he took it to the stage and placed it on the table. The patriarch glanced at the small yellow cloth bag, and his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. After so many years, the patriarch had already lost count of how many gifts he had received. There were some people who thought themselves to be clever, and they would also send some inconspicuous gifts in order to attract the patriarch's attention. But in the end, those people were all sent out by the patriarch. The patriarch hated those people who thought themselves to be clever. If the things in Chen Feng's bag didn't satisfy him, then he wouldn't mind kicking Chen Feng out of the Long family. The patriarch gently picked up the cloth bag and pinched it. He felt that there was something square inside the bag. He stared for a moment before he slowly opened the bag. When the bag was completely opened, the patriarch stared blankly. Then his eyes suddenly opened as he carefully looked at the small seal in his hand. Then he turned the small seal over and looked at the thing engraved on it. When he saw the coiling dragon engraved on the seal, the patriarch's expression couldn't help but become sad. He gently touched the seal with his hand as tears flowed out from his eyes. Chen Feng stood below with an expressionless face. He knew what would happen after he gave the seal. Therefore, he wasn't surprised at all. He just stood there and waited. After some time, the patriarch calmed down. He put down the small seal and looked at Chen Feng. Then he said, "When did you find it?" Chen Feng said in a low voice, in reply to the patriarch, 5 days ago. The patriarch nodded and said, "Who did you find it?" Chen Feng replied, "The Thunder Gang's guest elder, Zhao Ming. He stayed in the Spirit Mountain for 3 months. In the end, he went deep into the mountain and helped a group of naughty monkeys. The monkeys gave him a snake as a reward. The seal is inside the snake's skin." The patriarch asked, "Did Zhao Ming arrive?" Chen Feng replied, "He's waiting outside the hall." "Call him in." Chen Feng didn't say anything. Since this wasn't the time for him to speak, someone in the hall called out, "The Thunder Gang's guest elder, Zhao Ming, requests an audience." At this time, the people in the hall understood what was going on. These people were all elders of the Long family. They were very familiar with the sensitive words of the Long family, one of which was the Spirit Mountain. Almost every year, the Long family would send people to the Spirit Mountain in order to find that seal. It could be said that there was only one thing that could connect the Long family to the Spirit Mountain, and that was the seal. But now, the patriarch mentioned the Spirit Mountain. Moreover, the patriarch was clearly holding a seal. At this time, even an idiot would know what kind of gift Chen Feng had given. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Chen Feng. At this time, Zhao Hai also entered the hall. After entering the hall, Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Long Zhan and said, "Greetings, Patriarch. I wish Patriarch good fortune like the sea of stars and longevity like the sun and moon." Long Zhan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you the one who found the seal in the Spirit Mountain? Tell me in detail about the process of entering the Spirit Mountain. Don't leave out anything." Zhao Hai complied and narrated the process of entering the Spirit Mountain. However, he didn't say that he used flowing silver dust to find the seal. He said that he used a kind of demon beast that he had subdued to find the seal. Therefore, he was able to search through all the routes in 3 months. In the end, he didn't find anything, so he went to the depths of the Spirit Mountain. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, Long Zhan said, "Release your demon beast." "Let me see." Zhao Hai complied and released a small zerg. Looking at this small zerg, Long Zhan couldn't help but frown and said, "How many of these demon beasts do you have?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know, I can't count them now. I subdued a queen insect. The queen insect can continuously reproduce these small insects. I can command these small insects. As long as the queen insect has crystal stones and energy, it can continuously reproduce these small insects. Now, I can't count how many small insects I have." Long Zhan nodded and said, "Then why did you think of going to the depths of the Spirit Mountain?" "All these years, I deliberately let people spread the map in hopes of using everyone's strength to find the seal. Unfortunately, they have always disappointed me. No one has been able to find the seal. Moreover, those few routes are believed to be the most likely places for the seal to be. Why do you think that the seal can't be found there? Hearing the patriarch, Chen Feng and the others stared. They didn't think that the map would be released by the patriarch. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that the seal was found. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I'm not sure, nor am I certain that the seal isn't there. It's just that I know that I can't search the entire mountain by myself. Moreover, I don't know how many people have searched the mountain over the years. If I can't find the seal, then it can only mean that the seal isn't there. At that time, I didn't have much time left. If I didn't take the risk and go to the Spirit Mountain, then I wouldn't be able to find anything. Instead of wasting my time outside, I might as well go to the Spirit Mountain. Maybe I'll have a chance there. To be honest, I gave up in the end. I just wanted to use the transmission formation to return to Raging Flame City, but in the end, I wasn't willing to give up. Plus, I like to collect plants, so I wanted to go to the Spirit Mountain and see if there are any differences between the plants and the outside world. I also wanted to see why the beasts there would turn into monsters. So I stayed there for a few more days. In the end, I saved Naughty Monkey and obtained the seal. Long John nodded and said, brave and resourceful, calm and collected. Good, you two can have a meal in the hall. After saying that, the patriarch waved his hand. Naturally, someone came over and invited the two of them to a seat in the main hall. This attracted the attention of the other people in the main hall. The Long family's birthday banquet was still going on. However, a lot of people couldn't sit still, especially Lu Feng. Lu Feng didn't think that Chen Feng would be so lucky. Not only did he find the seal, he even dined in the main hall. In other words, Chen Feng was about to soar, but now, Chen Feng didn't have the mood to care about Lu Feng. Indeed, when Chen Feng was eating in the main hall, it meant that he and Lu Feng weren't on the same level in the future. What kind of people could dine in the main hall? All of them were true hardcore supporters of Long family. They were very influential people in Long family. Being able to dine with these people, even if Chen Feng didn't want to rise in the future, he wouldn't be able to do so. This time, many people didn't know what to eat at the birthday banquet, including Chen Feng. He was too happy. He could see that the patriarch really valued the seal very much. Moreover, he valued it more than he had imagined. Moreover, if he did this well, his position in the Long family would definitely not be low in the future. Zhao Hai was very calm. From the moment he saw Long Dingtian, he knew that he would definitely be able to join Long family. Even if today's matter didn't happen, he would still be able to join Long family, because Long Dingtian would certainly let him join Long family. The time of the birthday banquet wasn't very long. After the meal, Chen Feng and Zhao Hai wanted to leave, but they weren't able to because Long Zhan had arranged a place for them to stay in the palace. This arrangement made the eyes of other people red with envy. Staying in the palace meant that both of them would be put in an important position. The place where Zhao Hai and Chen Feng lived was a small courtyard. This small courtyard was relatively independent. It could accommodate about 20 people. It was specially used by Long family to entertain some important guests, and now the two of them were arranged here. Chen Feng took a sip of tea and let out a long breath. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, then I wouldn't be where I am today. Just wait and see, my status in the Long family wouldn't be low. This isn't just related to me, it's also related to the Chen family's matters. I want to thank you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Little Hai, I want to thank you. Chen Feng wasn't young anymore, he was more than 50 years old. Although in the true spirit realm, even those who couldn't cultivate could still live up to 200 or 300 years old. However, those who couldn't cultivate would usually get married very early. They would get married at the age of 20 or 30. By the time they reached 200 or 300 years old, they would be able to establish a small clan. In fact, Chen Feng himself was born in a clan. However, the people in his clan didn't have any talent for cultivation. Because of this, his clan could only be considered ordinary. Clans like this were everywhere in the true spirit realm. Maybe if a genius were to appear in his clan, then the clan would become famous. However, this was something that would happen many generations later. Since Chen Feng joined the Long family, his clan had already benefited a lot. If Chen Feng's status were to rise again, then his clan would certainly receive even more benefits. Who can say that the Chen family wouldn't become a big clan in the future? In the true spirit realm, everyone attached great importance to their own clan. Chen Feng was the same. Because of this, Zhao Hai helping him find the seal was very important for him. When Zhao Hai heard Chen Feng, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "There's no need to be so polite. I'm also doing this for myself. Shopkeeper Chen, don't forget what you promised me. You need to help the Thunder Gang. Even if I join the Long family, I won't become a shopkeeper like you. If you want to help the Thunder Gang, then it's up to you." Chen Feng nodded and said, "Rest assured, I won't forget about the Thunder Gang. After all, without the Thunder Gang, you wouldn't have appeared. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to find the seal." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need to keep this matter in mind. If we join the Long family in the future, then we'll have a lot of opportunities to work together." Chen Feng nodded. At this time, footsteps could be heard outside the door. Then a voice was heard, "The patriarch summons this Chen Feng." Chen Feng immediately stood up and nodded before he turned around and left. When Chen Feng left, the courtyard's door was pushed open from the outside. Zhao Hai looked at the door and saw Long Dingtian standing there. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare, then he quickly asked, "Old man, why are you here?" Long Dingtian laughed and said, "Why can't I be here? This is the Long family, there's no place that I can't go. However, you're not bad, I didn't expect you to be able to find the seal. Although I mentioned to Big Brother that you can join the Long family, it wasn't easy for Big Brother to pay attention to you. After all, your strength is too weak, so even if you join the Long family, you wouldn't be valued. Moreover, you're from the Tyrannical Blade sect. Although the Long family and the Tyrannical Blade sect don't have any enmity, Big Brother would still consider this. But now it's different, you've helped him a lot and fulfilled his wish. Big Brother is grateful to you, so in the future, your status in the Long family won't be low. Also, you're a kid with my temper. Ha ha ha, I'll take care of you in the Long family." When Zhao Hai heard Long Dingtian, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Long Dingtian and asked, "Old man, you called the patriarch Big Brother? Then old man, who are you?" Long Dingtian laughed and said, "My father and Big Brother's father are brothers. I was born after Big Brother, so people call me Second Great Master. Moreover, in the entire Long family, my relationship with Big Brother is the best." Then a voice was heard from outside, "The patriarch wants to see Zhao Mingjin." Long Dingtian laughed and said, "Go back and tell Big Brother that this kid is drinking with me. I'll have him see Big Brother tomorrow." The person outside the door stared blankly for a moment, but he immediately recognized the person who said this. The person outside the door immediately replied, "Yes, Second Great Master." "Second Great Master, do you want me to send you some dishes to accompany the wine?" Long Dingtian smiled and said, "Good kid, you're from that family. Send it over." The person outside nodded, then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai also experienced Long Dingtian's status in the Long family. This person actually dared to not listen to the patriarch's words. He was definitely someone who could do whatever he wanted in the Long family. As a matter of fact, Zhao Hai didn't know that Long Dingtian's status in the Long family was very special. He was the best brother of Long Zhan, and also the brother who supported Long Zhan the most. Most importantly, Long Dingtian wasn't greedy for power. He almost didn't control any department in the Long family. He was just like a shadow, always following behind Long Zhan. He was the person Long Zhan trusted the most. However, Long Dingtian also didn't do nothing. The thing he did the most in the Long family was education. That's right, the most important thing Long Dingtian did in the Long family was to educate the younger generation. It can be said that among the outstanding younger generation of the Long family, most of them were educated by Long Dingtian. Moreover, these people also respected Long Dingtian very much. This imperceptibly gave Long Dingtian a huge amount of power in the Long family. However, he never used this power. He still educated the children of the Long family every day. Because of Long Dingtian's way of doing things, his status in the Long family was very high. Even if Long Zhan mentioned his younger brother, he could only smile bitterly. Long Dingtian had all the opportunities to obtain greater power, but he just didn't want to do it. Every day, he would teach the children, drink wine, cook delicious food, and live a carefree life. Even Long Zhan envied him. Similarly, in the entire Long family, only Long Dingtian dared to talk to Long Zhan like this. When Long Zhan was in his study room, he heard that the person who went to call Zhao Hai said that Long Dingtian was drinking with Zhao Hai. Long Zhan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let him be. It's rare for this guy to find someone pleasing to his eyes." At this time, Long Dingtian and Zhao Hai were drinking wine in the small courtyard. When Qin Feng returned to the small courtyard and saw the situation, he tactfully turned around and left. Qin Feng didn't join the Long family for a long time. In addition, he didn't know much about the core members of the Long family. Therefore, he didn't recognize this low-key second master of the Long family. However, this second master of the Long family appeared in the palace of the Long family. This in itself explained his identity. Therefore, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't look for a rebuff. He was a merchant, he was very good at reading people's faces. Long Dingtian clearly didn't care about him. If Qin Feng insisted on going over, then he would be annoying. Fortunately, Qin Feng didn't know that Long Dingtian helped Zhao Hai to refuse Long Zhan's summons. Otherwise, Qin Feng would have gone crazy. In the entire Long family, Long Zhan was the absolute dictator. No one could challenge his authority. Similarly, no one would dare to refute or refuse his words. But now, Long Dingtian did this. Moreover, he did it so naturally. If Qin Feng knew about this, then he would certainly go crazy. After seeing that Qin Feng had left, Long Dingtian turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, have you thought about what position you want after joining the Long family?" Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled bitterly and said, "I haven't thought about it. But I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me. If I join the Long family, then I'm afraid that I can do any position that you arrange for me." As soon as Long Dingtian heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, your words are too big. Tell me, what do you know?" Zhao Hai looked at Long Dingtian and smiled faintly, "I know a lot of things. Up until now, I can only say that I don't know what I don't know." When Long Dingtian heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Although he didn't have much contact with Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a person who spoke without thinking. If he said this, then he must have some assurance. However, this was something that Long Dingtian couldn't understand. Zhao Hai ascended from the lower realms, and from his appearance, he wasn't very old. How could he know so many things? After thinking about this, Long Dingtian couldn't help but turn his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Do you know how to refine pills?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I do. But because of my strength, I can't refine pills that are too advanced." Long Dingtian nodded and said, "What about refining artifacts?" Zhao Hai nodded again and said, "I do. But because of my strength, I can't refine artifacts that are too advanced." Long Dingtian smiled bitterly. He now understood that Zhao Hai might be able to do something, but because of the limitations of his strength, there weren't many things that he could do right now. After thinking for a moment, Long Dingtian said, "How about this, you should focus on the Tyrant's Blade sect in the future. After all, you can't let go of the sect. Here in the Long family, you can be a teacher and teach the children. At the same time, I can ask the Patriarch to let you learn martial arts in the Long family's armory. Naturally, if you learn well, you must teach the children what you've learned. If you don't teach well, I'll take back your privileges." Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that Long Dingtian would make such a decision. He could actually learn the Long family's martial arts. This was a great thing. Generally, the martial arts of the Long family were strictly confidential. Even for ordinary martial arts, there would be some differences between each family. And these small differences were enough to show the difference in strength between two forces. Long Dingtian letting Zhao Hai learn the Long family's martial arts was the same as telling him about the subtleties of the Long family's martial arts. If Zhao Hai knew about it, then it would be a disaster for the Long family. This made Zhao Hai somewhat confused. Didn't Long Dingtian seem to trust him too much? In fact, Zhao Hai didn't know much about the Long family. If he did, then he wouldn't have said such words. The Long family's strength wasn't as simple as what Zhao Hai saw. Otherwise, the Yinyang elders wouldn't have immediately agreed to let Zhao Hai join the Long family. This was because Zhao Hai was their disciple. Although Zhao Hai was now a member of the Tyrant's Blade sect, the Yinyang elders were very clear that if Zhao Hai joined the Long family, it wouldn't have any negative impact on the Tyrant's Blade sect. On the contrary, it would be more beneficial for the Tyrant's Blade sect. Zhao Hai didn't know much about the Long family, but it didn't mean that the Yinyang elders didn't. It was precisely because they understood that they immediately agreed to let Zhao Hai join the Long family. The Long family's strength wasn't something that could be defeated by leaking a few martial arts. Otherwise, the Long family wouldn't have existed for so many years. Long Dingtian dared to let Zhao Hai learn the Long family's martial arts because he didn't see Zhao Hai as a threat. If Zhao Hai really leaked the Long family's martial arts, then Long Dingtian would have a way to silence Zhao Hai forever. Naturally, Long Dingtian believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't do this. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to do so, the Yinyang elders would stop him. It was precisely because of this that Long Dingtian made this decision. Moreover, Long Dingtian could see that Zhao Hai was a talent. Such a talent needed special means to win him over. Long Dingtian was giving Zhao Hai special privileges. This was because Long Dingtian was very clear that with the Yinyang elders behind Zhao Hai, ordinary materials wouldn't be able to move Zhao Hai's heart. Using this privilege to win Zhao Hai over was very difficult for Zhao Hai to refuse. This was because there was no cultivator who didn't want to learn better martial arts. And Long Dingtian believed that the Long family's martial arts were stronger than the Tyrant's Blade sects. What did a big family need to develop? There might be many answers, but there was one answer that would always be ranked first. That was talent. That's right, talent. Any force valued talents more than anything else. This was because countless fierce battles had proven that as long as you had talents in your hands, then you were likely to be the final winner. This was far more useful than holding 1 or 2 mineral veins in your hands. In Long Dingtian's opinion, Zhao Hai was a talent. He now understood Zhao Hai's situation very well. To be honest, the more he understood Zhao Hai's situation, the more he felt that Zhao Hai was a talent. Zhao Hai's experience could be said to be legendary. He wasn't a native of the real spiritual world. He ascended from the lower realm and directly joined the Tyrant's Blade School as an inner disciple. The most important thing was that this kid exterminated the people of the Leaping Dragon realm. That was the people of a realm. This kid actually exterminated them just like that, leaving no survivors. He even displayed their corpses in the Leaping Dragon realm as a demonstration to everyone. Since 2 days ago, when he saw Zhao Hai teaching the children the breathing technique, Long Dingtian believed that Zhao Hai was a talent. Especially after today's conversation, when he learned that Zhao Hai was an alchemist and a refiner, Long Dingtian was even more convinced that Zhao Hai was a talent. Long Dingtian knew that Zhao Hai had only entered the real spiritual world for a few years. However, he was now a cultivator at the combining soul stage. In the real spiritual world, such a cultivation couldn't be considered an expert, not even a minor expert. However, there was one thing that Long Dingtian had to recognize, and that was that Zhao Hai was definitely a genius. An all-round genius. If Long Dingtian couldn't rope such a person into the Tyrant's Blade School, then he didn't deserve to be the second person of the Long family. As for Zhao Hai's strength, Long Dingtian was not worried at all. With the talent that Zhao Hai had shown, his achievements would be immeasurable as long as he was given time. There were many ways to rope in a talent. Roping in materials was the lowest level method. It was also the most unreliable method. Of course, it was also the simplest and fastest way to get results. However, Long Dingtian didn't want to do that. He wanted Zhao Hai to have a sense of belonging to the Long clan. He wanted Zhao Hai to treat the Long clan as his own. How could a cultivator treat a clan as his own and protect it? There were many ways, and Long Dingtian was using a slow but effective method, which was to give Zhao Hai special privileges and let Zhao Hai learn the Long family's martial arts. It goes without saying that a cultivator attaches great importance to martial arts. A good set of martial arts can allow a cultivator of the same level to completely suppress the enemy. Therefore, a cultivator's desire for good martial arts will never end. When a cultivator learned a good set of martial arts and used it to defeat an enemy, then he would remember where he learned this set of martial arts. He would feel grateful to the place where he learned this set of martial arts. On the other hand, Long Dingtian was a veteran of the Jianghu. He was very clear about the importance that cultivators placed on martial arts. Because of this, he didn't try to win Zhao Hai over with money or status. Instead, he thought of another method, a method that Zhao Hai couldn't refuse, a method that Zhao Hai would always remember. And that was to have Zhao Hai learn the Long family's martial arts. Although this decision seemed risky, Long Dingtian thought it was the safest. He knew that Zhao Hai was very grateful to the Yinyang elders. The Yinyang elders also took good care of Zhao Hai. They even moved to Zhao Hai's place. Because of this, Long Dingtian didn't think that he was taking a risk. The Yinyang elders knew how powerful the Long clan was. If Zhao Hai dared to do something bad to the Long clan, then the Yinyang elders would certainly stop him. Because of this, Long Dingtian didn't think that letting Zhao Hai learn the Long clan's martial arts was risky. In Long Dingtian's opinion, it was worth it to take a risk for a genius like Zhao Hai. A genius like Zhao Hai was worth anyone taking a risk for. Of course, there was another important point. Long Dingtian arranged a position for Zhao Hai. Teaching the children of the Long clan was equivalent to letting Zhao Hai accept disciples. Cultivators valued inheritance. If Zhao Hai taught the children of the Long clan, then he would be their teacher. When these children grow up, Zhao Hai would be happy. His sense of belonging to the Long clan would increase. Long Dingtian saw that Zhao Hai didn't speak for a long time. He couldn't help but ask, "How about it? Do you agree with my suggestion?" Zhao Hai looked at Long Dingtian. Although he didn't know what kind of person Long Dingtian was, to be honest, the conditions that Long Dingtian gave him were already very good. Moreover, Long Dingtian made it clear that Zhao Hai's future focus would be on the Tyrant Saber School. In this case, Long Dingtian still gave him the privilege of learning the Long clan's martial arts. This showed that Long Dingtian really valued him. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I agree. I'll listen to old man's arrangement." Long Dingtian nodded with satisfaction and said, "All right, kid. Now that we're done talking, let's drink. I can drink to my heart's content with you, but no one else can." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he clinked his cup with Long Dingtian's and drank the wine in one gulp. The two drank very happily today. That night, Chen Feng returned to the small courtyard after Long Dingtian left. When he saw Zhao Hai sitting in the courtyard, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Zhao, who is that old man? How did you two meet?" "He's the patriarch's younger brother, Long Dingtian. The last time I went out for a stroll, I met some children in the city and taught them some tricks. As a result, he saw me, so he wanted me to join the Long family. I also agreed. Today, he came here to discuss the matter of joining the Long family." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That person's identity is extraordinary. He's Long Dingtian." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Chen Feng couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and said with a trembling voice, "You're saying that the old man just now was Long Dingtian?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, he was indeed Long Dingtian." "What's wrong?" Chen Feng was speechless as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's wrong? Brother Zhao, I really don't know what to say about you. In any case, you just joined the Long family, so you don't know about the family's situation. The Long family's patriarch has the final say. Although there are some elders, none of them would dare to go against the patriarch's words. This is because the patriarch isn't only strong, he also has a large number of people supporting him. It can be said that he has the highest authority in the Long family. The one who has the best relationship with the patriarch is the patriarch's younger brother, Long Dingtian. However, Long Dingtian doesn't have any position of power, he prefers to train the Long family's disciples." Zhao Hai nodded. From the moment he saw Long Dingtian, Zhao Hai already knew what Long Dingtian did. If Long Dingtian didn't specialize in this matter, then it would be impossible for him to notice Zhao Hai. Chen Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "There's a saying in the Long clan. You only see the patriarch once a year, but the patriarch might not remember you. But even if you see Long Dingtian once every 5 years, as long as you make him remember you, then you won't be far from soaring." From this point, you can see how high Long Dingtian's status is in the Long clan. A lot of people in the Long clan were recommended by Long Dingtian to the patriarch. At the same time, the patriarch also trusts the people recommended by Long Dingtian. It can be said that although Long Dingtian doesn't hold any position in the Long clan, he is still one of the most powerful people in the Long clan. This is because there are too many people who have been promoted by him. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that this ordinary-looking old man would have such a high status in the Long clan. No wonder he dared to talk to the patriarch like that. Chen Feng looked at Zhao Hai with envy and said, "Kid, you're going to be rich. Now that you've caught the eye of Elder Long Dingtian, it would be hard for you to not be rich in the Long clan. If there's an opportunity in the future, you have to take care of me." When Zhao Hai heard Chen Feng, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Forget it, there's no need to take care of you. You don't know this, but Long Dingtian wants me to stay in the Long family and teach the children martial arts. This is a position without any authority, how can I help you?" When Chen Feng heard Zhao Hai, his eyes lit up. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, are you really going to be the teacher of the Long clan's children? This is a good thing." Chen Feng's words made Zhao Hai stare. Zhao Hai still hasn't said anything about his privilege to learn martial arts. Why did Chen Feng say that this position was a good thing? Chen Feng looked at Zhao Hai's puzzled expression and smiled faintly. "You have to teach the children of the Long clan well. They are the future of the Long clan. It won't take long for them to grow up. When they grow up, they will become the backbone of the Long clan. And you will be their teacher. When that time comes, your status won't be low. You can use these connections to establish your own family. As long as you have the support of the Long clan, wouldn't it be easy for you to establish your own family?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that Chen Feng would say this. However, there was nothing wrong with Chen Feng's words. They were all cultivators. If Zhao Hai gets along well with the children of the Long clan, then when they reach a high position in the future, they wouldn't forget about him. When that time comes, his status in the Long clan would naturally rise. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't really care about these things. He was more concerned about his own strength. However, the Long clan's situation was a bit special. Zhao Hai still didn't know how strong the Long clan was. But looking at the Yinyang elders, it was clear that the Long clan was very strong. But why hadn't he heard of such a family before? Even when he asked the Yinyang elders, they didn't seem to want to tell him. This made Zhao Hai feel even more strange. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to know more about the Long clan. He wanted to know what kind of existence the Long clan was and why the Yinyang elders cared so much about them. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about me for now. Since I've accepted this task, I'll naturally do it well." "Right, what about you? What position did the patriarch arrange for you today?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai's question, Chen Feng's expression couldn't help but become excited. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The patriarch called me today to discuss my future position. The patriarch said that I'm very familiar with the Full Moon Pavilion's situation. Therefore, the patriarch wants me to be the third shopkeeper. Although it seems like my position has become lower, the patriarch said that if I do well, then I'll be the shopkeeper." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. But then you'll have to leave Raging Flame City. What will happen to the Thunder Gang?" Chen Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, the Thunder Gang will be fine. Although I'll be leaving Raging Flame City, my position is different from before. Everyone in the Long family knows this. Therefore, even if I leave, they will still take care of the Thunder Gang. They might even take care of them better than before. Don't forget, not only do I have a good relationship with the Thunder Gang, you're also a member of the Thunder Gang. Moreover, you'll be working in Coiling Dragon City. For people like us, working in Coiling Dragon City makes us envious. This is because you can come in contact with the Long family." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's for the best. Then I'm relieved. I'm afraid I won't have much time to return to Raging Flame City. I hope that the Thunder Gang will get better and better." "Right, this is for you. Help me give this to Boss Lu Wei. If the Thunder Gang needs any help in the future, have them contact us." Chen Feng looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, I really admire you. The reason why Brother Lu Wei established the Thunder Gang was because he came from Thunder Alley. He wanted to do something for Thunder Alley. What about you? Why are you helping them? Jiao Hai sighed and said, perhaps it's because of some illusory things. The entire true spirit realm is filled with people who only care about their own families and sections. They only care about their friends and those who help them. Very few of them would want to repay those who help them. But what sect leader Liu and the others did is really amazing. Therefore, I'm willing to help them. Jiao Hai sighed and said, but I'm not sure if it's true or not. After hearing Jiao Hai, Chen Feng didn't say anything else. Although he wasn't a cultivator, he still interacted with cultivators every day. To be honest, from a moral point of view, these cultivators didn't have any redeeming qualities. However, there was no other way. The entire true spirit world was a world of cultivators. Cultivators ruled over everything, he couldn't change this fact. Chen Feng also understood that Jiao Hai couldn't change this fact, but he was doing his best to do something. There weren't many people like Lu Wei in the true spirit world. Moreover, in the eyes of cultivators, Lu Wei's group was a group of fools. However, Jiao Hai wasn't like that. He clearly appreciated Lu Wei's approach. Therefore, he used his own actions to help them. At this moment, Chen Feng even thought that Jiao Hai was exaggerating. Jiao Hai didn't really want to change the situation in the true spirit world. Jiao Hai just wanted to help a good person, it was that simple. Chen Feng was silent for a moment. Then he looked at Jiao Hai and said, I'll be leaving in a few days. You take care of yourself. If you need anything, you can inform me. The two of us are now in the Long family, we're on the same side. Do you understand what I mean? Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, rest assured, I understand. If you need anything, you can also look for me. As long as I can help, I'll certainly help. Chen Feng nodded, then he turned around and returned to his room. The next day, Chen Feng left the Long family. Jiao Hai didn't send him off because Jiao Hai wanted to see the patriarch today. The patriarch summoned him yesterday, but Long Dingtian rejected him. Today, Jiao Hai had to see the patriarch no matter what. This time, the meeting with the patriarch was in the study room. It was different from what Jiao Hai imagined. Long Zhan's study room looked very ordinary. It wasn't like the study rooms of other cultivators where there were many jade slips. Instead, it was filled with books, real books. Jiao Hai gave a salute to Long Zhan. Long Zhan waved his hand, dismissing Jiao Hai's salute. Then he looked at Jiao Hai motionlessly. On the other hand, Jiao Hai didn't look nervous at all. He just stood there with a smile on his face. After some time, Long Zhan said, did you come to Raging Flame City to train because you knew about the existence of our Long family? In the end, I chose the Thunder Gang. To be honest, while others thought that the Thunder Gang was a group of idiots, I thought that they were right. Therefore, I joined the Thunder Gang. I was willing to spend a few years helping the Thunder Gang in order to make their lives easier. Although I could just give them money, that was the simplest method. What the Thunder Gang needed wasn't money, but a stable source of income. Later on, I accepted a mission from the Moon Gazebo. During that mission, I met Chen Feng and learned about the existence of the Long family. At that time, I didn't know the name of the Long family. Chen Feng only said that it was the patriarch, but he didn't say what family it was. Jiao Hai shook his head and said, that's not it. Later on, I accepted a mission from the Moon Gazebo. During that mission, I met Chen Feng. It was through Chen Feng that I learned about the existence of the Long family. At that time, I didn't know the name of the Long family. Chen Feng only said that it was the patriarch, but he didn't say anything about it. Long Zhan nodded and said, the Tyrant's Blade sect is very good to you. I also heard that when you wanted to join our Long family, you wanted to save Yin and Yang. Don't tell me that you weren't afraid of angering me? Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course not, it was the Tyrant's Blade sect who brought me to the true spirit world. If I abandoned the Tyrant's Blade sect just because the Long family summoned me, then I wouldn't be worthy of being roped in by your Long family. Long Zhan chuckled and said, your thinking is very clear, and you are also very confident. Yes, if you really want to join the Long family and kick away the Tyrant's Blade sect, then I will immediately kill you. The Long family doesn't want people who can abandon everything for benefits. Yesterday, Ding Tian already told me about your arrangement. I agreed to Ding Tian's arrangement because I believe in Ding Tian's eyes. From today onwards, you, Zhao Hai, will be a guest elder of our Long family. Every year, for at least 3 months, you will be teaching the children of our Long family in Coiling Dragon City. If you want to bring your family to Coiling Dragon City, then I won't oppose. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Many thanks for Patriarch's good intentions. My wife and others can stay in the Tyrant's Blade sect for now. I will stay here to teach the children of the Long family. Patriarch can rest assured." Long Zhan also didn't like to waste words. He nodded his head and said, "This is also good. If you just joined the Long family and brought your family here, then the face of the Tyrant's Blade sect wouldn't look good. Forget it, as you wish. You can go now, someone will arrange a room for you. Your identity token will also be sent to you." Zhao Hai bowed towards Long Zhan and turned around to leave. Looking at the back view of Zhao Hai, Long Zhan was somewhat absent-minded. Although he had only met Zhao Hai twice, he knew everything about Zhao Hai. To be honest, he could see that Zhao Hai was a genius. At the same time, he also knew that Zhao Hai was a killing star. He really didn't know whether it was right or wrong to let Zhao Hai teach the children of the Long family. However, Long Dingtian held Zhao Hai in high esteem. With regards to Long Dingtian's vision, Long Zhan was very confident. These years, Long Dingtian had recommended countless talents to the Long family. Some of these people were trash in the eyes of others. However, Long Dingtian was able to see the shining points of these people and recommended them to the Long family. Moreover, these people had proven themselves in their respective fields. In the Long family, when it came to vision, no one could compare with Long Dingtian. And Long Dingtian was very optimistic about Zhao Hai. This was also one of the reasons why Long Zhan was optimistic about Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai came out of the study of Long Zhan, someone immediately came over. That person cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, please follow me. Mister, please come with me." Zhao cupped his fist and followed the man out. Now that Zhao Hai's position had already been arranged, it was naturally impossible for him to stay in the Long family's palace. Long Zhan had people arrange a small independent courtyard for Zhao Hai to live in. The courtyard wasn't very big, but it was enough for 20 people to live in. Moreover, there was also a small training field in the courtyard. This training field could accommodate 50 people at the same time. This training field was prepared for Zhao Hai. He can teach martial arts here. Zhao Hai looked at the courtyard and nodded. He was very satisfied with this courtyard. Zhao Hai waved his hand and released a few robots to clean the courtyard. Then, he placed some things in the courtyard. This was his residence. And the person who led him here gave Zhao Hai an identity jade card. With this identity jade card, Zhao Hai can enter the Long family's arsenal. Naturally, Zhao Hai could only enter the low-level arsenal of the Long family. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to immediately go to the arsenal to learn martial arts because he didn't need to. He wanted to see how many students the Long family had arranged for him this time. After resting in the courtyard for a day, the next morning, someone knocked on the door of Zhao Hai's courtyard. The robots immediately opened the door. When the people outside saw the robots, they shouted and excitedly rushed towards the robots, surrounding them in the middle. Zhao Hai looked at the little fellows surrounding the robots and couldn't help but bitterly smile. This was because all of these little fellows weren't more than 5 years old. The youngest one was only 3 years old. Although the people of the true spiritual world matured very early, a 3-year-old child's intelligence was almost equivalent to a 7 or 8-year-old child's intelligence. However, these little fellows were very difficult to deal with. It seems like Long Dingtian really gave him a difficult problem. However, Zhao Hai didn't intend to give up. He looked at the little fellows and gently clapped his hands and said, "All right, little fellows, come over here. In a while, you can play with the robots. As long as you learn well, I'll let you play with the robots for a while, alright?" Zhao Hai hadn't coaxed children before. The only child he had contact with was Chiu Tai. At that time, Chiu Tai was already very sensible, so he didn't need to coax him. But this time, he had to face a group of children. Moreover, these children didn't receive the same training as Chiu Tai. Therefore, it wasn't easy for Zhao Hai to deal with these children. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had a lot of good things in his hands. Things to eat, things to play with, he had everything. Zhao Hai used these things to deal with these children. These children also knew that Zhao Hai was now their teacher. The Long family's people were very respectful towards their teachers, especially these children. The Long family's children were taught not to be arrogant. Therefore, Zhao Hai was able to coax them easily. In order to teach a good student, one must first understand their strength. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't teach these children new things. First, he had the children practice their fist techniques. If they learned weapons, they would also need to practice their weapons. After that, he asked the children about the attributes of their spiritual roots. Zhao Hai assigned 30 children to him. This number wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number either. Zhao Hai understood the progress of these children's martial arts one by one. Moreover, he made a record of each child's progress. Each child was given an individual jade slip, and the jade slip recorded the child's basic information. This was a method that Zhao Hai learned from Earth. Even if it was an illness or a file, he would record everything that the child knew. Zhao Hai didn't keep this jade slip with him. He gave it to each child. Moreover, he told these children that after they returned home, they must show it to their parents. Zhao Hai did this in order to let these children's parents know the progress of their children's martial arts. After these things were done, the morning passed. These children only learned martial arts from Zhao Hai in the morning. In the afternoon, they would return home. Some would practice martial arts, while others would go out to play. The Long family wouldn't let their children practice martial arts all the time. They would also give them some time to play. This was because this would help them maintain their children's nature. Letting the children grow up with their nature would be very beneficial to their future cultivation. This was the Long family's experience after many years of observation. Don't underestimate this kind of experience. Even the Tyrant's Blade School might not have this kind of experience. There were a lot of people in the Long family who didn't understand why the family would suddenly arrange someone they didn't know to be the children's teacher. Because of this, many children's parents were suspicious of Zhao Hai. The Long family attached great importance to their children. If Zhao Hai didn't teach them well, then the parents wouldn't be polite to Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai was an outsider while the people in the city were all members of the Long family. However, when the parents brought their children home and saw the jade slip that Zhao Hai gave to their children, nobody said anything. This was because they could see Zhao Hai's intentions from the jade slip. These parents also recognized Zhao Hai in their hearts. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that when this matter reached Long Dingtian immediately told Long Zhan about it. After Long Zhan saw the jade slip, he immediately ordered that all the underage children of the Long family must be given a jade slip. This jade slip would record their cultivation progress at any time. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. He was currently communicating with Laura and the others in his mind. Using the computer, he made the most suitable education plan for the children. Zhao Hai was very clear that if he wanted to enter the Long family, if he wanted to be valued by the Long family, if he wanted the Long family to understand his worth, then there was only one way. He needed to be outstanding and let the Long family know that he was important to them. Only in this way would he be able to know more about the Long family. Zhao Hai always felt that the Long family wasn't that simple. Perhaps the Yinyang elders knew some things about the Long family, but it was impossible for them to know too much. This was because a great family like the Long family would never reveal their true strength to others. If they let others know, then they wouldn't be far from being defeated. In the beginning, Laura and the others didn't understand why Zhao Hai wanted to get in touch with the Long family. Even if the Long family was strong, as long as they didn't have any conflict with the Tyrant's Blade sect, then they wouldn't be a threat to him. However, Zhao Hai didn't think so. In the true spirit realm, the 81 great sects were the most influential forces. It was as if the entire true spirit realm was ruled by the 81 great sects. However, when Zhao Hai arrived in the true spirit realm, he knew that this wasn't the case. The 81 great sects were very formidable, but there was still the ghost cultivator who could pose a threat to the 81 great sects. And now, there was the Long family. Not to mention others, just the strength of the Long family was enough to show that they weren't any worse than the other great sects. But Zhao Hai felt that he had only seen the tip of the iceberg of the Long family's strength. If this strength was only the tip of the iceberg of the Long family's true strength, then how strong was the Long family? If they were so strong, then why would they allow the 81 great sects to be in the limelight? What kind of secrets did they have? This was what Zhao Hai wanted to know. Zhao Hai was very clear that the true spirit realm wasn't his last stop. He still wanted to go to a higher level plane. But before that, he needed to understand every plane that he passed. Because he wasn't strong enough, he didn't want to be chased by an entire plane. Zhao Hai's biggest secret was the existence of the space. And the space was a heaven-defying existence. No matter what plane a cultivator was in, they would be fatally attracted to it. As long as a cultivator knew about the existence of the space, they would do everything they could to obtain it. In order to ensure the safety of the space and to ensure that he wouldn't be chased, Zhao Hai needed to understand all the forces in the plane. The Long family was a force that couldn't be underestimated in the true spirit realm. What scared Zhao Hai the most was that he didn't know if there were other hidden forces like the Long family in the true spirit realm. If there were, then how strong were the 81 great sects? Were they the true rulers of the true spirit realm, or were they just puppets that were placed in the outside world? Zhao Hai had time, so he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to take care of these things slowly. Only then would he be able to display his strength in the true spirit realm. The next day, Zhao Hai's teaching officially began. Zhao Hai's teaching of the children was different from other people. In the Long family, when the children were learning martial arts, a teacher would look after them and teach them a set of fist techniques. Then everyone would practice together. Finally, according to the progress, the teacher would teach the children what to do next. However, Zhao Hai's teaching was different. He would arrange different exercises for each child. For example, some children would only practice strength, some would practice moves, and some would practice breathing. Each child would practice different things. Even if the children were practicing martial arts, Zhao Hai would have different requirements. The children weren't used to this kind of teaching method. Fortunately, the children were still young and were quite obedient. Whatever Zhao Hai told them to do, they would do it. Nobody would slack off. Naturally, this was also inseparable from Zhao Hai's rewards. Zhao Hai had a lot of delicious food and fun things to do. Moreover, unlike others, he wouldn't let the children practice for an entire morning. Every hour or so, Zhao Hai would lead the children to play for a while or give them something delicious to eat. This way, the children wouldn't be bored or tired of practicing. Maintaining interest in learning was what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Zhao Hai clearly remembered that interest was the best teacher. This was what he did. Even when the children were doing strength training, Zhao Hai would do it in a playful way. He would make some changes to the machine that refined the children's strength. When the children practiced, the machine would make sounds and play animations to praise the children. Only in this way could the children survive the boring strength training. The morning study passed quickly, but none of the children were willing to leave. They felt that practicing here was very interesting. This was absolutely unimaginable in the past. When other people taught these children, they would have a headache. This was because these children were very eager to learn. Especially when it came to boring strength training, these children hated it the most. However, strength training was a necessity. Moreover, this kind of strength training must be done when the children were young. However, it couldn't be done too excessively. Otherwise, it might leave hidden injuries in the body. Therefore, when teaching these children, it was the most troublesome thing for the teachers. But Zhao solved this problem. In Zhao's yard, there were a lot of machines. These machines had different uses, but they all had some common features. These machines looked very bright, and their shapes were very cartoonish. The children were very cartoonish. Zhao was a very cartoonish person. When the children returned home, their parents immediately checked their jade slips. The contents of the jade slips increased by a lot. It recorded the amount and results of the children's training today. There were even suggestions for the parents on what to give their children to eat. When the parents saw the contents of the jade slip, they were shocked. They had never seen such detailed teaching before. The parents immediately bumped their heads and looked at the jade slips of the other children. They found that the contents of each jade slip were different, and the advice given to the parents was also different. The parents couldn't remain calm. However, they didn't look for Zhao Hai. Instead, they looked for Long Dingtian. Long Dingtian had been teaching children in the Long family for most of his life. When it came to education, he was the one who had the most say. After Long Dingtian saw the contents of the jade slips, he couldn't remain calm. He had never seen such a teaching method before. He immediately called the children over and gave them a test. Naturally, he didn't just have the children practice a few times. He also used his spiritual energy to check the children's progress. Long Dingtian was startled. This was because he discovered that Zhao Hai's advice in the jade slips were the best for the children. This caused him to be startled. He immediately went to Zhao Hai's courtyard. Zhao Hai didn't know that his actions had shocked Long Dingtian. He didn't dare to use flowing silver dust in Coiling Dragon City. The city was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There were countless transcending realm experts. If he released flowing silver dust, he would certainly be discovered. Because of this, he would rather not know anything and just be a good teacher. While Zhao Hai was cleaning up the machines, the courtyard's door was pushed open. Long Dingtian strode in. When he entered the courtyard, Long Dingtian couldn't help but stare. This was because there were many strange machines that he had never seen before. Long Dingtian couldn't help but look at the machines in confusion. When Zhao Hai saw Long Dingtian, he immediately said, "Elder, why are you here? Are you worried?" When Long Dingtian heard Zhao Hai, he turned his head and looked at Zhao Hai. Then he pointed at the machines and said, "Little Hai, where did these machines come from? What are they used for?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Oh, you're talking about this. I brought these machines from the lower realms. They're used for training. When I was in the lower realms, I stayed in a technological plane. There were a lot of these machines there." Then Zhao Hai explained to Long Dingtian the uses of these machines. Long Dingtian listened attentively. After Zhao Hai finished, Long Dingtian sighed and said, "We underestimated the wisdom of the lower realms. The spiritual chi of the lower realms might not be as dense as the true spirit realm, but the wisdom of the lower realms isn't any lower than ours. These machines might be useless to us, but for the children, they are very useful." Long Dingtian sighed and said, "Then I'll give it to you." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he made an inviting gesture to Long Dingtian and said, "Elder, let's go in and have a drink." Long Dingtian didn't decline as he followed Zhao Hai into the house. After entering the house, Long Dingtian saw a computer on Zhao Hai's table. Although he hadn't seen a computer before, he could still recognize the words displayed on the screen. He walked in front of the computer and looked at the contents. He saw that the computer was filled with education plans. The first step of training for each child was written in great detail. After looking at it for a while, Long Dingtian stood up and turned to look at Zhao Hai. His eyes were filled with emotion. After some time, he said, "Little Hai, I want to thank you. You did a great job. Your method is worth promoting in the Long family." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Those children are very cute. I just did my best to teach them well." Long Dingtian nodded, then he said, "You didn't go to the armory these past few days? Why? Aren't you interested in the Long family's martial arts?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Of course not. I'm very interested. However, I'm not in a hurry to learn martial arts. Let's focus on the children's education first. I have plenty of time to learn martial arts." Long Dingtian nodded and said, "Little Hai, don't worry. The Long family won't treat you unfairly. I'll have them open the armory to you. You deserve it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai stood on top of the mountain and looked at the nearby Coiling Dragon City. This was his first time looking at the city, but when he saw the situation around the city, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be speechless. It can be said that there were no roads in Coiling Dragon City. One had to use transmission formations to get in and out of the city. This was because the city was built in a huge valley surrounded by mountains. There was no exit at all. It can be said that this place was a land of death. But what was good about it was that this valley was located in the middle of countless mountains. Outsiders simply couldn't find this place. Moreover, Coiling Dragon City used formations to hide the entire city. Even if someone were to fly over the city, they wouldn't be able to find it. Zhao Hai couldn't understand why the Long family chose this place to build their city. With the Long family's strength, they should be able to walk unhindered in the entire true spirit realm. So why didn't they do the same? Originally, with Zhao Hai's status, it was impossible for him to leave Coiling Dragon City. The Long family wouldn't let Zhao Hai know the location of Coiling Dragon City. However, Zhao Hai's actions were too beautiful. The Long family's trust in Zhao Hai had skyrocketed. At the same time, Zhao Hai's position in the hearts of the Long family was also slowly changing. The Long family attached great importance to their inheritance. And Zhao Hai's child education plan was truly epoch-making for the Long family. The Long family believed that the children taught by Zhao Hai's method would be at least 3 times stronger than those who didn't. It can be said that Zhao Hai gave the Long family's children a brighter future. In a sense, he had increased the Long family's fighting strength. If the Long family couldn't see this, then they wouldn't be worthy of being called a great family. In fact, they saw it. This was why Zhao Hai had such a high status in Coiling Dragon City. Zhao Hai's status in Coiling Dragon City was very high. The parents of the children that he taught would greet him and prepare gifts for him. This was not to curry favor with Zhao Hai, they were just grateful to Zhao Hai. They saw that their children now completely regarded martial arts as a hobby. Seeing their children's martial arts improve day by day, and becoming stronger little by little, these parents had no reason to not be grateful to Zhao Hai. Today, Zhao Hai had finished teaching the children. He came out of the city and walked around. Naturally, he saw the situation around Coiling Dragon City. Returning to Coiling Dragon City, Zhao Hai entered his courtyard and found Long Dingtian there. Zhao Hai quickly bowed to Long Dingtian and said, "Elder, what happened?" Long Dingtian smiled and said, "The education plan you wrote last time was pretty good. Where did you go today?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Nothing much, I just went out to take a look around the city." Long Dingtian nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "How about it? Do you find it strange that our Long family would choose such a place to build a city?" Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Right, a little bit." Long Dingtian and Zhao Hai sat at the stone table. Then Long Dingtian opened his mouth and said, "Our Long family encountered a huge crisis in the past, so we had no choice but to build a city and live in seclusion. Now that we've gotten used to it, we don't want to move out." Zhao Hai nodded, he didn't ask anything else. Looking at Zhao Hai, Long Dingtian sighed and said, "You'll definitely know about this in the future. The true spirit realm isn't the only plane in this layer. There are other planes like the true spirit realm." Zhao Hai nodded, he didn't ask anything else. Zhao Hai nodded, he had already thought about this. Seeing Zhao Hai nod, Long Dingtian said, "In the past, the true spirit realm didn't belong to the 81 sections. It can be said that the entire true spirit realm belonged to our Long family. At that time, the true spirit realm was just a huge empire, the Soaring Dragon Dynasty. And our Long family was the ruler of the Soaring Dragon Dynasty." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect the true spirit realm to be a huge empire. How was this possible? How big was this empire? It was hard to imagine. Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "Is it hard to imagine? People who hear this for the first time will find it hard to imagine. But this is the truth. If the Long family didn't have internal strife, I'm afraid that the Soaring Dragon Dynasty would still exist. At that time, the Long family's education wasn't as perfect as it is now. A lot of children from the side branches weren't able to get a good education. Even if there were 1 or 2 geniuses, they would be suppressed by the main branch. They simply didn't have a chance to shine. At that time, there was a genius in the side branch of the Long family. He had a rare Xianxia Dao body, but because of his status as a side branch, he was suppressed. The patriarch even found a reason to cripple his martial arts. Zhao Hai stared blankly. He didn't expect that the Long family would be so dark back then. Even a child of the collateral branch with a born Taoism aptitude was crippled. This was too unreasonable. Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly, "Do you find it hard to believe?" But at that time, the Long family did have such strength. Crippling a cultivator with a born Taoism aptitude wouldn't affect the Long family's rule. Letting this person with a born Taoism aptitude grow up wasn't a good thing for the direct descendants of the Long family. Therefore, the Long family's patriarch thought that this was the right thing to do. Long Dingtian sighed again and said, but who would have thought that this crippled child of the Long family was really a genius? I don't know where he learned the dual cultivation technique. He began to cultivate himself with this kind of soul and slowly grew up. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Dual cultivation technique? Wasn't this the cultivation method of ghost cultivators? Was it actually from the Long family? Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai's expression and knew that he had guessed it. Long Dingtian smiled bitterly and said, you guessed it too, right? Ghost cultivators, that's right. That genius of the Long family was the founder of ghost cultivators. In the end, he gathered a group of collateral members of the Long family to rebel against the Long family. The Long family didn't take any precautions at that time, so the Soaring Dragon dynasty collapsed. Many of the founders of the 81 sects were subordinates of the Long family at that time. After the Soaring Dragon dynasty collapsed, the Long family was afraid of being hunted down by others, so they moved here and built Coiling Dragon City. Zhao Hai nodded. He now understood why the Long family was so powerful and why the Yinyang elders gave the Long family face. The 81 sects were originally subordinates of the Long family. Although the Long family wasn't as strong as before, after so many years of recuperation, the Long family's strength was still formidable. Therefore, the 81 sects had no choice but to give the Long family face. Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and said, although the Long family has been living in seclusion, the struggle between the Long family and ghost cultivators has never stopped. Moreover, after so many years of understanding, we discovered that ghost cultivators aren't that simple. There are shadows of other realms behind the ghost cultivators. Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed as he said, you're saying that there are shadows of other realms behind the ghost cultivators? Could it be that other realms want to invade the real spiritual world? Long Dingtian smiled bitterly and said, it's not that they want to invade the real spiritual world, they've already begun to invade the real spiritual world. For so many years, the Long family has been fighting ghost cultivators as well as people from other realms. The 81 sects also send some disciples to help the Long family every year. There's such a thing? Zhao Hai didn't think that there would be such a thing. No wonder the Long family had such a high status in the real spiritual world. They had been fighting ghost cultivators all this time. Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and said, the Yinyang elders joined the Long family's ghost hunting team in the past. Therefore, they have a certain understanding of the Long family. Because of this, they agreed to let you join the Long family. Zhao Hai nodded. Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and said, our Long family doesn't want to dominate the real spiritual world anymore. Although it looks impressive, we'll also become a target for everyone. It's good to be like this. Outsiders don't know about our Long family's existence and the various sects hope that our Long family can continue to exist. Isn't that good? Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Long Dingtian and said, Elder, I want to go back to the sect in a few days. I haven't been back for a while. Long Dingtian nodded and said, go ahead. You can let someone else take over your students at any time. In any case, each of your students has their own learning records. There's nothing wrong with letting someone else take care of them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, thank you, Elder. Long Dingtian waved his hand and said, you don't need to be polite. Go back and take a look. The ghost cultivators have been making a move recently. We're going to organize a group of people to go underground and deal with them. Otherwise, they'll be too rampant. Some of the children will need to be moved away. When the time comes, you'll have nothing to do. Zhao Hai stared. Then his expression changed as he said, Elder, can I participate in this operation? Long Dingtian stared. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and shook his head. He said, no, you shouldn't go. The weakest cultivators sent underground are at least at the transcending realm. You're not qualified to go. Although Long Dingtian's words weren't polite, Zhao Hai didn't get angry. He looked at Long Dingtian and said, Elder, although I'm only at the joining soul stage, I believe that ordinary transcending realm cultivators aren't my match. Let me go. Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and said, how about this? If you really want to go, you can. But Yin Yang and Yang must agree first. When Zhao Hai heard Long Dingtian, he immediately nodded and said, all right, I'll go back and tell Master about this. When the time comes, I'll have to ask the elder to agree. Long Dingtian smiled and said, don't worry. If Yin Yang is willing, I'll definitely agree to let you go. You have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. Bringing you along might bring unexpected results. Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. End of chapter 2151. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.